Chapter 401. At that time, whether you can survive or not basically depends on luck. Chinyu smiled bitterly, then said softly, "About the same." Lenny nodded. She looked out the window inside, and continued, "Some minor injuries in the past, if placed in the end of the world, may also cost a person's life." Chinyu carefully wrote these down, and suddenly thought of something, and said, "By the way, I saw on TV before that some people would sprinkle gunpowder around the wound when they were injured, and then ignite it. Can this method really be used?" "Well, it depends on the specific situation." Lenny thought for a moment, and then answered, "What do you mean?" Chinyu was slightly startled. Hearing this, Lenny crossed her legs, put her hands on her knees, and supported her chin. She looked at the flames in front of her and then explained, "This method can be used or not. Maybe your wound is not fatal, but because of the use of gunpowder, it will cause the death of the injured person. This situation will also happen." "Ah?" Chinyu heard this and said curiously, "But this method is to treat the wound, right? How can it make the situation worse?" After saying that, Lenny stood up with his hands on his legs, then walked to Chinyu and sat down, looking at his right arm, and then casually said, "Let me ask you, if you have a broken hand, and you replace the splint with another method, such as cement, do you know what the consequences will be?" "The consequence is that it will not help with treatment, but will burn the skin and cause other injuries. So if you don't know the consequences, don't rashly use unknown methods to treat the wound." In the past, some hospitals use bone cement for orthopedic surgery, depending on the situation, but they are for medical use, and are completely different from other materials. They are called this because they look like cement. At this point, Lenny said earnestly, "In the future, you must not rashly do it just because you have seen it on the internet or on TV. It may cause big problems." "Don't worry, I won't." Chinyu smiled. "Remember this." Lenny turned her head to look into his eyes, and whispered, "I always hear you say something like you saw it on TV. You can't imitate it casually in the past, not to mention the current environment. If something goes wrong, the consequences will be more serious." "I know, I won't try it casually." Hearing Lin Yi's serious instructions, Chinyu felt warm in his heart and nodded again. It is estimated that because he often asks her about this and that, Lin Yi is also worried that Chinyu will use it casually, so she said so much with some concern. Seeing that he promised not to mess around, Lin Yi continued, "Gunpowder can stop bleeding. This method can indeed be used to save lives, but it is best to use the gunpowder in bullets." "Why, aren't they all the same?" Chinyu asked curiously. "I don't know either. I've never touched a gun before." Lin Yi shook his head and whispered, "I used to have a teacher who told me that compared to other gunpowder, bullets use much less harmful substances. I don't know much about this, so I don't recommend you to use this method, nor do I recommend teaching it to others, but as mentioned before, it is also divided into 2 emergency situations." Lenny leaned on the sofa, rubbed his temples with his hands, closed his eyes, and said tiredly, "In these 2 situations, first make sure there is no way to stop the wound. After all, heavy bleeding often makes people die faster. At this time, can we use gunpowder to stop the bleeding?" Hearing this, Chinyu noticed something wrong and said immediately, "About the same." Lenny nodded and continued, "If the wound continues to bleed, if no measures are taken, then according to the amount of bleeding, if it is less, it will generally threaten life within an hour." "What about heavy bleeding?" Chinyu looked at her and asked again. "If it is the extent you said, then the person will go into shock in a short period of time and even die. At this time, in order to survive, you can use the method of burning with gunpowder. Is that so?" Chinyu nodded, as if he understood, but he was curious again. What about the second situation? After the voice fell, Lin Yi sat down again and said seriously, "Another situation is that there is a drug to prevent infection, otherwise the person will still die after using gunpowder to stop bleeding." "Ah?" Hearing this, Chinyu was confused again. He scratched his head and asked in confusion, "To be honest, if you weren't here, I really don't understand this thing. Since the bleeding has stopped, why would you still die? Gunpowder stops bleeding. It can only prevent you from dying from heavy bleeding from the wound. Do you understand? But this method will aggravate the situation around the wound, and there is a high probability of infection. To put it simply, it will extend the time of death from half an hour to several hours or even within a day. If there is no medicine to deal with a follow-up situation, then it is basically impossible to save the patient, so this method is never recommended for use. However, it can be used in emergency situations when it really comes to special circumstances." After listening to her, Chinyu nodded seriously and said, "Okay, I understand. I will inform everyone of the pros and cons later, so that everyone will know. Yes, Lenny said softly. Then she patted the brand on her pants, thought for a moment, and asked again, I heard from Xiaoning that you were angry with everyone today. Hearing this, Qinyu nodded gently. I'm progressing too slowly. When I was trained by Brother Xiao and his team, I started getting beaten up the same day. It's not as easy as it is now. Feng Yi's worries were indeed justified. Life in the community is too comfortable. Once people stay there for a long time, they will forget that there are zombies everywhere outside, and then think that the world is still so safe. Lenny pondered for a while, and then said seriously, Why don't I train with you? After all, you can't always be by my side to protect me. Hearing this, Qinyu chuckled, blinked and said, Why not? What? Now it was Lin Yi's turn to be stunned. It's not bad to stay by your side all the time, right? Qinyu asked with a smile. Lin Yi blushed, lowered her head and whispered, But if we get separated again one day, I will be walking alone in this apocalypse. To be honest, I may die in half a day. No. Qinyu shook his head. Lin Yi thought about the little things that happened in the community and continued to talk to himself. Yes, you will understand if you think about it carefully. I can only use a pistol now, and I can't shoot accurately if I'm too far away. As for using a dagger, I can only use it to kill zombies, but I will panic when there are too many of them. Chapter 402. As soon as she finished speaking, she saw Qinyu holding her hand. I mean, I won't be separated from you in the future, and by now, you should understand my feelings, right? Hearing this, Lin Yi raised her head, looked at Qinyu's serious face, and nodded subconsciously. Well, I probably understand. Just as Lin Yi's face was getting redder and redder, the door suddenly opened, and Zhang Rui ran in. Sister Xiaolin, my dad asked you to come over. Hearing this, Lin Yi quickly retracted her hand, stood up and replied, Oh, okay, I go right away. Zhang Rui ran to the living room, greeted them, and then asked in surprise, Hey, Brother Qinyu, you are here too? Yeah, I came here to warm myself by the fire. Qinyu replied with a smile. Then Lin Yi took Zhang Rui away. Qinyu sat there with nothing to do, so he walked into the infirmary, tore off a piece of paper, and then returned to the living room, changed the angle of what he had said before, and rewrote it. If he asked Lin Yi to write it directly, he might not remember it very carefully. But if he wrote it down himself and then wrote it down, it would be completely different, so he just let Lin Yi say it at the beginning. Finally, Qinyu added a note to the column about stopping bleeding with gunpowder. Unless death will occur within a short period of time, this method is not recommended, remember. Just as he put it in his pocket and was about to leave, Lin Yi pushed open the door and came back. Hey, so soon? I thought I was calling you for something urgent. Hearing this, Lin Yi changed into slippers, walked over and said casually, Oh, there were two kids playing a game, some cockfighting, hugging their knees, and then one of them slipped on the ground without paying attention and fell down, and the other one thought the situation was serious and ran to tell Zhang Yin in a panic. What's the result? Qinyu asked with a smile. Look, 2 teeth were knocked out. Lin Yi made way and pulled the child behind her in. Go to the infirmary and wait, I'd be in right away. Okay, Sister Lin. The child covered his mouth and nodded. Then he ran inside, and when he passed the living room, he stopped and greeted Qinyu. Hello, Brother Qin. Go quickly, be careful not to fall again. I remember your name, it seems to be Qinshan, right? Yeah, my name is Luo Qinshan. After saying that, he hurried to the infirmary, his mouth began to hurt again. Looking at this child, Qinyu also recalled the faces of the past in his mind. There are only 4 children in the community at present, namely Zhang Ying's daughter Yufeng, plus this Luo Qinshan, and another one, whose name Qinyu can't remember. Unless he meets them like this, he will ask casually. If it's just a greeting, Qinyu won't ask more. A few minutes later, Luo Qinshan covered his mouth, bowed to Lin Yi, and ran away. Go slowly, be careful not to bump into it again. Got it, Sister Lin. Then Lin Yi came out of the infirmary, saying as she walked, This child is quite pitiful, a family of 4, only he is left, alas. Is it caused by the last attack? Qinyu heard this and asked softly. Not entirely. Lin Yi sat back on the sofa and began to tell the story. He fled here with his family at first. A few months ago, his parents and sister were still alive at that time, and they worked hard after coming here, and there was no trouble. But you know what happened later. Both parents of these 2 children died in the attack. At this point, Lin Yi sighed and continued, After the group of people broke in, I rushed out to save people. You should also know that Xiaoning seemed to have told you. Yeah. Qinyu nodded and recalled what happened before. It seems that her name was Lingling. She was caught by several men at that time and almost got into trouble, so you rushed out. She is Luo Chinchin's sister. Lin Yi added some wood to the brazier, and then said with some sadness, something happened afterwards, because her brother wanted to eat fish for his birthday, and then his sister went to put the fish hook alone, and was surrounded by zombies. Although Zhang Yin rushed over as soon as he heard the news, he was still too late. Before she died, she grabbed Zhang Yin's hand and asked him to take the fish back and cook it for her brother. Afterwards, since Luo Qinshan knew that his sister was in trouble, he never ate fish again. Lin Yi spoke slowly. Hearing this, Qinyu frowned slightly and said, Why haven't I heard anyone tell me about this? Oh, you are so busy every day, it is impossible for you to tell you every time an accident happens. That would be really tiring for you. Lin Yi raised his head and smiled bitterly. That's true. Qinyu thought about it and nodded. Then the two sat in the living room, quietly warming themselves by the fire. In winter, in this cold north, it is really unbearable to be away from the fire. After about 5 or 6 minutes, Lin Yi suddenly looked up and smiled. By the way, Qinyu, can you tell me about your experience after you disappeared last time? Of course. Qinyu said softly. Then he asked again, but where do you want to start? Well, let's start from when you fell off the bridge. Hearing this, Qinyu began to slowly tell the story, describing the process in great detail without skipping a single detail. When he heard that he knew to find water to wash the wound on his leg as soon as possible, Lin Yi nodded with satisfaction, indicating that he did the right thing. Soon, time passed by bit. Qinyu just spoke softly, and Lin Yi sat opposite, holding his chin with his hand, listening quietly. When talking about Xiao Jiao and Uncle Wa's group, Lin Yi suddenly said, speaking of which, that man is a bit like Sister Feng. Huh? Qinyu was slightly startled, then smiled and said, Why do you say that? What do you think? Lin Yi stretched out his hand, counted on his fingers and said, First of all, Sister Feng used to take in the elderly and children, and he also took them in, and then neither of them exploited their subordinates, and each of them thought about how to lead others to survive, and they were both good leaders. Yes, both Feng Yi and my friend Xiao Jiao have done enough. Qinyu nodded. Will our two groups meet in the future? Lin Yi suddenly asked. Probably, no one can say for sure. After all, as long as we are still alive, there will always be a chance. Qinyu smiled and said softly. Hearing this, Lin Yi looked at the man in front of him. A smile appeared on his face, and then he said seriously, When the time comes, I will personally thank them. Huh? Why? Qinyu scratched his head and asked curiously. Because thanks to their help, you were trained so well later. Lin Yi said gently. Chapter 403. Speaking of which, they did help me a lot. After saying that, Qinyu turned his head and looked in a certain direction. Where are you looking? Lin Yi asked curiously. The direction they were walking in at that time may also be the direction they came from. Who knows? Qinyu replied softly. Then the two chatted about other topics. It was getting late, so Qinyu got up and left. Back to his house, Qinyu first went to the backyard stove to light a fire, then added some water, and then went to find Zhang Yin and handed him the paper. Holding the candle in his hand, Zhang Yin looked at the information written on it and nodded. Okay, I remember it, and start making arrangements tomorrow afternoon. Hearing this, Qinyu looked at the room behind him, pondered for a moment, and then shook his head slightly and said, Let's practice tomorrow morning. In the afternoon, we will take people to fix the solar panels and see if they can generate electricity. These things have been stored for a long time, and it's time to use them. Okay, Zhang Yin replied. After that, Qinyu went back. It must be said that in this damn weather, he really didn't want to stay outside for a moment. Even the guards at the door had a fire, otherwise no one could bear it. After soaking his feet in hot water, Qinyu was about to go back to the house to rest when he saw Li Yao and Yang Zi coming back from the parking lot, so he shouted, By the way, there is still some hot water in the backyard, remember to scoop it up later. Hearing this, Yang Zi turned around and made an okay gesture, and then the two girls went upstairs again. At present, there are only 3 people left in the house. The Zhuang went out hunting, and Alei had already moved to Feng Yi's place, so Qinyu was the only one living on the first floor. This is good. Although we are in the end of the world, we still need to maintain some sense of propriety. There is a bathroom on the second floor, so the two girls don't have to worry about running into Qinyu when they go out at night. Looking at the layout of the house, Qinyu lit the candle on the table, then took out the pistol from his body, sat there and planned to continue to disassemble and check it under the light. There is basically nothing wrong with the right hand, and it can be used daily. Originally, according to his own idea, as long as he doesn't use force, he can put it down first, but Lin Yi completely disagrees. Her reason was that in the current environment, unless she was completely healed, she couldn't be careless. After disassembling the pistol parts and checking them, and then looking at the 2 bullets, Qinyu smiled bitterly and said to himself, "This time last year, I didn't even know how to kill a chicken, but now I can assemble a pistol skillfully. It's really different now." Then he reassembled it and put it next to the bed. Qinyu blew out the candle and lay down to rest. Nothing happened overnight. At 7 o'clock the next morning, Qinyu woke up, took 2 biscuits, drank some water, and set off to the warehouse. When he stood in front of the box and looked at the pile of things in front of him, he immediately turned around and went to Zhang Yin's house to inform him to continue training in the afternoon and not to bring anyone to help. Because these were so small, at first, Qinyu forgot about the solar panels. He thought it was just because of the lack of wires that he didn't use them. But later, it turned out that this was not the reason at all. 10 portable folding solar panels, these are 30 watts, Li Yao had said when he drove a large truck to the community last time. But at that time, she also said that the large solar panel was broken and could not be used. Because of the shortage of supplies nowadays, Xiaojiu still suggested that the 3 of them take it with them, in case it can be repaired in the future. Later, Qinyu was too busy with things. When he first came to this community, he went to find medicine with others, and then he mixed up these things. Feng Yi also said that the larger solar panel should be used with a battery, which is the kind that can store power. In this way, the solar panel can be charged. But there is no such thing in the community, so Feng Yi has been asking people to collect various wires. However, when Qinyu came back from the abandoned examination room last time, he brought back a lot of wires, and Feng Yi also took people to connect them, but these were prepared for the diesel generator. As for those small solar panels, Feng Yi did not use them, because first of all, they could only be used for those power banks. But there were no USB small lights, and the flashlights were all battery-powered ones, and the rechargeable ones were not found. After these reasons, Feng Yi was too lazy to move them, and left them here to gather dust. Just as he was about to move them out, he suddenly heard footsteps behind him, and then a familiar voice came. "I tried this thing some time ago, when the sun was good, and the effect was average." The person who spoke was Feng Yi, who combed her hair while walking and leaned against the warehouse door, and said casually. Hearing this, Qinyu suddenly thought of something, so he turned around and asked, "How is the efficiency? Before the end of the world, I thought about buying solar panels, but I never wanted to. It's a bit expensive." "You used to fly around the world frequently, you must use this thing often?" "Of course." Feng Yi smiled and said, "The power of this you brought back is 30 watts. If it is used 24 hours a day, it can generate about 0.72 degrees of electricity." "So little?" Qinyu was slightly startled. "Haha, I can see that you didn't pay attention in class before." Feng Yi walked in, picked up the power bank in the box, and continued, "Like this capacity, let me see how much it is. 80,000 milliamp hours, right? 1 kilowatt-hour can be fully charged with a 10-watt power bank. This is in the apocalypse, it's already pretty good." "Is that so?" Qinyu scratched his head, blushed and said, "I learned it before, and returned it to the teacher after graduation." Then he asked, "But the sun doesn't shine much now, right? It will take several days to fully charge the battery." Feng Yi nodded, holding the brick-sized power bank in his hand, and said softly, "According to the 8 hours of effective sunshine per day, the solar panels can generate 0.24 kilowatt-hours of electricity, but the sun doesn't shine often now, so the time will be even less. Yes, it's probably enough to have a few hours a day, and it's often cloudy like now." Qinyu also thought it made sense and replied, "So even in summer, we need 3 days to use the solar panel to fully charge this power bank, but it is basically used for lighting. Isn't that a waste?" At this point, Feng Yi handed the thing to him helplessly. "But the candles will run out sooner or later." Qinyu felt the heavy thing in his hand and whispered, "We can also find some mobile phones. Anyway, turn on the power-saving mode and only use it for lighting." Chapter 404. "Well, you're right." Feng Yi thought for a moment and felt that it made sense, so he changed his words and said, "So next time we go out to search for supplies, everyone can bring back some mobile phones. Of course, it would be best if we can find rechargeable flashlights. Well, although there is no network, they are also good for lighting, and it is convenient to carry them with you when you go out." Qinyu nodded. Then Qinyu continued to carry these things out, intending to find a good place to try them out first. Last time, Feng Yi placed it directly on the balcony, and it didn't get much sun. Coming to the inner side of the community, On the upper right side, there are fewer trees here, and the light is much better. Since the old man broke his finger, Chinyu didn't let him stay outside to build a shed, but found a house and let him clean it himself. For this, the old man was very grateful, and he repeatedly assured Chinyu and Feng Yi that he would never harass any women, otherwise he would be willing to die. There are fewer people in the community now, and Chinyu is busy in the open space alone, and no one has come for a long time. First, a few wooden sticks were inserted into the lawn, and then a few plastic sheets were placed facing the sun, so that the solar panels could generate electricity to the maximum extent. Half an hour later, Chinyu finished all this, and Feng Yi had already brought the data cables over. There were only 2 in total. This was because Lei went out to search for things and couldn't find a rope to tie it, so he ran directly to the bedroom to get it. It had never been lost, and now it came in handy. After finishing it, Chinyu didn't care anymore, and took the fish hook to continue to place it by the river. With his alertness, zombies basically couldn't get close to him. One day passed like this, and when it was almost dark in the afternoon, the 4 people from Dazhuang also came back. As soon as they crawled out of the secret passage, Dazhuang cursed, "Damn it, have these beasts become smarter? They only caught 3 rabbits and a pheasant in 2 days?" Chinyu listened while reaching out to pull them out, and then said with a smile, "Why, didn't you see any wild boars this time?" "Don't even see a hair of wild boars." Lao Cheng spread his hands and replied helplessly. Then he thought of something, pointed at Xiao Kong and laughed. "He stepped on a pile of wild boar shit, haha." The last one was Hong Wu, who was holding a pheasant and a snake in his right hand. He smiled after crawling out. "Just now, I found a snake by the wall. It's a waste if it's delivered to your door." Seeing this, Chinyu hurriedly reminded, "Be careful, if it's a poisonous snake, it will be dangerous. There is no hospital now, and you can't find serum. Don't underestimate the enemy." "Don't worry, I know this snake." Hong Wu waved his hand carelessly, showing a simple smile. Then Chinyu nodded, and said nothing more. He walked to the Zhuang and said with a smile, "Don't be so depressed. Didn't you kill another wild boar last time? Although it was a little small, it can be boiled into soup, which is enough for many people to eat for a long time, right?" "Alas." The Zhuang sighed, scraped the dirt on the edge of his shoes with a branch, turned around and said, "You didn't see it. There were about 5 or 6 pigs. But it's a pity that bows and arrows can only hit easily in the woods when they are close, and they are often scared away." Hearing this, Chinyu hooked his shoulder and whispered, "Brother Dazhuang, how about I lend you the sniper rifle, and you take it to hunt?" Hearing this, Dazhuang waved his hand, and shook his head and said, "Come on, your thing is very powerful. I heard that last time Liao fired a gun, 1 bullet shot Wang Tianhai's hand into a bloody mist. My god, this is too scary." After the voice fell, Chinyu frowned slightly and whispered, "Brother Dazhuang, since Wang Tianhai has corrected himself, let's not mention this matter in the future. This back and forth will not make people feel unhappy. After all, he didn't really shoot you at that time, but we still hurt him." When it comes to business, Dazhuang straightened his attitude and said seriously, "Okay, I got it, don't worry, I only mentioned it in front of you, I won't expose the scar in front of you." "Yeah." Chinyu nodded and said, "There are not many people now, everyone is important, everyone works hard, we can survive in the doomsday." Then several people left, ready to find a place to pack up the prey they brought back. Chinyu still left alone from the secret passage, carrying only a pistol and a dagger. More than an hour later, it was completely dark. Chinyu, carrying a bucket full of fish, had just crawled out of the secret passage when he ran into Lin Yi, who was digging earthworms. The two stared at each other, and in just a moment, Lin Yi figured out the reason. But she was not angry, but pulled Chinyu out, showed some concern, and left with the earthworms, preparing to dry them and feed them to the old hens. Seeing this, Chinyu was a little confused, so he first put away the solar panels and put them back in the warehouse, and then went to find Lin Yi. She was still squatting there playing with the chicks, clucking. "Yi, you're not angry, are you?" Hearing the question, Lin Yi turned her head and smiled. "What are you angry about?" Then she quickly reacted, stood up and said again, "Oh, you mean sneaking out?" No, it can't be called sneaking out. It's just a normal way to get supplies. Why should I be angry? But last time I followed a lay to the cave, your reaction." Chinyu hesitated and said softly, "Oh, that's because you rushed after them rashly. I've seen with my own eyes how cruel those people are. I cried because I was excited. Don't worry, I'm not one of those little girls who cries and makes a fuss at every turn," Lenny said with a smile, her eyes curved, looking very cute. "Well, I always remember that you said this when we first met. Right, so I'm fine. As long as you don't use your life as a bargaining chip and do whatever you want, I won't be angry. After that, she continued to squat and touch the chickens. Seeing that Chinyu did not move, Lin Yi turned her head, and suddenly a trace of amusement flashed across her eyes. She said seriously, "Hey, since you don't want to leave, then just don't leave. My bedroom is quite big. Why don't you go up and sit for a while?" As soon as the voice fell, Chinyu waved his hands quickly. No, I was just looking at those chickens. I run away first. After that, he ran away in a flash. Puff. Looking at his appearance, Lin Yi laughed again and muttered, "You don't dare to say that you like me, and you don't even dare to let you sit for a while. You are really a fool. Hey, don't peck my hand." Lin Yi turned her head and gently patted the chicken's head. At 12 o'clock in the evening of that day, a large group of people gathered on a plain a few kilometers away from the community. Su Dali was lying in the car with a cigarette in his mouth, listening to his subordinates' reports, closing his eyes and asking, "Are you sure? Is there really a camp surrounded by a wall over there?" "Very sure." The subordinate nodded. "Okay, in that case, notify everyone to go home first and come back in a few days." Su Dali closed the car door, opened his eyes, and said lazily. Chapter 405. Hearing this, the subordinates were a little puzzled, so they asked, "Brother, since we have discovered the group, why don't you just kill them? Now the brothers are itching to kill." Before he finished speaking, Su Dali waved his hand and interrupted. "Brothers have been busy for several days and are almost tired. Go back and have a good meal. We will come back after we have rested. There is no rush." "Brother, you are so kind." The subordinates were quite touched by these words, and they ran to inform others and prepared to retreat. Lu Wenjing sat in the passenger seat, looking out the window. There was no light around, only the occasional sound of wind. Listening to Su Dali's words, Lu Wenjing snorted in his heart. To put it nicely, it's called caring for his subordinates, but what's the reality? It's just because the trip was too hasty, and many weapons were not brought. Su Dali's brain is not so simple to develop to this scale. At this moment, Lu Wenjing was also thinking about whether to arrange a retreat. There was an undercurrent outside the community, as if something was brewing, but nothing happened inside in recent days. 2 days passed in a flash, and Chinyu came to the infirmary in the morning. After Lin Yi carefully examined him, he finally removed the splint on his right arm. "Remember to be more careful in the future. This time it's a bone fracture. What if it's more serious next time? If there is no place for you to rest in the community, you can change to another place, then wait for death." Lin Yi looked at him and warned him with a worried look. "Don't worry, there won't be a next time." Chinyu gently waved his right hand, without any discomfort, and then poked his heart with his finger, saying with a smile. After the voice fell, Chinyu asked again, "By the way, how is Alay?" Just after he finished speaking, the door of the infirmary was pushed open, and Alay stood there, looking no different from before. "Hey, you look like you've recovered now." Chinyu walked over and hugged him, looking at him, and said in surprise. Hearing this, Lin Yi stood up from the chair and said with a smile, "Brother Alay has a good physique and recovers quickly. In addition, he has been resting all the time, so he recovers quickly and is almost fully recovered." Hearing this, Chinyu turned his head and asked, "How many days will it take?" "Huh? Why do you ask this?" Lin Yi was slightly startled and asked curiously, "About 4 or 5 days, what's wrong?" Alay patted Chinyu and asked with a serious expression, "Is there a problem? Let's go, let's talk outside." Chinyu walked around him and turned to the living room. At this time, Feng Yi, Zhang Yin, and De Zhuang also came over and were sitting there warming themselves by the fire. "What do you want to talk to us about?" Zhang Yin rubbed his hands, then asked, covering his ankles. "Aren't there long trousers and cotton trousers in the community? Why don't you wear them?" Feng Yi saw this and said with some confusion, "There are not many, so I left them for my daughter to wear." Zhang Yin answered happily. After Chinyu and the other two sat down, De Zhuang spoke up. "Actually, I asked Xiao Yu to call you over because I found something strange when I came back from hunting last night." "What's the matter?" Zhang Yin asked while roasting a fire. "You know, you can occasionally find some wild fruits in the woods. Since zombies don't eat these things, we basically bring them back to the community every time we find them." Da Zhuang rarely became serious and told the story with a serious face. "Last night when we came back, we carried the prey home under the cover of night, and suddenly found a hillside where there seemed to be a wild jujube tree." Hearing this, Lin Yi felt quite confused, so he said, "Well, something is not right. Jujubes usually mature in autumn, and at the latest by the end of October. It's January now. How can you recognize a jujube tree when there are no fruits? Yes, from what you described, it was at night, and a little distance away. Fengyi also interrupted at this time. You also know this? Qinyu turned his head, and approached Lin Yi whispering. I used to plant a tree in my yard, so I remember it clearly. Lin Yi said truthfully. De Zhuang took a sip of the water cup on the coffee table, then waved his hand, and said, Don't worry, listen to me first. Everyone knows that I used to be an archery athlete. For people like us, we don't generally require good eyesight. Even if we are nearsighted, we can wear glasses, but if we have good eyesight, it will add points when choosing. And I have relatively better eyesight, so I saw it more carefully. At that time, I saw some rotten dates on the ground, and then I guessed that it was a date tree. Then I planned to go over to confirm it, and then take people to dig it up and transplant it to the community. Hearing this, Alei whispered, What happened next? Did you encounter something wrong? De Zhuang nodded. At that time, Hong Wu and Xiao Kong were resting in the same place. After Lao Cheng and I went around, as soon as we approached, we saw that the pit on the right side of the date tree was full of corpses. Is it a human or a zombie? Fengyi asked with a frown. Zombies. Where are Lao Cheng and the others? Why haven't they come? Lin Yi turned her head and looked around, curious. Hearing this, Qinyu explained softly. I asked Lao Cheng and Hong Wu to set out in the early morning to check the surroundings to see if there is anything wrong. To be honest, things may really be uneasy recently. As soon as he finished speaking, Qinyu began to express his concerns, and also talked about a series of things about the abandoned examination room. After about 10 minutes, Qinyu looked at the brazier in front of him and said quietly, This is what happened. In other words, there may be enemies in the dark, but I am not sure. I have thought about it before. Maybe, as Zhang Yin said, it may be just nonsense that the woman said before she died. The purpose is to make us panic. Hearing this, Alei pondered for a while, and then said in a deep voice, I think it is more than just nonsense. Tell me what you think. Qinyu nodded slightly. What the woman said was true. She wanted us to panic. Maybe it was true. When I was surrounded by a group of people, someone attacked me and slashed me. At that time, I clearly heard him shout the 3 words Chang'erge. Alei recalled the previous events and said truthfully. Some people also call that woman Husanjia. Qinyu also remembered the various situations that night. It seems that they really have 2 other brothers. Zhang Yin rubbed his hair irritably and said depressedly, Just for Wang Tianhai, a series of bad things happened later. It's really not worth it. Chapter 406. You can't say that. Qinyu pondered for a moment, raised his head, and said seriously, He is not wrong. The ones who are wrong are those who wantonly kill people, and Wang Tianhai did not betray us in order to protect those children. We can't just ignore it. I'm not saying he is wrong. Zhang Yin sighed and waved his hand. Forget it, I won't say anything. Anyway, I listened to your arrangements. I have no objection. Qinyu glanced at his watch and said, According to the time, Lao Cheng and the others should be back soon. As soon as he finished speaking, the door to the backyard was opened, and 2 men covered in snow walked in. They were Lao Cheng and Hong Wu. Come and warm yourself by the fire. Don't get cold. Fengyi stood up, waved and called out. The 2 of them squeezed together, and sat down on the sofa. Qinyu poured them 2 cups of hot water and whispered, What's the situation? Lao Cheng drank some water first, then warmed his hands a little, and then said seriously, The situation is very bad. Hong Wu and I checked around several times and found no traces, not even a footprint. How did the zombie die? Qinyu continued to ask after hearing this. The wound is at the back of the head, without exception. Hong Wu also said seriously. Hearing this, Qinyu and Alei looked at each other, and saw the uneasiness in each other's eyes. What are you 2 talking about? Just say it directly. Fengyi saw this and asked curiously. Yes, although the cause of death is the same. It's a zombie, so there shouldn't be any problem, right? Lin Yi didn't understand why Qinyu's expression suddenly became solemn. Since they started asking, Qinyu had to explain patiently. It's like this, you and Fengyi don't have many opportunities to kill zombies, so you don't know much. When zombies find living people, they will attack you directly, coming from all directions. No matter which direction they come from, it is difficult for you to fix a killing method. After he finished speaking, Lin Yi quickly figured out the reason and blurted out, You mean, someone pretended to be a zombie to approach, so you can accurately kill from the back of the head? This is also because she is very smart, and she has experience in peeling zombie skins, so she figured it out quickly. So, those people at least knew to use this thing to disguise themselves, and didn't rashly make a bigger commotion. Feng Yi leaned on the sofa and continued to talk. There should be more than this, right? Qin Yu looked at the old city and tried to guess. Yes, we also found some wheel marks in a plain area, which are estimated to have appeared for a few days. Listening to the information brought back by the two, Qin Yu seriously thought about the current situation. After a few minutes, Feng Yi stood up and said with some concern, "How about I go and inform everyone to work harder recently and pay more attention to the surrounding situation?" Hearing this, Lin Yi reached out and pulled her down, whispering, "Look now, there are already many people here. Even if we go to inform, how many people can we call to help?" Qin Yu continued, "Yi is right. There are few people in the community now. Even if we don't eat or drink and stare at them every day, it won't have much effect. And if we don't confirm that there are real enemies, rashly notifying everyone to be alert will only cause unnecessary panic." Dazhuang thought of his younger sister and expressed his opinion. "Xiaoyu, what do you think?" Alei did not speak directly, but after thinking for a moment, he turned his head and asked to the side. Qin Yu looked up and looked around, and everyone looked at him, waiting for opinions. After thinking for a while, Qin Yu said softly, "In this way, we can't be passive all the time. At least we have to confirm that those people really exist so that we can better deal with them. Although there are crises everywhere in this doomsday, if we really become a state of paranoia, it won't take a few days for everyone to have a mental breakdown. Dezhuan Laocheng and Hongwu, you have worked hard these days to process the prey. Cut it into slices and hang them up. It will be easier to preserve if it is dried. Then divide it into several portions and put them in your own houses. Prepare for the worst." Hearing this, Feng Yi raised his hand and said, "Are you not going to take care of the things in the warehouse?" "Of course I will." Qin Yu nodded and continued to instruct, "Feng Yi, take the girls and pack the remaining canned food and water and find sturdy bags to put them in. The priority is water, food, and clothes, etc." Before he finished speaking, Lin Yi reminded him, "There is also fire. Don't forget fire in the apocalypse." "Oh yes, and you have to bring a lighter. Fire is the origin of human civilization. Whether before the apocalypse or now, we can't live without it." Qin Yu continued to add, "Put these things in everyone's room to get through this period. In the next half-month, Alei and I will carefully search the surrounding areas where people may hide, centered on the community, and try to find their traces. Although the plan has been arranged, I still have to ask, are you able to keep up with the situation?" After Qin Yu finished speaking, he looked at R and asked in a deep voice, "Don't worry, I'm fine." After getting the answer, Qin Yu looked at Lin Yi again. "As long as the abdomen is not injured again, there will be no problem." Lin Yi hesitated for a while and answered truthfully, "Well, everyone go and prepare. Let's pack up as much as possible. Even if someone really attacks, we must ensure that we will not lose our composure. Even if we can't protect the supplies, we must keep everyone alive." Chen Yu finally said to everyone seriously. Then he walked to Lin Yi, took out a pistol from his waist and handed it to her, and reminded, "You are the most important person in the community. Anyone can accept an accident, but you can't have an accident. The magazine in this gun is full. From now on, you have to carry it with you, and put it under your pillow when you sleep." Seeing this scene, Feng Yi said, "Don't worry, Chen Yu, I'm watching her." Hearing this, Chen Yu looked at everyone and said earnestly, "Come on, everyone. Next, there will be another enemy coming. For the people we care about, we have worked hard in the past few days." Then everyone dispersed, and Chen Yu followed the plan and left from the secret passage with Alei. Standing on the land outside the wall, Chen Yu stretched out his hand to pull him out, and said with a smile, "I just recovered, and I have to take you out to continue to work. I feel a little embarrassed." Alei shook his head slightly and whispered, "Even if it's not for others, I have to protect Xiaoyi." The two looked at each other, nodded firmly, and then left. In the next few days, they basically checked all the surrounding areas, even the bottom of the bridge and the cave, but they didn't find any traces of human life at all. Chapter 407. With a bang, the wooden door of the abandoned hut on the roadside was kicked open, and two men with their mouths and noses covered walked in. This is almost 6 kilometers away, and there is still no trace. Qin Yu fanned his nose with his left hand, then stood in the house and looked around. Alei looked around, then picked up a tattered piece of clothing on the ground, frowned and said, "Based on the degree of corruption, this house might have been abandoned before the end of the world. Be careful, those things are dirty." He also reminded us not to let the dust enter the respiratory tract. There were no useful clues, so Qin Yu hurriedly took Alei away. The room was not very big, about 30 square meters, and the windows were basically rotten. There were weeds all around, almost growing to the neck of the two people, and there was only a small path to get in. A few minutes later, the two came to the road outside. Chinyu looked at the two zombies more than 10 meters away, turned his head and asked, "By the way, Alay, did you ask people to get those weapons and ammunition?" "Well, there aren't many bullets, so I put them all together in the secret passage." "Where are the guns?" Chinyu asked again. "I only brought the ones I usually use. In addition to the pistols distributed to everyone, the rest are sniper rifles and rifles," Alay said truthfully. Hearing this, Chinyu was a little confused, and then said, "It's not easy to find those guns. Why don't you put them together in the secret passage?" "You don't understand." Alay shook his head and said softly, "In the Doomsday, guns are not very important. Bullets are the main force, and that thing is not easy to break." "That's true." Chinyu thought about it carefully, and thought what he said made sense, so he stopped talking, and the two continued to rush to other places. Alay hesitated for a while, touched the clean mask on his face, and whispered, "There are not many bullets left." "How many are left?" Chinyu took the machete, and cut off some of the small branches, otherwise the road would be too difficult to walk. "About 100 rounds." After the voice fell, Chinyu stopped, thought for a moment, continued to swing the machete, and then casually said, "Use it sparingly." Unconsciously, another day passed. Chinyu and Alay returned to the community in the evening and called together the people from before for a short meeting. "It's been 4 days, and we haven't found any clues outside. This is really strange." Chinyu sat on the sofa and said a little depressed. Listening to him, Dezhuang cut the empty cans with a knife and said, "Yesterday, Hongwu and I also took time out and tried to walk more than 10 kilometers, but we didn't find anyone either. Could it be someone else passing by?" Feng Yi suddenly thought of something and spoke up. "It's unlikely." Chinyu shook his head slightly and said in a deep voice, "If it was other survivors on the road, why would they kill the zombies? It's a move that does no good, and killing them is just a waste of energy. But since those people chose to clean them up, doesn't that mean?" Lin Yi felt something was wrong when he heard this, and said subconsciously, "Yeah." Chinyu nodded slightly. Seeing this, Lin Yi hugged Feng Yi's arm and said worriedly, "It seems that the group of people must have stayed for a while, so they went to kill the zombies. I guess they just want to inquire about our news, but strangely, the people on guard didn't find any signs," Chinyu said in a low voice. After a communication, there was no useful information. At this moment, everyone seemed to be wearing glasses with water droplets on them, and they couldn't see what was going on. A few minutes later, Chinyu clapped his hands lightly and said seriously, "Forget it, we will fight against the enemy and cover the water with earth. Instead of being nervous here, it is better to rest well. Having a good spirit is more important than anything else." Then everyone dispersed, and gradually only Chinyu and Lin Yi, as well as Alay and Feng Yi were left in the house. The other 3 lived here, so they didn't need to leave. Chinyu looked out the window, then turned his head and said, "Alay, go find Zhang Yin and tell him to arrange for everyone to have fighting training tomorrow." Hearing this, Alay frowned slightly. He looked at Chinyu's expression, hesitated for a moment and said, "Isn't this a bit too fast?" "What do you mean?" Chinyu didn't quite understand. Seeing this, Alay explained, "It's only been a few days, and those people have only become more proficient in using daggers. Even if they are taught about fighting, they still can't understand it. This thing is not as simple as you think." "I know." Hearing this, Chinyu nodded and said calmly, "I have practiced for more than 10 days before, and I really only figured out some basics. Later, I practiced every day, and then I improved quickly with actual combat. But now, how can I have so much time to practice? Letting those people train in fighting is not to let them learn it, but at least when they really encounter the enemy, they know how to deal with it in their minds, otherwise they will just keep running." Hearing this, Alay didn't say anything more, stood up and left through the back door. Then Chinyu nodded to Lin Yi and went back to his side. After everyone left, the living room returned to its deserted appearance, with only the slowly burning wood left. Looking at Lin Yi's worried face, Feng Yi reached out and hugged her in her arms, comforting her. "Don't worry, it's okay. Even if the sky falls, there are still men in front of us, right? You also said that they are human beings, and the knife will be bloody even if it is stabbed in and pulled out." Lin Yi looked at the flames in the basin and muttered. Suddenly she thought of something, broke free from Feng Yi, stood up and ran towards the stairs. "Where are you going?" Lin Yi said without looking back. "I have to pack up the chicks. If something really goes wrong, they can't get hurt." As soon as she finished speaking, Feng ran over, put it in a bucket, and fixed the lid. Nothing happened overnight. At dawn the next morning, everyone in the community continued to gather in the area near the gate. Except for not allowing them to do strength training and running, they basically taught everything else. After all, training other things does require food, and the current environment cannot support this amount of training. In the past, in Xiaojio's basement, they were in great need of manpower, and Qinyu was too weak, and it happened that the protein powder was about to expire, so he took the opportunity to exercise. There is no such condition here in the community. Qinyu zipped up his jacket, continued to eat biscuits, and walked to the door. Looking at those people, he said, "Have you all had breakfast?" Chapter 408. Everyone nodded when they heard the question. Seeing this, Qinyu didn't say much, looked at the side and said, "You come to teach them Zhang Yin. Just do what Alei said last night." Zhang Yin hummed and stepped forward. Wang Lulin looked at the sky that had just brightened and asked curiously, "How do you teach fighting?" "Fighting." Hearing this, Zhang Yin smiled, took off his coat, revealing the strong muscles inside, and then shouted, "Here, you and Xiao Kong, both of you come together." "Ah?" Hearing this, they looked at each other and asked in confusion, "How to do it?" "Just use all your skills, and see how many rounds you can last." Before he finished speaking, Zhang Yin saw Wang Lulin's left hand, and then put his left hand behind his back and continued, "Come on, the first step is to get beaten. Oh no, start with confrontation." At this point, the two of them stopped hesitating, took a deep breath, and then rushed up at the same time. A few seconds later, bang, bang, two consecutive sounds rang out. Wang Lulin and Xiao Kong's faces twisted, and they lay on the ground covering their buttocks. TSK, what are you two thinking? Just focusing on attacking with fists and ignoring the legs." Zhang Yin looked relaxed, and then said with a bit of amusement. The two were not convinced, and got up again and rushed over. After about 2 minutes, they were already a little exhausted, and sat on the ground gasping for breath. And Zhang Yin just stood there with his arms folded, watching the show. Seeing this, Qinyu walked over, patted Zhang Yin with his hand. "Okay, take a break first." After saying that, he stood a few meters in front of the two of them, and said in a deep voice, "What do you think?" Hearing this, Wang Lulin patted the dust on his body, supported himself on the ground and stood up, and said with a wry smile, "There is no way, brother you, I can only use one hand now, it is not easy to attack at the same time." After the voice fell, Qinyu said expressionlessly, "Doesn't Zhang Yin also have one hand? But he is much stronger than me." "But you are two people, right?" Seeing Chen Yu's expression, Wang Lulin felt a little embarrassed. It was okay to fight two against one, but he didn't even touch the other person's clothes. What a big deal. You two don't have to look so embarrassed. You don't know Zhang Yin's identity, so you suffered a great loss. Qinyu waved his hand, and said in a deep voice. He used to be a scout and a soldier. Although he has never been on a real battlefield, he is definitely not someone that ordinary people can fight together. If you can use other methods, you must not fight him in close combat. After that, Qinyu shouted again, "Two people in a group, 1 meter apart, first get in position, then watch our moves." Then he looked at Zhang Yin, ignoring the latter's expectant expression, and waved to Dazhuang. Then Qinyu walked in front of Zhang Yin and whispered, "I can't fight you for a few moves, so it's better to let Dazhuang come. I won't be cruel to you." Hearing this, Zhang Yin lowered his voice. Qinyu just smiled, patted him on the shoulder, and then walked to the open space next to him, and stood face to face with Dazhuang. Then the two showed the fighting techniques they had learned from Xiaojio, but they didn't attack each other's vital parts. Qinyu didn't use Krav Maga, and it hasn't really come in handy until now. When Uncle Hua taught him, he also taught him other deadly methods, but because they were too cruel, Qinyu tried to use only those taught by Xiaojio. He wanted to use it when he was attacked by Ma Zhuang last time, but unfortunately a Lei was there, and the relationship was not as good as it is now, so Qinyu didn't want to be exposed in advance. As time went on, Qinyu gradually became too lazy to use it. The fighting technique used by Xiaojio was used by the special forces. In comparison, he preferred to use his own country's, even though it was the end of the world and the world had basically collapsed. The whole morning passed like this. Qinyu and Dazhuang fought for more than 10 minutes, and then went to instruct their people. As for the girls, Li Yao instructed them. In this short time, you can't learn much, but at least you have seen it in your mind. In the afternoon, Qinyu called everyone out again, intending to teach them another way to use the dagger. After Lao Cheng and Hongwu came back, they also came to train. Although they were in good shape, they were not as good as Dazhuang, and strength alone was not enough. Zhang Yin pulled out his wooden sword and was about to speak, but Qin Yu was the first to shout, "Wait, after all this back and forth, it's time to change weapons." After the voice fell, Qin Yu asked everyone to throw away the wooden daggers, then walked to the lawn next to him, and came back with a black canvas bag. Then he threw it on the ground, and there was a sound of metal touching. "Now come up and choose, they are all disinfected, don't worry." Xiao Kong stepped forward and chose the dagger he often used, muttering, "It's just training, why do you need to disinfect it?" Hearing this, Lao Cheng took the knife and looked at it carefully, turned his head and said happily, "This way, even if you get scratched, you don't have to cut your hands off." After saying that, he turned around and shouted, "Since you are using real knives, are you going to teach us to take the blade with bare hands, right, Xiao Yu?" Hearing this, Qin Yu shook his head, then turned his head and whispered, "According to what we said at noon, it will be up to you, Lei." "Yes." Lei nodded and walked forward expressionlessly. However, since he started wearing a mask again, other people could not see his expression except for his eyes. It is not practical to seize a sword with bare hands, and it is easy to kill yourself. After the voice fell, not only Lao Cheng, but also Wang Lulin and Xiao Kong were puzzled, and then someone asked, "No, that's not right. In the old movies, isn't that so cool? Grab the wrist and twist it, then the knife will fall, and then catch the knife and cut the enemy to death. You also said that you have to grab the wrist," Lei said lightly. Then he pulled out the dagger, held it in his hand, and continued, "In this posture, if you want to come up and grab the knife, I just need to reach forward first, and then cut upwards. How are you going to deal with it?" This? Wang Tianhai scratched his head, a little at a loss. Seeing this, Qin Yu recalled the words that Xiao Jiao had specifically told him, and began to say, "It is useless to seize the blade with bare hands. It is only possible to succeed if the strength of both sides is very different. Otherwise, it is just suicide. Today, Lei is here to teach you how to attack the enemy with a reverse grip of the dagger." The afternoon passed quickly, and everyone cherished this opportunity to grow. They left reluctantly until dark. For ordinary people like them, before the end of the world, it didn't matter if they didn't learn fighting skills or use daggers, but now it's not possible. You don't harm others, but it's inevitable that someone will target your supplies. At that time, conflict is inevitable. Chapter 409. As soon as it got dark, Qin Yu went back to rest and sleep. He had been running outside every day recently, and he was gradually exhausted. After an unknown amount of time, Qin Yu opened his eyes in a daze. The surroundings were still so dark, with only the moonlight coming from the window. He looked at his watch, and it was only about 1:30 in the morning. Feeling a little thirsty, he reached for the water cup by the bedside, but found that the weight was a little wrong. Then he remembered that he had finished drinking the water last night. After putting on his pants and coat, Qin Yu walked out of the bedroom and planned to get some water to drink. Just as he was about to return with the cup in his hand, he subconsciously glanced at the back door that was not closed, and was slightly startled. Strange, doesn't Dajwang check the doors and windows every day? Why didn't he close the door today? Qin Yu muttered, put the cup away, and walked over there. But as soon as he approached, he found something wrong. It wasn't that there were some marks on the door, nor was there anything on the ground. It was just too quiet, completely abnormal. In the past, Qin Yu could occasionally hear the sound of zombies hitting the wall while lying in the bedroom. Although it was very subtle, it was easy to hear in the middle of the night. But at this moment, he stood at the back door and heard no sound. If it weren't for the gusts of wind in his ears, Qin Yu would even think he was deaf. The more he thought about it, the more he felt something was wrong. He put on his coat, zipped it up, and then returned to the bedroom, first put his pistol and dagger in his pocket, and then walked to the backyard. Standing on the firewood pile, Qin Yu put his ear against the wall, held his breath, and listened quietly to the movement outside. It seemed like something was sizzling, but he was not sure. Thinking of this, Qin Yu covered his right ear with both hands, frowned, and tried to recall the memory in his mind, but the sound he heard at this time did not match at all. Just as he racked his brains, his eyes suddenly saw the stove, and then he was slightly startled. He thought of fire. And at this moment, the sound in his ears became clearer and clearer, and the sizzling sound became louder and louder. Qin Yu's face changed drastically when he thought of something in his mind. He supported the wall with both hands and pushed hard, and the whole person quickly retreated. Fell to the ground with a thud. Qin Yu didn't care about the dirt on his body, and retreated desperately. At the same time, he wanted to pull out the pistol with his right hand to report the news, but it was too late. As soon as his hand touched the gun, a loud bang suddenly broke out, followed by a flame that shot up into the sky. Then, 3 loud bangs were heard from other directions of the entire community, and the ground shook a little. The glass of a large number of houses was directly shattered. At this moment, everyone woke up. Chin Yu's pupils contracted violently, and he lay on the ground with his hands desperately covering his head, and barely avoided the wood chips that flew around. 1 second after the explosion, Alay quickly opened his eyes, threw off the quilt, and ran out of the bedroom. In order to deal with emergencies in the past few days, he went to bed without taking off his clothes and pants, and even last night, he didn't even take off his shoes. Mainly because of Alay's keen sense of smell, he knew that various traces would not appear for no reason. Often when you discover these, you have already fallen into the enemy's trap. It's just a pity that there are no weapons like landmines and grenades now, otherwise Alay would definitely set up various traps outside the community, because in the end of the world, no one would suddenly come here to visit. Basically, as long as there are other survivors, they are at least here to rob supplies. As soon as he opened the door, Alay saw Lin Yi and Feng Yi in pajamas with panicked expressions. The 2 girls held hands and asked hurriedly, "What's going on?" Alay quickly ran downstairs and ordered, "Hurry up and change your clothes and run to the secret passage, hurry up." As soon as he finished speaking, a flame suddenly appeared at the window and shot straight towards this side. Seeing this, Alay picked up the trash can at the corner and smashed it directly, and it was shot through with a bang. However, due to the increased weight, the burning arrow tied with oilcloth also fell to the ground and did not hit the ceiling. Lin Yi and Feng Yi hurried forward, stomped out the flames with their feet, and then quickly ran back to change clothes. In a blink of an eye, Alay had rushed down to the first floor, holding a weapon and rushing towards the explosion. The wall here has not collapsed. Those people should be climbing on the tree and shooting arrows. They can't get in for a short time, so Lin Yi and others are not in any danger for the time being. Chin Yu waited for the residual power of the explosion to dissipate a little, and then quietly retreated from the back. He did not defend this gap, but prepared to settle Lin Yi first. When he retreated a few meters away, he turned around and saw 2 people walking out of the backyard of another house. Looking carefully, it turned out to be De Shuang and Xiao Ning. "You spent the night together?" Chin Yu was shocked and asked subconsciously. Because at this time, Xiao Ning was wearing only pajamas on her lower body except for her coat, and De Shuang was also wearing long sleeves with clothes in his hands. Seeing this, De Shuang had no time to explain, and frowned and shouted, "Someone really broke in, Xiao Yu, where are you going?" "I have to find Yi. Her side was not bombed by the wall, and she is close to the secret passage." Hearing this, De Shuang pushed Xiao Ning and quickly ordered, "Follow him, retreat first, I have to get the bow and arrow." After saying that, De Shuang wanted to run towards the house. But Chin Yu reached out and grabbed him, refusing, "Are you crazy? That's the explosion area, and many people rushed in. Going back now is to seek death. Take Xiao Ning to find Wang Tianhai while it's dark. There are bows and arrows in their house." After saying that, Chin Yu pushed the 2 of them back into the house, picked up a stone and threw it behind him, attracting the attention of those people, and then continued to run towards other abandoned houses. Just as Arai used the darkness to hide himself, dozens of arrows flew out again, setting a large number of houses on fire, directly illuminating the community. In just a moment, more than a dozen men spotted his figure, and the next second a large number of bullets flew over quickly. Fortunately, Alay predicted the movements of those people in advance, grabbed the edge of the flower bed, and flipped over directly. In just a few minutes, the community was set on fire everywhere. Although it was early in the morning, it was no different from daytime. The gunshots never stopped, and even the explosions of various explosives were heard everywhere. From time to time, someone threw Molotov cocktails in from outside the wall. Now the community and other people understand that those people are definitely not just for supplies. Chin Yu took a lot of effort to get around the secret passage. As soon as he pulled open the wooden board and went in, he found that there was only one person inside. Chapter 410. "Why are you here alone? Where is Yi?" Chin Yu looked at Feng Yi, frowned, and asked hurriedly. Feng Yi saw him appear, and rushed over and shouted, "Shaolin went to get the medicine, and someone shot at us. In order to hide, we got separated without knowing when." Hearing this, Chin Yu picked up a bag of items at his feet and said, "No, didn't you take the medicine in advance?" Hearing this, Feng Yi shook her head quickly and said anxiously, "Shaolin said there is only one box of antibiotics here. Last time, Yu Dajian was practicing daggers and accidentally hurt himself. The 2 sisters took out the iodine tincture for disinfection and forgot to return it. Such an important item, they actually took it out without permission?" Chin Yu handed her the medicine irritably and then said, "You wait here for a lay to come. Don't run out by yourself, otherwise you will die. I will go find Yi." As soon as he finished speaking, Jinyu squatted under the wooden board, confirmed that there were no footsteps above, then carefully pushed it open, slipped out again, and then ran towards Yu Dajiang's house. As soon as he approached, Jinyu saw two men grabbing Yu Xiaomei's hair and dragging her to the gap in the wall. The scene at this time was completely different from the group of people who attacked last time. When the previous people met the female survivors in the community, they rushed forward like crazy, pressed them to the ground and took off their clothes, and finally Li Yao attacked and killed several of them. But these people now just captured people first. Seeing that she was about to be dragged away, Jinyu hesitated for a while, but still pulled out his pistol, and was about to save her, but saw Yu Dajiang holding a hoe and jumping directly from the second floor. With a bang, he instantly pressed down on one person, and at the same time, he swung the hoe at the head of the person next to him. But he was caught by the other party. The man was angry, and wanted to stab Yu Dajiang with his knife. But fortunately, Jinyu had been staring at this side, and the dagger in his hand flew out quickly, instantly hitting the back of the man's head. Reaching out to pull Yu Dajiang up, Jinyu pulled out the dagger, quickly killed another person, and then whispered, "Where is Dr. Xiaolin?" Yu Dajiang looked a little panicked, as if stimulated, and quickly stepped forward to hug Yu Xiaomei, and then the two hugged each other. After a while, the two separated again. Yu Dajiang held her cheek and asked anxiously, "Where is Xieli? Where did Xieli go?" "She was taken away." Yu Xiaomei was also a little flustered, but fortunately she seemed calmer. She pointed at the gap in the wall and said. Seeing Qinyu's figure, Yu Xiaomei hurriedly said again, "Dr. Xiaolin is on the third floor. Go there quickly." 5 or 6 people rushed up. After the voice fell, she pushed Yu Dajiang and said anxiously, "You also go to help. The doctor can't get into trouble." But Yu Dajiang seemed to be unable to listen and held her tightly. Qinyue finally reacted to this scene. Since the two sisters lived with Yu Dajiang, their relationship must be different from before. Now that they were attacked, normal people would want to protect the people they care about first, not to mention that Yu Dajiang himself had a brain injury. For him, Yu Xiaomei and Yu Xiaoli were the two sisters he wanted to protect the most in the end times. Qinyue didn't say anything more. He picked up the knives of the two corpses on the ground and stuffed them into Yu Dajiang, and quickly ordered, "Yu Xiaoli is also in danger, you have to hurry up and save her." After saying that, Qinyue rushed directly into the house, holding the pistol in his hand. As soon as he reached the second floor, he heard 2 gunshots from above. Hearing this familiar sound, Qinyue recognized that it was the gun he gave Lin Yi for self-defense. Then he increased his speed, took 3 steps in one step, and rushed up quickly. As soon as he rushed out of the corner, a whistling sound suddenly came. Qinyue reached forward with his left hand, quickly grabbed the other person's wrist, and then twisted it hard, and the sneak attacker immediately let out a howl. Then Qinyue kicked the opponent's knee with his left foot, loosened his wrist, and grabbed the man's neck, pinching him and retreating to the window. In the moonlight, Qinyue saw the person who attacked him clearly. The face was young, the eyes were vicious, and the age was about 18 years old. In just a moment, the man stared at Qinyue viciously, and opened his mouth to bite his throat. Qinyue did not hesitate, turned the gun with his right hand, and put it directly under the opponent's chin, and quickly pulled the trigger. There was a bang, and blood spurted out. The body fell to the ground with a plop. Qinyue wiped the blood off his face with his collar, and rushed to the bedroom. He kicked it open, and saw 4 men banging on the bathroom door. Because there were gunshots everywhere, the people inside did not notice Qinyue rushing up at the first time. The next second, the 4 men were about to turn around and shoot, but Qinyue was faster than them. For gunshots were heard, and the 4 men fell to the ground. Unfortunately, one of them was thinner, and the bullet passed through his shoulder, which was not fatal. The man wanted to pick up the gun that fell on the ground. Seeing this, Qinyue quickly stepped forward and stomped hard on his wrist, instantly breaking it. Then he picked up the bedside lamp, smashed the base, and stabbed the man's eyeball directly, killing him instantly. If he didn't make a move, it would be fine. Once he made a move, he would aim directly at the vital point. This is exactly his philosophy of action. Then he picked up the pistol that Lin Yi dropped outside the bathroom, and Qinyue walked over and knocked on the door. "Yi, it's me." Before he finished speaking, the door was opened directly, and then Qinyue felt that he was hugged by a soft body, but the other party was still a little trembling. It's okay. Qinyue patted her back gently, and comforted her. Lin Yi hugged him tightly. Her head was always in Qinyue's arms, and she still hadn't recovered. Just now, several men rushed over. Although she shot and killed one person, the gun was also smashed away by someone, and her arm was grabbed and she was slapped in the face. The other party wanted to capture her alive because she was a woman. Fortunately, there was a bathroom in the bedroom, so she hid in it and didn't suffer more harm. After a few seconds, Lenny let go of Qingyu, took the gun from him, and said firmly, "Let's go." "Wait a minute." Qingyu pulled her, then held her shoulders, and looked at her right cheek in the moonlight. It was already red and swollen, and a clear palm print appeared in front of him, which made his heart tighten. Looking at Qinyu's gradually cold expression, Lenny patted his hand and said seriously, "It's okay, a small problem." After the voice fell, she squatted down and picked up the small bag of medicine on the ground, which contained iodine and gauze. Qinyu was now extremely angry. The girl he held in his hands was afraid that she would melt, but there was such a big palm print on her face. He couldn't help but clench his fists and made a crackling sound. Pulling off the bed sheet, putting the 2 shotguns and machetes on his back, Qinyu led Lin Yi downstairs. He had already decided that these people must stay here tonight. Just as he pushed Lin Yi into the secret passage despite her objection, the next second, a man suddenly appeared a few dozen meters away. Qinyu looked at the man's movements and his eyelids began to twitch wildly, because the weapon on the other party's shoulder had left a deep impression on Qinyu. Chapter 411. Without time to think, Qinyu quickly jumped into the secret passage, then hugged Lin Yi's shoulders, and rolled back inside. At this moment, a clear whistle sounded, rushing over at a very fast speed. The next second, a loud bang came from the top of the head again. Fortunately, the secret passage was dug deep, and only the entrance collapsed completely. The moment the explosion sounded, Qinyu quickly covered his and Lin Yi's heads and curled up against the wall of the secret passage. A lot of broken soil fell, and thanks to the 2 of them quickly crawling a distance inside, they were not buried alive. The explosion attracted the attention of many people, and the zombies also began to be alarmed at this time, rushing here from all directions. Dazhuang was holding a bow and arrow, with a quiver on his back, and he was running here with Xiao Ning and Yang Zigong, just when he saw the rocket launcher exploded. What should we do next? Yang Zi was carrying a large bag of food and water. Seeing this scene, his face quickly turned pale, and he said with some trembling, "Their weapons, how can they be so powerful?" Hearing this, Dazhuang thought for a moment, turned back and whispered, "Let's go, the secret passage is blocked, the enemy's firepower is too strong, the gunfire has never stopped from the beginning to now, we can't win by head-on confrontation, retreat first." Hearing this, Xiaoning hesitated. She stepped forward and grabbed Dazhuang's sturdy arm, and said with a begging look, "There are still chickens, those chickens were brought back with great difficulty. Sister Xiaolin also said that they are very important, we should take them away." Dazhuang grabbed her hand, and said in a deep voice, "It's okay, I saw Qinyu open the chicken coop just now, and the chickens were also scared by the gunfire, and they ran around as soon as they got out of the coop. Let's retreat first, and ensure our own safety before considering other things." At this point, Dazhuang's eyes also began to turn cold, and he said word by word, "Fuck, I just had a few days of peace and quiet, and finally I was waiting to eat eggs, and these bastards showed up again." After the voice fell, Dazhuang quickly let go of Xiaoning, reached out to take an arrow from behind, quickly completed the bow and aiming, and then directly released his right hand. With a sound of chi, the arrow passed over Yangzi's scalp and accurately hit the forehead of the man behind him, killing him on the spot. Fortunately, the 3 of them were in a shadow area, and Yangzi did not see the flying arrow, otherwise she would really be scared. Without stopping, Dazhuang rushed over to search the body, and then cursed, "Damn it, why didn't he even bring explosives with him?" Seeing this, Dazhuang quickly waved his hand. "Come here, the 2 of you, there are too many of them, we will be surrounded if we stay any longer, retreat first." After that, the 3 ran into the haystack and slowly moved towards another gap. In the secret passage, Qinyu quickly patted the dirt off Lin Yi's body and asked nervously, "Are you okay?" Hearing this, Lin Yi also reached out to clean his hair, and whispered with tears in her eyes, "It's okay, I'm not hurt." Because the entrance was buried, it was pitch dark in the secret passage. Qinyu couldn't see Lin Yi's expression clearly. In addition, the situation was urgent, so he didn't hear the trembling in his voice. At this moment, it was also the first time that Lin Yi was scared. The weapons used by the other party were completely 10 blocks away from their community, and even rocket launchers came out. Qinyu had encountered it before, so she didn't react too much, but Lin Yi was different. She had never seen a gun before. In this apocalypse, she couldn't figure out where these people got these large-scale lethal weapons from, the two of them scraped off some of the dirt on their bodies, and then Qinyu whispered, "Lei and Feng Yi should have withdrawn, let's go first." Hearing this, Lin Yi was carrying the medicine and food, and remembered something, so she whispered, "Where are the others?" Qinyu was slightly startled, then touched her cheek and said in a deep voice, "I can't take care of others now, I can only protect you first. I thought those people had pistols, rifles, and the like at most, but now I understand that they must have a lot of bullets, otherwise they wouldn't be so wasteful." Hearing this, Lin Yi also knew how dangerous it was, so she stopped talking and nodded gently. If it was a stranger, Lin Yi would never ask this question. But after living together for so long, she was reluctant to leave everyone, and now she could only pray that more people could survive. Then the two squatted on the ground, each holding a bag of items, and slowly moved outside. After walking a few steps, Lin Yi suddenly remembered something, fumbled on the ground for a while, turned back and said anxiously, "Oh no, the chicks are gone." Hearing this, Qinyu asked, "Where did you put it?" "In the secret passage, about this position," Lin Yi replied somewhat disappointedly. As soon as he finished speaking, Qinyu took out a lighter from his body and pressed it to illuminate the secret passage. In an instant, Lin Yi's face, covered with dust and red eyes, appeared in front of him. Seeing this scene, Qinyu didn't know what to say, but just reached out and gently touched the back of her head inside. War has always been cruel. No matter how big or small it is, it will bring pain to most people. In the previous battle with Long Shan, Qinyu found their hidden rocket launcher by chance, which turned the tide of the battle. Although Uncle Hua had a sniper rifle, he couldn't kill the enemy at will, because the opponent's sniper was always watching him. Although the result was good in the end, many people in Xiao Jiu's team died. Some of them even died at the hands of zombies. And now the situation is even more tragic than before. When Qinyu pressed the lighter, Lin Yi quickly looked around and didn't notice anything wrong with him. In Lin Yi's opinion, it didn't matter even if Qinyu touched her hair, because they both knew it now. A few seconds later, under a wall, Lin Yi found the overturned barrel. When she opened it, she saw the two chicks still curled up inside, and she breathed a sigh of relief. Then the two continued to retreat outside. When they were halfway through the area, Qinyu reached out and grabbed her. "Wait, let's not go that way." Hearing this, Lin Yi, with a bag of items hanging on her arm and a small barrel in her arms, glanced at the dark passage in front of her, turned her head and asked in confusion, "Isn't the road just in front? Where else can we go?" After the voice fell, Qinyu moved forward, stuck to Lin Yi's body, then reached out and groped the right wall, and finally pulled off a piece of wood. Then he whispered, "It's very dark in here, so you didn't see that there is another road here." Chapter 412. After saying that, Qinyu took out his lighter again and lit it for a few seconds to signal. Then he continued to carry it in his pocket. It was a bit too wasteful to use this thing for lighting, whether it was before the end of the world or now. Looking at the passage in front of him that was almost half the size, Lin Yi was surprised. "I haven't heard Sister Feng say that there is a fork in the road." Qinyu hung her bag around his neck and then put it on his back to make it easier to climb out. When he heard the question, he immediately explained, "A few days ago, I asked Zhang Jin to dig it secretly. At that time, I assigned tasks to everyone else, but I didn't tell him directly, so you don't know. But don't worry, Lei knows. He should also be taking Feng Yi this way." Hearing this, Lin Yi held the bucket in her left hand and crawled forward with her right hand, then whispered, "Do you know why I was willing to follow you out of the city? Because you have no water to drink?" Qinyu laughed and said softly, "No, no, no." Lin Yi stopped and turned her head to look behind her. Although it was dark and she couldn't see anyone clearly, she knew that Qinyu was behind her, silently protecting her. Then she said seriously, "People may die if they don't drink water for 3 days. I shouted at you so loudly at that time, but didn't you feel something was wrong afterwards?" Hearing this, Qinyu smiled bitterly and said truthfully, "At that time, I was only concerned about escaping, thinking about how to leave the city, and I didn't have the heart to think about anything else. But later I thought about it, it was indeed a bit abnormal. You didn't seem to be in any trouble after 3 days without water." Lin Yi continued to crawl forward and explained, "I still have half a bottle of water, but if you didn't show up there, I might really die. I really decided to save you because you had books wrapped around your arms and legs at that time, and you were almost cautious. Later, all these things prove that you are indeed reliable. I can live more safely with you." After listening to her, Qinyu reached out and poked Lin Yi's ankle and whispered, "The last sentence is also for you. With you, I can live more safely." After a few seconds, he murmured again, "Because I spent a lot of effort to survive, Even in the end of the world, I can't die easily. No matter what the situation is, staying alive is the most important thing. The two of them slowly crawled out, and the explosions above never stopped, with one explosion every 1 or 2 minutes. Jinyu was still a little confused about this. There were not many people in the community, and they kept bombing. Isn't it a waste? Fortunately, I was wearing a thick coat in winter, so I didn't get scratched when crawling on the ground. This branch road was obviously farther than the previous secret passage, and it was basically dug around the exit. Later, Lao Chung and Hongwu also took time to help. Although it was only a few days, the three of them took turns to dig it out successfully. Facts have proved that Qinyu's character has saved his and others' lives. Being more careful often does no harm. After leaving the exit, Qinyu and Lin Yi ran wildly in other directions. There was no direction, just running to where the gunshots were less. When passing by a river, the two met a few men who were boiling water nearby. At first, Qinyu didn't know whether they were in the same group as those people, so he didn't take action, but took Lin Yi to take a detour quietly. Unfortunately, one of them was sharp-eyed and spotted them first, and shot without thinking. Fortunately, it was a shotgun, and the long-range hit rate was low, so no damage was caused. Afterwards, Qinyu hid Lin Yi at the root of a tree and covered it with leaves. Then he began to circle the group of people in the woods. Finally, when the zombies came over, Qinyu mixed in and took the opportunity to kill those people. He brought 2 shotguns, so he just took out the bullets and threw all the other guns into the river. As for the dagger and machete, he didn't care about them. He chose a more convenient knife and planned to give it to Lin Yi for self-defense. It was not until dawn that Qinyu went back to the tree root to meet Lin Yi. "You are finally back. I thought you didn't want me anymore." Lin Yi hid inside, frightened for more than 3 hours, and didn't dare to move at all. Looking at her dirty face, Qinyu took her to the river, then wiped her face with the burning water, and then cleaned the blood on his body while smiling and saying, "How could it be? There were a lot of people. I thought there were only 7, but more than a dozen came over. It took a long time to get rid of them. I don't have the skills of Arai to fight against more than 20 adult men. The reason why I was able to kill more than a dozen people in a flash last time was also thanks to the help of the flower." Lin Yi cleaned the garbage off his head, and then the two of them continued to leave. Although there were only 2 bags of items, they were all some dried meat and water, so even if they were chased by others, they didn't have to worry about being hungry. Su Dali led his men to attack the community. After dawn, he looked at the mess around him, and listened to the information reported by his men. His eyes were blazing with fire. He gritted his teeth and beat up the dozen people in front of him. He said viciously, "Fuck, what are you talking about? It has been bombing for several hours. It turns out that our own people are bombing back and forth?" Hearing this, Lu Wenjing stood by. Although he looked serious, he was almost laughing in his heart. The men knelt on the ground, covering their swollen faces, and begged, "Brother, you can't blame us all. It was the 4th brother who said that they might have explosives, so we should not underestimate the enemy. Besides, it was too dark, and we couldn't see the people clearly." "Humph." Su Dali shouted coldly, turned his head to look at Lu Wenjing, and then continued to ask his men, how many people died on the other side. Hearing this, those men looked at each other. Some did not dare to speak. One of them plucked up the courage and said, "Brothers died or injured more than a dozen. The other side was injured too, 0 death." After the voice fell, Lu Wenjing quickly grabbed Su Dali, who wanted to rush forward again, and said, "Brother, don't fight them. If there is any problem, you still have to use medicine to treat it, right?" Then he continued, "These people are not easy to deal with. They are probably well trained. It will be difficult to clear them out in a short time." Su Dali looked at Lu Wenjing's neither humble nor arrogant expression, and was extremely angry. However, because Lao Si was very important, he could not say anything more. He just called the remaining 200 people to chase him separately. When he walked away, Lu Wenjing stepped forward, helped the beaten men up, and asked, "Are you all okay? I have medicine over there. Let's go, I take care of you." Chapter 413. A few minutes later, under a temporary shed, everyone was sitting on the ground. Lu Wenjing was busy with a small bottle of safflower oil. Seeing this, one of them endured the pain and said, "4th brother, we had no choice but to tell you your name, otherwise you would be beaten to death by the eldest brother." Hearing this, Lu Wenjing poured a little safflower oil in his hand, walked over and applied it to the injured part of the man, and said with a smile, "It's okay, it's not your fault." Then another person spoke up, "4th brother, you should put this thing away. It took a lot of effort to collect this half bottle. It would be a waste to give it to us. After all, injuries are commonplace. Yes, fourth brother, we are all thick-skinned and can handle it. That's right, you should put it away quickly, fourth brother. All kinds of echoing words sounded at this time, unwilling to let him continue to apply the medicine. Lu Wenjing listened to these words, and suddenly other thoughts popped up in his mind, and then his words gradually became cold. You dare not listen to me? Hearing this, more than a dozen men shuddered and returned to silence in an instant. The current situation gave them an illusion, and they began to forget what Lu Wenjing had done before. Now that they remembered it in an instant, everyone felt a chill from the bottom of their hearts, and no one dared to continue talking. Lu Wenjing snorted coldly, and continued to smear those people. After about half a minute, Lu Wenjing stretched out his hand to push his glasses, and said with a somewhat complaining tone, Brother he is so cruel to his own people, it's simply unbearable. Although I have killed many survivors, at least I have never attacked you, right? After the words fell, everyone nodded quickly. Feeling the strength of the fourth brother applying the medicine to himself, the last subordinate hesitated for a moment and whispered, I think the eldest brother is really a bit too inhuman. As soon as this was said, everyone else turned their heads to look at him, their faces full of disbelief. Is this kid crazy? How dare he say anything? But strangely, when Lu Wenjing heard this, he only paused for a second, then continued his actions without replying. Seeing this, the man touched his swollen forehead, recalled the scene of Su Dali kicking desperately, and mustered up the courage again and said, Fourth brother, why don't you lead us to do it, no matter what, even betrayal? Before he finished speaking, Lu Wenjing raised his head and looked at him with cold eyes. In an instant, the subordinate was frightened, and just as he was about to apologize, he heard Lu Wenjing speak. I will pretend that I didn't hear what you said today, otherwise if my eldest brother knows, I guess you won't even have a complete body. After he finished speaking, he stood up with the empty bottle and turned to walk towards the fire. He had only taken a few steps when Lu Wenjing stood still and said in a deep voice, Even if you really want to do this, you have to think about it carefully. Hearing this, everyone looked at each other with a hint of surprise in their eyes. For them, they had been dissatisfied with Su Dali for a long time. After all, they were in charge of more than a dozen subordinates, at least they were small leaders, but they were beaten by him every other day, and they couldn't save their face at all. Lu Wenjing turned around, looked at the people on the ground, then turned his head to look in the direction where Su Dali left, thinking quietly. No one knew what he was thinking. For a whole day, Qin Yu had been hiding with Lin Yidong, and they didn't meet other people in the community, not even a shadow. Every time they wanted to stop and rest, there would be noise soon. Fortunately, there were zombies interfering, and those people couldn't just chase them. If it weren't for the existence of the secret passage, Qin Yu and Lin Yi wouldn't be able to evacuate so quickly. The opponent had too many weapons and sufficient ammunition, and they couldn't hold on to a head-on confrontation. In the evening, Qin Yu took Lin Yi to hide in a hillside and walked straight up the mountain. The two had already reached the countryside, and it was obviously more desolate. Along the way, Lin Yi looked at the surrounding graves and was very scared. She held Qin Yu with her right hand nervously, fearing that she would slip and fall to the ground. Don't be afraid, it's okay. Qin Yu felt that his left arm was pulled very tightly. He turned his head and saw that Lin Yi didn't dare to look at the two directions at all. He only dared to stare at the road. Seeing this, he gently comforted, the virus has resurrected many corpses. These graves look scary. In fact, if you look closely, you can find that most of them have some gaps. It is estimated that they have crawled out a long time ago and don't know where they are wandering. Hearing this, Lin Yi pursed her cracked lips and said nervously, I'm not afraid of zombies. Hearing this, Qin Yu suddenly thought of something and smiled bitterly. He didn't care, he never believed in those things, and Qin Yu also thought that compared to these illusory things, those who were chasing him were more terrifying. Really, cremation has been promoted for a long time. Why are there still so many graves on this mountain? When Lin Yi was climbing up the weeds, he accidentally grabbed a tombstone and was shocked. He reached out and patted his chest lightly, muttering with some dissatisfaction. Suddenly she turned her head and saw something, so she continued. Look, Qin Yu, that grave looks quite new. It was probably buried here last year, right? Hee, this place is far from the city, and I guess it's hard to take care of it. Qin Yu climbed up from the other side, stood directly next to the grave, and stretched out his hand to pull Lin Yi up. Then the two stood halfway up the slope, watching the fire below, and gradually became angry. Lin Yi couldn't help cursing. These animals have occupied our community and blown up so many houses. Why are they still chasing us? Do they really want to kill us all? Listening to her words, Qin Yu picked up the bag of items with his left hand, put his right arm around Lin Yi's shoulder and patted her gently, and said in a deep voice, "Human lives are worthless in the doomsday. They have so many people, they must prevent future troubles. Are we just going to escape like this?" Lin Yi turned her head to look at him, her eyes slightly red, and her mouth began to purse. "Why do you have to attack me and I attack you?" Hearing this, Qinyu took her to continue walking up the mountain, and as he walked, he sighed and said, "Because from the perspective of force, we are not equal to each other, you should understand this meaning?" Because the road next became narrower, Lin Yi, who was a little scared, did not dare to walk in front, so she had to walk behind him with the bucket in her arms, and nodded, "Of course." Chapter 414. Then Qinyu continued, "You have read more books than me, so you must understand this truth. In the end times, different survivor camps are also staring at each other. If both sides still have humanity, they will not act rashly. Even if the weapons and firepower are equal, the opponent can be stabilized. After all, fighting is a fight to the death. Nowadays, supplies are scarce, and no one is willing to waste them. If you finally win, and another group comes, wouldn't that be making things easier for others?" Hearing this, Lin Yi opened the lid of the barrel, looked at the two chicks leaning against each other in the moonlight, and replied softly, "You are right, our community is weak in terms of weapons and numbers, and there are few people around, so it is indeed okay to be in the end of the world. Moreover, in this situation, where is the humanity of those people?" After the voice fell, Qinyu turned around and continued to pull Lin Yi up, and then he said in a deep voice, "In the end of the world, most of the time, not contacting other survivors will result in more benefits than disadvantages. The main reason why we were not attacked before was that those people did not find us. Having no weapons, and not using weapons are two different things." Looking at the people holding torches below, Qinyu said calmly. The two had reached the top of the mountain, and continued to walk to the other side. Although Qinyu had run out of bullets for his pistol, he still had bullets for his shotgun, but he did not shoot. There were only about 20 people below, and they could be dealt with a little effort, but the outcome would definitely attract more attention. At that time, with more people, Qinyu had no confidence that he could escape unscathed, especially since he had to protect Lin Yi. After walking for a whole day, although Lin Yi did not complain, Qinyu knew that she was almost at her limit, so he turned around and said, "When it gets dark, the light in the forest is dim, and it will be a little unsafe to travel. Let's find a place to rest." Hearing this, Lin Yi was slightly startled, then turned her head and looked around, and said tremblingly, "Here, here?" Hearing this, Qinyu nodded, "Don't be afraid, I'm here." After saying that, he saw a hillside in the moonlight and walked over. "Someone is searching for us nearby. It's too cold in winter, and the temperature drops sharply at night. It won't be able to survive without a fire in the wild, so we have to hide." Lin Yi no longer wanted to talk, she just held Qinyu's clothes and followed quietly. Grabbing the branches and moving over, Qinyu took her down, and then the two stood in front of a tilted tombstone. "Originally I wanted to find a cave, but then I thought that the other party would definitely come in to search, and we had to prevent zombies in the middle of the night. We were very tired after walking all day. If we had to keep watch, each person would have to work for 4 hours, which was a bit too long." Qinyu looked at Lin Yi and explained softly, "I listened to you." Lin Yi answered in a low voice. Seeing this, Qinyu no longer wasted time. Those people would come here sooner or later, so he had to hide quickly. The reason why he chose this place was because the tombstone was lying outside, so he could observe the situation inside. The snow here was a little lighter, so Qinyu pinched a small snowball with his hands and threw it directly inside. Somewhat worried, he picked up a stone from the ground and threw it in. He listened quietly for more than 10 seconds and confirmed that there was no movement, so he moved the tombstone a little further and then got in. "Wait for me outside. I call you when it's safe." Lin Yi was about to follow his steps when she heard his instructions. The space inside was not big and a little low. Qinyu had to lower his head to stand up. Because it was very dark, he took out the lighter again and used the light to scan the surroundings. Then he felt relieved. There was a coffin in the middle area. It looked like it had been there for a long time, and the outside looked almost rotten. It was estimated that the inside had already turned into a skeleton. Qinyu didn't believe that it would turn into a zombie. After all, if skeletons can be resurrected, it can no longer be called a virus, but a miracle. He walked to the entrance of the cave and brought Lin Yi in. Then Qinyu supported the tombstone and moved it to the entrance of the cave, barely standing it up again. Unless you get close, you can't see it at all. Lin Yi didn't dare to go in, but squatted at the door, waiting for Qinyu to join him. When he turned around, he accidentally bumped into her, and Chinyu smiled and said, "Don't worry, just follow me. If you are really scared, you can keep lighting with a lighter." Hearing this, Lenny hurriedly shook her head and whispered, "Forget it. It's not easy to refill the gas in the lighter. Save it, I'm fine." Seeing this, Chinyu took her inside, occasionally using the lighter to illuminate, and finally chose to rest near the corner. "Unfortunately, the ground is a bit wet. I guess I can only squat at night." Chinyu touched his feet, and then frowned. "You should have clothes in your bag. It's winter now, so you put it together with the food." Lenny whispered. It was very dark inside. The two of them couldn't see each other at all. They could only see the little light at the entrance of the cave. Chinyu heard it, so he opened the bag, reached in with his other clean hand, picked out a coat, and spread it on the ground, so that he could sit down. Although the coat is also important, the two of them now have clothes to keep warm. If they really squatted all night, or even in the middle of the night, if they encountered an enemy, they would not even be able to run away. Then the two of them leaned against each other and rested. The surrounding walls were also very damp, so he had to try to avoid getting close to them. Chinyu took out the shotgun that had been loaded during the day, and aimed it directly at the hole, with his finger close to the trigger. If those people really got in, he would have to find a way to rush out as soon as possible. There was also a fist-sized stone stuck on the tombstone. If someone moved it, it would fall down. With Chinyu's alertness, he would be able to find it in an instant. Just as he was thinking about these things, he heard steady breathing. After walking for a day, Lenny was already tired. She leaned on Chinyu's shoulder and fell asleep quickly even though she was in the tomb. Time passed unknowingly. About half an hour later, footsteps and the sound of people swinging knives came from all around. "Brother Mao, those two ran really fast. The brothers have searched everywhere around here. There are nothing but zombies." 5 or 6 men came over, and one of the short men spoke. Hearing this, the man walking in front turned around, grabbed the ear of the man who had just spoken, and said viciously, "Watch your words. Hey Brother Mao, I was wrong, please be gentle." "Humph." Brother Mao let go of him, pointed down and said, "There seems to be a road there, go and have a look." Chapter 415. I go," the man said with a bitter face and some reluctance. Hearing this, Brother Mao raised his eyebrows and asked, "Then how about I go?" No, I'm just talking casually, I go now." The man didn't dare to object and walked directly towards the grave. At this time, the sky had completely darkened, and there were many trees around, so the light here was not good, and even footprints could not be found. After some effort, he jumped to the platform in front of the tombstone. The man didn't dare to look closely, but just knocked on the ground with a dagger and shouted softly. After a few seconds, the man turned his head and looked upwards, saying in a somewhat frightened voice, "Brother Mao, there is no way anyone is hiding here. Look, there is not even a large bush around." Hearing this, Brother Mao squatted down, pointed his head in the direction of the tombstone, and said, "Open it up and have a look." "Don't be ridiculous, Brother Mao. This is someone else's grave. How can you just open it up casually?" The man couldn't stand it anymore, and said with a begging look on his face. As soon as he finished speaking, the others also echoed, "Brother, there is a coffin in there. As the saying goes, death is the greatest thing. Let's not destroy it, right?" "Yes, Brother Mao, to be honest, I used to live in the countryside and heard a rumor that a kid from the next village dug up an old grave and threw stones into it. A few days later, he went swimming in the reservoir and drowned." After hearing what he said, Brother Mao hesitated for a while and turned back to ask, "Really?" The subordinate was already a little scared and nodded quickly at this time. "Of course, and it is said that it took several days to salvage it. I saw how miserable it was, and I wanted to vomit the food I ate the day before yesterday." Brother Mao listened to his men's words, looked at the desolate scene around him, and couldn't help but feel a little scared. This thing is nothing to be afraid of when you don't believe it, but when you are suddenly in a desolate mountain, surrounded by graves everywhere, and hear others talking about this kind of thing, you will naturally think about it. But Brother Mao is a leader after all. Although he is very scared in his heart, he pretends to be indifferent on his face, and says coldly, "What nonsense are you talking about? I think the child had a cramp in his leg and drowned." In the past, it was also publicized everywhere not to go swimming in wild rivers or reservoirs easily. After saying that, Brother Mao stood up, hooked his hand, and said, "You come up first." Seeing this, other men hurriedly lent a hand, and then Brother Mao tightened his collar, swallowed his saliva, and said, "I go down and take a look by myself." There was no other way. In order not to be looked down upon in front of his men, he still planned to pretend. He approached the gap in the tombstone, squinted his eyes, and looked at the situation inside, then waved his hand, light a torch and pass it down. Then he used the torch to illuminate, frowned and looked for a few seconds, then turned around and said, "Okay, it's dark inside with only a coffin, and you can't see anything. Hurry up and search somewhere else." Listening to the whispers outside, Jinyu breathed a sigh of relief and let go of his right index finger from the trigger. If the other party moved the tombstone to get in, he would shoot instantly and rush over quickly to hold the man hostage. From the conversation, the man seemed to be in charge. The footsteps became farther and farther away, and the surroundings returned to silence. Jinyu put the gun away and was about to go to sleep when he heard a small voice next to him. "Have they left? Well, go back to sleep. Don't worry, I'm here." Jinyu nodded and answered softly. Lenny sat up, stretched her neck, and then continued to hold his arm and whispered, "It's great to have you here." Hearing this, Jinyu also smiled and murmured, "I think so too." In this situation, the community was attacked in the middle of the night. Jinyu couldn't imagine that if he didn't find Lenny in the first place, then how could she survive alone next? With a light sigh, Jinyu looked quietly in the direction of the cave entrance and closed his eyes to rest. Every once in a while, he would open his eyes and check his watch to confirm the time. The environment here is not good. To put it bluntly, it is for the dead after all. No one can say whether there will be any problems if two living people stay in it for a long time. After waking up for the third time, it was already past 5 o'clock in the morning. Jinyu thought for a moment and decided to wake up Lin Yi. What's wrong?" Lenny sat up and asked in a daze. "It's almost dawn. We have to find a way to leave early, otherwise it will be bad if we are surrounded by people." "Okay, I listen to you." Lenny nodded and reached out to touch the bag next to her. Jinyu whispered again, "Stay here for a while, I go out and check the situation." Hearing this, Lin Yi quickly reached out and grabbed him, and said in a trembling voice, "No, I have to go with you. I can't stay here alone, not even for half a minute." Hearing this, Jinyu held her hand and smiled, "Then let's go, follow me closely." After the voice fell, the two packed up their things and left directly. "For convenience, I didn't take out the food and water last night. It's dark here, and it would be a pity if they get dirty accidentally." When they arrived at the cave entrance, Jinyu handed the bag to Lin Yi, then he held the tombstone with his hand and pushed it to the side. When the gap became bigger, he climbed out directly. Looking around, there was no trace of anyone, and there were only a few zombies wandering in the distance. After taking Lin Yi out, the two continued on their way. In fact, they didn't know where to go. According to Jinyu's plan, they had to meet other people in the community first before discussing the next countermeasures. Although they had made preparations in advance, they were still caught off guard. Fortunately, they arranged training for everyone, so there seemed to be no casualties. Jinyu had not seen any of his own bodies when he was running around in the community some time ago, but he saw a lot of the enemy's bodies. It seems that after settling down in a short period of time, Jinyu will definitely lead people to fight back. Of course, the premise is to find the people first. After leaving the cemetery, the two of them had walked farther and farther, and basically did not encounter the group of people. At noon, they found an open space under the bridge and took a rest for a while. Lin Yi sat on the stone, stretched out her hand, and gently pounded her calf, with a numb expression on her face. Looking at her appearance, Jinyu didn't know what to say, but walked around to see if he could find an empty tin can or something like that. At this moment, the current situation is a miserable doomsday, with no food to eat. "What are you looking for?" Lin Yi recovered and asked. Chapter 416. Hearing this, Jinyu turned back and whispered, "I want to find something to boil water and cook some food. You have only eaten a few pieces of lean meat since yesterday. I think you are almost exhausted. I still need to make some broth. Besides, those people should be quite far away. Anyway, they are always chasing us. It is better to fill your stomach first and then make a bigger fire. This way, the smoke will be much smaller, and you don't need to worry about being exposed." Hearing this, Lin Yi felt warm in her heart and waved her hand and shouted, "Come here." When he came closer, Lin Yi rummaged through the bag next to her, then took out something and said with a smile, "Look, it's already there. Why bother looking for it? And then you have to waste water to disinfect it." Looking at the small stainless steel bowl she took out, Jinyu was slightly stunned and said in surprise, "Why did you bring this too? I remember that I only said to prepare food and water in advance." Lin Yi said with a smile, "This is the difference in thinking between men and women. Because you must eat hot food, how can you eat jerky all the time?" With the tools, the two of them started to get busy. Lenny piled up the neat stones and made a simple stove. These were also what Feng Yi taught her in her daily life, in case of emergency. In the past, Lin Yi never thought that she would need to burn firewood and build a stove to eat food. The coming of the end of the world has basically changed everyone's life trajectory. A few minutes later, the smoke rose. Qin Yu squatted in front of the fire, adding thin branches, and Lin Yi gently stirred the bowl with a spoon, adding water from time to time. After boiling, Lin Yi added some salt, then slapped his knees, frowned and said, "It's over, I only brought a spoon and a bowl, and forgot to bring chopsticks." Hearing this, Qin Yu raised his head and said cheerfully, "Little fool, you don't need to bring chopsticks." Lin Yi then widened his eyes and blurted out, "How can I eat without chopsticks? Do I have to grab it with my hands?" After the voice fell, Qin Yu stood up, cleaned the dust on his hair, and then turned and walked towards the woods by the river. Then he picked a tree as thick as his thigh, kicked it with his feet, grabbed it with both hands, and then climbed up. In fact, he could also grab branches if he stood below, but he was worried that they would be contaminated by zombies. To be on the safe side, it was better to break off branches from high places. About 2 minutes later, Qin Yu came back with 4 thin branches, handed them to her with a smile, and said, "Here, they are ready, try them." Lin Yi took it, pinched a piece of meat between her fingers, blew it with her mouth, then bit off half of it, and then said with a smile, "Don't tell me, this tastes better when it's hot than when it's cold." Hee hee. Qin Yu squatted down and began to eat the meat slices. While chewing, he said, "So, the emergence of fire has further improved human civilization." Just as the two squatted under the bridge and finished eating, there was movement in the woods in the distance. Some birds suddenly flew up. Seeing this, Qin Yu hurriedly said, "Quick, pack up your things, those people are coming again." After that, several men appeared on the other side of the river, holding shotguns and shooting directly at them. 2 bangs sounded, and the bullets hit the bridge, stirring up a burst of gravel. Qin Yu turned around and took out his gun, holding his breath, briefly analyzing the trajectory of the shotgun, and quickly pulled the trigger. With a bang, the shot he fired directly scratched the 2 men, but unfortunately it did not hit the vital parts. Then Qin Yu led Lin Yi and ran desperately into the woods. More people appeared on the other side of the river. Su Dali stepped out and watched the 2 people on the opposite side flee in panic. When he saw Lin Yi's incredibly beautiful face, he swallowed his saliva, waved his hand and shouted, "Chase them from the bridge, kill the men, and capture the women alive." Hearing this, Lin Yi's body trembled with fear, and her hands clenched unconsciously. Qin Yu bent down and took her to hide everywhere, and said in a deep voice, "Don't worry, as long as I am alive, no one will touch your hair." Just one day before the community was about to be attacked, 3 cars drove very fast on the road heading south. The one in front was still the off-road SUV, but the appearance was already dirty and messy. Sitting in the driver's seat was a young bald man, who was holding the steering wheel at this time, frowning and asking questions to the side. "I say, Housie, do you have any idea? We have been driving for a few days, and we haven't even seen a shadow." Hearing this, the man in the passenger seat was holding a map and turned his head to look out the window. Hearing the question, he replied depressedly, "Brother Xiao, don't talk. Drive carefully and pay attention to the road." "Uncle Housie, tell me the truth. Did Brother Dajwang lead you the wrong address, or did you lead the wrong way?" Xiaoyin, who was sitting in the back seat, grabbed the seat and approached the passenger seat and said seriously, "Of course it's true." Hearing this, Housie turned his head and glared at her, stretched out his hand and poked her head, and reminded, "Hurry up and sit down, the road is a bit bad, don't bump into you." "But you?" Xiaoyin wanted to say something. But Xiaojiu also said, "Be obedient, Xiaoyin." "Okay." Xiaoyin pouted and sat back in the back seat. A few minutes later, Xiaojiu drove past an overpass, and Housie quickly tapped the car window and said, "Stop, stop, let me see if there is a sign." At this time, he was a little anxious. After hearing what Xiaoyin said, he began to wonder if he had really taken the wrong path. Now that he saw the bridge, he immediately remembered what Dajwang had said. Then Housie left the car, rubbed his palms and exhaled, and then ran to the side of the road. He carefully looked for the trees, fearing that he would miss one, and finally found an arrow mark. Then he returned to the car and said with a smile, "No, it's this road. We should be there soon if we walk a little further." Xiaojiu nodded, opened the car window, and looked at the snow outside, thought for a moment, and said in a deep voice, "It's getting dark. It's not safe to travel at night. Let's rest for a night first. Why don't we go over there?" Xiaoyin stuck her head out of the car window and pointed to a bridge. Xiao Jiao nodded and turned the direction to drive over there. No one expected that because they rested for one more night, they just missed the time when the community was attacked. If Xiao Jiao, Uncle Hua and Haozi could arrive in the middle of the night, even if there were only 3 of them, they could help a lot with their strong military qualities and tacit cooperation. At the very least, Qin Yu and the others would not be chased and fleeing like they are now. When Xiao Jiao parked his car in the distance the next morning, he looked at the smoke and collapsed walls a few hundred meters away, frowning. Haozi held up a telescope, looked carefully, and said seriously, "Something is wrong. Dazhuang told me before that there were many people living here, but now I see no trace of human activities, and all the houses have collapsed." Chapter 417. Could it be that their people have disagreements and then fight among themselves? Xiaoyin walked forward and asked curiously. Hearing this, Xiao Jiao glanced at her long hair with a hint of doting in his eyes. Then he took out a rubber band from his pocket and walked behind Xiaoyin, tied her hair up, and said softly, "I've told you so many times, don't let your hair spread out like this. What if you accidentally get caught by something while running for your life?" Hearing this, Xiaoyin stuck out her tongue and said playfully, "I know, but it's more comfortable to wear it." After scratching her nose, Xiao Jiao said seriously, "Safety is the most important thing in the doomsday. Survive first, then live." After he finished speaking, Uncle Hua also jumped down from the roof of a car. He put down his sniper rifle and spoke with a serious expression. "I don't think it's an internal conflict, it's probably an attack." Xiaoyin turned her head and said with a smile, "Uncle Hua is worthy of being a mercenary. He can see this. I don't know if it's because she's about to meet Sister Li Yao, which makes her a little excited now, and she talks more. Although it was a bit chaotic over there, he didn't think in a bad way. In Xiaoyin's opinion, Qin Yu's group was not a pushover. Anyway, as long as they didn't see the corpse with their own eyes, they would think the situation was good." After hearing Uncle Hua's words, Xiao Jiao also said, "This is certainly not an internal conflict. If it was a betrayal by his subordinates, then think about it, why would they demolish a large area of the wall? After all, the threat of zombies is not small. Finally, that's the detail I often tell you too, don't believe what you see, look more at what you don't notice, such as the ground." After he finished speaking, Haozi looked through the telescope again, then scratched his head and said, "Indeed, there are many wheel marks on the ground outside. Judging from the appearance of the marks, they may have appeared recently. What should we do next?" Xiuhu came over with a crossbow that Dazhuang made for him last time and asked. Hearing this, Xiao Jiao glanced at Uncle Hua, who also nodded slightly at this time. Seeing this, he said in a deep voice, "Drive the car back a little and find a place to hide. We have to see the situation first." "Ah?" Xiuhu was slightly startled, and then said in confusion, "What's so interesting about this? Since the other side attacked Jinyu and others, and we are here to find them, we can just help them." Hearing this, Xiao Jiao turned around and looked at the boy 2 meters away in front of him, frowning. Since Xiuhu lost one arm, his personality has gradually been affected. In addition, his parents and sister were brutally killed before, which has led him to ignore people's lives casually. "Xiuhu, I have told you once before that in any situation, we must first find out the enemy's situation before taking action, otherwise we may suffer a great loss. You just let it go in one ear and out the other." Xiao Jiao put his hands in his trouser pockets and said expressionlessly. Seeing that the atmosphere was a little strange, Xiao Yin hurried over to pull Xiao Hu and complained, "What's wrong with you recently? This is the second time you have refuted Brother Xiao. What are you doing?" Xiao Jiao raised his left hand to signal her not to speak, then looked at Xiao Hu and said again in a deep voice, "I have told you countless times that it was the Longshan group who killed your parents and your sister, and they are all dead. Why do you always have such great hostility towards other villains? Didn't I tell you that hatred will make you lose your mind?" Xiuhu was a little speechless, and didn't know how to continue. At this time, Haozi also approached here, frowned and said, "Yes, Xiuhu, our goal is to survive, not to clean up those bad guys in the doomsday. When the other party has no grudges against us, even if they are unforgivable, we don't need to meddle in their affairs. Now, it is important to live well." Speaking of this, Uncle Hua also looked at Xiuhu, shook his head slightly and said, "When I took him out to find a car before, I met a group of survivors who were hiding and living. There were 4 of them, 2 couples. One of them wanted to harm us, and was killed in the end. Normally, the matter would end here." Uncle Hua paused for a moment, and said again, "But Xiuhu still didn't let the other couple go. He sneaked up in the middle of the night, and killed them." Xiaoyin was shocked when she heard this and blurted out, "Such a big thing, Uncle Hua, why didn't you tell me earlier? In my opinion, as long as you don't attack your own people, there is no need to interfere too much. But now it seems that there is a big problem with your thinking. Uncle Wa said softly, while holding a sniper rifle. Let's not talk about how many people attacked Qin Yu and his men. Looking at the degree of tragedy, there must be other weapons of mass destruction. Without knowing anything, rashly launching an attack is no different from seeking death. You are only concerned about dealing with those villains, and you don't care about the safety of your teammates? Aren't you afraid of killing Xiaoyin and Haozi? Uncle Wa said several words in a row, then turned and walked towards the car, intending to back up a little. He knew very well that Xiao Jiao would definitely be responsible for Xiaohu. Xiao Jiao pondered for a while, looked at Xiaohu and said word by word, "Again, we must prioritize ourselves in the doomsday. If we were passing by here today, I would definitely not care, but they attacked Qin Yu, our friend. So what happens next is related to us. If zombies hadn't broken out and the world didn't end, then many people would have offered a helping hand when seeing injustice. But you overlooked a premise, which is to ensure your own safety first. Otherwise, if you rush in rashly, you will just add another victim in vain." Seeing Xiaohu standing there with a red face, Xiao Jiao waved his hands in annoyance. "Okay, Haozi, take him to the car, drive away a little, and discuss the plan later." After finally driving to their community in Dazhuang, they thought that the next day would be good, and the two groups could live happily together in the future, but now it seems that the other camp has been destroyed. Moreover, Xiaohu has not been normal recently. Xiao Jiao is very afraid that he will go astray and become able to control people's lives and deaths at will. Now he just hates those evil people and wants to kill them all, but this will greatly increase the various uncertainties and dangers. Before, because he couldn't stand what the Longshan group did, Xiao Jiao swore that he would never evacuate unless they were cleared out. Although he did it later, too many people were sacrificed. So many familiar faces turned into cold corpses after that night. Chapter 418. At that time, Xiao Jiao was in an abandoned hotel, and was almost attacked by two vicious dogs. It was also a one-armed man who appeared and risked his life to help him delay until he had a chance to kill them. But even if it happened again, Xiao Jiao would still make the same decision, but he would prepare a more stable plan to minimize the casualties of his own people. From the series of events that happened after he separated from Qin Yu and the others, it did prove his subtle changes. Because he didn't know whether the people left in the community were good or bad, Xiao Jiao didn't go directly there. He hid the car first, and then started to discuss countermeasures with others. Except for Teacher Lily and Xiao Nannan, everyone else was here. Xiaohu was squatting quietly beside them, waiting for instructions. Now, only these few familiar people were left alive. Xiao Jiao saw this and felt sad. We don't know the whereabouts of Qin Yu and others yet. Let's try to catch someone near the community first. We leave this to Uncle Wa. Is that okay? Xiao Jiao said softly. How many do you want? 2 will do. It's best if they are alone. We need to ask them separately to make sure they give the same answers, so as not to be deceived. Hearing this, Uncle Wa nodded, put away the sniper rifle, and left with the dagger in his pocket. Hearing this, Xiaoyin asked curiously, That's not right, Brother Xiao, we haven't seen Qin Yu and the others appear. Why do you conclude that this is the community we are looking for? What if we help the wrong people? Hearing this, Xiao Jiao explained, It took us so long to drive here. Could it be that we have encountered other communities? It seems to be true. Xiaoyin smiled awkwardly. Haozi also said seriously, Don't worry, Dazhuang once told me that there are many pine trees outside their community. This is it. As he spoke, Haozi broke off a branch from the tree next to him, and pointed at the needle-like leaves. Seeing this, Xiao Jiao suddenly chuckled and said, Speaking of which, you two hit it well enough. If we hadn't been surrounded by the zombies, and some of us had died, would you have kept it a secret? Haozi smiled bitterly and said, To be honest, if Uncle Wa hadn't mentioned this, I would have almost forgotten about it. He is really amazing. He can even find out this. Xiao Jiao didn't blame him, but continued to talk about other precautions. About 10 minutes later, Uncle Wa came back, escorting 2 men. Upon closer inspection, the one in front seemed to be missing his left hand. Seeing this, Haozi laughed and said, That group of people were willing to leave such a person behind. Is there something hidden? After saying that, he escorted the one-armed man with his mouth blocked and walked in the other direction of the woods. After being separated by a distance of several dozen meters, and confirming that neither side could hear, Haozi tore off the strip of cloth from the man's mouth and said lazily, Tell me, what's the reason? Wang Lulin spat on the ground, shook his dizzy head, and looked around. He was still in the woods. After escaping, he hid under a pile of leaves. He thought there were no people around, so he planned to move to another place. As a result, he was subdued by a dark-faced man as soon as he appeared, and his hands were tied behind his back. He was hit on the head with an elbow, which made him a little dizzy. He knelt on the ground and looked at the strange man in front of him. Huang Lulin said viciously, "You can kill me, or cut me up as you like. I'm tired of living." "Oh, you're still so stubborn." Haozi grinned, stepped forward and kicked him in the chest, then grabbed his head and pressed it to the ground, and continued, "You're already a prisoner, why are you still pretending? I ask you, why did you attack the community?" Originally, Huang Lulin's eyes were red, his mouth was stuffed with mud, and he couldn't speak. He was so angry that he suddenly heard something wrong with what the man said, and then he struggled desperately, whimpering non-stop. Seeing this, Haozi let him go, then stood in front of him with his arms folded, waiting for an answer. Huang Lulin spat out the dirt and raised his head in astonishment. "Damn, I'm the one being beaten, right?" Hearing this, Haozi frowned slightly, and said in a deep voice, "Go on." At this moment, Huang Lulin also realized that something was wrong, because these people did not shoot him directly. Those people before would never use knives if they could use guns. Thinking of this, he told the time and general reasons for the attack like pouring beans from a bamboo tube. A few minutes later, Haozi touched his chin and whispered, "You mean, because I took the lead in attacking a certain camp of those people before, I am now being retaliated?" Hearing this, Huang Lulin corrected his statement and added, "Because the other party arrested our people first and shot us directly to kill us, we had no choice but to fight back." While the two were talking, Xiao Jiao also came over and asked, "Why are you asking so long?" Haozi turned around and nodded. "Brother Xiao, you came at the right time." This person said that he was originally from the community and knew Qin Yu. Then Haozi briefly described what Huang Lulin had said before. Xiao Jiao heard this and said expressionlessly, "You said you know our friend, do you have any evidence?" Hearing this, Huang Lulin's face was difficult. He knelt on the ground and smiled bitterly. "Where can I find evidence? I can't take out photos or chat records like before the end of the world." "Then there's nothing to say." Xiao Jiao turned around and wanted to leave. "Wait a minute." Huang Lulin shouted hurriedly, and at the same time thought of a solution quickly in his mind, and then quickly said, "Qin Yu has a wound on his right arm, which is several centimeters long. Does this count?" Xiao Jiao pondered for a while, then looked at Haozi and nodded slightly. Seeing this, Haozi stepped forward to help Huang Lulin up, curled his lips and said, "Okay, this does count. The injuries he suffered when he was with us at that time barely match up." Then he whispered again, "Fortunately you met us, otherwise you would have been in danger of losing your life. If you really attacked our friends, you would have been killed." Then Xiao Jiao continued to ask Huang Lulin about his description of Qin Yu's appearance, and after confirming that it matched, he believed him. After asking his name again, the three of them started to walk to the other side. The other man came out to search for Huang Lulin, and was caught at the same time. At first, he refused to tell the truth until Xiao Jiao grabbed a zombie, and was about to bite his neck face to face. Xiao Jiao looked at Haozi and Uncle Hua and said, "According to the clues that man said, after Qin Yu's community was attacked, all the people inside escaped. We don't know where they are now, but it has only been half a day since the attack, so it is estimated that they didn't go far. Haozi will stay here, and Uncle Hua and I will chase them separately." After the voice fell, he continued to Huang Lulin, "Come with me, look in the direction of the secret passage first. If Qin Yu asked you to dig an exit again, it is likely that they will leave from there." Chapter 419. After a brief discussion, Xiao Jiao went to the car to check the ammunition, and then only took one magazine. But after thinking about it, he took out a few bullets, and put them back in the box. "Why don't you take more bullets?" Xiao Yin was a little worried, so she took some more, and handed them to him. Seeing this, Xiao Jiao smiled and touched her head, whispering, "There are only about 30 bullets left now, you keep them for your own protection." Hearing this, Xiao Yin didn't say anything more, but just reminded Xiao Jiao to be careful and never show off. Hearing this, Xiao Jiao just smiled and turned to walk towards another car. "How about Uncle Hua? How many bullets do you have left?" The man in the car took off the sniper rifle magazine, took a look and replied, "Shoot more accurately, it's almost enough to kill 7 people. To be honest, this is a bit insufficient." "Yeah." Xiao Jiao nodded, put his hand on the car door, and frowned and said, "The man just said that there are more than 200 of them. TSK, I don't know how Qin Yu did it. He actually encountered such an enemy. Let's meet first, and then discuss countermeasures. Xiaoyin and the others will be handed over to you and Haozi. I'll be back soon." Uncle Hua looked at him and agreed. Xiao Jiao brought a pistol, and a set of bows and arrows, and took Huang Lulin to shuttle through the woods at a very fast speed. He was very concerned about the safety of his friends, so he ran very fast, but the people next to him couldn't do it. Since confirming the direction, the two have been running for an hour. This is in the jungle, which is completely different from the flat land. When Xiao Kong followed Dazhuang and others before, he was almost unable to bear it, not to mention Huang Lulin, who had just recovered from his injuries. No, brother, I really can't run anymore. Huang Lulin held onto a tree, his heart pounding, and he began to spit. He couldn't control this state at all, his throat was a little itchy, and he had to spit on the ground every few seconds. Seeing this, Xiao Jiao walked over steadily and said in a deep voice, "Unless I see my friend say that he knows you, you have to follow me even if you are exhausted, or I will send you off now, once and for all." As soon as he finished speaking, he drew out the dagger from his waist and stood there expressionlessly. Although the young man described Chen Yu's facial features and even the injured parts, Xiao Jiao did not completely believe him, otherwise he would not have brought this man to chase him. After all, as long as he knew a little about this information, he could tell it. If he was a former member of the community, but was an enemy of Chen Yu, he would be happy to help, and helping to clean up was just a matter of convenience. In this doomsday, Xiao Jiao would not believe what a stranger said based on one side of the story. If he was alone, he could also go all out and find Chen Yu faster. Looking at the numb and indifferent expression of the man in front of him, Huang Lulin shuddered. He had a hunch that this man must have a lot of blood on his hands. He had felt some of this aura on Chen Yu. When Ding Tao pushed Lin Yi to the ground, Chen Yu also had this aura when he rushed over. At this time, the man named Xiao Jiao looked much scarier than Chen Yu. Thinking of this, Huang Lulin quickly raised his hands and said in a panic, "Brother, I'm joking. You should continue to lead the way. I will follow you even if I die. Don't worry. If you run away halfway, I will not give you a second chance." Xiao Jiao left this sentence and turned away. Huang Lulin looked at his back and muttered, "We are all human beings, but why is there such a big difference?" After running for an hour, he just breathed a little faster. I really admire him. After saying that, he stood up with the help of the tree and continued to jog after him. Brother slowed down. Just as Xiao Jiao and the others were rushing over here, Chen Yu finally had no way to escape. The two sides were attacking from both sides, surrounding the two in the middle. Chen Yu pushed Lin Yi back with his left hand and slowly retreated to the hillside. Then he looked at the area more than 10 meters ahead, his expression more solemn than before. Judging from the number, the other side was at least 60 people. There were more people than the total number of people in the abandoned examination room. And all his shotgun bullets were used up, but the enemy still had more than a dozen guns in his hands. At this moment, a young man suddenly raised his gun and shot over with a bang. Seeing this, Chen Yu quickly moved to the left and blocked the attack for Lin Yi. Fortunately, there was a distance between them, and the bullets did not hit all of them, but only slightly scratched his waist skin. After a quick look, it was nothing serious. Chen Yu threw away the shotgun, put the bed sheet behind him on the ground, then took out the machete from it, and held it tightly in his right hand. The gunshot startled the others, and Su Dali rushed forward with a livid face, punching and kicking the man, shouting angrily, "If you hurt that girl's face, I skin you alive." After saying that, Su Dali was still a little angry, so he pulled out his pistol, loaded it, and shot him directly, regardless of his subordinates begging. The other subordinates had already dispersed, and they didn't react much when they saw the scene. I finally met such a top-notch guy. Everyone, watch carefully. If anyone shoots the wrong person, my bullets will not have eyes. Hearing this, a young man with pigtails stepped forward. He first glanced at the corpse on the ground, and then whispered, "But brother, the two of them are too close. If we shoot, we will definitely hurt someone by mistake." The brothers are all hunting rifles, and there is no way to control the dispersion of ammunition. Hearing this, Su Dali glanced at the young man coldly, then looked at the trembling beauty hiding behind Chen Yu, licked his lips, and hesitated. According to his plan, he must kill the man first to capture him alive, and using a gun is the safest way. From this, we can see the difference between Su Dali and Chang Urge at that time. After thinking it over, Su Dali still didn't want to gamble, but he couldn't bear to give up the beautiful Lin Yi. In his opinion, those locked up at home were not as good as this one. Forget it. Su Dali took a last look at Lin Yi's delicate body, waved his hand, and said, "Everyone change machetes. Someone go catch a zombie and paint the blades with blood." Hearing this series of words from the other party, Chen Yu pinched Lin Yi's little hand and smiled bitterly. "It seems that I can't escape this disaster today." Lin Yi pondered for a while, looked at the dozens of men opposite, then pulled out his knife, and took the opportunity to hide it in his sleeve. Chapter 420. She had already made up her mind. If Chinyu really fell in front of her, she would quickly draw her knife and commit suicide. Lin Yi would rather die than let herself fall into the hands of those demons. She knew very well what would happen if a lone woman was caught by a bad guy in the apocalypse. At that time, it was often difficult to even die. Soon, someone from the other side appeared carrying a dead zombie. Everyone surrounded it, and was about to insert the knife into the corpse when a voice appeared again. Wait. Su Dali walked up and gritted his teeth and said, "It would be bad if we accidentally hurt the beauty. Don't paint, just go up and chop. As long as you don't hurt her face, it's okay even if you get stabbed a few times. Change the knife that has killed zombies to a clean dagger. Don't let my future wife mutate into a zombie." Hearing this, Chinyu whispered, "It seems that beauty is still useful, whether before the end of the world or now. What time is it? You still have the mood to talk about this." Lin Yi was about to cry, and she was holding his left hand, and said nervously, "Be good, it's okay." Chinyu gently scratched the back of her hand with his thumb, and then pulled his hand out. When the other party went out to find zombies just now, he was not idle either. He bit the t-shirt with his mouth and tore off a piece of cloth, and then wrapped his right hand tightly. This time, even Chinyu had no confidence that he could survive. The number of people was too different, not to mention that in order not to accidentally hurt Lin Yi, the other party actually chose to come up for close combat, and still used a clean machete. This way, there is a little more chance of survival. After all, even if you get stabbed a few times, as long as you are not infected with the virus, and it is not fatal, you still have a chance to survive. I will rush over and hold the leader hostage when the time is right. You must find a chance to run away. They dare not kill you. This is also a golden ticket to avoid death. Chinyu watched the other party slowly approach, then looked forward and whispered. As soon as the voice fell, Su Dali seemed to see through his thoughts, and he grinned directly, and then retreated behind the crowd. The situation broke out instantly, and Chinyu rushed forward to fight with the people in front of him. He only went out a few meters away, holding a dagger in his left hand, and a machete in his right hand. His eyes were fierce and his actions were extremely decisive. In the melee, although the opponent had many people, they did not dare to rush up at all. After all, they all had knives, and it would be over if they cut their own people. Despite the overwhelming number of people, Su Dali's men only dared to go up in dozens. Although Chinyu was struggling, he could barely cope with it. After more than a dozen rounds, 2 bodies were lying on the ground. The fatal wounds were all in the throat and heart. All of this was calculated by Chinyu. He was going to make the next move. A few seconds later, with a ding, he swung the knife in his right hand upwards, blocking the knife of the young man with pigtails, and then kicked the opponent's chest with his right foot, which immediately kicked the man back several steps. Now that Chinyu has undergone long-term training, his strength is completely different from before. This kick almost made the young man lie on the ground and unable to get up. Then he glanced to the side, and saw 2 men who wanted to go around and grab Lin Yi from the side. Then he blew a whistle, threw a flying knife with his left hand, rushed out like a cheetah, and slashed directly with his right hand horizontally. With a swish, the man on the left had a dagger stuck in the back of his head, and his hands were stretched out, only a few dozen centimeters away from touching Lin Yi, and then he fell down with his eyes open. As for the other man, his right hand was cut off, and then he screamed and wanted to run, but just as he turned around, he saw the tip of the knife appear from his chest. Then the man seemed to have lost all his strength, and fell down uncontrollably. "Don't worry about that woman, kill him first. They are all a bunch of trash." Su Dali stood in the distance, and shouted angrily. Seeing this, more than 20 men rushed up again. In order to prevent Lin Yi from being injured by mistake, Chinyu had to rush over as well, at least to keep the battle away from her. After a few minutes, the ground was covered with corpses. Chinyu's right hand was still tied with a machete, but it was stained red with blood. On the other hand, he was also covered in blood, both his own and the other party's. At this point, some of his men were already dissatisfied. This man rushed out directly, and he couldn't hurt the woman at all. It would be better to smear the zombie blood before. Chinyu stuck the tip of the knife into the ground, knelt on one knee, looked at his tattered coat, raised his bloody left hand, and tore off the clothes directly. Then, wounds of all sizes appeared in front of everyone. Lin Yi cried so hard that she couldn't even speak, hating herself for not being able to help. Su Dali looked solemn, took a few steps forward and said in a deep voice, "Brother, although we are enemies, I have to say that you have indeed won my respect. But I really want to ask, just for a woman, is it worth it? When there was a gap just now, you could have run away by yourself, but you turned back to continue protecting her. Why? Hearing this, Jinyu raised his head, staring at him with red eyes, and did not speak for a long time. Then he turned his head and spat out a mouthful of blood on the ground, then showed a seemingly harmless smile, pointed his left hand behind him, and said, "Because it was her, it was worth it." After the voice fell, Jinyu continued to support the knife and stood up from the ground again, but his left hand drooped beside him, and he could not exert any more force. "Well, there is nothing to say." Su Dali snatched a knife from his men, stepped forward, and said at the same time, "Let me ask you another question. Who killed Huli? Say it, and I give you a quick death." "Say you." Jinyu said 2 words first, then opened his mouth and made a mouth shape. After Su Dali guessed what he wanted to say, his face suddenly turned cold, and he rushed forward with a knife. Seeing this, Jinyu raised his right hand and wanted to continue blocking, but the moment the two sides touched, his right arm felt a strong force coming, and it only blocked for less than 2 seconds. Then Su Dali held the knife with both hands, pressed it down hard, and stabbed it into the flesh of Jinyu's right shoulder. Then he raised his foot and kicked him in the stomach. Jinyu was like a kite with a broken string. The knife tied to his right hand loosened and fell off. He retreated several meters and finally lay on the ground, motionless. Lenny climbed up with red eyes and turned him over. Looking at the miserable Jinyu in front of him, she didn't know where to start to help him. Grabbing Jinyu's shoulders, Lenny held him in her arms with tears in her eyes, pulled open his clothes with her right hand, and quickly checked the wound. At this time, Jinyu had no strength to continue speaking. He raised his right hand, touched Lin Yi's cheek, spat out a mouthful of blood foam, and his eyelids were a little difficult to open. He whispered, "Don't cry." Lin Yi glanced at him, then lowered her head and kissed him. Jinyu smiled again, and then his hand drooped to the ground. Hearing the noise, Lin Yi raised her head and wiped her tears with the back of her hand, then swung her right hand to the side, and the dagger appeared quietly. Without a half-second hesitation, she held the dagger and stabbed her heart at a very fast speed. This scene completely frightened Jinyu. He wanted to reach out to stop it, but his hands were like 1,000 pounds and completely out of control. He wanted to speak to stop it, but he couldn't shout out. In his excitement, Jinyu's eyes went dark and he felt dizzy. But just when he was about to faint, he suddenly heard a roar from the side. "Do it! Why does it look so familiar?" At the last moment, this thought popped up in Jinyu's mind, and he fainted. Then, an arrow quickly flew towards Lin Yi's right hand and hit the dagger with a bang. The huge impact caused the knife in her hand to fall out of her hand instantly. Lin Yi came back to her senses and opened her eyes. Then she saw the Zhuang holding a bow and arrow, waving at her excitedly, while Yang Zi and Xiaoning also ran over quickly and hugged her tightly. Lin Yi turned her head to the side again in a daze. Another bald man with an angry expression appeared from the woods. He was extremely fast. He raised and fell with his hands. In the blink of an eye, more than a dozen people fell. Finally, Lao Cheng, Hong Wu, Xiao Kong and others also rushed out from all directions. Seeing this, Lin Yi finally smiled, and finally fainted in Yang Zi's arms. Chapter 421. These people suddenly rushed out, and Su Dali was caught off guard. In a panic, he quickly retreated with his men. Suddenly, he caught a glimpse of Jinyu lying on the ground. His intuition told him that he must kill this man today. Su Dali quickly took out his pistol and was about to pull the trigger, but the bald man opposite suddenly looked over here, then narrowed his eyes slightly, and threw the machete in his hand. From the level of throwing knives, Xiao Jiao was completely ahead of Jinyu by more than half in terms of hit rate and attack power. So at this moment, the machete flew towards Su Dali at a very fast speed. His pupil shrank, and he was about to use force with his fingers, but just as he pressed down a little, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his hand. Then blood spurted out, and Su Dali's right hand was directly split in two. His palm fell to the ground, and he was still holding the pistol tightly. His face turned pale instantly, and he endured the severe pain without crying out. He desperately covered the wound with his left hand, and his eyes regretted more than ever. He should have used the gun directly just now. However, there is no regret medicine in the world. Now the situation has completely fallen. Su Dali's men are like being chopped melons and vegetables. Without the help of guns and explosives, they are no match for those people. One by one, they fell one by one in a few rounds. Knowing that it would be difficult to get an advantage today, Su Dali gritted his teeth, bent down, and quickly retreated. Seeing that the man was about to run, Xiao Jiao's face sank, and he picked up the knife on the ground with his toes, and then caught it and wanted to rush over, but in an instant, several people appeared in front of him and surrounded him. A few seconds later, Xiao Jiao broke out of the encirclement covered in blood, but the man had already disappeared. Although he didn't know the other party's identity, he thought that the man could use a pistol, so he must be at least a leader. If he captured him, he could get some useful clues. However, zombies began to appear around, and the corpses on the ground also mutated and gradually struggled to get up. When Qin Yu was fighting with others before, he deliberately changed the fatal wounds of some people, and did not attack the head. According to his original plan, he would wait for the zombies to appear, use them to block the pace of the group, and find a chance to slip away. But it was unexpected that the corpse mutated too slowly. Qin Yu fainted before the zombies began to appear. Xiao Jiao gritted his teeth and didn't chase those people. After all, this side was more important. Seeing that the zombies were holding those men back, Su Dali's men looked at each other and ran away. After a few minutes, this flat land had become a hell on earth, which was too tragic. Later, Xiao Jiao and Lao Cheng picked up the hunting rifles dropped by those people and eliminated the group of zombies. The endless gunshots had also woken up Lin Yi. She was kneeling on the ground, tearing off her clothes to bandage Qin Yu. Xiao Ning and Yang Zi also took off their coats and pressed them with cotton to stop the bleeding. De Zhuang quickly took the arrows off the body, then ran to squat beside Qin Yu, looked at him and frowned, saying, "Sorry, we were delayed on the way and came late." Hearing this, Lin Yi looked up, revealing her swollen eyes from crying, shook her head and said, "It's already very timely. If you hadn't shown up, I would have died first." As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Zi's nose felt sore, and he hugged her shoulders again and said, "Sister Xiaolin, you are too impulsive. If my brother hadn't met his friend, we would have been on the road in the second half of the night. Otherwise, we would not have been able to save you." Hearing this, Lin Yi just patted her hand lightly and said nothing. Soon Xiao Jiao ran over with a bunch of clothes in his hand and said in a deep voice, "Brother Dazhuang, take your friends. Let's evacuate quickly. There are too many zombies." Seeing this, everyone quickly got busy. Dazhuang handed his bow and arrow to Xiaomei, then stepped forward to pick up Qin Yu, and everyone began to retreat. An hour later, everyone came to an abandoned village and planned to stay there for a while. "Wait." Xiao Jiao looked at the desolate village in front of him, thought for a moment, and then shouted, "Brother Dazhuang, you two put Xiao Yu down first. Let's go in and search." "Okay." Dazhuang nodded, and he and Lao Cheng carried Qin Yu, found a relatively flat ground, and put him down carefully. After those people died, Xiao Jiao stripped most of their clothes off. After all, they had just died, and had not mutated, so they could be used again. After that, while hurrying on his way, Xiao Jiao cut down 2 tree trunks as thick as his arms, tied them up with clothes, and made a simple stretcher. For this, Lin Yi thanked him more than once. After about 10 minutes, Xiao Jiao appeared again with De Zhuang, waved his hand and shouted, "You can come in, there are not many zombies inside, it looks like it has been abandoned for a long time." As soon as he finished speaking, Xiao Kong followed Lao Cheng to lift Qin Yu, looked at the bloody person on the stretcher, and felt a pang of pain in his heart. Lin Yi seemed to have noticed this. She walked beside the stretcher, holding Qin Yu with both hands, and said softly, "Don't worry, I have checked. Most of the blood on his body is from the enemy. He has no fatal injuries. We can just sew it up later." Hearing this, Xiao Kong finally breathed a sigh of relief and paid more attention to the ground under his feet to avoid accidentally falling. After entering the village, Xiao Jiao continued to drag 2 zombies, and threw their remains at the entrance of the village to prevent other zombies from gathering here. There are few houses here, only a dozen or so, most of which are made of stones, and some even have thatched roofs, but they should be sheds for cattle and sheep. And from the outside, it must have been inhabited here before, because there are electric poles around. As long as there is electricity, it means that the simple living facilities in the village are still complete. As long as they are disinfected with boiling water, they can be used. Dazhuang led everyone to walk a little further in, and finally chose a house with a yard, pushed open the door and walked in. There are fewer weeds here, and there is a covered well, which should not have been contaminated by zombies. Xiao Jiao walked over and said softly, "Thank you very much. If you hadn't brought Brother Dazhuang and the others here, I really don't know how today would end." Lin Yi looked at him and said sincerely. Hearing this, Dazhuang also sighed and said, "I almost made a big mistake. To be honest, if Brother Xiao hadn't come, I would definitely not have caught up so quickly, let alone shoot that crucial arrow." Fortunately, the final result was good. Chapter 422. After the words fell, Lin Yi was slightly startled and asked in confusion, "Why do you say that?" Yang Zi put his hand on her shoulder and said, "Because at that time we also encountered a group of people, 6 men, walking from your side to the direction of the community. At that time, my brother took advantage of the night to shoot arrows and sneak attack, and Xiao Ning and I fired cold guns, and then subdued them." When he said this, De Zhuang scratched his head and said a little embarrassedly, "At that time, because the community was attacked, I was very angry. So I didn't want to leave any survivors, so I killed them all. Just when I was about to kill the last person, Brother Xiao appeared. He stopped me, then interrogated the man, and then we found out that they had been chasing a man and a woman before. We thought, apart from Rei and Sister Feng, there are only Xiaoyu and you left. Everyone knows Rei's skills, and he is at home in the jungle. It is impossible for him to be chased, so there is only one result left. Finally, after a discussion, we decided to let him go first." "Ah, release?" Lin Yi heard this, and couldn't understand it at all. In her opinion, these people deserved to die. Xiao Jiao closed the door of the yard and came over to explain, "Because it was far away from your community at that time, and the man was wandering in the forest. According to common people's thinking, he basically would not rush back to the base camp alone." Lin Yi was very smart, and quickly figured out the reason. He blurted out, "So you followed him and found us?" De Zhuang nodded, but soon shook his head. "Not entirely. We found footprints and traces of fire near the bridge. After that, we chased closer and closer until we heard gunshots. Finally, we took a detour and arrived in time. After that, Dazhuang took out the stainless steel bowl from Xiaoning's bag. Okay, everyone, pack up and treat Xiaoyu's wound first." Xiao Jiao stood in front of the stretcher, squatted down and took a look, then reminded. Then everyone got busy, cleaning the yard separately, collecting the weeds and wood, and saving them for the fire. During this process, Xiao Jiao also introduced himself to the others, and both sides knew each other's names. Wang Lulin came over and said with a smile, "Do you believe me now?" Xiao Jiao nodded, looked at him and said softly, "I'm sorry for offending you before." It's okay. Wang Lulin waved his hand quickly, squatted beside him to help him light the fire, and said, "It's a small problem, we are all men, don't care about these." After the fire was lit, Lao Cheng and Hongwu also moved the manhole cover away. Since it was daytime, and the light was good, they could see the water inside. "De Zhuang, do you think this water can be used?" Lao Cheng waved his hand, motioning him to come over and take a look. Hearing this, Dazhuang supported himself on the edge of the well with both hands, lowered his head, and looked carefully for a long time, then said, "I'm not sure, but it looks quite clean." After he finished speaking, Xiao Jiao clapped his hands and stood up, then walked over and said, "We will use water to clean Xiaoyu's wound later, so we can't be careless. How about this, Brother Dazhuang? Go and kill a bird, and we will try it with water." "Ah? How do we try it?" Lao Cheng was a little puzzled and asked in confusion. "If the water contains zombie viruses or something like that, when it comes into contact with the wound on the surface of the skin, it will cause redness and swelling in about 3 minutes, and finally inflammation, until infection and death." Xiao Jiao explained patiently. "Brother, you are awesome. You know all this in detail." Lao Cheng gave a thumbs up in admiration. Xiao Jiao smiled and said, "There was a man in the team who mutated after washing his fingers with water of unknown origin. After checking, we found that there was a dead rat in the water tank. Alas, we really need to be more cautious in order to survive these days." After De Zhuang finished speaking, he took the bow, selected a few clean arrows, turned around and left the yard, intending to go to the back mountain to take a look. "I go with you." Hongwu also took another set of bows and followed him out. About half an hour later, when everyone was sitting in the yard to rest, De Zhuang and Hongwu came back with smiles on their faces. Everyone looked up and saw that the two of them were holding 3 birds, which looked good, about the same size as ordinary chickens. Seeing this, Lin Yi suddenly remembered something and hurriedly walked under the eaves, opened the lid of the bucket and checked it. After confirming that the 2 chicks were intact, he breathed a sigh of relief. "Don't worry, I checked them before." Xiao Ning came over and squatted beside the bucket with her. Hearing this, Lin Yi said seriously, "Next, please take good care of these 2 chicks. Their mother probably can't escape, which is also very pitiful. And I heard from Qinyu that he seems to care about these 2 chicks very much. It would be best if he could raise them." "Well, just leave it to me." Xiao Ning agreed. After giving instructions, Lin Yi stood up and planned to go and see how the water was checked. She had to hurry up and treat Qinyu's wound. If she delayed for too long, accidents would inevitably happen. A smaller bird was chosen to stay, and the other 5 were taken aside by Lao Cheng and Xiao Kong to be processed. They could be eaten as dinner for everyone later. From the injuries, Xiao Jiao could almost guess which ones were shot by De Zhuang, and which ones were shot by his friends. 4 of them were shot through the wings, and the other 2 were shot directly. Quickly plucking the feathers, Xiao Jiao pulled out the dagger on his body. He had used machetes to deal with the enemies before, so it was still clean. He cut a few holes on the bird, then took off his coat, and cut off a small piece of his t-shirt. He then grabbed a fist-sized stone from the edge of the well, and threw it into the well. Fortunately, there was a lot of water inside, and it was close to the well mouth, so a lot of water splashed out. Xiao Jiao quickly swept the cloth over it, making sure that a small part was wet, and then quickly put it on the bird. After a few minutes, after peeling it off, the surface of the wound was the same as before, and there was no reaction, so he looked at Lin Yi and nodded. Next, we need to figure out how to get water. At present, everyone here used to listen to Qin Yu's command, but now that he has fallen, everyone wants to hear De Zhuang's opinion. However, De Zhuang just waved his hand and said, Brother Xiao is also leading the team to survive. He is also a good leader. I suggest you ask him. As it is about saving lives, Xiao Jiao did not refuse too much, but directly found some clean snow blocks to clean up the food residue in the stainless steel bowl, and then asked Lao Cheng to fix the dagger on the ground, use the tip of the knife to support the edge of the bowl, and then knock the bowl with a stone to make a small hole on both sides. Chapter 423. After thinking about it, Xiao Jiao felt that this was not very stable, so he chose to open an extra hole, so that the 3 holes could be passed through to better fix the bowl. Then he walked back to the stretcher and asked Da Zhuang and Lao Cheng to lift Qin Yu up a little, then took 2 pieces of clothes from it, spread them out, and Lin Yi also came up to help pull them, and finally cut them into long strips with a knife. Xiao Jiao's movements were very skillful and carried out in an orderly manner. After just a few minutes, he successfully used the bowl to take out the well water. Then Da Zhuang and Lao Cheng came back with a half-broken iron pot, which they found in another house. Lin Yi took a look and found it was full of rust, so she first used the soil and sand on the ground to clean the rust. Even though her hands were red from the cold, she did not hesitate. Before, Qin Yu had tried his best to protect her, which made Lin Yi completely accept him. From that moment on, Lin Yi completely believed that in this doomsday, only the man in front of her was worthy of her lifelong trust. After cleaning the iron pot, Xiao Jiao placed it on the stove made of stones, and kept adding water to it. After waiting for the water temperature to rise a little, Lin Yi wrapped it in clothes and brought it to the stretcher, and then she started to get busy. She squatted on the ground, dipped cotton in the water in the bowl, and carefully cleaned the blood scabs on Qin Yu's skin. Although her legs and feet were numb from squatting, and her neck was a little sore from bowing her head for a long time, she did not stop her hands and handled it meticulously. Xiao Ning wanted to come up to help, but was rejected by Lin Yi. In her opinion, only by treating Qin Yu herself could he get better faster. In order to stop the bleeding, the coats of the 3 girls were basically destroyed, so De Zhuang gave his coat to Xiao Mei, and then Yang Zi put it on Lin Yi. Seeing them shirking each other, Xiao Jiao smiled, picked up a pile of hay, and started a fire next to the stretcher, and said softly, although you have a good relationship, there is no need to be so formal. We just need to light more fires, and don't worry about the problem of wood. Some of the abandoned houses in this village have collapsed, and it will be enough to pick up some later. Seeing this, Yang Zi and Xiao Ning walked over to the stretcher and squatted down, warming their hands by the fire while looking to see if they could help. A few minutes later, as the cleanup was done, although Qin Yu was still unconscious, he at least looked like a human being. Yang Zi looked at him and said with some concern, Sister Shaolin, when will he wake up? Hearing this, Lin Yi put her hands into the pot to wash them clean, then looked at Xiao Kong and nodded, and then the latter took it to the corner and poured it out. Then she whispered, the injury is not serious, and there is not too much blood loss. Qin Yu is very smart. Even if he really can't avoid those attacks, he will try to minimize the damage. Otherwise, in this wilderness, even gods can't save these 7 knife wounds. As soon as she finished speaking, Lin Yi wanted to get the iodine in her bag, so she didn't pay attention to buffering and stood up suddenly. As soon as she took a step, her body suddenly tilted and she fell to the ground uncontrollably. Fortunately, Yang Zi stood up and moved in advance, and then he supported her as soon as he took a step, so she didn't fall into the fire. Are you okay, Sister Shaolin? Yang Zi looked at her pitiful appearance, and said with some pain in his heart. Lin Yi supported her arm and stood up, closed her eyes, and shook her head, then quickly opened her eyes and smiled. It's a small problem. I squatted for a long time and didn't eat much, so I have a little hypoglycemia. Don't worry. After saying that, Lenny walked around her and continued to walk under the eaves. Looking at her haggard face and thin body, De Zhuang felt a little bit sorry, turned his head, and whispered to Lao Cheng, "Turn up the fire, we have to stew the bird soup quickly, everyone can't hold on any longer." Hearing this, Lenny turned around, holding the half bottle of iodine in her hand, and said, "There is some dried meat in the bag, you can also add some in." When she finished disinfecting Chen Yu's wound, she became worried again, and then walked in front of Xiao Jiao and spoke a little embarrassedly. "Xiao, brother, can I trouble you with something else?" Hearing this, Xiao Jiao put down the bird wing feathers in his hand, turned around and asked, "You say?" "It's like this, I need to sew the wound next, but I don't have any tools to use. Can you help me find a needle?" "No problem." Xiao Jiao agreed without thinking. "Xiao Yu is also my friend, he has helped me before, so you stay here first, I'll be back soon." After he finished speaking, he left the yard with a dagger in his hand. Although this village was deserted, people had lived there before. Wherever there are people, there is one thing that is absolutely indispensable, and that is needle and thread. After all, if there is a hole in the clothes, it is just a matter of sewing it at home. If you really want to take it to the city or town to mend it, you can buy another one with the travel expenses. After walking around the village, Xiao Jiao finally chose a house that didn't look so dilapidated and walked in. Looking around, the wall had collapsed and the door was open. There was basically no place to step on the first floor. It was full of various wood residues and zombie corpses rotting inside, which was very smelly. Xiao Jiao covered his nose and walked to the back of the house, looked at the open window on the second floor, knocked on the thigh-thick pillar, and then climbed up directly. This kind of terrain was simply easy for him. Xiao Jiao had encountered more difficult terrain when he performed combat missions behind enemy lines before. At that time, he needed to sneak into the enemy base camp first. Xiao Jiao traveled alone in the jungle for more than 10 hours, and finally came to a cliff with a vertical angle of nearly 90 degrees. This was also the only area where the enemy had no guards. In order to successfully capture the evil drug lord, Xiao Jiao gritted his teeth and climbed up fully armed without any safety facilities. After the mission was completed, no one knew how he did it. Later, his superiors sent someone to ask him. This behavior is no different from suicide in the humid jungle. If you are not careful at all, you will die. Why are you not afraid at all? Xiao Jiao, who was in his 20s at the time, stood straight, looked into his superior's eyes, and answered firmly and loudly. He trafficked a large amount of drugs in the country, killing countless compatriots and persecuting countless families. Since I am wearing a military uniform and cooperating with the police, I must severely crack down on drug dealers. I didn't worry about falling, I just hoped to catch him as soon as possible. Chapter 424. It is no exaggeration to say that Xiao Jiao was born to be a soldier, but the last action was too tragic, and he almost died in the sea. He had no choice but to retire after recovering from his injuries. If the end of the world had not come, with the merits he had made in the army before, Xiao Jiao would have been able to develop better even if he was transferred to civilian work. After searching for a long time in the room on the second floor, Xiao Jiao finally found the target item in the drawer beside the bed. It was a small iron box with some rust on the outside. When he opened it, he found an embroidery needle lying inside. I wonder if it was because it was used frequently, but there was a lot of rust on it. But this was just a small problem, and he would get rid of it later. Then Xiao Jiao continued to look for the bobbin, but he couldn't even see a shadow after searching for a long time. And as he walked back and forth, the thumping sound under his feet made Xiao Jiao feel a little uneasy. He was afraid that the second floor would collapse directly, because the floor of this kind of room is not made of reinforced concrete like in the city. On the contrary, it was just a plank placed horizontally on the beams. If it was inferred from human habitation, it would be fine even if it lasted for decades. But the key point is that no one lives here. After a long time, it is no longer popular. In addition, it is made of mud, rainwater enters, and the wood rots. Over time, it will become shaky. This is why many houses in rural areas will collapse soon after no one lives there. After searching for a while and finding nothing, Xiao Jiao was about to leave through the window. He just stepped on a piece of floor, and then he heard a click, and the whole person suddenly lost balance and fell down. Thanks to his high alertness and physical fitness, Xiao Jiao quickly pulled out the dagger with his right hand, and then stabbed it directly into the pillar under the window. With a hiss, wood chips flew out, and the dagger was firmly stuck inside. Xiao Jiao grabbed it with one hand, looked at the corpse below, and smacked his lips. If he fell into the rotten meat, he would probably die on the spot. As soon as he finished speaking, he exerted force with his right hand, grabbed the lower edge of the window with his left hand, and quickly climbed up. The height here is not fatal, and falling into the pile of zombie meat is not that scary, as long as there is no wound on the skin and blood does not enter the mouth and nose. What Xiao Jiao was afraid of was that when the wooden boards fell, a lot of fine wood chips appeared, mixed with the zombie meat. If he accidentally cut his skin, he would basically be hopeless. Without staying too long, he patted the dust off his body, and returned to the yard where everyone was resting. The thread was not found. At most there is only one needle. Xiao Jiao handed the iron box to Lin Yi. "It's okay, this is enough." Lin Yi took it and said to him gratefully, "Are you okay? I saw some dust on your clothes." Xiao Jiao shook his head, and went to the big manor to warm himself by the fire. Xiao Ning looked at Lin Yi taking the needle back, frowned and asked, "Do you need to remove the thread from the clothes next?" Lin Yi was scraping the rust off the needle with a clean dagger. When she heard this, she looked up and said in surprise, "Of course not. But there is no thread to sew the wound, and there is no other substitute." Hearing this, Lin Yi suddenly realized that Xiao Ning had not studied professional medicine, and she had forgotten this. So she smiled and explained, "Hair is a ready-made thread. If you have professional round needles and angle needles, you can also use it to sew blood vessels with a magnifying glass. Of course, the hair must be disinfected." After saying that, Lin Yi handed the knife to Xiao Ning and asked her to cut a few long hairs from her head. Soon, the rust on the needle was cleaned. Lin Yi put it into the fire and burned it red, and asked Zhuang to help bend it with the back of the knife. Then he threw the hair into the iodine bottle and soaked it for a while, then carefully passed it through with a cooled needle, and began to sew up the two largest wounds on Qinyu. They were on the right shoulder, and the upper left area of the back. Without anesthesia, Qinyu woke up in the middle, but his face was pale, and he couldn't say a few words. When he saw Lin Yi squatting in front of him, he subconsciously wanted to raise his hand. And Lin Yi also looked at him, and nodded slightly. Time passed quickly, and night began to fall. Everyone sat on the ground in the yard, huddled together. There were houses inside, but there was too much dust. If you cleaned it, it would inevitably be covered with dust. Although you can sprinkle some water to clean it, it is not necessary. Everyone chose to spend the night outside. Not long after Qinyu woke up, he fell asleep again. He moved the stretcher closer to the fire, and Lin Yi covered him with his coat and sat next to his head. This way, if there was any movement, Lin Yi would be able to find it immediately. "How is he?" Xiao Jiao handed the small bowl of bird soup to Lin Yi and asked. "Thank you." Lin Yi took it with both hands, holding the steaming bowl, and answered, "His life is saved, and he has antibiotics. He doesn't have to worry about infection. The next step is a long period of recovery." She actually didn't have much appetite now, but if she didn't eat, her body wouldn't be able to bear it, so she had to eat the soup and meat. She only added a little salt, and the taste was a little weird, but fortunately, there was food in her stomach, and she felt much better. Then she handed the bowl to Xiao Jiao, who took it, scooped some more soup and handed it to Yang Zi. "It's getting dark early, and there's still food cooking in the pot. We can find some bowls tomorrow and disinfect them with boiling water. Then we don't have to share a bowl." Xiao Kong was eating the roasted chicken wings slowly. After hearing this, he hesitated and asked, "How long will we stay here?" Hearing this, Lin Yi took the lead in explaining, "At least a week. Qinyu's injury cannot support long-distance movement. He needs to recover for a while." After she finished speaking, Zhuang also handed the roasted food to his younger sister first, and then whispered, "It's too cold outside. There is a place here to rest. Since we have to stay for a few more days, let's clean the house and move in tomorrow. We just need to find a way to solve the problem of food." "That's easy." Xiao Jiao took out 2 pieces of wood from the stove to prevent the fire from burning the pot dry. He also said, "I make another bow. Tomorrow, I will go with Dazhuang and this guy. His name is Hong Wu." Lao Cheng saw this and introduced him again. "Well, tomorrow the 3 of us will go bird hunting for a day. Food should not be difficult. This place is sparsely populated and not many people come here. There may be other animals." Xiao Jiao touched his big bald head and said softly. Chapter 425. After he finished speaking, Dazhuang glanced around and confirmed the number of people, then continued, "There are currently 10 people in total, except for Xiaoyu, who needs to rest because of his injury. The remaining 9 are just right." "What's right?" Lao Cheng picked up the bones on the ground and burned them in the fire, and asked curiously. Watch the night, 1 hour each until dawn. I will start first, and then follow the order of sitting now, from the left and so on. After speaking, Dajwang stood up and walked onto the eaves, intending to move the rotten tables and chairs away so that everyone can rest against the wall. Everyone was tired after a day's work. They each chose a cleaner area and soon fell asleep. Although it was not as comfortable as sleeping in bed, at least the surroundings were safe. In other words, life was the most important thing now, and other things could be considered later. In order to prevent everyone from catching a cold, 2 fires were lit under the eaves and surrounded by stones. Dajwang sat alone in front of the fire in the yard, with a bow and arrow next to him, and occasionally added some wood to keep the flames from going out. The dull night passed quickly. As soon as the sky was light, everyone woke up one by one, but they were all a little tired. There was no way. Sleeping against the wall was too uncomfortable. Since Lenny was the last person on night watch, she also boiled water for everyone. Nowadays, in the end times, everyone is equal, and at this moment, she is not only a doctor, but also a trustworthy partner. While pressing his neck, Lao Chung said depressedly, "The last time I slept like this and had a sore back and neck was when I was on the train 10 years ago. It was really painful." Hearing this, Lenny raised her head and smiled. "Boil the hot water, you can warm your hands a little, and covering the back of your neck for a while can also relieve the discomfort. Forget it, let's boil it and drink some. This well water should be drinkable, right?" Lao Chung walked to the fire and sat down, curious. "Of course, just boil it," Lenny replied, then got up and went to get some wood. "Then I'm relieved." Lao Chung yawned, looked around, then looked at his watch, and said, "Did Dajwang and the other 3 set off?" "Yes." Lenny walked back with the wood and whispered, "They set off around 6 o'clock and let us eat breakfast by ourselves. They brought some dried meat. Okay, I take some people to clean up the house and try to live in it tonight." Then everyone simply washed their faces. As for brushing their teeth, there was no way to do it. There was no time to bring too much out. There were 4 houses in the yard where they were staying. 2 were facing the gate, and the last 2 were left on the left and right. However, there were a lot of dry cow dung inside, and the ground was also very dirty. In the morning, Lao Chung took Xiao Kong and Huang Lulin, and the 3 men were responsible for carrying out the large rotten furniture, while Xiao Ning and Yang Zi carried the half-iron pot, and sprinkled water everywhere inside to make it easier to clean the dust. Then Lao Chung used the weeds pulled from the cowshed, and tied them to a wooden stick to make a simple broom. A few hours later, the house looked brand new. Although it was still very broken, at least there was a footing and a wall to block the wind. "This looks like a Kong, right?" Xiao Ning stood in the left room of the house, looking at a stone bed in front of her, and shouted curiously, "I have one here too." Yang Zi responded loudly with some excitement in his voice. Even Lenny couldn't help running in to see what she found, and then she smiled and said, "In this way, we can sleep warmly at night in the next few days." The day passed quickly, and in the evening the other 3 came back one after another, with a full load, and the harvest was extraordinary. 2 bangs sounded, and Dajwang stood in the yard and dropped a few pheasants and rabbits on his shoulders, shouting, "Sister, give your brother some water to drink, I'm thirsty." "I'm coming." Yangzi ran out of the house, holding a white porcelain bowl. Dajwang took a sip and found it a little cold, so he frowned and said, "Can this well water be drunk directly?" Hearing this, Yangzi turned around and replied, "This is boiled water. A lot of it has cooled down. Otherwise, what do you think we are doing today?" After saying that, she curled her lips and continued to walk into the house, preparing to bring a bowl of water to Xiao Jiao and Hongwu. The 3 of them went out hunting all day, without tools or water, so they must be thirsty. Soon, the other 2 also walked into the yard with some prey in their hands, mostly birds and squirrels, but Xiao Jiao had something hanging around his neck. It was a little dark, and Yang Zi didn't see clearly. When he carried the water over, he was directly startled, and the bowl was almost broken. Fortunately, Xiao Jiao reacted quickly and reached out to catch it. "Snake. Why do you have a snake on your neck?" she said with a trembling voice, taking several steps back. Seeing this, Xiao Jiao scratched his head a little embarrassedly, took the snake off and said, "It's dead, non-venomous, don't worry." Hearing the noise, Lin Yi thought something had happened and hurried out of the house. "What's going on?" Then when she saw clearly, she stepped forward, hugged Yang Zi and smiled. "Don't be afraid, the snake head was killed by Brother Xiao, it can't make a big fuss." Yang Zi patted his chest, looked at the empty bowl in Xiao Jiao's hand, and said with a blushing face, "Sorry, I scoop you another bowl of water." Then she walked into the house with the empty bowl. De Zhuang saw this scene and came over to explain. Well, my sister is very afraid of snakes, so her reaction is a bit strong, sorry. Hearing this, Xiao Jiao took the snake and sat down by the fire, smiling bitterly. I forgot about this. Xiao Yin is also afraid of this thing. Sometimes when she catches one while hunting, she dares not look at it. After roasting or cooking it, she still eats it with relish. Hearing this, De Zhuang immediately asked curiously, Where is Xiao Yin? Why can't I see her? She's with the mouse. Lenny came over with a bowl and handed her the water. Then she squatted down and looked at the snake in front of her, asking, Isn't it winter now? How can you still catch a snake? Xiao Jiao drank the water, wiped his mouth with the back of his hand, turned his head and said in surprise, Aren't you afraid of this thing? I thought girls were afraid of snakes. De Zhuang laughed and explained, Xiao Lin is a surgeon, very powerful, ordinary animals have no effect on her at all. Oh, no wonder. Xiao Jiao nodded, and then continued, The hare ran around and happened to find a hole. I looked and saw a snake coiled inside, so I caught it. Then I have to thank you on behalf of Qinyu. This thing is a timely help now. Lenny stretched out his finger and poked the snake's body, saying softly. Chapter 426. Xiao Jiao was slightly startled. Snakes are also a timely help. Of course. Lenny said seriously, snake meat is rich in protein, vitamin B1, B2, etc. From a medical point of view. Speaking of this, she was about to explain it carefully, but suddenly saw the two people with doubts on their faces, as if they didn't understand at all, then smiled and changed the way of saying it. In layman's terms, snake meat can help wounds heal. I thought I couldn't catch this thing in winter. I understand what you said, so Xiaoyu eats this better, right? Xiao Jiao suddenly realized. Lenny nodded, yeah. Then I take it back to the house after I'm done with it, and I ask you to process it. Okay, no problem. Lenny stood up with a smile and patted Xiao Jiao's shoulder gently. I say thank you on his behalf. After the voice fell, Lenny turned and walked into the house, feeling very good. Seeing this scene, Xiao Jiao was stunned for a moment, then looked at Da Zhuang, nodded his head in that direction and whispered, What is she doing? I forgot to tell you that Qinyu is her man. Da Zhuang understood the doubt in Xiao Jiao's eyes, and said something casually. Hearing this, Lenny paused slightly, then turned around with a smile in his eyes. Brother Da Zhuang, what are you talking about? Hearing this, Da Zhuang was stunned at first, then scratched his head and smiled. Oh, I was wrong. Xiao Lin is Qinyu's sweetheart. Yes, that's right. Lenny blinked, then put his hands behind his back and walked into the house. Seeing this, Xiao Jiao laughed and said softly, Although everyone is in the end of the world, it seems that everyone has found the person they want to accompany now. After that, the two looked at each other and continued to process the prey. Although there was more food, everyone did not waste it. They only ate a little at dinner according to the minimum amount and prepared to rest. Unlike last night, everyone went into the house now, and Lao Chung found 2 iron basins from the village during the day and lit a fire in them, so the light was not dark. Girls, sleep on the left side. The Kong over there is smaller, and just enough for sleeping. De Zhuang looked at the 2 bedrooms and then suggested. Okay. Lin Yi, Yang Zi and Xiao Ning, the 3 of them agreed without objection. It's okay for us rough guys to sleep on the right side, but what about Xiao Yu? He's injured. If someone accidentally squeezes him at night, won't he have to get up and get stitches? After saying that, Lin Yi raised his hand and said, He's injured. Why don't you sleep with us? Anyway, it's fine to sleep against the wall. I sleep on his right side, and we're all dressed, so there's no problem. Yes, we've known each other for so long, there's nothing to be shy about. I think it's okay. Yang Zi also said this. Then it was Xiao Ning, who again said she had no objection, and that she believed in Brother Qin's character. Hearing this, De Zhuang thought for a moment and agreed, nodding and saying, Of course I trust Xiao Yu. Even if he and my sister sleep in the same room, I'm still confident. As soon as he said this, Yang Zi slapped his brother in the face and said angrily, Sister Shaolin is here. What are you talking about? Can you use your brain before you speak? Hearing this, De Zhuang blushed and said awkwardly, I was just giving an example. You are such a big shot. How can a brother use his sister as an example? Lenny covered her mouth and laughed. Just as everyone was discussing their opinions outside, a faint voice came from the room on the right. I said, Can you ask the opinions of the parties involved? Then everyone went in, and Da Zhuang smiled and said, Isn't this for you to have a good rest? I won't bother you. After a day and a half of rest, Qinyu was a little better, at least his hands could move. There was some hay on the Kong, which was pulled from the cowshed, and the clothes on the stretcher, so it was very comfortable to sleep. He rested all day and woke up in the evening. Chinyu tried to sit up, but Lenny came forward to help him up, and said with a somewhat complaining tone, "It's so good to lie down, why do you have to sit up?" Hearing this, Chinyu smiled at Lin Yi, who was close to him, and said softly, "It's uncomfortable to lie down for a long time, sit for a while." Seeing this, Lin Yi didn't say anything more, and simply supported his shoulders and leaned on him. Although Chinyu was still very weak, his spirit was much better than before, so although his voice was low, everyone could hear it clearly. Men and women are different, whether before or now. If you just sleep together against the wall, it's fine, but if you lie down, it's not okay. Yi and I have a special relationship. Sleeping in the same room is fine. Xiaoning is with Dazhuang, and Yangzi is his sister, so it's absolutely not allowed. When these words came out, Lin Yi's ears turned red, rolled her eyes at him and whispered, "Bah, who wants to sleep in the same room with you, shameless?" After the voice fell, Yangzi couldn't help but say, "It's the end of the world, we really don't care. Who cares about those things? Now everyone is trying to survive." "I care." Chinyu pressed his hand down, then said firmly, "It's settled. If it doesn't work, there's a fire in the yard anyway, just put me on a stretcher and carry me out." Originally, Xiao Jiao just stood aside to watch the fun. After all, among these people, he only knew Chinyu and Dazhuang, and he was not familiar with the others, so it was difficult to say anything. But as the argument began, he was a little speechless. He knocked on the door frame with his fingers and said, "Well, let me say something." Hearing this, everyone turned their heads to look at him. Xiao Jiao cleared his throat and said seriously, "We didn't just keep watch last night. There are zombies around, and those enemies may continue to chase us, so we can't be careless at night, but it's not necessary to continue to keep watch for an hour each. Continue to keep watch 1.5 hours each time, the girls can rest, and we men will continue. In this way, there will always be one less person in the room at night, so there will be beds, right?" After the words fell, Hongwu also said seriously, "I actually wanted to say that just now, but unfortunately I couldn't get a word in." Lao Cheng poked him with his shoulder and whispered, "I just expressed my opinion for a long time, and you are standing here to laugh at me." After the sleeping matter was settled, everyone went back to the bedroom separately. In order, Dazhuang continued to walk to the fire in the yard and began to keep watch. After several days in a row, everyone lived here quite well, except that there would occasionally be blind zombies wandering in. There was well water that could be boiled and drunk at any time, and there were also abandoned villages for hiding. By the 7th day, Lao Cheng and Xiao Kong didn't even want to leave. Chapter 427. Okay, there's nothing to see, it's just a few days of living here. Outside the courtyard, Dazhuang walked to Lao Cheng, patted his shoulder and said, "Chin, you can now walk, but still can't run." He lifted the coat on his body and said softly, "We have resealed the manhole cover here, and the door here has been reinforced. Zombies basically can't get in and destroy it. The water here will still be drinkable in the future." "Will the well water expire after a long time?" Xiao Kong held the 2 bags in his hands and asked curiously. Hearing this, Lenny came over to support Chinyu and said with a smile, "Water on Earth has never expired for many years, so how can well water expire? It's the same old saying. You can basically drink it after boiling it. If it doesn't work, you can use the old method to filter it first, charcoal will do." "I understand." Xiao Kong nodded, then ran towards the village entrance. "Let's go too." Lenny looked at Chinyu and said with a smile, "Okay." The group took advantage of the sun coming out and continued on their journey. If the escape was about how to save their lives, then now, it is time to find a way to take revenge. Without a map, everyone walked very slowly. After all, they were in the wilderness, and could only return along the original route. They did not walk far until it was dark. Finally, everyone chose a flat place in the woods to spend the night. The leaves here are dense, and there are a lot of weeds, which can well cover the firelight. Xiao Jiao and Dazhuang cut down more than a dozen thumb-thick trees, and tied them horizontally on the periphery, barely forming an encirclement. "It's done. As long as it doesn't rain tonight, it'd be fine." Lao Cheng patted the mud off his hands, and walked back to the crowd. Finally, everyone sat together by the fire, preparing to cook some food in the iron pot. Chinyu looked at the man next to him and said, "Brother Xiao, thanks to you this time. I have been recovering from my injuries for the past few days, and didn't have a chance to talk to you for too long. Now I finally have a chance to have a good chat. Without a map and no mobile phone contact, how did you find me? Don't try to fool me with that phrase that we will meet if we are destined to." Hearing this, Xiao Jiao raised his head and smiled, and said to Dazhuang, Just ask Brother De Zhuang. After the voice fell, everyone looked at the man who was making arrows. Hearing this, De Zhuang scratched his head a little embarrassedly and explained, "Speaking of this matter, it was me who made the decision without authorization. When Xiao Yu, Li Yao and I were about to return here, we communicated with Hao Zi and prepared to keep a trump card." "What do you mean?" Lao Cheng was slightly startled, not quite understanding. Qin Yu quickly figured out the reason and whispered, "You are worried that there will be more and more enemies in the future, and we won't be able to cope with them, right?" "That's right." De Zhuang put down the dagger, sat cross-legged on the ground, looked at his younger sister again, and said seriously, "I won't allow any risk to threaten my sister's life. To be honest, I have always felt that zombies are not the most terrible enemy in the apocalypse." "Brother." Yang Zi put her arm around De Zhuang, her eyes slightly red. De Zhuang patted her hands, and then continued, "I know that some people think that I look careless, unreliable, and sometimes like to swear, and even think that I am sloppy, etc." Hearing this, Qin Yu waved his hand, looked into his eyes, and answered firmly, "I never thought so, and I believe that everyone has never thought so. We all think you are a great partner, and a trustworthy teammate. I'm not talking about you." De Zhuang lowered his head, looked at the fire in front of him, and said softly, "It's just those people in the community before. I don't care about other people's opinions and attitudes. In my opinion, all of this is not as important as my sister. After my parents are gone, she is my only goal to survive. To be honest, the reason why I rescued you on the construction site was because I believed in my intuition. Later it turned out that I was right." Lao Cheng was a little confused and looked at him puzzledly. "Brother, you are talking in a set way. Why don't I understand? What are you betting on? Are you betting that Qin Yu is a good person?" "Actually, I know what my brother means. He wants to meet more reliable people to protect me." Yang Zi sighed and whispered, "Since the doomsday, we have been displaced. We have met other survivors during this period, but most of them are attracted by beauty. Some people are like this. When they have no food, they think about how to fill their stomachs all day long. But when those people are full and satisfied, it seems that their minds are filled with that thing. I even thought about shaving my head bald in the future, so that I can live more safely in the doomsday, but my brother said he would never agree to it. The reason is that as a brother, if he can't even control what hairstyle his sister wants to have, it can only show that he is a complete loser." After listening to her words, Xiao Ning patted Yang Zi's knee and said seriously, "In the future, I will accompany you with De Zhuang forever." Lenny also raised her little hand and said, "And we will not be separated in the future, so of course we will accompany each other." Hearing this, Qin Yu also spoke up, "As long as you are willing, then we are all your brothers." "Thank you." Yang Zi lowered his head and whispered, "I am too useless. If I am left alone in the future, I probably won't survive for more than half a day." Hearing this, De Zhuang said in a deep voice, "There is no such thing as a one-time event, unless I die first." As he spoke, he became a little sad again. De Zhuang felt that the atmosphere was not right, and then raised his head and smiled, "Because I think the enemies in the future will be much more terrifying than zombies, and we are few in number, and Brother Zhao's team is not a soft persimmon. If possible, I definitely hope that everyone can live together." After he finished speaking, Xiao Jiao added some wood to the fire and continued, "But speaking of it, your trump card did save us." Qin Yu looked at him and frowned. "Did you encounter other enemies later? It shouldn't be the case. How could these people in the doomsday have so many guns?" Xiao Jiao shook his head, not entirely. Then he slowly began to tell the story, basically telling it in detail since they separated. Time passed slowly, and everyone was silent, eating while listening to his description. At the end, Lenny also began to get curious. She wanted to see who these people Qin Yu had met before were. Chapter 428. At least, Xiao Jiao, the friend Qin Yu knew, was indeed very reliable. A few days ago, when they were still in the abandoned village, they occasionally talked, and Lenny also heard it nearby. It turned out that when Qin Yu's friends found that the community was attacked, they chose to capture the enemy and interrogate them first, instead of rushing to save people rashly like some people did, and finally got themselves surrounded. And according to Qin Yu, this man named Xiao Jiao's skills are not inferior to a lay. Lenny had actually seen this before. When she was about to faint, she saw the man holding 2 knives and attacking without blinking. Later, Lenny privately asked him curiously why he was so cruel at that time, kicking the enemy so hard that he fainted and fell to the ground. You know, those were living enemies, not as fragile as zombies. Xiao Jiao smiled when he heard the question and explained that he thought Qin Yu was dead at the beginning, and he didn't hold back his strength and anger, so the enemy basically couldn't stand it. After more than an hour, Xiao Jiao whispered, "That's basically what happened. We had to rush here because of the zombies over there." Hearing this, Qin Yu looked around and said, "Indeed, if you didn't mention it, I would have forgotten about it. There are indeed fewer zombies in the north, but the key is that it's too cold. Between zombies and cold, I'd rather choose the latter. After all, there's fire to roast." Lenny rubbed her face with her warm hands and whispered, "So are there only a few of you left now?" Qin Yu pondered for a while, then asked softly. Xiao Jiao heard the words and remembered the familiar faces, then nodded. Seeing this, Qin Yu sighed and said, "Then it will be difficult. We have few people here, and you have few people too. If we want to take revenge, it will probably take a long time. At the very least, we must increase the number of people, otherwise 20 people against 200 people, what a joke." After saying this, Lenny looked at De Zhuang and asked, "By the way, have you seen Sister Feng and Ari?" "No." De Zhuang shook his head and said solemnly, "Since we escaped from the community, the three of us haven't met anyone. As for Lao Cheng, Hongwu and Xiao Kong, the three of them met Brother Xiao first." At this point, Lao Cheng also patted the shoulder of the person next to him and said, "To be honest, if Brother Xiao hadn't appeared, the three of us really couldn't deal with a dozen men. After all, Xiao Kong, you are at most half a threat." Xiao Kong blushed and said quickly, "I'm already training hard. Don't worry, I will definitely grow up in the future." "Okay, I believe you can do it." Lao Cheng smiled and didn't take it to heart. On the other hand, Qin Yu said seriously, "Don't look down on your own people. We are not born to run. Just take it slowly." Hearing this, Lao Cheng scratched his head and explained, "I don't look down on you, I was just joking." Then Qin Yu avoided the topic and continued, "If we want to fight back, at least there is still a long way to go, and there are many problems to solve. We have to find a way to get manpower and weapons. Brother Xiao, do you have any suggestions?" "I do have some suggestions. It all depends on how you want to take revenge," Xiao Jiao said softly. "What do you mean?" Qin Yu frowned slightly, not quite understanding. "Is there any other way to say revenge?" "Of course." Xiao Jiao nodded, then said in a deep voice, "If we just want to take back the community, we just need to drive those people away. We can attract a large number of zombies, use bows and arrows, and shoot animal blood on the gate in the middle of the night. They can either kill them all or retreat directly. But this will inevitably consume a lot of ammunition. Even if you are in a military factory, you can't afford such a toss. After all, the number of zombies is basically in the tens of thousands." Qin Yu gradually understood, so he nodded, "Go on. But I don't recommend this, because your community is very miserable now. All the houses have been bombed, and the walls have been demolished. Those people have set up tents and live in them. It looks like there are a lot of people. Even if you take it back, you can't live there for a long time." Hearing this, Dazhuang wondered, "That's not right. Since they attacked our community and easily occupied it, why did they ruin it like this? I think the location of our community is not bad, but the site is not very good." After the voice fell, Xiao Jiao smiled and asked a question. "Then do you know why you couldn't even notice when they suddenly launched an attack in the middle of the night?" Dazhuang was speechless for a moment, and he couldn't say anything, but soon he said again, "Because it was at night, the guards couldn't see it?" "No." Xiao Jiao shook his head. "Is it because they used the woods to hide weapons?" "Half true." Watching the two discussing, Qin Yu frowned and thought for a moment, then suddenly realized, "I understand." Tell me." Xiao Jiao looked at him and chuckled. "From our perspective, the wall can well cover the interior of the community. No matter what we do inside, even if we make guns and bullets, it is impossible for people outside to see it. If the enemy climbs up the tree, we will find them immediately, which is impossible. But the question is, what if the enemy does not need to know what we are doing?" "You mean, our wall is built wrong?" Lenny was stunned for a moment, then said, "It is not built wrong." Qin Yu shook his head, turned his head to look at her, and said softly, "But think about it, do we really need such a high wall? It is almost more than 10 meters, right? It is enough to prevent zombies. While it protects the community, it also blinds our eyes." But Sister Feng said that there will be mutant animal zombies that are very large, about the same size as ostriches. If the fence is too low, it will not be able to stop them. Qin Yu held her hand and said in a deep voice, "We have to prevent unknown enemies, so we make the current situation more dangerous. This is unreasonable. If it weren't for Brother Dazhuang's advanced layout, if Brother Xiao and the others came a little later, our bodies would have been frozen by now." After the voice fell, Lin stretched out her hand to cover his mouth and blamed him. Don't say these unlucky words. Since you are alive and well, don't mention death. Then Lin sighed and whispered, I want to know what happened to the others. Sister Feng has a lei to protect her. But what about Li Yao and Wu Rui? They are 2 girls. If they fall into the tiger's mouth, they will be finished. At this point, Xiao Jiao interrupted and said, Don't worry, we tortured the enemy before we set off. They didn't capture anyone alive, but only injured 2, and we don't know their gender. Chapter 429. That's good. As long as we don't get caught, nothing serious should happen. Yang Zi supported himself on the ground and stood up, then said, You guys continue. I find some leaves to spread on the ground. I don't want to sleep leaning against the tree tonight. Don't go too far, be careful. Qin Yu heard this and looked at her and warned her. Yang Zi made an okay gesture and then walked towards the woods. I go with you. Xiao Ning was a little worried, so she got up and followed. Then Qin Yu continued to look at Xiao Jiao and whispered, Brother Xiao, you should have something else to say, right? Xiao Jiao smiled and nodded. It seems that I can't hide it from you. According to my plan, we can go to steal the house. Then, he began to describe the next idea in detail. A few minutes later, Lao Cheng stood up on one leg, put his hand on it to support his chin, and muttered, Will this method work? What if the other side has more people in the base camp? It shouldn't be. Xiao Jiao pondered for a while, and said seriously, First of all, think about it, let's put ourselves in their shoes. If we need to attack a certain camp, without knowing how many people there are, we will definitely bring as many people as possible, but at least we will leave someone at home to guard. Brother Xiao is right. Qin Yu thought quickly in his mind. He also felt that it was impossible for the other party to use so much explosives to open the situation without knowing the specific number of people in the community. Then he added, even if there are still people at home, at least they are not the main force. With the manpower on our side, it will not be difficult to make a detailed plan first to catch those people in one fell swoop. And the most important thing is that if we lose our home, then there is no need for the enemy to exist. After he finished speaking, Chen Yu started coughing again. Seeing this, Lin Yi quickly reached out and patted him on the back, and said with concern, Talk less, heal your wounds first, there will be plenty of time to talk slowly in the future. Anyway, in a short period of time, you can't even deal with zombies with your physique, so don't think about revenge for now. Hearing this, Xiao Jiao also nodded. Yes, Xiao Yu, don't be in a hurry, at least you have to meet Uncle Hua and Mouse first, you should rest first. Then everyone started to get up, ended the conversation, and went to get leaves to spread on the ground, and laid down as flat as possible around the fire to rest. As before, except for Qin Yu, the other 9 people took turns to keep watch. While Xiao Jiao took Qin Yu and others to live in the abandoned village to recuperate, the community also underwent earth-shaking changes. Of course, it was still the community after the attack. At that time, Su Dali's right hand was cut off by Xiao Jiao, and he fled desperately under the cover of his men. He tied his elbow tightly with shoelaces, and wrapped the broken arm tightly with clothes. Despite this, when Su Dali was carried back to the community, he was so weak that he looked like a nobody. All the subordinates were shocked and didn't understand why the big brother was injured like this, but fortunately, they brought a doctor with them this time. He was a middle-aged man, with a square face and black-framed glasses. The next afternoon, after searching in vain, Lu Wenjing finally returned to the community. When he heard that Su Dali was injured, although he showed concern and was even angry enough to strip the group of people, he was secretly happy in his heart. When he walked into the temporary infirmary and looked at the man lying on the mattress, he even wanted to light firecrackers. Old Four, you're here. Su Dali lay flat on the bed, his eyes met the man's eyes, and then he said weakly. His right hand had already treated the wound and was wrapped with a large circle of bandages. For someone like him, who had looted most of the camp, basically nothing was missing. After all, when the zombies first broke out, Su Dali took the lead in clearing out many hospital warehouses. Brother, how are you? Lu Wenjing looked nervous and hurried forward to ask with concern. Whether he did it intentionally or unintentionally, when he opened the door curtain and entered, he accidentally hooked the chair next to him and fell to the ground on the spot. However, Lu Wenjing did not stop, and directly rolled to the bed, knelt on the ground and grabbed Su Dali's hand, his eyes full of concern. Seeing the fourth brother's appearance, Su Dali's eyelids jumped and his heart began to panic. If he was asked who he was most afraid of among the 4 brothers and sisters, there was no doubt that it must be this Lu Wenjing. Because he was in the apocalypse, and could make bullets and explosives, it would be very useful. As long as he could get some raw materials, Lao Si would definitely be able to rebuild a group of forces. And after all, the four of them were not related by blood. In this apocalypse, brothers could become enemies for a little food, not to mention this sworn brotherhood. It couldn't stand the test at all. At first, Su Dali had thought about whether to drag this body back. He knew that there was a certain probability that he would be eaten by his men, but there was no doctor in the wild, and with his broken hand, he was basically waiting to die. Even if the bleeding of the wound is stopped, how to deal with the infection next is also a big problem, so after thinking it over, Su Dali still has to go back to the community, at least take one step at a time. Brother, what are you thinking about? Lu Wenjing gently shook the absent-minded Su Dali, and then whispered. Hearing this, Su Dali came back to his senses, looked at the side and ordered, Why are you still standing there? Why don't you quickly bring a chair over for your fourth brother? His subordinates immediately ran to the door, and carried the chair that was tripped over. Okay, go out. I have something to say to the fourth brother, Su Dali said expressionlessly. Okay, big brother. Then the infirmary was cleared out. Even the doctor was driven out. In the small tent, only Su Dali and Lu Wenjing were left. Big brother, just say what you want to say. As a younger brother, I should share your worries. Hearing this, Su Dali opened his eyes, his face darkened, and he heard another meaning in the fourth brother's words. Now he is a useless man, and he has to rest for 10 days or half a month. There is no one to control the large number of people under his command. Thinking of this, Su Dali's expression eased a little, and he smiled and said, Shall see, how do I treat you normally? Hearing this, Lu Wenjing was a little confused, but he also said truthfully, Basically, I will respond to any request. Since joining, I have never treated me badly. Even your sisters-in-law, don't I often wash them and send them to you for your enjoyment, but you never touch them, and every time you let people play cards in your room. Why is that? Chapter 430. Lu Wenjing smiled and said, Brother, I am not interested in their bodies, and I haven't met anyone I like. Besides, I am in the apocalypse, and I hope I can live well, and don't care about these other things. Su Dali looked at him, and suddenly said coldly, I know, you think they are dirty. Oh no, you think they are dirty because I touched them, right? Hearing this, Lu Wenjing waved his hand and denied it. How can this be true, brother, you really think too much. As a younger brother, how can I fall in love with my sister-in-law? I still have to rely on you to survive in the future, so I dare not do anything reckless. Hee. Su Dali suddenly laughed again and asked, After your girlfriend was killed, did you feel the same way? Hearing this, although Lu Wenjing kept smiling, his fingers tightly grasped his thighs, wishing to stab him on the spot. Of course. Hee. Okay, you go out, big brother, I'm tired and want to rest for a while. Su Dali closed his eyes, and said lightly while lying on the bed. Seeing this, Lu Wenjing stretched out his hand to push his glasses, then stood up. Then my brother will leave first, I ask someone to cook some food. No, I know how to eat when I'm hungry. Su Dali's words revealed some indifference, and he did not accept it. After the footsteps gradually faded away, about half a minute later, the back of the tent was opened and two men in black long clothes and trousers walked in. Go, and see what the fourth brother is doing recently. If there is anything wrong, just kill him without asking me. Understood. Two low and hoarse voices sounded, and then the two quietly left. It was almost dark when the two men in black returned to the tent. Listening to their reports, Su Dali tapped the bed lightly with his left hand, frowning. Old Four stayed in the room reading all afternoon, and didn't go out. Yes, big brother, we watched the front and back doors very closely, and not even a fly could fly in. Has anyone else seen him? Su Dali asked again. No, dinner was served to the window. Okay, I get it, you two go down first. Su Dali nodded gently, and then ordered. But will the fourth brother come over in the middle of the night? Speaking of this, the man in black on the left reached out and wiped his neck, saying worriedly. Hearing this, Su Dali lay flat on the bed, looking at the ceiling, and said calmly, Dai Xiaojiang, do you two know why I have never let you show up in public, and even when we went out to fight, I didn't let you take action? Hearing this, the man who made the move earlier glanced at the side, and then whispered, We two brothers are your trump cards, big brother, of course we can't expose it casually. You're wrong, Xiaojiang. Why do you need this now? Su Dali supported himself on the bed with his hands, and tried to sit up. Seeing this, another honest-looking man hurried forward to support him, and let him lean against the head of the bed. Although I often beat and scold my subordinates, many people forget a premise, that is, their lives were saved by me. If I am happy, they can live, and if I am unhappy, they will die. It is such a simple truth. Because of my interference, those people's lives can be extended to this day, so I want their lives, and others dare not say anything. After saying that, Su Dali looked at his right hand and continued in a deep voice. Old Four and I are sworn brothers, so we are brothers in public. If I attack him openly, I won't be able to convince others. After all, even my brother can die in my hands, so won't the rest be worried all day long? On the contrary, it's the same for Old Four. No matter how much he wants to turn the tables, he dare not come and kill me directly, otherwise others will turn against him, and he won't survive to the end. Hearing this, the two men in black looked at each other, then lowered their heads, and said in unison, Understood, big brother. After the words fell, the two quietly retreated, and the tent returned to silence again. A few minutes later, Su Dali blew out the candle on the chair next to him, laid down, and continued to sleep. Time passed slowly, and the community was left with only the low roar of zombies except for dozens of fires on the grass. However, they all faced the woods, their arms were cut off, and two branches were stuck in the ground at the shoulders. The previous walls had been completely demolished and used for burning. There was a person standing every 10 meters, patrolling back and forth to see what was happening outside. At about 1 in the morning, Lu Wenjing came to the window and confirmed that everyone outside was asleep. He then picked up the pillows and placed them on the sofa. He also used a bed sheet to make it look like someone was asleep, and then left through the back door. Then he came to a demolished wall, said hello to the patrolman there, and then walked into the woods alone. I don't know how long I walked, but Lu Wenjing stopped when he could no longer see the community. He stood there and whistled, and soon there was a knocking sound in the woods in front of him, so he continued to walk over. As soon as he approached the flat ground, Lu Wenjing smelled blood. It was dark, and he frowned slightly and said, What's going on? Is he dead? No, fourth brother, we didn't touch him according to your instructions. We just encountered a pheasant some time ago, and the brothers caught it and roasted it for food. As soon as he finished speaking, 3 men came out of the woods. They were the ones who had discussed with Lu Wenjing to betray. Be careful, so as not to be discovered. Hearing this, Lu Wenjing didn't say much, but walked to the left front, where a man was tied. What do you think? Have you thought about it? Either you kill him or you die. Lu Wenjing stopped and reached out to remove the black plastic bag on the man's head. If you tie me up, Big Brother won't let you go. If he can't find me tomorrow morning, you will all die. You will all die. The doctor snorted coldly, and said in a cold voice, It seems that you don't want to drink a toast? Lu Wenjing laughed and said softly, Humph, let me see how brave you are. You dare to touch me. Let me remind you first, I am the only doctor in our camp, and Big Brother is seriously injured now. Without me, he will die. Isn't that just right? The doctor was about to continue talking when he heard this sentence. He immediately raised his head and said in shock, You actually want to? Before he finished speaking, Lu Wenjing snapped his fingers, and then a person came out from behind him. It was a young girl with wounds all over her body and disheveled hair. Then a lukewarm voice sounded again. By the way, let's put it another way. Either you go or she dies. Chapter 431. Due to the dark sky, the doctor could not see the face of the girl clearly, but could only vaguely see that her hair was very long, so he simply pretended to be dumb and said, What do you mean? Hearing this, Lu Wenjing smiled, turned around and walked back a little, then stood next to the girl and took out a lighter to light it. Although the doctor had been hoping for the best, and did not think about it in that direction, when he saw the face clearly, a little anger appeared in his eyes. Even though he quickly suppressed this emotion, Lu Wenjing still caught it. What now? Are you still going to play dumb? The doctor was very conflicted, afraid of exposing his flaws, so he simply chose to throw the pot into the ground. I don't know her well, she just follows me around to do odd jobs. What does it have to do with me if you want her life? After the words fell, Lu Wenjing's face darkened, and he whispered, It seems that you really think I'm kidding you. After saying that, he grabbed the girl's head with his left hand and tilted it back, then held the lighter in his right hand and moved it directly to her chin. After 2 seconds, the girl could no longer control the severe pain and struggled desperately, but because her mouth was stuffed with clothes, she couldn't make any sound and could only keep whimpering. Stop! Stop! The doctor couldn't bear to watch this scene, and he shouted hurriedly, but his hands were tied to the tree behind him, and he couldn't even go over to help. Lu Wenjing snorted coldly, put the lighter in his pocket, and then let go of his hand. The girl immediately collapsed to the ground, curled up and trembled. You hit it well, Dr. Jean. You lied to your brother that your daughter is a nurse, and let her stay with you all the time, so that you can protect her 24 hours a day, but will it work? After all, there is no wall that is impenetrable in the world. As he spoke, Lu Wenjing squatted down, put his hand on the girl's thigh, and said coldly, "Let her go." Dr. Jean yelled, a little excited. Hearing this, Lu Wenjing withdrew his hand in disdain and replied, "I'm not interested in her, and I didn't let anyone touch her, so now we can continue to discuss it. Are you going or not? Let my daughter go first, and everything can be discussed." Dr. Jean lowered his head and spoke after thinking for a moment. After being caught by the other party, he changed his previous crazy and stupid appearance and began to become calm. And he couldn't figure it out. He disguised himself so well that even Su Dolly didn't find this relationship. How did Lu Wenjing find out? You know, in the camp in the villa area before, in order to avoid misunderstandings from others, Dr. Jean often let nurses stay overnight in the infirmary. He also deliberately loosened the bed in the lounge, and often pushed it with his hands in the middle of the night to make people think that he was busy with something else. There was no other way. Dr. Jean knew how dangerous the place he was in was. Those female survivors who were captured would never have a peaceful life. In order to protect his daughter, he had to resort to this last resort. After hearing his request, Lu Wenjing waved his hand, and then two men came forward, lifted the girl on the ground and walked over to throw her on the ground. With a thump, the girl leaned against Dr. Jin's legs, and her head kept shrinking behind his feet. Seeing this, Lu Wenjing mocked, "I didn't torture you, what are you afraid of?" Hearing this, Dr. Jean raised his head, gnashed his teeth, and looked at him, saying, "Didn't you say you didn't touch her? Why is my daughter so scared?" "Oh, she had always denied her relationship with you and insisted that she was an orphan. I had no choice but to peel off a person's skin in front of her. I guess the scream scared her. Who knew she was so timid?" Lu Wenjing shrugged and said with a relaxed look. Hearing this, Dr. Jean looked at the man a few meters in front of him. He was wearing a pair of gold-rimmed glasses and looked so cowardly and easygoing, but in this apocalypse, he was more terrifying than a man-eating zombie. Taking a deep breath, he looked down at his feet, his eyes full of self-blame. Since the outbreak of the apocalypse, their family of four fled the city as quickly as possible, but they didn't expect that the danger in the wild was no less than that in the city. At least when those zombies entered the city, other animal zombies would mistake them for the same kind, and then did not attack in large numbers. On the contrary, in the forest, animal zombies would first attack those who had not yet mutated, and attack other human survivors. After a while, Dr. Jin's wife and son died on the way to escape. They were not chased by zombies, but killed by some evil forces. Those people targeted his identity as a doctor. If they could not cure the wounds, they would beat his two children to vent their anger. Although his daughter, who had just grown up, would not be killed, she would live in the shadow, and her spirit would become more and more fragile. Moreover, in the doomsday, without the help of medical equipment, it would be very difficult for him to treat the disease. In this way, over time, his family would definitely live in dire straits. Finally, the four of them discussed and decided to find a chance to escape. Later, in order to delay the group of people, his wife chose to block the entrance of the cave with her body, and his son, in order to protect his mother and sister, also chose to sacrifice himself. Then Dr. Jean knew how dangerous this doomsday was. Although he was a doctor, those forces would not want his life. If he cured the wound, they would be polite to him. But if he failed to cure the patient and caused the patient's death, he would often be abused. In order to prevent him from effecting the rescue, those people began to choose to attack the people around Dr. Jean. Because in the eyes of outsiders, if you can't even cure your own child, how can you cure others? After thinking this through, Dr. Jean no longer told the truth, but concealed his daughter's identity, claiming that he met her on the way to escape, and that he knew some nursing knowledge, and because he was a doctor, the two of them survived together. In this way, until they were caught again by Su Dolly and his men, the two of them survived steadily. But unexpectedly today, this was discovered again, and the two of them were in danger again. Lu Wenjing looked at the man looking down at his feet, then thought for a moment, then walked forward to untie the rope for him, and whispered, "Do you know why I found out that she is your daughter?" Dr. Jean didn't say anything, but quickly squatted down and picked up the girl on the ground, and asked nervously, "Xiaobao, are you okay? Are you injured? Let Dad check it out." But the girl was just a little collapsed, lowered her head, and pressed it tightly against his arms. Her whole body was tense. This scene made Dr. Jean angry. He raised his head and roared, "Knife, give me a knife." Chapter 432. Seeing this, Lu Wenjing waved to the side. Then his men stepped forward and threw a small blade on the ground. Dr. Jean quickly picked it up, cut the rope on his daughter's hand, then threw away the knife, wrapped his hands tightly, and shouted with red eyes, "Don't be afraid, don't be afraid. Dad is here, Dad is always here. Your daughter seems to be sick, right?" Lu Wenjing suddenly became curious and asked. But when he saw the look in the man's eyes on the ground, he smiled again and said, "Oh no, in other words, your daughter should have a problem here." After the words fell, Lu Wenjing pointed at his head. Dr. Jean gently stroked his daughter's back until she calmed down, then snorted coldly, "What did you want to say before?" Hearing this, Lu Wenjing took a step forward and squatted down. At this moment, Dr. Jean glanced at the blade on the ground, and his breathing became a little rapid. Seeing this, Lu Wenjing laughed. "The knife was half a meter away from you, and you just picked it up, but I had already pulled the trigger." Hearing this, Dr. Jean squinted and saw that his left hand was on his waist, and he was holding a pistol. Because the woods were dense here, he couldn't see it clearly. Then Lu Wenjing stopped keeping the secret, and spoke in a deep voice. "Su Dali's men have taken a fancy to your daughter. Some people have long suspected that you two are not normal. How can a doctor live with a nurse every day? What's more, the nurse next to you has always been very quiet. She only helps you get tools and medicine, but has never treated patients or checked wounds. When he came back injured, he called you over. It happened that the eldest brother was injured, so his men were itching to take advantage of you. While you were busy treating your wounds, they kidnapped your daughter and planned to make it a done deal. Fortunately, my men went out hunting and happened to see this scene. Thanks to my advance warning, I kept an eye on you too, so I was able to save you by chance." "Humph, why should I believe you? No evidence. Where is the evidence?" Dr. Jean hugged his daughter and said coldly. Lu Wenjing laughed and said, "Why don't you just ask her? Your daughter has a problem with her brain, not her mouth." After the voice fell, Dr. Jin's daughter shook her shoulders and said tremblingly, It's true, they caught me and want to bully me." Hearing this, Dr. Jin's eyes flashed with a hint of ferocity, and he whispered, "I tried my best to treat his wounds, but he couldn't manage his own men." Hearing this, Lu Wenjing snapped his fingers and put away his pistol. Then, two figures came out of the woods again, escorting a man covered in blood. Lu Wenjing curled his lips. "That man is the murderer who kidnapped your daughter. I didn't kill him and left him for you. There are two of them in total, and I skinned the other one before." Dr. Jean helped his daughter stand up and walked to the man kneeling on the ground. He gritted his teeth and asked the person beside him, "Did he kidnap you?" "Xiaobao, go forward and take a closer look." Jean Xiaobao turned her head to take a look, but couldn't see his face clearly. Then she moved closer. When she saw the tattoo on his neck, she was frightened and shrank back again. "Yes, it's him. There's another one with long hair." Lu Wenjing also came up at this time. He held the blade on the ground and handed it over and said, "Do you want to do it yourself, or do you want me to help you?" After that, Dr. Jean turned around and took the knife, and said seriously, "Please ask someone to tie him up." "You want to peel his skin too?" Lu Wenjing smiled and waved. A few minutes later, the tattooed man's hands and feet were fixed and tied to a big tree. Then Dr. Jean walked forward with a gloomy face, completely ignoring the begging in the other's eyes, walked directly behind the man, slashed his wrist with a knife, and then left. Lu Wenjing walked over, took out a lighter, and approached the man's back, took a look and then smiled. Dr. Jean is really gentle when killing people, and cut the veins of people, slowly bleeding to death. Let me guess, he should bleed to death within an hour, right? 2 hours. Dr. Jean returned the blade to his men, then walked up to Lu Wenjing and asked expressionlessly, "What do you want me to do? I should be the one asking you this." Lu Wenjing hooked his arm around his shoulder, and the two walked deeper into the forest. As they left, he told his men to keep an eye on his daughter, and not let the zombies get close to her. As the saying goes, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. I wanted to deal with Su Dali, and then his men messed with you. Although it may have nothing to do with him, he is responsible after all, right? Look at my men, why didn't they attack your daughter? Just say it. Dr. Jean lowered his head, and continued to ask. Help me think of a way to fake his death, preferably one caused by wound infection. Lu Wenjing stopped laughing, and said seriously, You're too late, I've already given him antibiotics. Then why don't you just change to another injection the second time? Lu Wenjing frowned and said. Su Dali asked people to take away all the antibiotics. I guess he wants his confidant to give him the injection later. Dr. Jean hesitated for a while, but finally told the truth. Hearing this, Lu Wenjing kicked the dirt on the ground in annoyance and whispered, Is there no other way? If you want to kill him directly, then there is no point in going through so many circles. Seeing this, Dr. Jean turned around and said calmly, "There is a way, but I need 2 sets of disposable syringes. If you can find them, I can help you kill him." "What way?" Lu Wenjing's eyes lit up. "Air," Dr. Jean said expressionlessly, without a trace of emotion in his words. "As long as this thing is injected into the blood vessels, it will affect blood circulation if it exceeds a certain amount. If the brain is not supplied with enough blood, it can cause brain death. Others shouldn't be able to see the fatal wound, right? In this apocalypse, there are no machines to check. With the naked eye, you can only find an extra pinhole. And I will take out the anesthetic in front of him, and what you have to do is to make as much noise as possible to attract his men to leave." Hearing this, Lu Wenjing pondered for a while and nodded. "Okay, I know. I will have someone send the syringe tomorrow morning. You go back first, and I will have someone send you." As soon as the voice fell, the two turned around and left. Lu Wenjing called 2 people to cover him, and let him leave with his daughter. On the way, Dr. Jean held Jean Xiaobao's hand and whispered, "Didn't those people from Laosi touch you?" Jean Xiaobao shook his head and whispered, "No, I was injured by those 2 before, but just now. He pressed the wound on my left shoulder with his elbow, so I kept struggling." Hearing this, Dr. Jean stopped his daughter and looked at her chin in the moonlight. He found that there was no sign of burning at the chin. Then he remembered that Lu Wenjing had just blocked his sight with half of his body some time ago. Chapter 433. In the woods, it was a little after 2 in the morning. The other men had all gone back, and now there were only 2 people left in the flat area. Lu Wenjing walked forward slowly and reached out to take down a piece of cloth. Then the man tied to the tree suddenly cried, "No, 4th brother, what are you doing? You are trying to put the blame on our eldest brother. We both did it, but why do you want to put more blame on him? If you want to seize power, you must make sacrifices. Don't you understand this principle?" Lu Wenjing pushed his glasses with his hand and said expressionlessly. But the other party didn't listen at all, just begging him to help stop the bleeding. Lu Wenjing didn't say anything, but stood quietly in front of him, motionless. From time to time, he looked at his watch and estimated the time. The words spoken by the man opposite also changed from begging at the beginning to threatening, until finally cursing. Soon, the time came to about 10 minutes, and the man was completely silent, lowering his head and without any reaction. Lu Wenjing walked forward, shone a light with a lighter, looked around, and began to talk to himself. The vein ruptured, shock will occur in about 10 minutes, and death will occur within 2 hours. This kind of fear of slowly waiting to die is really tormenting. As soon as he finished speaking, the surrounding grass began to move, as if something had pulled apart the leaves, and then a familiar low roar came. The zombies were attracted by the man shouting, and Lu Wenjing did not stay and quietly retreated. Then the woods returned to silence, leaving only the sound of zombies gnawing. After returning to the community, Lu Wenjing went to the vehicle where the supplies were stored and took out 2 sets of disposable syringes. The person on duty did not ask much about what he wanted to do, and just registered and gave it to him. This was mainly because Su Dali had given Lu Wenjing too much authority before. After all, he was the only one who could make bullets, so these supplies were not useful to him alone. Back in the house, Lu Wenjing stood by the window and waved outside, then handed out a plastic bag. "Give it to the doctor." The subordinate nodded, quietly stuffed it into his clothes and left. A few hours later, the sky was gradually brightening, and the quiet and peaceful community began to surge. According to the plan, Dr. Jean came to the outside of the medical tent early in the morning and asked to enter. The subordinates outside stopped him, and several people had a dispute. After hearing this, Su Dali shouted irritably, "Get in! Why are you making a fuss outside so early in the morning?" He watched the doctor enter and continued, "Didn't you treat the wound yesterday? Why are you here again today?" Hearing this, Dr. Jean held a syringe in his hand and explained, "Your wound area is too serious. I need to clean up the damaged soft tissues to avoid affecting the nerves in the future, which may cause the arm to lose sensation." Of course, he just made up these words casually, and ordinary people can't hear any flaws at all. After this, Su Dali nodded as if he understood. "Then you come." Then Dr. Jean moved a chair forward, sat on the bedside of his right, turned his head and ordered, "Please go and get the anesthetic. I need the patient to stay stable." Seeing this, the men looked at the big brother on the bed and did not move. After Su Dali nodded slightly, he walked out. A few minutes later, Dr. Jean took the glass bottle, opened the syringe, and began to follow the steps, but his movements were deliberately slow. Now he prayed in his heart that Lu Wenjing could make some trouble, so as to lead the men in the tent out. Just when Dr. Jean could no longer delay, he finally heard a noise coming from outside, as if something had fallen to the ground. Then, there was a lot of noise, and the two groups started to fight. The noise was so loud that Sue Dolly had to ask someone to go out to mediate, lest the conflict escalate and guns be fired. When all his men left the tent, Dr. Jean looked at the bed inconspicuously, confirmed that Sue Dolly was resting with his eyes closed, then reached into his pocket and quietly replaced the anesthetic syringe in his hand. 2 minutes later, Dr. Jean lifted the tent curtain, nodded to the northeast, and went back in. Soon, a group of people came to the infirmary with nervous expressions, and quickly went in from the back. "Yes, Dr. Jean, you have made a great contribution today." Lu Wenjing walked to him with a smile, glanced at the man with a calm face on the bed, and said with satisfaction. Dr. Jean didn't say much, but his forehead was sweating a little, and he looked a little nervous. He cleaned up the garbage on the ground and said, "I'm going to apply medicine to Xiaobao. Can I go first?" Hearing this, Lu Wenjing raised his right hand and waved it back, then he went forward to take a closer look. Suddenly, he felt that Sue Dolly's face was too normal. Looking back, he happened to find that Dr. Jin's pace was particularly fast. Then, Lu Wenjing saw a package in the trash can beside the bed. He looked closer, and saw that it said glucose. Then his face changed slightly. He quickly stood up and stretched his hand towards the bed. As soon as he got close to the area under Sue Dolly's nose, he felt that there was still breath. Just as his heart was pounding, and he wanted to withdraw his fingers, Sue Dolly suddenly opened his eyes, and sat up with a smile. At the same time, Lu Wenjing's left hand was also tightly grasped. The next second, a man in black suddenly emerged from under the bed, holding a dagger, and quickly pressed it against Lu Wenjing's neck. "Old four, you're playing tricks on me? You kidnapped the doctor's daughter, and coerced the doctor to fake the crime scene for you. You want me to die in obscurity, right?" After he finished speaking, Sue Dolly lifted the quilt and stood up, saying in a deep voice, "I just broke a hand, not my head. Do you really think I'm a fool? If I really have no skills like you think, how can I develop my power to the current scale? I can control the power of nearly 300 people, but I can't control you, a four-eyed guy." Still not satisfied, Sue Dolly walked around, reached out and fumbled around him, and took the pistol back. "I gave you this thing, and now it's time to take it back." After saying this, Sue Dolly turned around and walked a few steps, then turned his head again, and kicked out suddenly, hitting Lu Wenjing's abdomen hard, and the latter flew out immediately. Even the tent was lifted. The kick used too much force. Sue Dolly supported his men next to him with his left hand, his face slightly red, and said quickly, "Go and take out the blade from Lao Si's body." He hid it under his feet. Chapter 434. Xiao Jiang quickly chased after him after hearing this. After Lu Wenjing was kicked, he felt a sudden pain in his stomach. He knelt on the ground and vomited the food residue. His expression was extremely panicked. He couldn't figure it out. He had done it perfectly, and everything went so smoothly. Why did Sue Dolly notice at first? He even took down the doctor before him. It seemed that he, Lu Wenjing, was staring at a trap and jumped into it. His glasses had already fallen to the ground. Lu Wenjing wiped the corner of his mouth with the back of his hand, turned his head, and looked to the right. His breathing suddenly stagnated, and his eyes were full of despair. "I saw a total of 20 men in that flat area, kneeling on the ground with their hands on their heads, all of them beaten like pigs. There were even a few corpses lying on the ground, with daggers stuck in the middle of their foreheads." Crack! Sue Dolly walked out of the tent, and directly stepped on the gold-rimmed glasses he had worn for several years, and even crushed them several times. "I'm sincere to you. Why do you use a knife on me?" Sue Dolly cursed loudly, picked up the plastic bucket next to him with his left hand, and smashed it on Lu Wenjing's head. "Bang, speak up, bastard. You want to betray me too? Where do you get the confidence?" Lu Wenjing protected his head with both hands and curled up on the ground. He didn't dare to move at all. He didn't have any means to fight Sue Dolly head-on. He hit Sue Dolly several times in a row, which was very painful. Fortunately, Dave brought a chair so that he could sit down and rest. Dr. Jean also suddenly came over with his daughter and said softly, "Xiao Su, his physical fitness is poor. He can't stand your beating. You can stop." Hearing this, Sue Dolly curled his lips, took the cup of water handed to him by his subordinate, and took a sip, saying indifferently, "You can treat it. Anyway, just leave it to you. I know what I am doing." When he heard the conversation between the two of them, Lu Wenjing turned his head and looked at the middle-aged man, wearing black-framed glasses. His eyes were full of viciousness. Then he turned his head slightly, and found something wrong. That is, Jin Shibao's eyes were completely different from those in the early morning. The girl who was timid and afraid to speak before has disappeared, replaced by a girl who now looks a little cold and ruthless, with a frosty face. Dr. Jin put his arm around his daughter, pushed the frame with his right hand, and said expressionlessly, "Let me introduce myself again. My name is Jin Linfu, and you should know my occupation. My wife who once died is called Su Wan." Su. Lu Wenjing's face suddenly changed, and he pointed at the two of them, unable to speak. Seeing this, Dr. Jin nodded again and said, "Yes, my wife is Brother Su's cousin. To be honest, I didn't expect to meet my relative again in the doomsday, and he even has his own power." Hearing this, Lu Wenjing obviously didn't believe it. His face turned red, and he shouted excitedly, "Bullshit, impossible, this is impossible. Weren't you captured by Su Dali and his men? I followed him to capture you, and you were beaten at that time. But now you tell me that you two are relatives?" Hearing this, Jin Fulin shook his head slightly, sighed and said, "Xiao Su, you can talk to him slowly, I will take Xiaobao back first. Goodbye, cousin-in-law." Su Dali smiled, he sat on the chair, crossed his legs and looked at Lu Wenjing, jokingly, "Keep going, your angry look is quite interesting." But Lu Wenjing just kept shaking his head, repeating the word impossible. Seeing this scene, Su Dali also felt a little boring, and then his face darkened, and he began to tell the story slowly. "From the very beginning, when I accepted you in, I never believed you. A person who still fantasizes about beautiful love and the end of the world, should I say you are naive or stupid and cute? In the current environment, who else is worthy of your sincere treatment?" At that time, the girl was an eyeliner arranged by another camp. At that time, you couldn't control your lower body, and couldn't walk when you saw people. You didn't know how to think about it. How could a little beauty suddenly fall from the sky, and she just happened to be alone? However, when he said this, Su Dali also sighed and said irritably, "I didn't control myself this time. I was impulsive when I saw a beautiful woman. I made such a big mistake, and even broke my right hand." After he finished speaking, he looked at the bandage on his right arm, and his eyes revealed regret. He even wanted to take people back and capture the man and woman alive, and then let the man watch how he tortured the girl to the point that she wanted to live but couldn't, and wanted to die but couldn't. Unfortunately for now, Su Dali still focuses on being more cautious, recovering from his injuries first, and then making long-term plans. Anyway, there are many people here, and he doesn't believe that the other side, with only a dozen people, dares to come back. You know, without large-scale lethal weapons, it is not enough to shake Su Dali's hand. Sometimes there are more people than enemies, and that is the truth. "So you were the one who pushed her death?" Lu Wenjing knelt on the ground, his face numb, and said, "That's about right." Su Dali looked at him, and continued quietly, "I only asked them to tie the person alive in the cave. Who knew that those bastards would have bad intentions when they saw that she was beautiful and accidentally killed her?" At this point, Su Dali pretended to be innocent and curled his lips, as if in his opinion, the death of a person was as ordinary as the death of a zombie. "But later when you beat them violently, even when I was about to shoot, those people did not betray you. I can't understand why. What's so great about you that even dying people are willing to work for you?" Hearing this, Su Dali grinned, stood up and twisted his neck, then said lightly, "Maybe it's because I kidnapped their wives, children and parents. After all, you know that before our camp, some people brought their families with them." Hearing this, Lu Wenjing lowered his head, looked at the ground, and whispered, "So, from the beginning when you discovered Dr. Jin and the other two, you started to set a trap, just to close the net at this moment, so as to catch all of us, right? If that's the case, then I'm convinced today. That's not the case, you don't have to flatter me." Su Dali took a few steps forward, stood in front of him, and said calmly, "At the beginning, I just thought that there would be more and more people in the future, and I would inevitably be unable to manage them. Doctors are indispensable resources. It just so happens that I know him, so I just do a big one. And to tell you the truth, when I took you to catch them, I really didn't recognize that they were my cousin's husband. After all, they were wearing tattered clothes and their faces were dirty. It was only when I caught Xiaobao later that I found the same necklace on her neck as my sister's that I recognized her." Chapter 435. After saying this, Su Dali was too lazy to continue talking to him, and waved to the side. "Dai and Xiaojiang, you two take him to a basement and lock him up. Lock his hands and feet with chains, and don't let him out for eating, drinking, defecating or urinating. When I recover from my injuries, I will continue to lead people to chase him out, and then you can pack up the supplies and go home. When we get back to the villa area, Stay there honestly, and make bullets to buy yourself a chance to survive. Anyway, I will provide you with raw materials." After saying that, Su Dolly squatted down, patted his face with his left hand, and stood up and left. He still had to deal with those who rebelled. The two men in black nodded, stepped forward and grabbed Lu Wenjing's left and right arms, dragging him in other directions. Su Dolly stood in the open space, looking at the men kneeling on the ground in front of him, and asked expressionlessly, "Is the current situation what you want?" Everyone was silent, and no one dared to speak. So Su Dolly continued to speak. "Ask yourself with your conscience, didn't I save most of your lives? How can I save you but not me? You actually hate me." After he finished speaking, he rushed forward and kicked the people in front of him. Due to the excessive movement, the wound on his right hand actually split open, gradually dyeing the bandage red, and blood began to drip. Seeing this, Su Dolly looked down, frowned, and then ordered, "I can spare the death penalty, but the living punishment cannot be escaped. Each person will be whipped with salt water 7 times, and those who can't bear it will be dragged out to feed the zombies." As soon as he finished speaking, he turned and walked towards the doctor, intending to rebandage the wound. Hearing this, those kneeling on the ground breathed a sigh of relief, not caring how cold it was in the winter, and all took off their upper body clothes, lying on the ground with bare arms, waiting for punishment. Just as Su Dolly turned to leave, several of his confidants were a little dissatisfied, so they chased after him and asked, "Brother, these little bastards dared to make trouble today, and they dared to use knives tomorrow, and they all followed the 4th brother to rebel. Why don't you kill them?" Hearing this, Su Dolly stopped and turned his head to look over with a calm face. The next second, the confidant patted his mouth and said, "I'm sorry, brother, I forgot that the 4th Lu Wenjing was the leader. In my opinion, since they have changed their hearts, keeping them is a hidden danger after all." "Humph, you have been with me for so long, and you haven't learned anything useful?" Su Dolly snorted coldly, continued to walk, and then said in a deep voice, "Don't look at the surface of things. The reason they want to rebel is nothing more than coveting my resources, even women. They think that after following the 4th brother to rebel successfully, they can eat and drink well. It's just a daydream. I know the methods of people like Lao Si best. He looks harmless, and as weak as a zombie, but he is good at getting people to work for him. To put it bluntly, he is very good at making promises. Once Lao Si really succeeds, he will most likely clean up everyone, then attract a group of zombies to surround the periphery, and then live alone in it. As long as he digs a secret passage, basically no one can touch him. What I have to do is to let those people watch how Lu Wenjing went from being second to none, to being slapped to the bottom of the valley by me, and becoming a slave." After saying that, Su Dolly looked forward and walked away steadily. The intermittent whip sounds began to appear behind him. After that, there was no conflict between the two sides. Qin was recovering from his injuries, and Su Dolly could not make any other noise. At present, it seems that they are both recuperating. However, the more he hurried to the community, the more Qin felt that something was wrong. Finally, 2 days later, everyone met Haozi Washu and others again. The location was a flat land under a hillside with a road on it. I don't know if it was because of the appearance of zombies that the driver was distracted and drove the truck down from the top, and the carriage just fell down. After Xiao Jiao and Huang Lulin left, Uncle Wa also went to search for a day, but there was no clue. He didn't even see a shadow. Later, he thought it was not good to just wait like this, so he looked around and finally found this pretty good habitat. The moment he saw the mouse, Qin came forward and hugged him, then exchanged greetings for a while, then lifted the clothes hanging at the entrance of the carriage and walked in one by one. Although the space inside was not big, it was very long, about several meters. There was a fire inside, and only Xiaoyin was seen at the moment. Qin approached and greeted her, and then he saw a man with his hands and feet tied in the corner. Seeing this, Qin asked curiously, and Xiaoyin explained, "Before, in order to find you, Uncle Wa went to catch 2 people and brought them back. One of them was your man, and the other was him. Uncle Haozi said that he would need this man to lead the way, so he kept him." "Okay." Qin nodded, then sat down by the fire and introduced the people around him one by one. After all, the 2 groups had just met, so they were still a little unfamiliar. Except for Qin, everyone else was a little unnatural, and Xiao Jiao saw all of this. Moreover, the space was not very large to begin with, and it became a lot more crowded when more people came, so he simply went outside to pick up some stones to pad the floor of the carriage, and built a fire in the outer area, so that Lin Yi, Yang Zi, and Hong Wu and others could keep warm and not be so awkward. Seeing Qin and Xiao Haozi and others chatting happily, Xiao Jiao clapped his hands and walked over and smiled. I thought you would rush up and beat up that person when you saw him, but it seems that I thought too much. Hearing this, Jinyu turned his head and looked at him, smiling. If he hurt my people, then I should ask him to pay with his life. Besides, it's meaningless to vent your anger on these people who took the lead, unless you catch the leader. That being said, when I took action before, I also saw a lot of corpses on the ground. Xiao Jiao came over and sat down, patted his shoulder and praised. Not bad, Xiao Yu, your skills have become much stronger. Now I estimate that it is difficult for 7 or 8 men to get close to you together. Thank you, brother Xiao. Jinyu replied modestly. 5 or 6 people are very difficult. Previously, that was the effect of desperate efforts. After all, if I fell, the people around me would not survive, so I had no choice but to do my best. Now my shoulder still hurts a little. Chapter 436. Perhaps when it comes to life and death, when humans are unaware, they will also burst out with more potential. Xiao Jiao said softly. Hearing this, Xiao Yin was surprised. Hey, Brother Chen is injured? Where is the injury? Do you want me to take a look? Hearing this, Jinyu waved his hand and smiled. It's okay, the wound has been treated. Xiao Jiao took the branch next to him and broke it, and threw it into the fire, chuckling. There is a doctor in Xiao Yu's team, don't bother with this. If you really want to see him, Uncle Wa has to come. After all, he is the most experienced in treating external injuries among us. After the words fell, Xiao Yin raised her head, her eyes revealed surprise, and she said excitedly, Which one? Can you teach me? Jinyu turned his head, looked to the right, and said, Look, the one with a ponytail talking is her. Well, her name seems to be Lin something, right? Lin Yi. Jinyu added that after meeting these people, he felt much better. At the very least, Xiao Yin has always been very active, as if she will never be depressed, and she is very enthusiastic everywhere. Then Xiao Yin left and ran to Lin Yi. The 4 girls gathered together, lowering their heads, and talking about something. Han Wu, Lao Cheng and Xiao Kong were not used to listening to girls whispering, so they all went to Jinyu to warm themselves by the fire. By the way, why didn't I see Xiaohu and Uncle Wa? What were they doing in the winter? Jinyu glanced at the carriage again, confirmed that there was no one there, and then asked. Just at this time, Haozi came back from moving wood and explained. Xiaohu has been a little strange recently. Uncle Wa took him out to experience some. Swish. Haozi put the wood on the ground, walked over and said, Brother, squeeze over there and leave some space. Xiao Kong nodded, then moved a little. Haozi roasted the fire, rubbed the snow on his head and said, This damn weather will finally pass in a few days. I really hope we can change the environment to survive next year. When will this day end? This requires all of us to work together. Xiao Jiao put his hand on Jinyu's shoulder and said in a serious voice. Where is Dazhuang? Why did he disappear? After warming his hands, Haozi asked Jinyu. Hunting, practicing archery. He said he didn't bring his bow with him, so the hit rate would drop easily when the distance is far, so he should get a feel for it first. Jinyu said casually. Okay, I go out and find him. Haozi picked up the coat beside him, then took the dagger and stood up. Give me a rough direction. Hearing this, Jinyu walked out of the car, looked at the surrounding woods, and then pointed to the northwest area. It's over there, you should be able to see it after a few hundred meters. Then he went back inside and continued, Come to think of it, I didn't see you looking at the direction on the way back. How did you find Haozi and Xiao Yin directly? Hearing this, Xiao Jiao touched his head and smiled. Are you sure I didn't look at the direction? Sure, you just took a bow and looked for birds everywhere. At this point, Jinyu suddenly realized, so you covered it up in this way. Of course, we don't have a walkie-talkie, and it's a pipe dream to find each other in the vast jungle. At the place where we separated before, Uncle Wa would carve a symbol every few meters, and then with the broken branches, we can find the way. Xiao Jiao did not hide anything and explained it directly. Then everyone stayed in the carriage. There was nothing to do, so everyone warmed themselves by the fire and chatted. Time passed quickly. When it got dark, Uncle Wa also came back with Xiaohu. Unlike before, Xiaohu had a lot of blood on his body, which scared Xiao Yin and made him think something had happened. Later, Uncle Wa said lightly that he had taken him to eliminate a few enemies and was slightly injured, but not fatal. Jinyu also asked Lin Yi to help check and confirm that they were all minor injuries. Only then did he feel relieved. Then Haozi boiled some hot water and went outside to clean the blood for him. How is it? How is the effect? After Uncle Wa sat down, Xiao Jiao frowned and asked. Not bad, at least he knows the difference, and his heart should be back. Jinyu asked curiously, What's the situation? He seems to be only in his teens. Why did he suddenly change so much? It's no wonder that he has some doubts. When he saw Xiaohu just now, Qinyu was shocked, not because of the blood, but because of the numbness, unwillingness, and even relief in the other's eyes. Hearing this, Xiao Jiao began to talk, slowly telling him the previous things. A few minutes later, Qinyu nodded helplessly after listening. Indeed, if a child takes the wrong path and goes astray, he really needs someone to pull him back. That's right. So I also asked Uncle what it'd take him to find a few enemies to try, so that he can see how likely he is to win if he faces them head-on. How many people in total? Qinyu asked again. For adult men, one of whom has a leg injury, but they seem to be in poor health, and their backs seem to have been injured before. I should have changed to normal enemies earlier. Uncle Wa pulled out a dagger and placed it at his feet, saying softly, "Come on, he almost got into trouble with just these few people. If 4 healthy people really came, I'm afraid we would have to collect Xiu's body." Xiaoyin muttered as she sat there, and then she stood up and walked outside with some worry. Forget it, I go and take a look too. When everyone met again, Qinyu's injuries gradually healed, and everyone began to discuss the next revenge plan. After about 10 minutes, Dazhuang and Haozi also came back, talking and laughing all the way, holding a hare in their hands. It's not good today. There are no animals around here, so we can't hunt them. Dazhuang came over and sat down, saying depressedly. Hearing this, Haozi prepared to continue to build a fire. He smiled and explained, "You had a fight here before, and the noise attracted a lot of zombies. I guess the animals have already run away." Hearing this, Qinyu suddenly remembered something and said, "In this case, wouldn't the community be in chaos?" "What do you mean?" Uncle Wa looked at him and asked. "Zombies, and the number of enemies, etc." At this point, Uncle Wa also remembered something. He looked at Xiao Jiao and said solemnly, "Before you came back, I saw a good show from a distance with a sniper scope. It seemed that something strange happened on the other side. At that time, there was a man wearing gold-rimmed glasses, who discussed some plans with some people, and wanted to rebel. Unfortunately, it was too far away, and I didn't understand lip reading very well. I relied half on watching and half on guessing, and barely understood a little." Chapter 437. Oh, there's this thing? Qinyu got interested after hearing this. If there's trouble inside the enemy, that's a good thing for us. If some young man comes to power, it's even better. Hearing this, Xiao Jiao shook his head slightly and said seriously, "This kind of thing is basically impossible. After all, think about it, the enemies who attack you, the reason they were able to develop was definitely not by force. It's not enough to just rely on fists, they also have to rely on this." After he finished speaking, he pointed to his head. Then Uncle Wa also said solemnly, "What Xiao Xiao said is not without reason. At the beginning, even I was deceived. I thought that the man with gold-rimmed glasses would succeed, but I didn't expect that the eldest brother seemed to be a little respectful to the doctor, and his attitude was different from before. If I had known before the end of the world, I would have learned lip reading well, otherwise, I should have been able to get more clues." Hearing this, Haozi walked into the carriage with tools in his hands, and said, "It's already very good. At least now we know that the other party is not very peaceful, and we can breathe more." After that, he came to the fire and started to work. Qinyu took a closer look and found that Haozi had taken a wooden tripod from the car and propped it up around the fire. Then he put 3 wires tied together at the intersection above, made a hook shape at the bottom, and then hung a small iron pot. In just half a minute, a simple stove was completed. Seeing this, Huang Lulin said admiringly, "Brother, your method is good. It is quick to clean up and easy to place. It's better than our method of using stones to build a stove." Qinyu nodded. Haozi just smiled and added water to the pot, saying, as the saying goes, "Can a living person be suffocated to death by urine?" Frequent transfers with a pot and a stand are much more convenient, and the remaining time can be used to find water and food. Then everyone started to get busy with dinner. Lacheng and Dazhuang were also enthusiastic about helping, but unfortunately the space was not large, and people could not move around. There was no choice but to let Haozi and Xiaoyin do it. There was nothing to eat. Xiao Jiao's food only had some canned food that had not expired. As for other things, most of them were inedible even if they were found. After all, it was easy to eat, but it was difficult not to get sick. Otherwise, if you got a stomach upset, you would definitely die in this apocalypse. Fortunately, Dazhuang's archery skills were always good. With him, everyone could often eat fresh meat. Fortunately, those zombies could not climb trees, even if the animals were mutated, otherwise there would be no meat to eat. About half an hour later, a pot of rich meat soup was ready. The aroma was so strong that everyone swallowed their saliva. In fact, there was no seasoning, just fresh rabbit meat and dried meat slices. However, Xiao Jiu's team had some wild ginger. Uncle Hua would dig some and bring them with him when he saw them before. After all, it was not bad to use it to make soup. The most important thing was that both groups knew one thing very well, that is, salt was very important. It was at least better than chewing biscuits when used for seasoning. And the salt consumption rate was quite slow. If you save it, it would be enough for a long time. In the carriage, everyone leaned against the iron sheets on both sides, and every two people shared a bowl to eat. Sorry, we didn't have enough time to prepare the dinner this time. We ran out of bowls, so we could only eat for now. I go to the city to search for supplies, and bring back some iron bowls tomorrow morning. Housie said with some guilt as he scooped soup for everyone. After all, he was the one who brought Xiao Jiu and others back, but he ignored the problem of insufficient tableware after the two sides met up. It was really a bit shameful. Lao Cheng wiped the corner of his mouth and said with a smile, "We are all family from now on, so we won't have any quarrels. It's okay, I go with you tomorrow." At first, Lao Cheng and Hong Wu were also worried that it would be difficult to talk to Xiao Jiu's people. After all, supplies were in short supply in the Doomsday, and there were so many people on their side, so there might be some disagreements. Later, after getting familiar with them, they realized that it was no wonder that even someone as capable as Qin Yu sincerely admired Xiao Jiu. The latter's team, and their group of people also had something in common. That was that despite being in the Doomsday, they all maintained their kindness in their bones, and treated people gently, and even the captured prisoner was not abused. Although Lao Cheng was also very angry at first, after listening to what Qin Yu said, he thought about it, and felt that it made sense. There was no point in venting anger on these soldiers. The big fish should be caught. Hearing this, Xiao Jiu took the bowl of soup that Xiao Yin had finished, took a sip and shook his head. "We have to evacuate first. It is not safe to stay here for a long time. The most important problem at present is that there are not enough cars for so many people to leave. You continue to drink, I'm not hungry." Qin Yu pushed the bowl handed by Lin Yi back, and shook his head slightly. After hearing what Xiao Jiu said, he also said, "Brother Xiao is right. The main reason why those people have not made any move yet is that someone caused a commotion inside. Secondly, the man who led the group was seriously injured and has to rest now." After he finished speaking, Xiao Jiu put down the empty bowl and said irritably, "It's a pity that I don't know that person. Otherwise, I would have chased him and captured their leader alive. I guess this chaos would have ended. Alas, what a big deal." Qin Yu looked at him and whispered, "Don't say you don't know him. Even I didn't think that he was the big brother that Hu Li mentioned. No one would believe it if he was the boss and led his men to chase the enemy. So our next task is to find a car first, right?" De Zhuang took the bowl from Lao Cheng and drank it in one gulp. "Oh, why did you finish it? Leave some for me." Lao Cheng tilted the empty bowl and said dissatisfiedly, "Come on, brother, I still have some." Housie extended the bowl and poured it directly to him. "Don't worry, we don't have any infectious diseases." "That's too polite." Lao Cheng held the bowl with both hands and said with a smile. After thinking for a while, Qin Yu shook his head. "One car is definitely not enough, at least 3, and we have to make oil extraction tools, and find some hoses, plastic bottles and tape. I think we need to move to other places first. Those people are resting here, so we can go and steal their houses first." While the grown men were discussing tomorrow's plan, Xiaoyin poured the last bit of broth in the pot into an empty can, which had been cut open, and had its edges flattened so it wouldn't cut her mouth when she ate. Then she stood up with a little bit of food and walked to the inside of the carriage. "Hey, have a drink." Chapter 438. A thin man with rotten hair curled up inside, his hands and legs tied, his face pressed against the iron sheet, and he didn't move for a long time. I don't know if he heard Xiaoyin's voice or smelled the broth. He gradually opened his eyes. Then he turned his head to the right, and then his eyes quickly moved away, and he said with some stammering, "You just put it on the ground. It's fine." Hearing this, Xiaoyin took a step forward, squatted down and put the can at his feet, tilted his head and asked curiously, "Why are you so scared of me? Didn't I tell you that I used zombies to threaten you just to get you to talk, and they didn't really bite you? Besides, if you were bitten, you would have turned into them and sleepwalked in the wild. And don't worry, Brother Xiao is a very kind person. You didn't attack our friends, you just followed him to find someone. Once he finds your base camp, he will let you go, I promise." After saying that, Xiaoyin squatted in front of him, patted her chest with her right hand a few times, and then stood up and prepared to leave. The man didn't feel annoyed when he heard her chattering. For so many days, only this girl was willing to provide him with 2 meals a day. The other 2 people only intended to give him 1 meal a day. Although he repeatedly assured that he had not fired a gun and was just pretending to rush forward, the other party didn't believe it at all. At this time, he looked at the girl who was about to leave and spoke. "Thank you for your help. I will remember it for the rest of my life." Hearing this, Xiaoyin turned around and continued to squat and said in surprise, "So you are not a stutterer? I thought you had a stutter, and it was so difficult for you to speak before." The man moved his body, put his hands together to pick up the can, and felt the warmth in his hands. He lowered his head and whispered, "You are too beautiful, I dare not look at you." After the voice fell, Xiaoyin said quickly, "Well, I give you food just because I don't want you to starve to death in here. I have someone I like, and I won't be interested in other men. Don't have any thoughts about me, otherwise I will never care about you again." "No. No." The man was anxious and replied, "I don't mean that, really. How dare I have such a dream?" "Well, that's good. Throw the can over after you finish drinking." Xiaoyin breathed a sigh of relief. Then she turned her head and looked behind her to make sure that no one else was paying attention to this side, then took out half a piece of dried meat from her pocket and threw it into the man's bowl, whispering, "You haven't eaten meat for a few days, and you are so thin, it's pitiful. I give you a meal. By the way, seeing that you look like a rib, I call you Xiaoshu from now on, hee." After saying that, Xiaoyin stood up and left. Lenny sat next to Qinyu, and her eyes quickly moved away again. She only took a glance to see that the man was abnormally thin, his face was hungry and yellow, and the color of his hair was not dyed yellow, probably because of lack of nutrition. The most important thing is that there are probably parasites in his body. Judging from his appearance, he won't live long. And according to the description of the man called Hausi, although the man did not attack her community, but just followed her, Lin Yi would never go to see him for treatment. Lin Yi's idea is that in this doomsday, except for her friends, the life and death of anyone else has nothing to do with her. Everyone finished eating quickly, and Dazhuang and Hausi also went out to dig some clean snow and threw it into the pot, put the iron bowls in, and boiled them directly with boiling water. It was both cleaning and disinfection. They spread some clothes on the ground, and then they all rested with their heads facing each other and their feet facing each other. The 4 girls slept in the middle, while Xiao Jiao and Uncle Hua slept in the inner compartment, in order to prevent the captive from causing trouble. However, Qinyu only took a glance and confirmed that the man would definitely not make any noise, because Xiao Jiao tied him up in a different position before going to bed. His right hand was tied down to his right ankle, and his left hand was tied up to his neck. This position is very awkward, and if the left hand moves, it will be difficult to breathe, because the button will become tighter and tighter. Soon the carriage became quiet, with only the sound of burning wood. The terrain here is hidden, and it is difficult for ordinary people to find it. Moreover, there are zombies in the forest, and basically no one will find it late at night, so there is no need to keep watch. Of course, the most important thing is that there are many zombies outside, which have surrounded this place. Xiao Jiao took the time to go out and check it out before letting everyone have a good rest. Time passed slowly, and Qinyu met Xiao Jiao and others again. He was in a much better mood. Although those children and old people were gone, this was the cruelty of the end of the world. Some people join, and some people leave. Now he hopes that the children in the community can be fine. With Zhang Yin, the children should be fine. What Qinyu is worried about now is that the old man Bai, Wang Tianhai and Yifeng, the last time they met when they were attacked, he saw these 3 sneak out. It's just that they were too weak. There were 3 of them, 2 of them had broken hands, and the rest was still a child. And Li Yao and Wu Rui were nowhere to be found. I hope they can meet. This sentence floated through Qinyu's mind, and then he slowly closed his eyes and fell asleep. I don't know how long it took. Qinyu felt a little thirsty, opened his eyes, and sat up. The light in the car was a little dim, and the flames gradually became smaller. He looked at his watch, and the time was 2 o'clock in the morning. After looking around, Qinyu stood up carefully, stepped on the only remaining space, walked to the fire and added some wood, and then was about to go back to sleep. He glanced casually, but his brows were furrowed, and his heart began to beat faster. The area where Lin Yi had slept was now empty, but the other 3 girls were still there. Then, he quickly counted the number of people, and confirmed that only Lin Yi was missing, and his heart sank immediately. Without bothering to call for help, Qinyu took his dagger and walked carefully towards the exit. When he came out of the carriage, he looked around and saw the back of the person sitting on the stone in the distance. He was relieved and his brows relaxed. Then Qinyu slowly walked over and whispered, Are you suffering from insomnia? Can't you sleep? Hearing the sound, Lindy turned her head and smiled slightly. I'm sorry to wake you up. I'm just not used to spending the night with so many people, so I came out to look at the moon. Don't worry, there are no zombies around, and I won't put myself in danger. Chinyu walked to her side and sat cross-legged, hugged her shoulders and whispered, I'm sorry that I haven't been able to give you a good place to rest recently. I know that the environment you used to live in is very different from mine. If it weren't for the end of the world, we wouldn't have the relationship we have now. I promise you that things have gradually stabilized now. After I recover from my injuries and take revenge this time, my life will definitely get better and better in the future. By then, whether it's electricity, eggs, and fresh vegetables, everything will be available. Chapter 439. It would be great if everyone could live in peace. Lenny leaned her head on Chinyu's shoulder and said softly. After hearing this, Chinyu pondered for a while and shook his head slightly. Where there are people, there will always be struggles. This has always been the case since ancient times. Even in the Stone Age, there were frequent conflicts between tribes. Lenny tilted her head, she looked at the clear and shining stars in the sky, sighed and said, People inside the wall eat meat, and people outside eat tree bark, so there will always be one side that will be unwilling. Obviously, there will be fewer and fewer people in the end times, but the war has never stopped. Listening to her words, Chinyu remained silent and did not continue. After about half a minute, he slowly said, After all, there are only so many resources. With fewer people, the living standards of each country have also risen. Before the end of the world, this was almost the daily routine of some countries in the world. In order to better plunder resources, many wars were launched in this way. The current environment is even worse than before. In this way, there will be endless enemies, and the bullets will eventually become less and less. In the future, any force that can produce this thing stably for a long time will become the Overlord. After the words fell, Lenny sat up, turned her head and looked into his eyes, hesitated and said, So this is why you have to fight back? I felt strange before. After all, we didn't lose anyone in this attack, although we almost died in the end, but that was just a near miss. The enemy had more people and more firepower. According to your personality, I think you should temporarily avoid the sharp edge. But in that abandoned village, even when you were lying in bed recovering from your injuries, you often discuss various plans with your friends and Dazhuang. In the end, even before your injuries were completely healed, you chose to meet up with these people first. On the surface, you wanted to reunite with your friends as soon as possible, but in reality, you wanted to prevent the enemy from further replenishing ammunition, right? Hearing this, Chinyu smiled and reached out to touch her head, but the latter turned away for the first time. Then Lenny lowered her head and said with a sobbing voice, I'm really scared, afraid that you will die in my arms, or that I will go first. When you fainted before, I had decided to commit suicide on the spot. I'm tired of the comfortable life in this end of the world that will be suddenly broken one day. After saying that, Lenny threw her body to the left, hugged Chinyu with her whole body, and hugged his back tightly with both hands, and said with tears, Let's go, okay? Just take these friends of yours, and go a little further. When we find Sister Feng, Ari, and Li Yao, we will continue to look for a good place, and build a wall with cement. No matter how fierce the fighting outside is, we will not come out. Although it will be a bit cowardly, at least no one will die. Just when Chinyu wanted to answer, there was a slight sound of footsteps on the right again. Seeing this, Lenny quickly let go of him, turned her head, and wiped her tears with her fingers, whispering, Someone is coming. Well, I'm older than you, so I call you Xiaolin too. Xiao Jiao walked over slowly, then handed the coat in his hand to Chinyu, and looked at Lin Yi's back. Seeing this, Chinyu nodded slightly to express his gratitude, took the coat and put it on Lin Yi. Xiao Jiao then walked to the left, stood a few steps forward, looked up at the night sky, and said in a deep voice, I know, Xiaolin, you are a doctor, and your hands are used to save people, but if you stay in the apocalypse for a long time, you will eventually need to pick up a weapon. These struggles don't mean that if we don't take the initiative to provoke, the enemy won't attack us. In the eyes of those people, we are not even worthy of eating and drinking. Blindly giving in will only make the enemy more aggressive, and even the air we breathe will be controlled by you in the end. Fear can't solve any problems. Only by facing it directly can you suppress the nightmare in your heart, and even drive it away. Immediately afterwards, Chinyu also stretched out his hands, twisted Lin Yi's shoulders, and then lifted her chin with his hands, looking into her eyes, and said seriously and firmly, The villains take weapons, most likely for invasion, so that they can easily rob other survivors of their resources, and we take weapons only for self-protection, and I swear to you here that no matter how large our team grows in the future, I will never let anyone take the lead in using firearms against other camps. Xiao Jiao also turned around and said seriously, I can also swear here that our weapons and equipment are always only for self-defense. If the enemy does not attack us, I will never use a single shot. And you are worried that everyone will die, but there is really no need for this. Xiao Jiao walked back a few steps, pointed at Qinyu and said softly, take the people around you, you can see his changes. As time goes on in the Doomsday, all those who are still alive are not good people. It is basically unlikely that they will be bitten to death by zombies. Only by relying on the advantage of numbers, like that group of people, can we defeat you one by one. After the words fell, Xiao Jiao pointed in the direction of the community. But we are not without teammates. Xiao Jiao continued to speak. He said in a deep voice, the enemy has guns, but their individual combat capabilities are weak, so they must fight several to one. We have fewer bullets, but everyone can fight one against several. This is the advantage. Then Qinyu reached out and wiped the tears from Lin Yi's eyes, and said softly, besides, we can also work together, and the days of being chased by the enemy like before will no longer exist. Don't worry, we have made a perfect plan this time. I promise to eliminate as many enemies as possible with the least casualties. After saying that, Qinyu leaned forward, close to Lin Yi's ear, and then said a few words. Hearing this, Lin Yi immediately widened her eyes and asked in disbelief, is it true? Then she turned her head to look at Xiao Jiao, and saw that the other party also nodded gently. Seeing this, Lin Yi's mood also improved a lot, and she whispered, in this case, then I won't worry. I guess the enemy won't be able to jump around for a few days. Then I go back to sleep first. She stood up and returned the coat to Xiao Jiao, and said gratefully, when I came out before, I heard someone moving in the car. I guess it should be you. Thank you for your concern. After the voice fell, Lin Yi continued to walk towards the car. It was still quite early, just after 2 in the morning, and she could continue to sleep for a while. Chapter 440. After she left, Qinyu looked at Xiao Jiao and said a little embarrassedly, I'm sorry, she is always worried about the safety of all of us. In order to reassure Yi, I have to tell her our plan first. Hearing this, Xiao Jiao also came over and sat on the stone, shaking his head and said, it's nothing, it's not a secret, sooner or later I will tell everyone, but now there is no clue, telling it out may increase hope in vain, so in the next few days, we have to work hard to find that thing. Yes, we need to find a power source, otherwise it won't start. Qinyu nodded. Then the two sat there, and chatted for more than 10 minutes. It was very quiet around, with occasional wind. No one knew what they were talking about except the two parties involved. A few hours later, at around 6 in the morning, everyone got up one by one. The fire was almost extinguished, leaving only some charcoal covered by ash. After simply boiling some water to drink, and not having time to eat breakfast, everyone packed their luggage. According to the plan, several people were to go find a car, and Uncle Wa had to stay at home. Qinyu's wound had not yet fully healed, so he didn't have to go out. Xiao Jiao thought about it, and decided to take Haozi, Lao Cheng, Dazhuang and others with him to go early and return early. The four of them walked into the woods, turned into a rugged path, and finally stopped at an open space. There were 2 piles of things covered with branches. There was only one car parked at the car camp, and the other 2 were hidden here. When the leaves were moved away, the damaged car inside was revealed, and even the left rear window glass was broken. Xiao Jiao got into the driver's seat, inserted the key and started it several times. Then the engine roared, and he pursed his lips, "Get in the car." After everyone was seated, Xiao Jiao stepped on the accelerator, and started driving towards the main road. After scouting this side, the enemy has not yet reached out. After all, the forest in the Doomsday is very dangerous. If you are accidentally injured by an animal, you will lose your arms and legs to survive. Of course, even if the hand reaches out, Uncle Wa will cut it off in advance. The area Xiao Jiao chose to go to is to the south of Chunyu's community. It is relatively close, estimated to be a 2-hour drive, but the road is difficult to walk. It is almost a small county town surrounded by mountains. Because there are so many zombies over there, there are basically no other survivors. It is for this reason that Xiao Jiao decided to come here to find a car. When they were rushing here before, they had seen the dense army of zombies in the county town below from the mountain, which looked scary. But now, zombies are not the most terrifying, people are. The car was bumpy all the way. Lao Cheng sat in the back seat, holding the handle of the car frame tightly with his left hand, and said with a pale face, "Brother Xiao, our car will not fall over, right?" After saying that, He stretched his head upwards and looked at the slope cliff below on the left, his heart beating fast. Hearing this, Xiao Jiao held the steering wheel rhythmically with both hands, controlling the speed of the car to about 30 yards. He frowned and said, I have never been here before, but it doesn't look like an area where people live, so I came to take a gamble and give it a try. Hearing this, Lao Cheng turned his head to look at De Zhuang, and immediately began to regret following him out. Seeing this, De Zhuang shook his head slightly, indicating that he should not say discouraging words, and then suggested, Why don't we park here first? I think it's not far away. Let's go straight down and find a map in the county town, and then drive out from another road. Halsey sat in the passenger seat. He watched the right side of the car sticking to the hillside tightly. He felt pain in his body when he heard the creaking sound. He also said, I agree. What do you think, Brother Xiao? Squeaking sound, Xiao Jiao stepped on the brake and slowly stopped the car. There is no other way. I guess it's the only way. The landslide in front of us makes the car unable to drive down. After saying that, he stretched his head out of the car window to make sure there was a place to step. Then he opened the door and walked down. Everyone, bring water and food, and then walk. Lao Cheng hung the bag on his body and said with a smile, Brother, I have been waiting for you to say this. With such a bad road, I would rather walk than take a car. Xiao Jiao did not reply, but looked down at the oil gauge on the dashboard. After getting to know him for a long time, he also knew that Lao Cheng's personality was carefree, and his personality was quite similar to Halsey's. What a pity, there is still a little oil left. It would be great if it could be pumped out. Xiao Jiao closed the car door reluctantly, and then walked down the mountain. The snow here is getting less and less, and after the sun comes out, the snow melts, and these muddy roads are like swamps, full of potholes. The four walked in a straight line. After hearing what Xiao Jiao said, Lao Cheng looked back at the car behind him, and then said, Speaking of which, how about we find that kind of electric car in the future? It's the new energy car we talked about before. If we find one, we won't lack gasoline at all. Hearing this, Halsey looked at a zombie buried in the mud, walked over and killed it, turned back and said with a smile, Brother Lao Cheng, what is the most lacking in this doomsday? It's not food, nor water, but electricity. If you want to charge the car, the electricity will last for many days if you use it for daily use. What a waste. After saying that, Xiao Jiao came to the landslide, took out a dagger and knocked on the stone to confirm that there were no zombies. Then he climbed up and turned back to pull De Zhuang up. Finally, he said seriously, What Halsey said makes sense. It is only suitable for moving camps when traveling. It's a waste to use electricity to charge the car and go out to search for supplies. After all, no one knows whether the things found will all expire. But he soon changed the subject. If we can restart those power plants, or even build a hydroelectric power station, we can really find some trams back. At this point, De Zhuang turned around and pulled the other two up. He smiled and said, You seem to have overlooked a key issue. That is, it has been almost a year, and those trams have not been started. Whether there is a problem with the battery is another matter. So, our current task is to find a fuel truck and get gasoline. Xiao Jiao patted his shoulder and turned around to continue on his way. Then the four of them started to speed up, from walking to running. At about noon, they came to the intersection outside the county town and vaguely saw more than a dozen zombies walking back and forth there. What should we do? Go up and kill them or take a detour? Lao Cheng took a look and asked. Xiao Jiao pondered for a while, shook his head and said, There is not much food, so we need to maintain our physical strength. There are some nylon bags on the ground over there. Let's cut them open and put them on our bodies, smear some zombie meat, and blend in. Chapter 441. They did what they said. Halsey was on guard, and the other three quickly collected the nylon bags. Then they hid behind a scrap car, cut the bags with a knife, and made a hole in the joint. Then they passed it over their heads and tied it with a rope. Then Xiao Jiao moved in other directions. A few minutes later, he attracted a zombie. With a snort, De Zhuang took out a dagger and inserted it into the zombie's eyeball, and it collapsed instantly. Lao Cheng had been waiting nearby and caught the body as soon as possible to avoid making a sound. The next step was to dissect the zombies. Everyone had done this several times before. Although they were almost immune to the stench, they still felt nauseous when they saw the rotting bodies. Halsey wrapped his hands with a nylon bag and was about to go up to dig out the zombies' internal organs when Xiao Jiao called him again. Wait, wrap it again with this so that you don't have to find water to wash your hands later. After saying that, Xiao Jiao picked up a plastic bag from the ground next to him and handed it over. Halsey nodded, wrapped his hands again, and then began to wipe everyone's bodies. Time passed by, and soon everyone turned into zombies. Of course, the face and hair were not touched. After all, the stench on everyone's body is now stronger than the human breath, so the zombies basically don't notice it unless they make a noise. Then the four of them, holding their bags in their hands and lowering their heads, began to limp towards the county town. As soon as they approached, the zombie closest to them twisted its head a few times, then turned around and looked at the four of them, shaking its head up and down. Seeing this, Xiaojiao stretched out his left hand and gently moved 2 fingers, then continued to walk forward slowly. The zombie also moved, moving closer to the few people, roaring a few times, and then swaying in other directions. After about half an hour, the 4 people finally passed the zombie checkpoint and successfully entered the county town. Just standing on the street, the 4 of them looked at each other and could see the solemnity in each other's eyes. Because dozens of zombies appeared again at the intersection in front of them. The 4 of them stood still, walking back and forth with their heads down, fearing that they would be discovered. A few minutes later, the zombies finally succeeded in entering another street, and did not realize that they were pretending. Then Xiaojiao continued to lead the way, and came to a store. The rolling shutter door had been broken and fell diagonally in front of the door. There was a gap on the right side, about half a meter wide, and a little over 1 meter high. The other 3 stood a little forward, still imitating the zombies' movements, so that the rat could get in and conduct a quick investigation. 10 seconds later, there was a slight knocking sound from inside, and then Xiaojiao whispered, "Let's go, hide inside first." After the voice fell, the 3 people entered in order. As soon as everyone stepped in, Xiaojiao and Haozi moved the water dispenser next to them to directly block the gap. Then the 4 people carefully cut off the nylon bags on their bodies, and walked in slowly. De Zhuang looked around and took a brief look at the environment here. The house was not very big, about 30 square meters, and all kinds of tables, chairs and benches were smashed and scattered on the ground, and even the walls were covered with blood. It had turned black and looked abandoned for a long time. Haozi led the way and walked slowly towards the door. Then, when he was about to press the door handle, he found that it was broken and fell off. Fortunately, Xiaojiao followed him closely and reached out to catch the handle immediately, so that it did not fall to the ground and make a noise. Be careful, there are many zombies outside. A little sound may attract the attention of zombies, and then they will attract other zombies until they surround us. Xiaojiao frowned slightly, and said in a low voice. Haozi replied with a blush, "Sorry, it's too dark in here, I didn't pay attention." "Who did this?" "They actually took down the door handle and hung it on it." Hearing this, Xiaojiao turned his head and whispered, "Give me the lighter." De Zhuang nodded, took it out of his trouser pocket, and handed it to him. Then Xiaojiao took the lighter, covered it with his hand, and pressed it gently. He looked at the crack of the door with a light, and his brows relaxed after a few seconds. He continued, "The door is not locked, just take this thing off, find a hard card or something to open it, there are zombies outside, so we can't break the door violently." After the voice fell, Xiaojiao put the door handle on the ground, and the 4 turned around and groped on the ground. "Is this okay?" Lao Cheng dug out a magazine from under the pile of rotten wood and walked back to ask. Xiaojiao took it and looked at it, then nodded. "Okay." Then he tore off the cover, folded it carefully several times, and then came to the door, gently stuffed it in through the crack, and then pushed hard, and the door opened directly. As soon as it was opened, a lot of flies flew out, densely packed, and the 4 people quickly covered their mouths and noses and lay on the ground. After about half a minute, it finally returned to silence again. All the flies flew out from the door, and only a small part was left in the house. Seeing this, Xiaojiao's heart suddenly sank, because at this moment, he smelled something else. Unlike the stench of zombies, this is the smell of dead people. Although zombies will rot, they are still moving after all, so even if they stink, it is not that unpleasant. But the stench of corpses is completely different. If Xinyu could be here, he would definitely vomit even his dinner. As Lin Yi said before, no one can stand the stench of corpses, and this thing can also volatilize gases such as hydrogen sulfide. Although the zombies also have it, they are in the wild after all, and it is easy to be diluted by the air. It is not like the door they open now, which is so strong that it makes people's hair stand on end. The moment the door was opened, Lao Cheng and De Zhuang quickly covered their mouths and noses with their arms, and lay down with extremely fast reaction. After the flies were less, Xiaojiao and Haozi held their breath, looked down, and quickly closed the door again. Then the 4 of them walked back a little, and came to the gap area. Xiao Jiu hurriedly asked, "Are you two okay? Did you smell that smell? You must tell the truth." Hearing this, Dazhuang kept fanning his right hand under his nose, shook his head and said, "I didn't inhale too much. The moment I found it, we covered our mouths and noses immediately. Xiaolin told me before that the smell of corpses is terrible. Now I know it after contacting it. I didn't expect it to be so terrible. It's disgusting to death." Hearing this, Xiao Jiu and Haozi also breathed a sigh of relief, and then the latter laughed. "No way, Dazhuang brother, it's the end of the world, you haven't smelled the smell of corpses yet?" Dazhuang rolled his eyes. "I just haven't encountered such a stench as this one, it's really unbearable." Chapter 442. After he finished speaking, Dazhuang waved to Lao Cheng. "Give me some water, I need to suppress the disgusting smell." Just as he was drinking water from the bottle, Xiao Jiu frowned and said, "Actually, I also find it strange. Such a strong stench is not caused by a corpse at all." Hearing this, Dazhuang tied the bottle cap tightly and returned it to Lao Cheng, and asked seriously, "Brother Xiao, do you mean that more than one person died here?" "Yes." Xiao Jiu nodded, then he looked to the side and quickly ordered, "Mouse Lao Cheng, you two cut those nylon bags into rags, and Dazhuang and I will find some longer chair legs. We need to make some torches. The building here seems to be the tallest on this street. We must go to the roof to find out which intersections have fewer zombies, so that we can find the car more easily." 3 minutes later, Xiao Jiu lit the torch with a lighter, then nodded at them, covered his mouth and nose with his left arm, and continued to walk towards the door. When he opened it again, there were fewer flies. Xiao Jiu had no time to look at the large number of shadows just now, and he lowered his head. Now with the torch shining, the 4 people saw the scene inside, and they all felt nauseous. Even Lao Cheng couldn't stand it anymore, and turned his head to vomit. Even Xiao Jiu, who had experienced many battles, was pale now. There was a staircase inside, leading to the upper floors. Some goods fell from other floors, so this place was blocked. The ground was full of various sticky liquids and 6 corpses. Judging from the degree of decay, it has been at least half a year. Xiao Jiu suppressed his discomfort, closed the door, and continued in a deep voice. "The space inside is small, and there is no contact with the soil. It is blocked and lacks oxygen, so it decays slowly. According to my previous experience, these people have died here for at least 6 months, or even longer." Hearing this, Haozi also showed an unprecedented solemn expression. He said seriously, "Judging from the time, these people died not long after the zombie outbreak. According to the timeline, it should be the first 1 or 2 months after the withdrawal." As the two of them were talking, Dazhuang patted Xiao Jiu on the shoulder and said with a pale face, "You two don't seem to have noticed a detail, that is, there is something wrong with the corpse." Hearing this, Xiao Jiu took a deep breath, opened the door again and took a look, and then he continued to close it. There was a little anger in his eyes, and he gritted his teeth and said word by word, "It seems that there are still 6 pregnant women." "Ah?" Haozi was slightly startled, and continued to open the door to take a look, shining the torch over. Then he closed the door and cursed, "Who on earth are these people who would gather pregnant women here and kill them? Is it really the end of the world, and they have turned into demons?" After saying this, Lao Cheng wiped the recent food residues, patted his chest, and asked in confusion, "From the bodies? How do you know that they were killed by someone?" "Because the necks of these people were sewn up later." Xiao Jiu's face turned pale. For the first time, he felt that compared with zombies, humans were the most terrifying creatures. He took a deep breath and continued, "They rot slowly, so their stomachs are bloated. At first, I thought it was edema, but there is no water here, so it is impossible." After listening to Dazhuang's words, I looked carefully and found that these were all female corpses, and their necks were cut off and sewn with thread. Their legs had also rotted into bones. Zombies will not kill people in this way. In other words, only humans can do such a thing. Then he said in a deep voice, "Normally, the death of these people has nothing to do with us, but since we have to go to the roof from here, we have also intruded into their area. It is reasonable for me to find out the cause of death, and get some clues. At the very least, if I encounter those beasts in the future, I hope to seek justice for them within my ability. So this time, I want to break what I said before. Although these people have not offended me yet, I will never let them go." Lao Cheng was a little angry, and he also said indignantly, "Although human life is worthless in the end times, since those bastards have reached out to these pregnant women, it is against the will of heaven. Apart from other things, it would be fine if we don't encounter this kind of thing, but since we have encountered it, we should at least help." Then the 4 of them unanimously decided to check the traces around to see if there are any clues. If they encounter them later, they can also take the opportunity to enforce justice. Just when they finished discussing and opened the door again, one of the 6 corpses actually bent its leg bones, and the hand that was originally supporting the ground was broken, and then slid down. Then the head of the corpse hit the ground, which looked a little distorted, but at first glance, it looked a bit like a person kneeling on the ground and kowtowing to the 4 of them. Seeing this scene, the 4 grown men felt a little uncomfortable. Xiao Jiao said softly, "Go with peace of mind, you will not die in vain, and the living will eventually bring light." As soon as the voice fell, the other corpses began to make noises, and they fell apart, leaving only the upper body that was about to rot. Although Lao Cheng was a little sad, he couldn't help but say, "There won't really be such a thing in this world, right? Otherwise, why are they all moving?" Hearing this, Xiao Jiao walked towards the corpse and whispered. The door was opened several times, oxygen entered, and it is normal for the corpse skeleton to change and crack. "It's nothing, don't scare yourself." Then the 4 people held torches, and checked the corpses in various ways. But they were not professionals, and could not see anything useful. Lao Cheng also scratched his hair in annoyance and said depressedly, "I should have watched more forensic dramas before. Now I can do something good." Xiao Jiao didn't really understand, but he had been on many missions, and had seen many dead people. In addition, he had often exchanged knowledge with Uncle Hua about this, so compared to the other 3, he had more experience. A few minutes later, Xiao Jiao snapped his fingers, looked at them and said, "The fatal injuries are basically in the heart, and there are no signs of binding on the arms. It's a pity that the lower half of the body is rotten, otherwise there would be more clues." De Zhuang frowned, and after analyzing for a while he said, "From what Brother Xiao said, these people were not abused before they died, and they were killed with 1 knife. This doesn't make sense in the end times." Xiao Jiao nodded, and continued to add, "Since you chose to kill with 1 knife, why did you cut the neck and sew it again afterwards? Is it to make the corpse mutate into a zombie?" Chapter 443. Just as he finished speaking, Halsey squatted on the left wall and waved his hand. "Come over here and look." Hearing this, the 3 walked towards him. Then Halsey covered his mouth and nose with his left hand, pointed to the ankle bone of the corpse with his right hand, and said, "Look, there is a crack here. It looks like it was caused by some sharp weapon." Seeing this, Xiao Jiao approached with a torch. He squatted down and looked at it for a few seconds, then frowned and said, "This should have been chopped by an axe or a machete. There are also bones on the right leg." De Zhuang also took a look and then spoke. Lao Cheng also looked solemn at this time. He smacked his lips and said softly, "It seems that these people had their tendons cut before they died, but zombies should not be affected, right? After all, I saw some of them without calves before, and they can still crawl on their knees." A few minutes passed, and finally Xiao Jiao clapped his hands, and everyone retreated again. After Halsey closed the door, Xiao Jiao said seriously, "These people were tortured to death, and the murderer did not choose to gather the female survivors together. In addition, there were no signs of being tied up on the bodies. From this point of view, there may be women among the enemies." "How did you figure that out?" Lao Cheng was stunned and asked. "You're so stupid." Halsey patted his shoulder gently and whispered, "Did you see the thread on the neck? It's sewn very neatly, just like sewing clothes. How can ordinary men do that?" Xiao Jiao also nodded and continued, "What Halsey said is right. These clues can also prove that the team of those people is not uniformly male. And I guess they should pretend to trick these survivors to come over, and actually wait for them to fall asleep or simply drug them, sneak in the middle of the night, and brutally kill them. Although there are not many clues, we can also pay more attention to see if anyone has posted any advertisements or broadcasts, so we must be careful." Then the 4 people continued to enter the corridor, and carefully move the goods away. These things could not stop people's steps. In other words, the people in the corridor were already dead at the beginning, and could not escape. These things blocked the road just to reduce the amount of oxygen entering so that the bodies could slowly rot. A few minutes later, the 4 people successfully cleaned up the goods at the staircase, and continued to walk up. After climbing 8 floors, they didn't encounter a single zombie. This is enough to prove that many people must have stayed here before and cleared all the zombies, so that they could reach the top of the building so smoothly. Halsey stretched out his hand and pushed the door, but there was no movement. Seeing this, Lao Cheng said, "It seems that the door must be locked. Should we kick it directly or take a detour?" Hearing this, Xiao Jiao shook his head. "This is a small county, not a city. There are not so many tall buildings for us to see information. In addition, my home is also very important, so I didn't bring out the telescope and sniper rifle. We just need to think of a way." After saying this, Xiao Jiao looked around, then looked at the crack in the door, and then smiled. Look, God is helping us. It should be the rain that blew over here, causing the hinges to rust, and the screws look a little loose. Brother Dazhuang, let me use the dagger. Xiao Jiao took the knife, stuck the dagger into the crack of the door, and then lifted it up, and the wood chips fell to the ground. After repeating it several times, the upper and lower hinges were pried open. Then Xiao Jiao returned the knife to Dazhuang and chuckled. The buildings here are too old, and these doors are also a bit old, so it's not very difficult to open them. If it were some big cities, we would really have to take a detour. After saying that, Haozi and Lao Cheng stepped forward, lifted the door, and moved to the side. The next second, a withered hand stretched out from the crack of the door and grabbed Lao Cheng's face directly. Dazhuang swung the knife quickly, cut off the zombie's hand in an instant, and then kicked it away. Then Xiao Jiao followed closely, and the two of them held daggers, and quickly cleared out several zombies on the rooftop. The environment here is very desolate. There are 2 tents on the ground, which are almost rotten. Dazhuang went over to search, but didn't find any useful supplies. Just as he was about to leave, he found a few lines of words engraved on the ground. He squatted down and blew away some of the dust on it, then read it softly. We are a family of 6. Since the outbreak of the apocalypse, we spent all our money to buy a car and prepared to flee the city on May 10th. Due to frequent car accidents, we were forced to hide here. Seeing this, Haozi thought for a moment and suddenly realized, based on this date, they are a family. They escaped after the zombies appeared, right? Xiao Jiao walked to a corner, and suddenly his breathing stagnated slightly. He whispered, it should be, there are 2 more bodies here. Hearing this, the other 3 came over and found 2 mummies. Judging from the age of the bones, one was older and the other was younger, probably still children. Seeing this, Lao Cheng felt a little choked up and said in a deep voice, until the last moment of death, the elder brother seemed to be protecting the younger brother. As soon as he finished speaking, the 2 corpses gradually moved, struggling to get up from the ground, each raising their hands and trying to grab the living person in front of them. Seeing this, Xiao Jiao stepped forward and quickly stabbed their heads with 2 knives without any hesitation. Why didn't they run? It seems that this family was trapped on the roof and starved to death. Haozi picked up the rotten clothes on the ground, went forward and covered the head of the corpse, and asked curiously. Just as he finished speaking, he suddenly thought of something wrong. Haozi looked at Xiao Jiao, and the latter's eyes also became solemn. Then the 2 quickly ran to the area where Dazhuang found the engraving just now. Xiao Jiao used the garbage on the ground to fan away the ashes, and then he quickly read the information, and then his brows relaxed, and he said softly, so that's it, I almost know what happened. Then the other 3 people also read those words and understood why a pregnant woman died down there. It turned out that according to the information left by this family, they all hid on the rooftop after the zombie outbreak. They had tents, food, and rainwater, and they actually survived for a long time. The most important thing is that this family likes to stock up on food, all of which are not easy to expire, and there are also several boxes of alcohol. At that time, all cities were evacuating to the wild, and there were bumps everywhere on the road. This family was also very smart, and knew to hide first, and wait for a while. But unfortunately, after they hid, they became more and more afraid to walk after the zombies became more and more. I guess this family must have been blocked. There is only one staircase in this building that can go up. Dazhuang sighed, and shook his head slightly. Chapter 444. Yes, everyone was running for their lives at the beginning. Even if it was a little difficult, it was fine after they escaped. After all, they could hide anywhere. Lao Cheng also said. Xiao Jiao looked at the corpses on the ground and said softly, it's meaningless to say this now. When the apocalypse just broke out, everyone was afraid of zombies. It's not like us now. We don't react when we encounter a group of zombies. From the words left by the man, we can see that after they hid for 3 months, they encountered a group of forces downstairs wearing white coats and saving people everywhere. At that time, because the door lock was broken, those people couldn't pry it open, and they didn't dare to kick it, so they left. Hearing this, Haozi nodded and said, so, this family didn't starve to death because they had no food, but they were trapped and couldn't leave. Finally, they died here when they finished eating. After the voice fell, Lao Cheng was slightly stunned. Don't they mean the same thing? Anyway, they all starved to death. Hearing this, Dazhuang put his arm around his shoulders and explained, why are you so stupid? One is actively seeking death, and the other is passively waiting to die. How can they be the same? To be honest, even if we are trapped here without any tools, it is nothing but a daydream to want to escape. Brother Dazhuang is right. Xiao Jiao stood up, walked to the rooftop and looked down, only to see groups of zombies swaying around, and then whispered. This family found this deserted place to hide from the zombies, but ignored the problem of how to reopen the door without a lock, and finally got trapped here. By chance, they also escaped the clutches of that group of people. Mouse patted the dust on his hands, and asked, so it seems that the group of people in white coats in this doomsday seem to call themselves doctors, right? They say they save people, but they actually do things like murder and arson. Why is that? Xiao Jiao shook his head and whispered, I don't know either. According to what's written on the ground, the man got up in the middle of the night, and suddenly saw more than a dozen cars parked below. Then, there was a noise downstairs. He secretly watched for a while, and found that the group of people in white coats were carrying something out. They ran 6 times in total. It just matched the number of bodies in the stairwell. De Zhuang said in a deep voice. Xiao Jiao put his hands behind his back, looked into the distance and thought for a moment, then turned back and said, the last few sentences are also written. Those people drove away in other directions, and have not appeared for more than half a month. So Xiao Yu and his group didn't encounter them, and they were lucky to avoid them. We haven't dealt with our current enemies yet, and now there is a mysterious organization called Doctor. We all have to be careful in the future. Hearing this, Lao Cheng was puzzled. We haven't even made contact yet. How come we have enemies? Although the people downstairs died pitifully, if we are really too far away from them, we should avoid them if we can, right? The reason why they brought the bodies back may be very simple, mainly to scare this family, and secondly to convey a message, that is, death has come to anyone, whether they listen or not. Xiao Jiao looked at him, and said seriously. He looked at the area on his right, pointed and said, there is a parking building over there. There are only a few hundred zombies in the whole building. Let's go over there, and search only the lower 2 floors. A few hundred zombies, can you still call it a small thing? Lao Cheng said with a bitter and depressed look on his face. Haozi walked over and hugged him, and said with a smile, brother, there are probably thousands or tens of thousands of zombies in this county. Only a few hundred are enough. Besides, there are 4 of us. Each of us can only deal with less than 100. It's a piece of cake. Hearing this, Lao Cheng muttered, that being said, we can't waste our energy. Then the 4 continued to go downstairs, and headed towards other streets. About half an hour later, the 4 stopped in front of the building, and the zombies all noticed them, and walked over with their fangs bared. Then everyone split up and Lao Cheng and Haozi shouted while picking up stones, and throwing them at the abandoned cars parked nearby. De Zhuang tied a strip of cloth to the arrow. This thing can be obtained from zombies, which is quite convenient. Then he lit it with a lighter, and put it on the bow, waiting for Xiao Jiao's signal. After about a minute, when most of the zombies had come out, Xiao Jiao nodded. Seeing this, De Zhuang pulled the bow and arrow, aimed at the window of the residential building 200 meters away, and shot an arrow directly at the curtain. Worried that the fire would burn too slowly, De Zhuang shot 2 more arrows. Soon, thick smoke began to be heard over there, and various burning sounds gradually sounded. Seeing the fire getting bigger and bigger, Haozi smacked his lips and said, will the county town be burned down? Of course not. De Zhuang put away his bow, pointed to the sky and said, didn't you notice that the sun is gone? It's cloudy now, and it will probably rain soon. Let's go, let's hurry up and find a car and try to drive back today. Hearing this, the 4 of them quickly ran to the parking building. As soon as they stepped in, Xiao Jiao quickly ordered, check if there are any zombies inside first, and hit the car body with a dagger. Remember, you must check first and confirm that there is no danger before looking for a car. Give priority to those that are older. Why are you looking for old cars? I think some of them are pretty good. Lao Cheng and Haozi ran to the right, asking as they ran. Haozi was holding a dagger, and hitting the cars with the back of the knife. Hearing the question, he immediately explained, because old cars can be started from the bottom of the center console using the friction of those wires, but good cars can't be started, so you have to find the key. After the voice fell, the 4 people quickly split up and reunited at the entrance a few minutes later. A few zombies had been killed, and then they began to look for vehicles. The fire outside was getting bigger and bigger, and the buildings next to it were also ignited. However, it was the end of the world now, and no one lived in those buildings, so it was okay even if they burned down. If it was before the end of the world, it would be absolutely forbidden to light a fire. Even smoking bacon on the balcony would be dangerous. Just when the fire was about to get out of control, there was a sudden rumble of thunder in the sky, and after more than 10 seconds, raindrops began to fall slowly. When he heard this sound, Xiao Jiao also breathed a sigh of relief. Although the environment was different now, if a big fire really burned down a city, the consequences would be extremely serious. In the end, it is often the survivors who have to bear the consequences. Time passed by, and soon the roar of cars came from the parking building. Xiao Jiao successfully started the first car, but it stalled again soon. There was nothing he could do. The car could start, but the fuel level was low. And most of the cars could not start because the battery was low. Chapter 445. After more than 10 minutes, the four people reunited at the entrance and exchanged their situations. After listening to their description, Xiao Jiao nodded and said, "Currently only 4 cars can be started, but the oil is not much, so we have to find a way to pump the oil. Does anyone know how to make an oil extraction tool?" Haozi asked. "I know, Sil, you taught me." Dazhuang raised his head and gestured. Seeing this, Xiao Jiao thought for a moment, and then made a simple plan. "Well, it's already afternoon now. Although there are many zombies here, there are also many abandoned cars. We can also get more gasoline to take back, so don't rush to retreat. Try to plunder all the resources here to avoid wasting them. Haozi and I will find a sealed iron barrel to store gasoline later. Brother Dazhuang and Brother Laocheng, you two can find materials for making oil pumps, hoses, tapes, and plastic bottles. You can make a few more when the time comes, and they can be recycled later." Xiao Jiao quickly gave his instructions, and turned to leave, but his arm was grabbed by Laocheng. "What? Are you still having questions?" Laocheng scratched his head and asked curiously, "Since it is used to store gasoline, why not just find some plastic bottles? There are plenty of them in those convenience stores. You can find them anywhere." Hearing this, Xiao Jiao turned around and hugged his arms. He immediately felt funny, and his expression was a little amused. "What's wrong? What are you laughing at?" Laocheng was a little confused. Then Dazhuang patted him on the back of his head and said angrily, "Your brain, you really didn't read enough books before, and you don't have much experience, right?" Hearing this, Laocheng covered his head and yelled, "I say, Dazhuang, why are you hitting me again? I'm asking this because I don't understand. If I knew, why would I ask these questions?" "Really?" Dazhuang rolled his eyes again and said, "Have you ever seen someone use a plastic bottle to fill gasoline before?" "Never, so how did you think of using this method?" Laocheng's eyes widened and said, "No, I did see someone use a mineral water bottle to fill up the gas. I remember it clearly. It seems that a car on the road ran out of gas, and the owner used this thing to fill it up. Then I don't know. Anyway, I think plastic bottles can't hold gasoline." Dazhuang was also a little confused when he heard it, so he shook his head and continued. Seeing this scene, Xiao Jiao waved his hand, and then explained seriously. "Laocheng is right, and what Dazhuang said is actually right, but this matter depends on the specific situation." Xiao Jiao looked at the zombies outside, and confirmed that most of them had been let out. It was not very dangerous here at the moment, so he waved his hand, and signaled them to move back a little. Then the 4 of them leaned against the cars, and Xiao Jiao began to patiently say, "Now is the right time to explain to you why you can't use plastic bottles to store gasoline. First of all, gasoline is corrosive. Even if you use plastic bottles, it will leak within 3 days, and no longer than a week, so it can't be stored for a long time. Secondly, it's because the material used in plastic bottles is." At this point, Xiao Jiao frowned, then looked up and smiled. "Well, I forgot what it was. Anyway, I just remember that they have a high resistivity and good insulation effect. If gasoline is put in these things, static electricity will be generated due to friction when moving. Then, due to the insulation of the container, when the static electricity reaches a certain level, it will directly ignite the gasoline, with extremely serious consequences. That's why gasoline can only be put in metal barrels, and before the end of the world, you can't use plastic barrels to refuel at any gas station." "I see, then I understand." After Laocheng understood, he patted his chest with some fear, turned his head and looked at the side and said, "Dazhuang, do you remember that when we went to the island to find medicine, Xiaoyu asked you to bring some oil back to the community, and we used plastic barrels to put it in? Damn, luckily nothing happened." "Oh, there's this?" Xiao Jiao got interested after hearing this. "You guys are lucky to be safe. This is not a joke." Dazhuang nodded with a serious expression. "I didn't know this at the time. I just poured some from the soy sauce bottle. Fortunately, I only put a little, not a lot, so it didn't cause a fire like you said." Xiao Jiao patted him on the shoulder and whispered, "You can use plastic bottles to store gasoline for emergency use in a short period of time, but you can never use it for storage. I don't recommend using this method for more than 12 hours. After all, You have to know that regulations like this are made for the safety of people's lives. After saying this, Xiao Jiao turned around and continued to walk outside. Lao Cheng stayed where he was. He pulled Haozi again and whispered, "Brother, your elder brother is quite powerful. He is very capable and knows a lot." "Who is he?" "Guess." Haozi kept it a secret and did not tell the truth. He smiled and followed Xiao Jiao away. Seeing this, Lao Cheng looked at De Zhuang, who also shook his head. "I only know that he was a soldier, and it is said that he is a special soldier among special soldiers. His ability must be much better than that of ordinary people like us." Hearing this, Lao Cheng was speechless. "You were an archery athlete before, right? I am just an ordinary person." De Zhuang smiled and walked out. He whispered, "Now, each of us has only one identity, that is, survivors. Let's go and find materials quickly." The four of them split into two groups and went to other areas to search. However, because the zombies were too troublesome, they had to work hard to reach the target store. Xiao Jiao and Haozi went to an abandoned hardware store. The county town was not very big, and they could basically find it by walking around. The two of them squatted in an alley for a long time without moving forward. Haozi looked at the dozens of zombies on the opposite street and whispered, "What do you mean, Brother Xiao? Did you bring a slingshot? We don't have that thing." Haozi was slightly startled, and then said subconsciously. Hearing this, Xiao Jiao remembered that no one here liked to use slingshots, but there were a lot of bows and arrows, because Xiaoyin always used it, but her archery skills were not very good, and she often couldn't pick up the arrows she shot. There was no way. Xiao Jiao often made arrows for her when he was on the road later, and after a while, he started to use this thing himself. After all, using firearms has a fatal flaw, that is, the sound is a bit too loud, which is easy to attract zombies and other people. And now, it is a bit too wasteful to kill zombies with bullets. Chapter 446. This time, the four of them only brought two sets of bows, one for Da Zhuang and one for Haozi, and the only other weapons they brought were daggers. Since there was no slingshot with him, Xiao Jiao quickly thought of other ways. A few dozen zombies would not be a problem for him. It was raining outside, and the method of smearing zombie meat on the body was not very effective, and as for setting fire, forget it. At that time, it was very likely that zombies from other streets would be attracted here. If it was difficult to evacuate later, it would be useless even if more cars were found. After briefly explaining the plan, Haozi stood up and walked to the side. A few minutes later, Xiao Jiao took the dagger and began to beat the wall rhythmically, whistling at the same time. Soon, several zombies that were close to him first discovered him, shook their heads, and then walked towards the side. One or two, then more than 10, and gradually all of them started to move. Xiao Jiao also slowly retreated to the back of the alley. When more zombies entered, he put the dagger back in his pocket, then he climbed up with his whole body in a big shape, holding on to the walls on both sides. Then, when he was about a few meters away from the ground, he was about to reach out to push the small window on the wall, but found that it was motionless. Xiao Jiao looked at the dense group of zombies under his feet, all of which raised their rotten hands, and tried to pull him down. Haozi had blocked the entrance with debris at this time, and was cleaning up the few zombies that were out of touch, and had no time to care about it. Seeing this, Xiao Jiao thought for a moment, and he continued to support himself with his hands and feet on the wall, moved forward a little, and then grabbed the electric pole and hugged himself up. But because of the rain, the pole was very slippery, and he slipped down in an instant. Fortunately, Xiao Jiao was careful, and grabbed the wire above in advance. Then he hooked the wire with his hands and feet and ran to the side, and walked down from the roof of the next building. As expected, Xiao Jiao encountered several zombies as soon as he entered. They all looked the same, with rotten bodies, dull hair, and the need to eat. After quickly solving the problem, Xiao Jiao and Haozi reunited and rushed to the hardware store on the opposite street. The door is broken, and it's so messy inside. Can we find what we want? Haozi frowned as he looked at the garbage in the house. That depends on what you're looking for. Xiao Jiao wiped the rain off his neck, and then he walked into the house while talking. If it's a wrench, a hammer, or something like that, this hardware store definitely doesn't have it. Oh, why? Haozi followed him, curious. When the apocalypse just broke out, this kind of store was the target of many people. After all, finding a handy tool can protect yourself and prevent being attacked by zombies. Then why don't I use a stick to tie a stone? I can use it to smash the zombies. Hearing this, Haozi shrugged his shoulders, picked up the nail on the ground, looked at it, and then put it in his pocket and said. Xiao Jiao didn't answer him, but waved his hand and said, "Look for something useful, pack it up, and take it back when the time comes. Halsey nodded and began to look around. As mentioned before, this place has been visited by someone a long time ago, and it seems that it has been visited more than once. Basically, everything was emptied out. Even the sockets and electric drills were gone. Halsey was speechless about this. He squatted on the ground and said to himself, "Those things are useless even if they are moved away without electricity. Can they be used as ropes?" Xiaojiu walked in alone, knocked on the door first to confirm that there was no sound, and then was about to enter. After thinking about it, he felt a little worried, so he went back to the shop outside and found tools to make a torch. With this lighting, you can feel more at ease when entering the darker areas inside. The reason for choosing this is that Xiaojiu is worried that the zombies may react slowly after a long time. If they heard the sound but didn't make any noise, they would be bitten if they entered rashly. In order to avoid this, he decided to be more cautious. After all, it's always better to be careful. A few minutes later, with the sound of rummaging inside, many zombies on the street outside were also attracted. Seeing this, Halsey had no choice but to put the small package on the ground, and then drew out the dagger and rushed out directly. The moment he stepped out, he stopped in midair. The next second, Halsey retracted his foot with a serious expression and shouted in a deep voice, "Brother Xiao, Brother Xiao." Hearing the shout, Xiaojiu came out with a dusty face holding a torch, and whispered, "What's going on? Didn't we agree to knock a few times when there is a problem? Why are you calling me?" Before he finished speaking, he saw Halsey quickly moving the wooden cabinets and using them to block the door. Seeing this, Xiaojiu ran to the door with a torch. As soon as he got close, he saw a large number of zombies coming from the streets on both sides, blocking the road. Without time to speak, Xiaojiu quickly threw the torch on the ground and blocked the door with Halsey. 10 seconds later, a large number of zombies swarmed in. They gathered at the door and desperately stretched their arms into the gap, trying to squeeze in. Xiaojiu looked at the pile of debris in front of him making a creaking sound, frowned and said, "No, these things can't stop us for long. We have to find a way to leave." Hearing this, Halsey grabbed his arm and asked, "Is there no exit behind, Brother Xiao?" Xiaojiu shook his head and stepped back slowly. "There is not even a window. Where can we find an exit?" As soon as he finished speaking, the area on the left was suddenly pushed open by zombies, and then a zombie rushed in. Seeing this scene, Xiaojiu quickly shouted, "It's too late. Let's retreat first. There are too many zombies, and staying here will only lead to death." Then the two of them quickly retreated to the inner room, and Halsey also picked up the bag of things on the ground. The moment they closed the door, the gap was directly pushed open by the zombies, and all of them quickly poured into this abandoned hardware store. Fortunately, the door inside was an anti-theft door, which could hold out for a while. Xiaojiu and Halsey used their bodies to block the door tightly, and held on for about 2 minutes, and finally soon returned to silence. Then the two of them let out a long breath, and gradually retreated a little inside. "Huh, I'm suffocating to death. If these beasts don't leave, I will suffocate to death here today." Halsey breathed in the air, and sat on the ground and said, "Although it's safe for the time being, what should I do next?" After saying that, he suddenly touched some cloth, and then opened it directly. There were no windows in the house. It was a little dark, and Halsey couldn't see clearly. He took out a lighter to illuminate, and then his face was happy. "Wow, there is a gasoline barrel here." Seeing this, Xiaojiu walked over, looked at the 4 military green iron barrels, and smiled and said, "It seems that it was really an accident." Chapter 447. After he finished speaking, Xiaojiu went forward and picked up the barrels, and looked at them several times, confirming that they were intact. He nodded with satisfaction. "Okay, for barrels may not be enough before the end of the world, but now, they are enough for us to use for a long time. Anyway, they can be recycled." After listening to him, Halsey smiled bitterly. "I think now, how to get out is a big problem. There is not even a small ventilation hole in here, and there is an army of zombies outside. What should I do?" Hearing this, Xiaojiu put down the barrel, put his hands in his trouser pockets, and chuckled. "Don't you find anything different about this room?" "Ah?" The mouse was slightly startled, and after looking around, he said seriously, "Isn't it just a small room, full of sundries, a wooden bed, and a large cabinet?" When he said this, the mouse's eyes suddenly lit up, and he blurted out, "Fuck, if there is only one door here, how did this big guy get in?" He walked to the cabinet, knocked on it with his fingers, and used a torch to check the size, and said with certainty, "This thing definitely couldn't be moved in through that door." Xiaojiu clapped his hands lightly, and then walked towards the corner. "I saw it not long after I came in." Since the cabinet can be put into this room, it at least proves that there is another exit. Maybe it is the back door that was reserved before, and then the door was sealed again when the store was renovated for the second time. After saying that, Xiaojiu picked up the broom on the ground and knocked on the surface with the wooden handle. Seeing this, Halsey also followed suit and used a rotten chair leg. The two began to look for another way out. After more than a minute, Xiaojiu walked to the wall on the right and knocked with his hand, and suddenly there was a dong 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 sound. Then he whistled, and Halsey continued to light the torch for lighting. Then Xiaojiu reached out and touched it, and after a few seconds he whispered, "It's covered with wallpaper. No wonder I couldn't see it even with the light before." As soon as he finished speaking, he used the dagger to cut a gap, then grabbed it with both hands and pulled it hard. Then, there was a loud noise, and the wallpaper was torn off directly. Then two wooden doors were revealed, tightly closed. Halsey stepped forward and pressed the door handle, and as expected, it was locked. Seeing this, he turned around and asked, "I don't know where the key is. Brother Xiao, can you pick the lock?" Xiaojiu shook his head, walked to the door gap area and looked at it, frowned slightly, and said, "The door gap is too tight, and there is no rust. It is probably impossible to pry it open." But soon, he changed the subject and said, "But we are currently in an area where we lack everything except tools." Hearing this, Halsey also snapped his fingers and said, "Yes, find a screwdriver and just remove the door handle. Why bother looking for a lock?" Xiaojiu smiled and pointed to the place where he had come in before. "The zombies should still be in the store. Let's take a rest first and wait for them to move out." Halsey nodded, picked up the cloth that had covered the oil drum before, spread it on the ground again, and lay down flat on it, with his hands behind his head. Soon, he began to snore. After staying in the apocalypse for too long, everyone's mental state was not very good. In addition, after running around in the wild for a long time, even a physique like Halsey could not hold on. Now that he had a chance to rest, he would not waste time. Seeing this, Xiaojiu also walked to the side, stomped out the torch with his shoes, and then lay down to rest. Just when Xiaojiu and the other two were surrounded by the zombies, the other two saw a different scene. Bang! In a street full of abandoned cars, Lao Cheng kicked open the glass door of a small supermarket on the roadside. While smashing the broken glass with his elbow, he turned around and asked, "What's the situation? Why are there only a dozen zombies here? With so few, they are not even enough for me to warm up." Hearing this, Dazhuang came over, holding a torn bag filled with empty bottles, and said, "I don't know. No one has come into this county for a long time. The zombies probably have already gathered together. There are no zombies here, but there may be zombies everywhere in other areas. Go in and find some tape. I stand guard at the door." Dazhuang pouted, then turned his back to the supermarket. "Okay, stay here." Lao Cheng made an okay gesture and carefully stepped through the glass door. Seeing that the small supermarket was a bit dark, Lao Cheng thought for a moment, bent down and searched around his feet, and then found a can of drink from a pile of garbage. Holding it in his hand, Lao Cheng was immediately happy, but when he looked carefully, he found that it had expired 3 months ago. Seeing this, he poured out the drink in frustration and threw it directly inside. There were a few clangs, which scared Dazhuang. He looked back and saw that it was Lao Cheng testing whether there were any zombies, so he didn't say anything. After a few seconds, there was a slow movement inside, and then 3 zombies crawled out of the fallen shelf and staggered out. Seeing this, Dazhuang whispered, "Do you need my help?" "No." Lao Cheng waved his hand, pulled out a dagger and said, "They are just 3 little sheep. I just want to practice throwing knives." As soon as he finished speaking, the knife in his hand flew out of his hand. The next second, the handle of the dagger hit the zombie's eyeball accurately, and then it fell to the ground. "Oh well, I didn't see it clearly." Lao Cheng blushed, quickly picked up the lucky cat ornament on the cash register, rushed up and killed the zombie with a few bangs. Then he picked up his dagger and began to search for supplies inside. After about 5 or 6 minutes, Lao Cheng walked out of the inner area depressed and shouted, "Brother Xiaojiu asked me to find tape. See if this thing can work." After that, he threw out the 2 rolls of things tied together in his hand. Hearing this, Dazhuang turned around and took it in his hand and looked at it, frowned and said, "Electrical tape, it should work, but this thing is also very important later, so don't use it to make an oil pump, it's too wasteful." Lao Cheng came out with a bag of things in his hand, wondering, "Our house has been taken away, can we still use electricity? I say, this thing will not be used in the short term." Hearing this, Dazhuang put the electrical tape in his pocket, then he looked up, looked at the dark clouds in the sky, and whispered, "The community is not home, only where we are it is." Lao Cheng paused slightly, pursed his lips and said, "What you said makes sense, then let's go to the next area. I don't believe that a county town can't even find a transparent tape." "Yeah." De Zhuang nodded, and was about to leave, when he suddenly saw the item in Lao Cheng's hand and asked, "What is this?" Chapter 448. Some paper. "I guess we don't have much toilet paper left. Pick some up for us." Lao Cheng handed it over and said, "It's a little dirty. Just wash and dry it when you get home. There are a lot of these things. Be careful not to bring back the ones that have been contaminated by zombies." De Zhuang took a look and then turned away. Lao Cheng smiled and said, "Don't worry. Our eyes are very sharp." After he finished speaking, the two of them continued to search other stores. Just now, De Zhuang thought it was something to eat, but it turned out to be paper. When the apocalypse first broke out, he had worried whether he would have to find leaves to wipe his butt in the future, but as time went on, De Zhuang felt that he had really thought too much before. Let alone the amount of goods in supermarkets in various cities. Just take the houses where other people live as an example. When De Zhuang searched for food, the most thing he found was paper. When those people fled at the beginning, they didn't bother to take this thing away. Basically, several rolls of toilet paper could be found in every household, but this thing can't be used to fill the stomach, and it's large in size, so it's not suitable for escaping even if you bring it with you. So later when he searched for supplies, he generally didn't look for paper. Anyway, he just prepared enough for himself and his younger sister's daily use. Later, when I met Sister Feng, people in the community rarely brought back a lot of this stuff when they went out to find food. After all, if it affected their escape, it would be a big loss. Nowadays, everyone basically saves paper and doesn't go out to find it deliberately. As I said, food comes first, and survival is the most important thing. After all, the apocalypse has only been less than a year now, and the shelf life of paper seems to be about 3 years, so it's not a big problem. After about an hour, De Zhuang and Lao Cheng finally found the transparent tape, but they did not find it in a shop, but in a stationery store in the alley. The door was also broken, and most of the things inside were looted, but unlike the convenience store, there were still a lot of things in the stationery store. It was inconvenient to evacuate if you brought too many things, so De Zhuang did not take too much. He took 3 large rolls of transparent tape and picked up a few small bottles of glue before leaving. The two did not walk around randomly, but returned directly along the original route. After all, getting lost in a county town with so many zombies is no joke. Half an hour later, De Zhuang and Lao Cheng met Xiao Jiao and Haozi at the entrance of the parking building, but they looked a little embarrassed. "Wow, what happened? Did you fall into the ash stove?" Lao Cheng walked forward, reached out, and patted the ash on Haozi's hair and clothes, and asked in surprise. De Zhuang also patted the ash on Xiao Jiao's body and asked seriously, "Are you okay?" Hearing this, Haozi smiled and shook his head. "It's a small problem. We were just blocked by a large number of zombies. In order to survive, we dug a dog hole." "Ah?" Lao Cheng was slightly startled. "What's the situation with dog holes?" Hearing this, Xiao Jiao patted the mud on his pants and explained, "We left from the back door of a hardware store, but a car was parked there, blocking the road. I guess the owner of the car could only climb out from the trunk. Later, there was no choice. The wall was too high to climb, so we could only throw the iron bucket out, and we dug a hole." After the words fell, De Zhuang turned his head and saw 4 barrels placed beside the car. He walked over and picked up one to look at it, and asked, "This thing can be used to hold gasoline, right?" "Yes." After getting some rainwater from the pit on the ground, Xiao Jiao and Haozi washed off the dust on their bodies, and walked over to talk. Then the 4 of them came to the door area, sat on the barrels, and made oil pump bottles. Fortunately, the hose was found first, in the trash can at the intersection, and De Zhuang saw it directly when he passed by. Although it was smelly and dirty, it was not used to collect water, so it didn't matter. 5 minutes later, 4 oil pumps were placed in front of the 4 people. Xiao Jiao first went to the puddle outside to pump water and check it. After confirming that it could be used normally, everyone started to act separately. But as time passed, everyone began to feel a little depressed. Lao Cheng walked over with the thing and said, "No, Brother Xiao, this car is parked flat on the ground, unlike before when it could be parked on a slope for convenient pumping. Now the speed is too slow." After saying that, he lifted the iron bucket and looked inside, and said depressedly, "Only less than 1/10 of the 5 cars were smoked, and some cars couldn't start at all. I couldn't even open the gas cap." Hearing this, De Zhuang raised his head and shouted, "Okay, why are you a big man fussing? You come to my car, and I start the others." As they were talking, Halsey stood in the area leading to the second floor parking lot and shouted, "Come here, many cars here have their keys inserted." Then the three of them approached, and Dajwang took a look at the entrance area, frowned and said, "It's a pity that there are too many abandoned cars blocking there, otherwise we can drive these cars away." "Yes, brother, Dajwang is right. This car is parked here, and still has more than half of its gas left, but it is blocked." Halsey got into the driver's seat, and looked at the dashboard, then turned his head, and smiled bitterly. "Hurry up, it's getting dark." Xiaojio walked towards the other cars, and saw the key in the car from the car window. Then he used the old method, found some rotten clothes on the ground and stuck them against the car window, then smashed the glass with his elbow, and opened the door from the inside. Soon there was no more talking in the parking building, and everyone was busy pumping gasoline, and occasionally zombies would continue to wander in. It was Lao Chung who went to clean up every time. Later, the frequency of zombies coming in was too high, so Xiaojio asked him to stop his work and concentrate on dealing with the zombies. At about 8 o'clock in the evening, the four people had checked all the cars on the 2 floors. Only 1/3 of the cars could be started through the friction line. The rest were those that were blocked in the exit area, and the owners abandoned their cars and fled. After more than 10 minutes, everyone carried their own oil drums back to the first floor below and carefully gathered them together. "Okay, 2 barrels of oil should be enough for us to travel." Xiaojio took off the cloth covering his mouth and nose, and said with a sigh of relief. The other 3 also took off their face masks, and breathed a sigh of relief. The smell of gasoline is really disgusting after smelling it for a long time. "I am about to vomit." Halsey threw the cloth on the ground and fanned the wind with his hands. "Haha, in comparison, I think the smell of paint is more disgusting." Dezhuang smiled, and walked towards the cars they were sure to drive away with the gasoline. After putting it away, Xiaojio and everyone else pushed the car to other cars. In this way, the broken side of the glass was pressed against other cars, and they could hide inside to rest at night without worrying about sudden attacks by zombies. Chapter 449. As night fell, the 4 of them hid in the car and prepared to rest. In order to prevent a zombie tide from forming nearby in the middle of the night, Xiaojio and Dezhuang went out to kill 2 zombies more than 10 minutes ago, and then dragged their bodies back to the area where they stayed overnight, leaving their hands and feet on the ground. In this way, there was a bad smell around, but it was relatively safer. After all, although Xiaojio brought a pistol when he went out to find a car, he only had 3 bullets, and they were not used to fight zombies. He brought a gun just to deal with emergencies, so that if he encountered other villains attacking, he would be able to protect others. The crowd did not continue to talk, and each of them closed the car door and began to lie down to sleep. As for dinner, 2 pieces of dried meat and water for each person were enough. In the current situation, everyone has basically gotten used to this hungry life. When there is more, they eat more, and when there is less, they eat less anyway just to survive. There was basically nothing happening in the first half of the night. Xiaojio woke up in the early morning. He leaned against the car window and looked at the zombies that appeared around him, but did not take the next step. Just as he continued to sleep for a while, he suddenly heard a strange noise. Xiaojio opened his eyes and sat up instantly, and then he saw the person in the car opposite sat up. It was Dezhuang. He pointed to the right without making any sound, but just mouthed, "Is there anyone?" Seeing this, Xiaojio shook his head slightly and waved his hand, indicating that he should not act rashly. There are more than a dozen zombies wandering around now, not to mention some that are invisible in the dark. Xiaojio is very sure that it is absolutely impossible for someone to appear here under such circumstances, unless the other party is wearing a zombie skin, because the noise was familiar, like someone was pulling the car door, but strangely, that person did not pull the car they were sleeping in. It looked like he was just checking randomly. It happened that the car Xiaojio was sleeping in was an SUV, which had direct access to the trunk. He first waited for the zombies beside the car to move away a little, and then carefully crawled to the back. Then he gently opened the trunk and slowly slipped out. Dajwang was already standing next to the car, looking at Xiaojio, waiting for the next instruction. The reason why the 2 chose to risk coming out to check was that it was too abnormal. As mentioned earlier, this county town is located at the foot of the mountain and is full of zombies. After they came in, they were more certain that there was no sign of human life recently. This does not mean that there will be traces of people making fires and searching for supplies, but there are not even decent footprints. The camp they found on the roof before, according to the will left, that family is the last survivor in the city, and it has been several months now. But now, Xiao Jiao and De Zhuang actually heard someone pulling the car door, which was quite terrifying, as if the person appeared out of thin air. When the zombies walked a little further away, Xiao Jiao nodded slightly, and then he began to circle to the left, while De Zhuang slowly moved over from the right. About 10 seconds later, Xiao Jiao saw a thin figure in front of him, staggering between the vehicles. Although the movements seemed to be no different from those of zombies, there was a detail that the man did not notice. That is, zombies did not swing their arms when walking. In other words, the reason why zombies are zombies is that they have no similarities with humans, and even their movement is based on instinct. Either they stretch their hands forward and make catching movements, or they hang by their side without moving. At this time, the left hand of the dummy that appeared in the parking building was actually swaying slightly. Xiao Jiao moved lightly and touched the man. When he was only 2 meters away from the man, there was a sudden click on the ground. The moment he stepped on it, Xiao Jiao's face changed slightly. He also knew what it was. It was like a small branch that someone deliberately threw on the ground. As expected, when the sound was heard, the person in front of him quickly turned his head and stabbed behind him without thinking. Xiao Jiao snorted coldly, stepped forward, kicked the man's abdomen with his left foot, and at the same time, his right hand formed a claw shape and quickly grabbed the man's wrist. The man quickly twisted his body and dodged Xiao Jiao's kick, but his wrist was caught. Is it a child? The moment he caught the man's hand, Xiao Jiao frowned slightly, because it was too thin. The next second, the man took out the mysterious powder from his left hand and threw it directly to the area in front of him. Then, he twisted his right hand and broke free. It was a little dark around him. Xiao Jiao only saw the other party throwing something. In an emergency, he didn't dare to touch it head-on and instantly lay on his left side. In the case of not knowing what it was, Xiao Jiao was absolutely unwilling to gamble. What if the other party ground the zombie bones into powder and scattered it out? If he didn't pay attention and his mouth and nose touched it, he would have to wait for death. After he fell to the ground, the mysterious man also ran quickly in other directions, trying to escape. Xiao Jiao did not get up to chase him, because he knew that De Zhuang was waiting there. Sure enough, 3 seconds later, a muffled groan sounded, and then a figure flew up and hit a car with a bang. The huge noise woke up the people in the car, and Lao Cheng sat up suddenly, and then there was another noise. Bang! Ouch, my head! Lao Cheng got out of the car with his head covered. He looked at the zombies that hit the windshield and was slightly stunned. Fuck, how did this beast fly? Then Xiao Jiao yelled, "Don't be in a daze, Lao Cheng. Keep an eye on that person, De Zhuang Haozi. Come with me to deal with the zombies." Hearing this, Lao Cheng squinted and saw that it was not a zombie lying on the hood of his car, but a person, who was curled up and trembling all over. As soon as he finished speaking, Haozi grabbed a dagger and got out of the car, rushing towards the zombies that were led over. Although he was sleeping soundly, he executed Xiao Jiao's order without thinking when he woke up. This is also because of the unconditional trust brought by long-term interaction. A few minutes later, more than 20 corpses fell around. Fortunately, Xiao Jiao lit the torch immediately, and it was easier to kill with light. Although it was midnight, it was fortunate that several people made noises inside the parking building, and only a few zombies noticed it. In addition, Xiao Jiao and Haozi quickly placed the corpses outside to form a defense line, so other zombies could not get in when they came, and then it gradually became quiet. After taking some effort to solve the problem, Xiao Jiao took the other two back to the previous position. He asked Lao Cheng, "How are the people?" Chapter 450. Hearing this, Lao Cheng frowned and said, "It was twitching just now. I thought it was going to die, but it's quiet now." Hearing this, Xiao Jiao stepped forward with a torch and saw the figure clearly. He was about 1.6 meters tall and thin, weighing only 80 kilograms, which was already quite thin. He was wearing zombie skin, and even his hair was stuck with some dry grass. Xiao Jiao grabbed the other person's shoulder and twisted it, revealing the man's face. "What the hell? Isn't this a zombie?" said Haozi in surprise. It's not that he reacted so strongly, but it really looked too much like a zombie. The face was exactly the same as a zombie, and there were even bugs crawling on it. But De Zhuang had better eyesight. He shook his head and said in a deep voice, "It's not a zombie, it's a person, and it seems to be a woman." Hearing this, Lao Cheng was stunned and said, "No, why do I think it's a zombie? Look, the maggots are all on the forehead. TSK, 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 so disgusting." De Zhuang was speechless. He whispered, "Can't you two look more carefully? What's the matter with the bugs? Didn't you notice that the lips of this person are light red?" Zombies don't look like this? After speaking, Xiao Jiao handed the torch to the zhuang, fumbled behind the man's head with both hands for a while, then grabbed one side, and pulled it hard, and immediately pulled the hood off. Fuck, it's really a woman. Lao Cheng looked at him in amazement. Not only him, but also the other three people had a serious expression at this time. The unconscious person in front of him was indeed a woman, and she looked quite normal, with an oval face, a standard face shape for a beautiful woman, but her hair was shaved off, blood was flowing from the corners of her mouth, and she looked like she was about to die. Just as the four of them stood by the car and looked at it, a roar came from behind again. Die! As soon as the voice fell, a figure suddenly appeared more than 10 meters away, holding a bow and shooting an arrow directly, flying quickly towards Haozi's head. Xiao Jiao didn't think about it, and quickly drew his knife with his right hand and swung it in front of Haozi, cutting off the arrow with a click. Then he kicked his feet and burst out with extremely terrifying speed, and rushed to the man in an instant. The man who was shooting the arrow had his eyelids twitching wildly, and was completely shocked by the speed. He was about to shoot the second arrow, but he felt a sharp pain in his hand, and the bow and arrow flew out of his hand. Xiao Jiao tightly grasped the throat of the man in the zombie skin in front of him with his right hand, and his expression was very furious, and he wanted to squeeze him to death. If he hadn't reacted quickly and blocked the arrow quickly, the mouse would have died at this time. Just as Xiao Jiao's forehead was bulging with veins, and he was about to kill, he suddenly saw two figures appear in front of him. No, to be precise, there was a big one holding a small one. Those were two children. For some reason, although Xiao Jiao was very angry at this time, he didn't want to kill in front of the children, even if it was the end of the world. At this moment, there was movement behind him again. Xiao Jiao looked back and saw that the woman who had fainted before had woken up, and was rushing towards this side desperately. But Dazhuang had already hugged her tightly, and the woman was just yelling and shouting in an extremely excited manner, which was completely unlike the emotions a normal person should have. There was no other way, so Haozi directly swung his sword with his right hand and chopped the woman's neck with his palm, and she fainted again instantly. You didn't get chopped to death, did you? Lao Cheng stretched out his hand to the woman's nose to feel her breath, then heaved a sigh of relief and said, "Fortunately, she is still breathing." Haozi rolled his eyes and said, "I have a lot of experience in knocking people out. Don't worry. By the way, looking at your expression, why do you seem to be afraid that I will kill her? What's going on? She is just a stranger. Why are you so rude?" Hearing this, Lao Cheng rubbed his palms and swallowed his saliva and said, "Correction, she is a beautiful stranger. In this end times, I also want to have a companion, right?" Hearing this, De Zhuang curled his lips and looked at Xiao Jiao and whispered, "You have no chance." "Ah?" Lao Cheng was slightly startled and didn't hear clearly. "What do you mean?" As soon as he finished speaking, he saw Xiao Jiao walking over with a zombie and a child behind him. However, as he walked out of the shadows, Lao Cheng saw clearly that the child was holding a baby in his arms. Dazhuang let go of her hand, and the woman fell to the ground. He already had someone he liked in his heart, and he wouldn't be unable to walk when he met a beautiful woman. Moreover, this was the end of the world, and being soft-hearted to strangers was simply too easy for him. Moreover, this woman had attacked Xiao Jiao before, and no matter how he looked at it, Dazhuang would not be polite to her, so he just let her fall to the ground. Then Xiao Jiao pushed the person who had just attacked forward, and said with a gloomy face, "Explain it, why did you suddenly attack us?" But the man did not speak, but crawled towards the woman in a panic, hugged her in his arms, checked her wrist to confirm that she still had a pulse, and finally breathed a sigh of relief. Then he turned his head, looked at the four strange men present, and said viciously, "It was you who broke into our home and attacked us, and now you want to blame us? Heh!" Lao Cheng hugged his arms and sneered, "Is your name engraved here? Call it, and see if it responds to you." "I." The man was so angry that he cursed loudly. Hearing this, Lao Cheng immediately frowned, drew out his dagger, stepped forward and said, "Come on and curse me again." "I." The man knew that if he fell into the hands of this group of people, he would definitely not have a good ending. Especially he knew that if a beautiful woman was captured alive, her ending would be very miserable, so he did not have any scruples at all. But just when he was about to continue cursing, he heard the cry of a baby. Woo-wah. The moment this sound was heard, Xiao Jiao's whole body trembled slightly. In the past year, since the outbreak of the apocalypse, he has never met such a small child again. And judging from the sound, it must have been born not long ago. In other words, this should be a child born in the end times. You have to know that in today's environment, it is difficult for adults to survive. Basically no one will choose to have children, and ordinary people simply cannot afford to support them. Just as the baby was crying, the woman also woke up, first covering her neck in pain, and then she ignored the discomfort and waved to the older child. "Come here." The woman's voice was very pleasant. She looked so miserable, but now she looked like a mother. She took the baby in her arms, and was about to unbutton her dirty coat. Seeing this, Xiao Jiao stepped forward, grabbed the man and stood up, and walked a few steps to the side. Then Haozi, Dazhuang, and Lao Cheng all turned around at the same time. Dazhuang had checked before. The woman didn't have any weapons on her, so it didn't matter if she had her back to her. There was no threat at all. And for some reason, when they saw the woman's attitude towards the baby, they all had an idea in their minds. That is, there might be a misunderstanding. I don't know how long it took until a voice came from behind. "Okay, turn around." Hearing this, Xiao Jiao turned around and looked at the woman holding the baby and gently shaking, and said expressionlessly, "Why did you suddenly attack me?" Hearing this, the woman's smile, which was originally lowered, was instantly put away. She raised her head and said, "In the current environment, does this need any reason?" Chapter 451. You sound so self-evident. Xiao Jiao said calmly, "If I want to kill you now, I can just do it, right?" When the child heard this, he rushed to the woman and opened his hands, then stared at Xiao Jiao intently. Compared to the man next to her, the woman's mood suddenly calmed down, as if she had nothing to do with the man who was yelling before. She gently touched the face of the sleeping baby in her arms and murmured, "To kill or not to kill, to live or not to die, do we still have to decide?" Xiao Jiao stood quietly in front of him, not speaking for a long time. According to his previous plan, the man was going to kill Haozi directly, so he really intended to leave no one alive. After all, at that time, Xiao Jiao did not intend to kill the woman in the zombie skin, but the other party did faint because of them. Moreover, the light here is dim, and it is in the end of the world. It is reasonable for the man to think that the woman was killed, and his subsequent actions are actually understandable. After thinking for a while, Xiao Jiao turned his head and whispered to Haozi, "He shot an arrow at you before, so his life is left to you to decide." Hearing this, Haozi frowned slightly and looked at the man in front of him, and said in a deep voice, "You didn't even understand the general situation, and you rashly used weapons to hit other people's vital points. Have you ever thought about what if you accidentally killed them?" Since the other party did not rush up to capture them, and when Xiaoxi was about to feed the child, the other party also turned around. So the man gradually felt that they seemed to be different from the previous people, and his attitude also softened. Thinking of this, the man knelt on the ground with a plop, and he changed his face and begged, "It's all my fault. Can you let them go? If you want to kill or cut them, I will never say a word. Brother Chen, get up. Even if we die, we must die with dignity." The woman named Xiaoxi turned her head, biting her lips lightly, and said firmly. Just when Xiao Jiao and the other four were hesitant, there was movement again in the entrance area. Seeing this, he took a few steps back with a torch, took a look and said, "The zombies are pouring in, we need to retreat." After the voice fell, the man pondered for a while, then made up his mind and raised his hand and shouted, "I will take you to find a place to hide, and you can take them to live, okay?" Haozi snorted coldly. "Before you were shouting for war and killing, now you let them live with us. Can you use your brain before you speak?" Xiao Jiao continued to walk back. He pulled Haozi and whispered, "If I'm not mistaken, have you always lived on the top floor?" Hearing this, the man turned his head to the left, not knowing whether to say it. Seeing this, Xiaoxi raised his head and looked at Xiao Jiao, sneering, "Don't think about us, there is no supplies there. If there is still a little food, I will not sneak down in the middle of the night to find food, let alone be discovered by you." Xiao Jiao frowned slightly and changed the subject, asking, "You can lure the zombies in at night, and it will be easy to sneak in with the zombies in their skins. When we die, won't we still get food?" Xiaoxi tightened the swaddling clothes for the baby in her arms, and said with her head down, "I'm here to find food, not to kill people." After she finished speaking, Dazhuang couldn't help but said, "But so much time has passed, even if there is food in these cars, it has expired long ago, and can't be eaten at all." Hearing this, Xiaoxi suddenly stopped what she was doing. She looked up at the man who was talking. After seeing that the other man's eyes were indeed full of concern, she lowered her head again, and whispered two words that moved the four people present. "In the apocalypse, you live in heaven. Do you think the whole world is the same? If you eat it, you may die. If you don't eat it, you will definitely die. What will you choose?" After the voice fell, Xiao Jiao looked back at the zombies approaching behind him, and then asked, "What's your name?" After hearing this, Halsey finally breathed a sigh of relief. As long as he heard Brother Xiao ask the other party's name, it meant that he would not kill him. However, the woman was too lazy to continue talking. She gently put her head on the forehead of the baby in her arms and hummed some nursery rhymes. Seeing this scene, the man understood that this must be a misunderstanding. The other party's people were not indiscriminate killers. Moreover, based on a simple contact, he began to have a hunch that these people must be extraordinary. In order to seize this chance to survive, the man spoke first. Her name is Chen Shi, my name is Jiang Yuchen, the older child is Jiang Lingling, and the younger one. At this point, the man paused slightly, then a trace of grief flashed across his eyes, and he whispered, I haven't named it yet. Although he covered it up quickly, Xiao Jiao still noticed it in an instant. At this moment, he didn't have the mind to think about continuing to deal with these people. The most urgent thing was to avoid the tide of corpses first. Then Xiao Jiao agreed to Jiang Yuchen's previous request, reached a simple consensus, and then the four followed them to a deeper area. When they got inside, they found that they had come down from the elevator shaft. No wonder there was no footprint on the way to the upper floor. Moreover, since the power was lost, the elevator could not operate normally, and was stuck in the 5th floor area. Then, they could reach the 4th floor by climbing up the ladder in the well, thus avoiding the zombies gathered on other floors. Siusi stood in front of the elevator. While handing the baby to Jiang Yuchen, she asked with some worry, do we really want to take them up? What if they are the same as the previous ones, killing people without blinking an eye, then we will. Hearing this, Jiang Yuchen quickly stopped her with his eyes and whispered, in this chaotic world, I can't protect you two children by myself. These people look good. When you were feeding the baby before, they all gave you enough respect. You know, it's the end of the world now. If other men saw you like this, they would have rushed up to you. How could they communicate with us normally like this? What are you waiting for? Xiao Jiao and the other three dragged the zombies' steps, and then ran over here and found that they had not yet gone up. He couldn't help but yelled angrily, do you think the zombies are playing a joke? Hurry up and go up. Right away. Jiang Yuchen turned around and said quickly, it's a bit dangerous to climb here. I have to tie it up better. Xiao Shi next to him quickly tied the baby to him with a rope to prevent him from accidentally falling down when climbing. After all, it was still a bit dark inside the elevator shaft. Chapter 452. Seeing this, Xiao Jiao looked back and said with a sullen face, it's too late, give me the child. Hearing this, Xiao Shi tightened her hands and hesitated a little, then she quickly said, hold him, you've been hungry for a day, it's easy to come down, but hard to go up. There was no choice. Jiang Yuchen quickly handed the baby to him. Xiao Jiao took it and held it carefully in his arms, then turned his head and shouted, hurry up, my friends can't hold on for long. Soon everyone climbed up one by one. De Zhuang originally wanted to help the child, but the other party climbed very quickly, which was not at all like the skills a little girl should have. It seems that this doomsday environment has indeed changed many people. After everyone entered, Halsey kicked the zombie who wanted to rush in, and then quickly slipped into the elevator. Fortunately, the door was closed, and later it was pried open, so that one person could barely pass through. Zombies should be able to squeeze in one by one, but they have no intelligence, and they are all blocked together, just stuck to each other. Halsey took a last look and followed the ladder to climb up. Soon he reached the 4th floor, and Dazhuang stretched out his hand to pull him up. The scene here is much better than the 1st floor. I couldn't see it when I stood downstairs before, but now I know that there is more space here. Many cars are ready to drive downstairs, but they are blocked. All the zombies were killed, but strangely, there are no corpses around. Xiao Jiao has returned the child to the two people. Because the killing of zombies was too noisy, the child kept crying, and he didn't know how to comfort him at all. The group walked towards the top floor. Lao Cheng felt a little confused, so he asked the man, speaking of the zombies here, how did you deal with the corpses after killing them? Hearing this, Siusi looked back at him and whispered, burned. Ah? Lao Cheng was slightly startled. Jiang Yuchen walked in front with the child in his arms and explained, we drain the zombies' blood and dry them in the sun, so that we can use them as fuel for burning. Although it was early in the morning, he walked very steadily. It was obvious that he often walked this road, and would not be affected by the cars at all. Of course, the most important thing was that the moon came out again in the second half of the night, so the light was actually not bad. Hearing this, Xiao Jiao and De Zhuang looked at each other, and were slightly shocked. After so long, this was the first time they heard someone actually use zombies to make fire. At this moment, Xiao Jiao finally understood why the woman said that they lived in a paradise in the end of the world. Because from the perspective of the living environment, these people are obviously much worse. After walking for almost a few minutes, everyone came to the rooftop area. Standing at the entrance, Xiao Jiao looked around and didn't see any traps or weapons, not even a single person. There is a lot of space up there, because this is a small county town, and there is basically no parking on the rooftop area, only 5 or 6 cars parked together. Let's go! Jiang Yuchen turned his head and looked at them, and said seriously, I know you are not bad people, so I brought you up, and I hope I can treat them well in the future. When he got here, Jiang Yuchen thought he would die soon, so he spoke with a feeling of telling his last wishes. Hearing this, Halsey shrugged and said, Okay, since we have already escaped together, we will not know each other until we fight. In the future, you still have to protect your wife yourself. After the words fell, Xiaoxi suddenly turned around and looked at him, staring at him without saying anything. Jiang Yuchen also turned around again, shaking his head like a rattle. You misunderstood. Xiaoxi and I are not that kind of relationship. She is my wife's sister. We are just hiding here to survive. Hearing this, Lao Cheng rekindled hope and asked hurriedly, Does it mean that she doesn't have a partner? Be honest. Dazhuang couldn't listen anymore, poked him in the chest with his elbow, and said seriously, We don't bully men and women. If you dare to bully others, don't blame me for turning against you. Oh, what do you think I am? Lao Cheng raised his hands in silence and said seriously, I am definitely not that kind of person. Don't worry. After saying that, he walked forward a few steps, intending to ask Xiaoxi about this and that. However, Xiaoxi just said with a stern face, Please call me by my name. My name is Qinshi. We are not that familiar with each other. Then she quickened her pace and walked into the inner area. Seeing this, Xiao Jiao reached out and pulled Lao Cheng, whispering, We were enemies who fought each other before, and now you are going up to chat with them. Aren't you afraid that they will deceive us? What if they are some people who hide knives behind their smiles? As he spoke, Xiao Jiao wiped his neck with his hand, telling him to be careful. Jiang Yuchen and Chun Shi walked faster and faster. They had already reached the location of the cars, and Xiao Jiao and the other 4 walked slowly behind. Hearing this, Dazhuang also stepped forward and stood on the right side of the old city and whispered, Brother Xiao is right. We can't let down our guard against people just because of this short half an hour. We must be careful about everything. Xiao Jiao has been looking around since he entered here. After thinking for a while, he said, I don't think it's okay, because the woman's demeanor towards the baby can't be faked. It's a kind of love for the child from the heart that can be done. Look at my eyes, and don't act rashly. After saying this, Xiao Jiao quickly followed. Qin Shi had already returned to the car with the child in his arms, leaving Jiang Yuchen busy making a fire next to an iron bucket. After hearing the footsteps, Jiang Yuchen turned around and said with a smile, Brother, we don't have much here. We usually lie in the car. If you are tired, you can also go in. Hearing this, Xiao Jiao said expressionlessly, Don't shout so warmly, we are not that familiar with each other. Seeing this, Jiang Yuchen scratched his head awkwardly, and continued to throw the pieces of dried corpse into the iron bucket. Xiao Jiao walked to his side, and picked up a piece. He approached the fire and looked at it for a while, frowned and asked, Zombies themselves have viruses. If you burn this stuff, won't it be harmful to people who smell it? As soon as she finished speaking, Qin Shi got out of the car. She hugged her arms, and said, It's ventilated here. Even if it's poisonous, it will be blown away by the wind. Anyway, we can't smell it. It's what others deserve if they are affected. But why didn't we see any smoke during the day? It looks like there was a lot of black smoke. De Shuang came over and asked. After Jiang Yuchen threw the last piece of dried meat, he took the iron sheet and covered it. Then he put his hand close to the iron sheet and said, Because we don't light a fire during the day, and the smoke is led to the back. Hearing this, Xiao Jiao walked to the back and found that there was a small hole in the back of the iron barrel, connected to a ventilation duct made of many cans, which led directly to the back of the parking building. Chapter 453. Who are you? Xiao Jiao looked at the facilities and suddenly asked. Ah? Jiang Yuchen was slightly stunned, a little confused. What do you mean? The tightly covered iron barrels, and the simple equipment that steadily emits smoke, all of this looks like they are guarding against certain people. Can't we live more cautiously? Chun Shi came over and squatted down. She rubbed her calves and said softly. After hearing this, Xiao Jiao looked over and found that her legs seemed to have been injured when she fell on the car before, and now there are some bruises. Which Chen is your last name? Halsey suddenly asked a strange question. Qin Shi was surprised to hear this. She couldn't understand why someone would ask this question in the apocalypse. But she quickly replied, Erdongchen, is it useful to ask this? It's not like you need to find your relatives. Qinshi said these words because she knew herself very well. There would be no relatives who were separated. In other words, most people had lost contact when the apocalypse just started. And in today's environment, unless those people hold photos in their hands, she will not believe that a relative or friend suddenly fell from the sky. It's okay, I just ask. Haozi shook his head and walked towards the car. Lao Cheng was also a little confused, poked Dazhuang and asked, Brother Haozi, why are you asking this? I don't know. Dazhuang blurted out, but the next second he figured out the reason and whispered, I guess Haozi thought this person had something to do with Xiaoyu. After all, they seem to have the same last name. Really? Can we be so destined? Lao Cheng suddenly felt shocked. Dazhuang felt speechless. He put his hand in front of his mouth and said, Xiaoyu is an orphan, without a father or a mother. He said before that he had no relatives. How could one suddenly appear in the doomsday? Don't think too much. Listen to Brother Zhao's questions quietly. But you are too cautious, aren't you? Back to the topic just now, Xiao Jiao took out a few broken branches from his pocket and threw them in front of Qinshi. You threw these things behind you while walking. In other words, you knew we were sleeping there, but you still took the risk to come down to find food. The reason why we threw this thing as a warning is to prove once again that you don't know our true identity, but subconsciously think we are bad. Am I wrong? After hearing this, Jiang Yuchen first glanced at Xiaoxi, who was lowering his head, and then, as if he had made up his mind, he stood up and said, To be honest, we have been hunted by a certain organization before. After the voice fell, Haozi was about to check the cars, but suddenly turned his head, then leaned against the car, and looked over there quietly. Jiang Yuchen glanced at everyone present, then gritted his teeth and said, There is an organization called the Savior Sect. What the hell? Lao Cheng was stunned and said in surprise, Why is there such a weird name? Hearing this, Xiao Jiao turned his head and looked at him, motioning him not to speak. Seeing this, Lao Cheng scratched his head, then waved his hand, and continued to shut up. It's okay, I don't mind. Jiang Yuchen shook his head and continued, You may understand from the name that this organization is about saving the world. Unlike most forces in the Doomsday, they will not rob other camps. At this point, Qinshi, who was squatting on the ground, suddenly said that it's the animal it. What? Now it was Xiao Jiao's turn to be stunned, because from the pronunciation point of view, he and it were no different at all, so there was no difference in the sentence just now. Seeing this, Qinshi dipped a little in the ash in front of the iron bucket with her index finger, and then wrote it on the ground. Seeing her action, Xiao Jiao was speechless. Of course I know which word it is. What I mean is that I don't quite understand what you are talking about. Isn't the Salvation Gate a human? If it is a human, why use the animal it to represent it? Because they have zombies and cadavers in their cages. Qinshi said something that made people drop their jaws. How is that possible? Lao Cheng said in shock. Not to mention the current food shortage, zombies can't eat what living people can eat, and they basically eat meat. When they said this, thinking of the previous names, the four of them had already understood the general idea. Haozi even walked over and said in a deep voice, That organization feeds zombies with living people, right? Yes, but not entirely. Jiang Yuchen sighed, squatted down and patted the dust on the ground, then sat down and said, What I am going to say next may refresh your cognition. Just as he was about to speak, Qinshi looked up and said, Do you believe these people? After hearing this, Dazhuang said, We are not good people, but we are not bad people either. Moreover, based on various clues, we may face a common enemy in the future. Instead of fighting, why don't we sit down and shake hands? After the words fell, Dazhuang glanced at Xiao Jiao, who also nodded slightly. With permission, Dazhuang told what happened on the rooftop. Of course, there were also the 6 pregnant women's bodies. When Qinshi heard the deaths of those people, she suddenly trembled. She buried her head in her knees and whispered, Those are the 3 major branches of the Salvation Sect, the people of the doctors. As soon as these words came out, Xiao Jiao's heart beat suddenly. Sure enough, there was no peace in this end of the world. Because too many people died, the land was sparsely populated. They didn't hear this news until almost a year ago. Then everyone came over and sat down next to the iron barrel. Seeing this, Jiang Yuchen continued to tell the story. The Salvation Sect has actually existed before the end of the world. They had a lot of people at the beginning, and it was quite normal at that time. For example, some small animal protection associations, stray animal protection associations, and ocean care associations all had their people. Before the end of the world, there were laws and order, so there had never been any major chaos, and they acted low-key, and most people had never even heard of this name. But after the apocalypse, everything was in chaos. At first, the Salvation Sect had personnel in various industries, and discovered the crisis in advance. They took the lead in making preparations, and notified members in various cities to evacuate. When the zombies appeared, 90% of those people survived. In fact, according to normal development, at this point, the people in this organization were quite normal, kind-hearted, and took in survivors, until they encountered an inhumane massacre. Chapter 454. At this point, Jiang Yuchen looked at Qinshi and whispered, "Xiaoxi, you are more familiar with what happened at that time, so it's your turn to tell the story next." "Yes." Qinshi nodded. She put her hands on her knees, rested her chin on them, looked at the iron barrel, and slowly said, "In early June last year, the Salvation Sect took in a total of about 700 survivors, including their own people, a total of nearly 900 people, a very large team." After the voice fell, Xiao Jiao, who was sitting cross-legged on the ground, suddenly said, "That's not right." The apocalypse broke out. Although there was a power outage and the internet was disconnected, we have been here for so long and have never heard of any organization taking in survivors. Even official people have not encountered it. Where did you hear it from? Hearing this, Jiang Yuchen looked at him and smiled. "If I'm not mistaken, you guys have been looking for places to survive since the outbreak of the apocalypse, and you haven't moved long distances, right?" "You guessed wrong. We did travel a distance, from the north to the south, and from the south to the north, adding up to several thousand kilometers. Although we did meet other survivors, we didn't even see the shadow of the Salvation Gate." Xiao Jiao shook his head and whispered back, "If you stay in the southern city for half a month, you should be able to meet them. There are zombies everywhere. It's impossible to stay there." Haozi frowned and said, "There are groups of zombies everywhere. Let alone entering the city, sometimes you can't even walk on the road. They are the door of salvation." Jiang Yuchen smiled bitterly. "Are you serious?" Xiao Jiao was full of question marks. "There are so many zombies, it's impossible to feed them with people, even if you catch survivors from all over the world to feed them." To be precise, the first few zombies were fed. A piece of raw meat was tied to a wooden stick, and then inserted in front of the zombie's chest, cutting off both arms. They would instinctively bite with their mouths, but they couldn't reach it, so they could only keep walking. Jiang Yuchen took off the zombie mask on his body, revealing his original face. He looked to be about 30 years old, and he looked very vicissitudes of life. Like Qinshi, he looked very thin. After seeing Jiang Yuchen's face, Xiao Jiao immediately understood. No wonder he could lift him up with one hand before. He was thin and looked weak. Like this, a zombie tide will gradually form, right? Dazhuang thought for a moment, and asked directly. "Yes." Jiang Yuchen nodded and continued. "Under normal circumstances, if you tie me to a zombie and let it walk aimlessly, within 7 days, it can attract hundreds of zombies to gather together, and they have no intelligence. Once they gather successfully, they will basically not disperse again. This is another branch of the Salvation Sect, the Corpse Shepherds," Qinshi also said. "What is the other branch?" Lao Cheng asked. "Butchers." After hearing this, Xiao Jiao tapped the ground with his fingers and frowned, saying, "First, the Salvation Sect, then the 3 major branches, doctors, butchers, and corpse shepherds. It sounds like a pretty good organization. It was in the past." Qinshi sighed and continued with the topic just now. That time, there were too many survivors received, and the people inside were mixed. Everyone consumed food too quickly, and each person only got so much food every day. After a long time, other voices began to come out. Plus, from time to time, someone was infected with the zombie virus, but hid and didn't want to tell others. In the end, people were often bitten at night. As a result, the rebel team appeared. And you also understand that without legal constraints, many women often have no ability to protect themselves in the end of the world. Speaking of this, Qinshi's eyebrows also flashed with a trace of grief, and murmured, "One night, those people gathered a large number of survivors, raided the headquarters of the Savior sect, and controlled more than half of the people. Everything that happened afterwards was too cruel, so I won't describe it in detail. Anyway, what you need to know is that after those days, the cement floor was stained red with blood. It was after those days that we realized that in the end of the world, human nature is often darker than you think." Lao Cheng sighed and said, "To be honest, we have been here for so long, and we have basically encountered all kinds of situations. I heard about one thing before, where those beasts held down a survivor who was unwilling to integrate, and forced her children to feed her some kind of meat." At this point, even if Lao Cheng didn't say it clearly, Jiang Yuchen and Qin Shi knew that it was definitely not a good thing. However, Qin Shi just shook her head lightly, and then she said self-deprecatingly, they locked the survivors on a rooftop, and placed 4 cages on it, which contained zombies, corpse dogs, 7 days of food, and wooden boards that would fall down. The survivors were blindfolded, and could only listen to the other person's command to choose the direction. If they chose the food, the 2 of them could share half of it. If the person on the rooftop died, the person in command could monopolize all the food. This is the rule, but do you know what the result is? Xiao Jiao and the other 4 were a little curious. The result is that no survivor walked down from the rooftop alive. Qin Shi said calmly. Because they would starve the person in charge for 2 days first, and the person standing on the rooftop had no idea what the other person would decide. When they received the order, they had to move in one of the directions. Hearing this, De Zhuang pondered for a while, and said seriously, after all, this is the end of the world. When faced with a choice between life and death, most people choose to live longer. I think this is normal for strangers, because the other person can't hear what they have chosen. Heh. Qin Shi smiled and shook his head, and said softly, there is often another identity between 2 people like this. They are either husband and wife, or brothers and sisters, or even children and parents. If they are strangers, they don't even have the qualifications to go up. You are very lucky that you didn't meet these people. Jiang Yuchen sighed and whispered, we used to be members of the Savior sect. Although we successfully took back what we lost, most people's minds have changed. They think that everyone in the world has turned into a walking demon. Instead of living in fear, it is better to save the survivors and let these people become zombies. How can it be considered saving to make living people mutate? Lao Cheng said with wide eyes. Maybe they think that what zombies do is not worth mentioning compared to what some people do. Xiao Jiao thought for a moment and said softly. Chapter 455. The people of the Savior sect were all very nice before, but unfortunately they were bullied too much by those traitorous beasts last time, and too many people were killed and injured, so they changed later. Jiang Yuchen stood up, stretched and said, it's still early in the morning, I go to sleep first. Hearing this, Da Zhuang looked at him and said with a serious expression, we have just known each other for less than an hour, and you are so confident to leave us here? Aren't you afraid that you will wake up with your head and body separated? Hearing this, Jiang Yuchen replied cheerfully, I was wrong before, I preconceived that you were that group of people, now I think intuitively that we should be friends in the future. As soon as he finished speaking, he turned around and left. In fact, all these statements seem to be like this, but in reality they are not. When Jiang Yuchen was pinched by Xiao Jiao's neck, and was almost out of breath, he seemed to hear footsteps behind him in a trance. Originally thought that the ending would develop in a bad direction, but Jiang Yuchen did not expect that the man in front of him suddenly softened his eyes, and even the strength in his hands became weaker and weaker. In the end times, a man who was furious and murderous all over his body immediately restrained himself when he saw 2 strange children, and even regained his calm after a few seconds. In this case, Jiang Yuchen also thought that these people might not be so bad, and at least they could try to contact him first. Watching his back leave, Da Zhuang turned his head to look at the woman sitting on the ground and asked, aren't you leaving? Qin Shi lowered her head, her fingernails rubbing against the ground, and she whispered, why leave? Isn't this our base? Aren't you afraid of us? Da Zhuang asked again. I was afraid before, but not now. Qin Shi raised her head, glanced at Xiao Jiao, and shook her head slightly. I saw the way he held the baby, very careful and cautious, a bad guy would never do this, so I am willing to believe you. But before that, can you tell me your names? After all, you said that we don't know each other until we fight. Hearing this, Xiao Jiao spoke first, followed by Haozi. The 4 people said their names in order, and the others didn't say much. When Qin Shi asked if they had other teammates, Xiao Jiao also insisted that it was just the 4 of them who survived together, and there was no one else. Seeing this, Qin Shi didn't ask any more questions, but just sat there quietly warming himself by the fire. After about a few minutes, the 5 people felt a little awkward sitting here, so Xiao Jiao immediately found a topic and asked, aren't you going to sleep? No, it's very cold in the car, I'm afraid of the cold. Qin Shi said softly, hugging her arms. After she finished speaking, she moved forward a little, making herself closer to the burning iron barrel. Hearing this, Xiao Jiao looked at Qin Shi seriously, and felt a little pity in his heart. She was wearing a lambskin coat that she had picked up from somewhere. The color had turned dark brown, it was so dirty that it was impossible to look directly at it, and it had 2 holes. The pants were just a pair of jeans, which were a bit short. Her ankles were red from the cold. Perhaps because she often had to hold the child, her hands were quite clean. Although the clothes worn by Xiao Jiao and others were very old, they were washed every once in a while. Even without detergent, they were at least clean. But Jiang Yuchen and Chun Shi looked much more miserable. As for the clothes worn by the child Jiang Lingling, they were not bad. Xiao Jiao estimated that there were not many people in the end times who would plunder these children's clothes. Even the clothes worn by the baby were quite clean. Not knowing what to say, Xiao Jiao could only whisper, "Be patient, winter will soon be over." Hearing this, Chen Shi just hummed softly, and then his stomach started to growl. Seeing this, Xiao Jiao thought for a moment, but still did not let Haozi get them food. First of all, he did not bring much with him this time, and secondly, he had only met the other party once. In the Doomsday, there are countless poor people. If you share your food with people you meet, it would be too easy for you to live. And now that Xiao Yu and I have decided to fight back, we have to find weapons and gather people. When we are sure that these two people can be used, Xiao Jiao will also share some food with him. Can I ask you a question? De Zhuang looked at Chen Shi and suddenly said, "Yes. Is the baby your child?" "Psychologically, yes, but not in terms of blood relationship." Chen Shi was silent for a long time, and then said truthfully, "He is my sister's child." Hearing this, De Zhuang frowned, and he didn't know whether he should continue asking. Suddenly it was quiet. Chen Shi looked up at him again and whispered, "What else do you want to ask?" Seeing this, De Zhuang's old face blushed, and he said in a low voice, "But I don't think you have given birth to a child. How can you feed him?" After the words fell, Chen Shi was slightly stunned, then realized what he was asking, and then a trace of sadness appeared in his eyes, and he murmured, "I was pregnant and gave birth to a child, but due to the bad environment, I needed to escape at the time, and unfortunately died on the road. I'm sorry." De Zhuang felt a little guilty, and scratched his head. "It's okay." Chen Shi shook his head and smiled. "In my opinion, my baby came to this world once, but unfortunately the environment was not good, and there were terrible monsters everywhere. He might not like this kind of life, so he left early. Maybe one day, I will choose to leave." Listening to what she said, Lao Cheng suddenly said, "Why don't you join other survivors and seek shelter? Wouldn't you be able to survive better this way?" Hearing this, Chen Shi touched his cheek and said self-deprecatingly, "I want to get someone shelter, but what do others want? My body." With her question, Lao Cheng didn't know what to say. Then, Chen Shi slowly said again, "I was taken away by the people of the Savior sect before." Hearing this, Xiao Jiao suddenly remembered something and asked curiously, "Didn't you say just now that the people of the Savior sect never robbed other forces, so why did they come to arrest you?" "When did I say I was arrested?" Chen Shi turned his head to look at him, hugged his knees, and said again, "I left voluntarily because they can provide the life I want. In this doomsday, the Savior sect can let me live decently. At least I don't need to go through the trash cans every day and hide from zombies." Chapter 456. I know I'm dirty, but there's nothing I can do. They have hot water, electricity, and even cows. As long as you can provide value, you can go and exchange. And it just so happens that the leader of the Savior Gate has taken a fancy to me, so I only need to go over and knock on the door after taking a shower one night, and I can get enough food for my sister and I to live for half a month. I know you seem to think I'm pretty, but now think about it. Do you still think so? After the words fell, Chen Shi suddenly looked at Lao Cheng and asked in a shocking way. Hearing this, Lao Cheng pondered for a while and said, "Laugh at the poor, but not at the prostitutes. It is the same in this end times. Some people always think that those rich people live well, and they want to worship them, and then look down on the poor, but obey those who are willing to break the law or even do anything to make money. It seems that they think that others are great just because they make money, and they don't care how they make money. This is a kind of sick concept and a wrong value. But in my opinion, in this doomsday, it is really difficult for you, a weak woman, to survive and bring your sister with you. And it is just for survival, so I can understand." After listening, Chen Shi smiled. "I thought you were just a dirty man who was attracted by beauty, but I didn't expect you to say such a thing. I was wrong about you before." After the voice fell, Da Zhuang turned his head and glared at Lao Cheng. "I asked you to restrain yourself at ordinary times, but you see, I already know what you are thinking." Lao Cheng explained with a red face. "I won't do anything out of line, don't worry." Chen Shi shook his head slightly. "I'm not worthy of you." "I don't care." Lao Cheng blurted out, and the next second, he regretted it. Sure enough, Xiao Jiao stood up and waved at him. Seeing this, Lao Cheng hesitated for a while, but still followed Xiao Jiao to the exit of the parking building. This time, even if Chen Yu didn't say it clearly, Lao Cheng knew very well that Xiao Jiao was definitely the one taking the lead. Moreover, Lao Cheng really admired this man for his skills and character, so after seeing that he had said something wrong, he also lowered his head and followed him out. "What are you doing?" Xiao Jiao put his hands behind his back, turned around expressionlessly, and said, "What you said before was not quite right. What do you mean by you also want a companion?" Hearing this, Lao Cheng suddenly realized that from the previous sentence, Qin Shi probably heard that they had a team. After all, there were only 4 men standing in front of her. But then the other party asked again, and Xiao Jiao insisted that there were only these people, but Lao Cheng's attitude was completely abnormal. It's normal for any survivor to want women in the doomsday. You are from Xiao Yu's side. I don't know how he manages you, but what I want to say is that you can't judge things by appearances. It's very likely that after tonight we will separate, whether it's the single plank bridge or the Yangguan road, and we will have nothing to do with each other from now on. Do you really want to take these people back? Is it just because you like a woman? And then you are going to disregard everyone's safety? Lao Cheng felt a little ashamed. He looked back at De Zhuang, who was sitting next to the iron barrel. The other party continued to chat with Qin Shi, but he knew that De Zhuang was definitely asking for all kinds of useful information. "I was wrong, sorry." Looking at Lao Cheng with his head down, Xiao Jiao didn't know what to say. After all, he was still Xiao Yu's man. Even if he really made a mistake, he had to take care of it. As his friend, he had no right to take care of these things. Walking over and patting Lao Cheng on the shoulder, Xiao Jiao said in a deep voice, "If they can be of use to us, then it's fine to take them back. Of course, you must not take advantage of them." "Don't worry, I swear directly." Lao Cheng raised his head and said seriously. Then Xiao Jiao looked at him and nodded, and the two returned to the other side. As soon as he approached, he heard De Zhuang stood up in shock and asked, "What did you say? What kind of teacher is he?" "Chemistry teacher. What's wrong? What's the big deal?" Qin Shi looked at him in a daze, and stood up subconsciously. After hearing this, De Zhuang turned his head to look at Xiao Jiao, who also showed a hint of surprise in his eyes. Hao Zi blurted out, "Fuck, it's a blessing from heaven." De Zhuang shouting woke Jiang Yuchen up directly. He opened the car door and walked over here, confused. "What's wrong, Xiao Shi? Why did you suddenly shout?" Hearing this, Qin Shi turned his head to look at him, and shook his head. "I don't know, that person was so excited when he heard that you are a chemistry teacher." After the words fell, Jiang Yuchen walked over and looked at the iron barrel, opened the iron sheet, and added a few pieces of dried corpse meat, then asked in confusion, "Isn't it just a teacher? What's wrong with you? There is no need to learn in this doomsday, so it's useless, right? If I'm not mistaken, you should be able to make explosives, am I right?" De Zhuang asked excitedly. Jiang Yuchen clapped his hands and sat down, nodded and said, "I can do it, but it's not allowed. I've never done it before." When Xiao Jiao heard this, he laughed. Qin Yu and his community were attacked so hard, and were beaten without any resistance, because the enemy had large-scale lethal weapons, and could make bombs. From the perspective of firepower, the two sides were not in the same league at all. Although he, Xiao Jiao, was a special forces soldier and Uncle Hua had been a mercenary, they could not compete with explosives with their mortal bodies. No matter how strong the close combat ability was, if the enemy threw more than a dozen explosive packs at him, he would die. Moreover, in the doomsday, people like this who could make weapons would be heavily guarded by the enemy, so it would be useless even if they wanted to snatch them away. Originally, Xiao Jiao and Qin Yu's plan was to find a car to steal the base camp of those people. It would be best if they could steal some weapons. If they couldn't, they had a plan B, which was to find the location of the military factory. Anyway, there was no need to rush for revenge. When the apocalypse just broke out, the weapons of the large military factories were distributed to the army to clean up the zombies. But small, and some old military factories might still be able to pick up leaks. In case the situation was urgent, and the retreat was too fast, Xiao Jiao, Qin Yu and others would find them afterwards, and then they would be lucky enough to find some missiles, and then generate some electricity to start. At that time, let alone 200 enemies, even if there was one more zero, it would be easy to deal with. Of course, this method may not be feasible. After all, this weapon is too lethal, and is likely to attract the attention of a large number of zombies and survivors. By then, even if they win the battle, they will likely make enemies on all sides, and be divided up by others. In the apocalypse, one of the main reasons why many people can still survive is that they have not been discovered by other evil forces. Chapter 457. The past is the past, and the present is the present. De Zhuang rubbed his palms and said with a smile, I thought that finding a car and gasoline on this trip was a good deal, but I didn't expect that the best was yet to come. You guys really are a team, he. Qin said softly. Xiao Jiao looked at the watch on his hand and said seriously, okay, it's enough to talk for so long, take a rest first, and there will be plenty of time to talk when the sun rises. Then he looked at Jiang Yuchen again. Please pack up 2 cars. We also need a place to stay overnight. Jiang Yuchen nodded and walked towards the parked cars. Although he didn't know why these people were so excited, he didn't ask much. In his opinion, what's the use of making explosives in this environment without raw materials? It's impossible for him to make it with mud. By the way, Dazhuang brothers, give them 2 pieces of dried meat each. Xiao Jiao took advantage of the 2 of them leaving and turned his head to whisper to the side. If you want to win people over, at least you have to give them some benefits. No problem, can I have some water? After saying that, Xiao Jiao walked to the corner of their camp, looked at the turbid water, and then walked back and said, give me half a bottle of water. After Jiang Yuchen finished packing the car, the 4 of them were ready to go to the car to rest. As long as the front seats were folded down, it would be a good bed. The 2 of them took the 4 pieces of wild boar meat jerky, and their eyes were even red with excitement, and then they walked towards the iron barrel together. Seeing this, Xiao Jiao, who was about to lie down to rest, sat up again and asked, if you 2 don't want to eat, what are you doing with your hands? That's food, not anything else. It can be stored for a long time. Hearing this, Jiang Yuchen smiled and replied, cook it into soup, it's enough for 2 meals. Hearing this, Xiao Jiao smacked his lips, and there were some things he wanted to say, but he couldn't say them. He just looked at him and nodded, and then continued to lie down. Soon there was a sound of turning over the iron pot. Xiao Jiao was still worried that they would waste food due to the black smoke, so he leaned on the car window to take a look, but found that they did not lift the iron sheet, but directly put the small pot on it. Although it cooked a little slower, it was at least safe enough. Do you want me to keep watch at night to avoid being attacked? Housie put his right hand behind his head, looked at the roof quietly, and suddenly asked. No need, they are basically no threat, go to sleep. Xiao Jiao pondered for a while, then said softly. The second half of the night was very peaceful. Jiang Yuchen, Qin Shi and the child went back to rest after eating, and there was no movement. They lived in 2 cars, Jiang Yuchen alone in one, Qin Shi and the other 2 children in a van. It seems that as mentioned before, the 2 are not husband and wife, and they are avoiding suspicion in private. The next morning, several people gathered around the iron barrel to warm themselves by the fire again. After all, with this temperature, they really couldn't live without the fire. After talking for more than 10 minutes, Xiao Jiao also formally invited them, hoping that Jiang Yuchen could join in. Of course, it was just joining. Like other information, Xiao Jiao did not tell them, and in return, Qin Shi and the other 2 children could also survive with them. There was no way, being able to make explosives was too important in the end times, and it would greatly improve the ability to protect oneself. After hearing Xiao Jiao's invitation, Jiang Yuchen agreed immediately without thinking, and even excitedly told him all the details. After he finished a series of words, Xiao Jiao nodded seriously. Don't worry, we are mainly for revenge this time, and we will not use it to actively attack other survivors in the future. Hearing this, Jiang Yuchen also sighed and said, if I knew that I was so important, maybe I wouldn't need to escape from the Salvation Gate, and Xiaoxi's child would be able to live well. As soon as she finished speaking, Qin Shi came over with a dirty plastic basin in her hand. She sat down and said, but their current behavior is no longer in line with our survival philosophy. Oh, what do you mean? Xiao Jiao wanted to know more, so he continued to ask. This matter started after the attack on the Salvation Sect. Jiang Yuchen took the gray towel handed by Qin Shi and wiped his hands and face, and said softly, since then, most people have changed. I have mentioned it before, so I won't describe it in detail. Although they don't attack other camps, they will send zombies there first to consume some bullets and even arrows. However, few people use guns now, and the main purpose is to tire them out. As long as they consume too much physical strength, the people from the Savior Gate will quietly appear and help those people deal with the zombies to gain favor. Hearing this, Lao Cheng was surprised and said, no, can it be played like this? De Zhuang said, while wiping his bow and arrow, it's very common. After all, there is no surveillance to record it, so some people will choose to believe that others just happen to be kind-hearted and want to help themselves. Because zombies have no cost, they just need to go in one direction. Xiao Jiao pondered for a while, and said softly. Qin Shi wiped Jiang Lingling's hands and then said, they will take out photos of the camp to let people see the difference in life, and then wait for those people to take the initiative to ask to join. After they go there, they will not let them do anything that harms the world. They will serve them with good food and drinks first, and then suddenly come to your door, after 3 days, to tell you that everything will need to be exchanged for value. If you want something, you need to provide it. After saying this, Lao Cheng took a breath and said, first you give people something sweet, then you hit them back to reality. The huge gap is reflected. This is how many people's psychological defenses are broken step by step, right? Almost. Qin nodded and said, you can sleep on a mattress, drink milk, and eat hot food on the first day, but you have to live in a garbage dump and eat pig food on the second day. No one can stand it. But if that's the case, can't you just leave? Xiao Jiao was a little puzzled. Do we choose to be birds of a feather just because we are not used to it? Hearing this, Jiang Yuchen smiled. If it were so easy, we wouldn't be hunted down. If we want to leave, we just need to return the food we have eaten for 3 days. Does it sound like a black-hearted loan before the end of the world? When borrowing money, they tell you that you are not in a hurry, and when you pay it back, they ask you to borrow other things to fill the gap, and finally you fall into the abyss step by step. The method used by the Salvation sect is similar to this. If you can't pay back the food, then pay it back with your arms or your body. Chapter 458. After all, where there are many men, there will be needs. Just provide food for others. Chen Shi said calmly. Basically, many people have gradually become puppets of the Savior sect. What if the man wants to leave? Lao Cheng suddenly asked. Just like us, he can be trapped in endless pursuit. Why did the 6 bodies die? Xiao Jiao looked at Chen Shi, frowned and asked, I still want to find out what the cause of death is. Hearing this, Chen Shi fell silent for a rare moment. She hesitated for a while, then whispered, maybe it's because those people don't want to give birth to the baby. In the eyes of the doctors, these pregnant women are already pregnant, and they are the future hope of the Savior sect, so they must give birth to the baby, but those people don't want to. Ah? Hearing this, Dazhuang frowned and said, at first we thought that those people were so bad that they would even kill pregnant women, but now it sounds like it's different from what we guessed. After the words fell, Chen Shi continued to answer, the people of the Savior sect are bad, but they also have a bottom line. Compared with what the group of traitors did before, they are actually okay. Although they will not attack other camps, they will stab others in the chest, such as when the survivors resist all orders. When a woman was pregnant before, the Savior sect would gather people together and send food at regular intervals. It sounds okay, but once the child is born, the mother must die. They say it is to prevent them from being affected by emotions in the future, but in fact they just want to train them into a new generation of puppets. You mean, they use children as weapons? Xiao Jiao was more and more frightened as he listened, and asked subconsciously. However, when this was said, Chen Shi and Jiang Yuchen shook their heads. They just thought about it, and it has never been realized. First of all, you all know how bad the environment is in this doomsday. If you only want to rely on breast milk to feed, you have to find a lot of high-protein food for the mother, but is this realistic? It's completely impossible. With the current huge scale of the Salvation sect, although they have this foundation, other people also need to eat and drink. Just because a stranger is pregnant, they can openly share a lot of food, and many people will be dissatisfied. Of course, the most important thing is that no mother would want her child to become a killing machine in the future. Even if they have to rely on men to survive, they will never personally destroy the future of their own flesh and blood. What about the child's father? Is there no one who can take care of it? Lao Cheng suddenly asked. But the next second, Xiao Jiao and Dazhuang looked at him together, and shook their heads slightly. Seeing this, Lao Cheng knew that he had said the wrong thing and whispered, Sorry, I forgot what you said before. Hearing this, Chen Shi stood up with the basin after washing, and said softly, It doesn't matter. In the eyes of us women, when we are in the doomsday and have to take that step to survive, the father of the child is no longer important. After she left, Dazhuang hugged Lao Cheng's shoulders, turned his head, and whispered to him, I had no choice but to survive before. Don't mention this matter again in the future. After all, no matter how much you don't mind, you can't keep rubbing salt into the wound. Lao Cheng hummed, indicating that he understood. But if their personal freedom is controlled, wouldn't they just do what they are told? Xiao Jiao suddenly asked. If the mother doesn't want to live anymore, there are many ways to abort the baby, so they also thought about escaping, but unfortunately they failed in the end. You saw the ending. Although they all chose to commit suicide, the heads of their bodies were sewn up later, because this way they wouldn't turn into zombies, but they would still die. Chen Shi took the broth that he hadn't finished drinking last night, and prepared to continue heating it. During this time, She also asked Xiao Jiao and others if they wanted to eat together, but was politely declined. Although they have indeed accepted the other party to join, Xiao Jiao has always been cautious, and will not rashly trust others completely. In other words, although I am willing to accept you, I will not eat the food you provide. Xiao Jiao gave them dried meat before because they had no food, and it was already very good to have this. But the four of them are different. If they have other food, there is no need to gamble in the doomsday. After all, you cannot harm others, but you cannot not be on guard against others. Everyone had a quick meal in the morning and chose to go back around 8 o'clock. After all, they still had to drive a long way. Going back earlier to meet the main group would also make them feel more at ease. Just as they were leaving, Dazhuang saw the little girl carrying a large bag of luggage, so he walked over to help, but she just kept hiding and didn't say anything. Seeing this, Chen Shi came over and explained, Xiaoling has been ill. She can understand what others say, but it is difficult for her to describe a sentence with normal thinking. Over time, she gradually stopped talking and basically didn't want to talk to strangers. Sorry. After she finished speaking, she held Jiang Lingling and pointed to Jiang Yuchen's position, then motioned to go there first. Hearing this, Dazhuang looked at the child's back and sighed. It's not easy to live. You can't make any sound in the doomsday. If you are surrounded by zombies, you can't even inform others. So, we basically take her with us all the time. Every time we go out to search for things in the middle of the night, one of me and Brother Chen will stay with her to avoid accidents. After speaking, Chen Shi also went to the car to pack things. In fact, there was nothing worth taking, basically some clothes, quilts, and iron sheets. After a few minutes, when they finished cleaning up, Xiao Jiao nodded, and everyone went downstairs together. Arriving at the elevator entrance, Jiang Yuchen stopped Haozi from going in and said, We have zombie skins. I go down first to lead the zombies away, and then you can come down. Be careful, Haozi said softly, taking a step back. Don't worry, I'm not sure about dealing with people, but I'm very experienced in dealing with zombies. Jiang Yuchen smiled and climbed down first. When he arrived at the elevator entrance on the first floor, 2 zombies approached him instantly, but Jiang Yuchen quickly lowered his head and approached them, making a similar low roar. Unlike the zombie skin that Qin Yu had used before, the one used by Jiang Yuchen and Chen Shi was much more realistic, because they smeared some zombie rotten flesh on the facial area of the hood to make the smell stronger. Chapter 459. Add to that the long hair cut from the zombie's head, it looks quite realistic. A few seconds later, the 2 zombies at the elevator door shook their heads and walked in other directions. Jiang Yuchen gestured upwards and then went out. Seeing this, Lao Cheng hesitated and asked, What does he mean by okay? Is he asking us to get off? As soon as he finished speaking, Chen Shi, carrying a bag of luggage and holding a baby in his arms, replied, That means 3 minutes. I call you later. Oh, so that's it. Lao Cheng nodded. Everyone waited slowly up there. No one spoke. After about a minute, Xiao Jiao glanced at Lao Cheng, then looked at Chen Shi and nodded slightly. Seeing this, Lao Cheng walked over a few steps and said, How about I help you hold the child, don't let anything happen later. Hearing this, Chen Shi shook his head and took a step back. Thank you for your kindness, he is asleep now, and suddenly someone else might wake him up, and it would be bad if he attracted the attention of the zombies later. Hearing this, Lao Cheng said again, Then I help you with your luggage. After saying that, without waiting for her to refuse, Lao Cheng directly started to unbutton the buttons on Chen Shi's back. If Lao Cheng did feel a little itchy when he saw her appearance at first, it was only after the late-night chat and contact that he felt completely sorry for this woman. Compared to his own doomsday survival experience, the other party had survived all the way by holding on. Now Lao Cheng, if he didn't meet her, it would be fine. If he met her, he would also want to help other survivors, of course, within his ability. Because he was worried about waking up the baby, Chen Shi didn't dare to refuse too much, so he had to let him take the luggage. After a while, there was a very slight knocking sound downstairs. Seeing this, Chen Shi said, You can go downstairs. After saying this, Xiao Jiao looked at this woman with a higher opinion of her. Her hearing was quite good. She could catch such a small movement. You know, he was standing closest, but he only heard a very small sound. Seeing his eyes, Chen Shi explained, Because I often live in fear, I am very sensitive to all the slightest movement. Over time, my hearing is far better than others. If you were not too hungry before, according to your normal energy state, I would have noticed your footsteps before you stepped on the branches. Hearing this, Xiao Jiao nodded and went to the elevator entrance. When they arrived at the first floor area, the zombies had basically disappeared. The four people looked at each other and admired Jiang Yuchen's ability to control the zombies. Although they didn't know how he did it, the zombies were indeed gone. Then Xiao Jiao and De Zhuang got busy, pushing the cars away and clearing a road for easy evacuation. Soon Jiang Yuchen came back. He took off the zombie hood on his body, put it in a black plastic bag and shouted, "We have to leave quickly. Although I led them to another street, I can only disturb them for a few minutes. I have to come back here immediately." As he was talking, Halsey noticed that Jiang Yuchen's right thumb was a little red, and then asked, "Your hand?" Hearing this, Jiang Yuchen took a look, put it in his mouth and sucked a few times, then spit the blood foam on the ground and said, "It's okay. If you are willing to take us in, I have to do what I can. With the smell of blood, it will be easier for zombies to leave. Be careful not to get infected, be careful of the virus," Xiao Jiao warned, and then wait for him to get in the car. Xiao Jiao, Halsey and Jiang Yuchen took one. Lao Cheng took Chen Shi and Jiang Lingling with him. As for De Zhuang, it was full of luggage. This was also Xiao Jiao's special reminder. Distribute the weight so that the car will consume less fuel. After all, in the apocalypse, every bit of money saved is a bit of money. As soon as the car started, Chen Shi nervously grabbed the handrail of the car, looked out of the window with some excitement, and then sighed, "It's been almost a year since I got in the car again, but the experience is completely different from before the apocalypse." Hearing this, Lao Cheng asked while steering, "That's not right. Although the power is out, the car can still be driven. Don't you know how to drive? In this environment, if we don't have a car and have to walk, it will consume too much energy." Hearing this, Chen Shi shook his head slightly and whispered, "Driving makes too much noise. Once we are discovered, we will definitely die." Lao Cheng smacked his lips, not knowing what to say. He simply drove the car and followed Xiao Jiao to the exit. Xiao Jiao looked at the road in front of him and the zombies around him. Now he could only pray that he would not encounter a group of zombies next time, otherwise he would have to go back and dig out the road blocked on the mountain. When he was packing his luggage in the morning, he also asked Jiang Yuchen if there were other ways to leave the county, but the answer he got was unclear. Seeing this, Xiao Jiao could not say anything more. After all, they were hiding here to survive, so they wished that there were as many zombies as possible, so that those people would not dare to come in to find them, and they would not be able to find a way to leave. However, Jiang Yuchen pointed out that there were fewer zombies in the west, only about 1,000. Although it sounds like a lot, it is already very few compared to other areas. There was no way. The main reason why they could find the gasoline was because other survivors did not dare to come in. The greater the risk, the greater the reward. The group walked very slowly for almost half an hour, and finally almost got out of the city. However, as soon as they turned a corner, Xiao Jiao stepped on the brakes and stopped. Looking at the dark and creepy tunnel entrance in front, Halsey frowned and asked, "What should I do, brother Xiao? Should we take a detour next?" Hearing this, Xiao Jiao pondered for a while, and said in a deep voice, "The oil has been used up. We can go right after leaving here and join the road we came from. It is impossible to turn around, but it is definitely not possible to go in like this." After the voice fell, he got out of the car and walked quickly to the side. He cut a strip of cloth from the corpse, and cut a branch to make a torch. After lighting it, he ordered, "I go in and take a look. You wait here for me." Then Xiao Jiao walked straight into the tunnel alone, holding a torch in his left hand, and a dagger in his right hand. A few minutes later, he walked back and continued, "There are about 70 or 80 zombies, and there are still many around this forest. We can't stay too long, we have to get through immediately." After saying that, he waved his hand behind him, and then ordered, "Lao Cheng, come with me, go to the forest to cut some sticks and sharpen them, fix them on the car, and we will rush through this group of zombies." Then Xiao Jiao looked at Jiang Yuchen, who also reacted quickly, and hurriedly got out of the car and said, "I help too, but let Xiaoxi and the others stay in the car, is that okay?" Chapter 460. Hearing this, Xiao Jiao nodded, "Okay." Then the three of them walked to the nearby woods, and quickly cut down a dozen thumb-thick trees. Then they removed the branches, sharpened one end, and distributed a few sticks to each car. Xiao Jiao continued to instruct Lao Cheng and De Zhuang. The car windows can only be opened a little, and when the zombies come up, poke their heads with sticks. Remember not to panic. Everyone worked together, the zombies are nothing to worry about. After saying that, he came to the side of the car he was driving, put 2 longer wooden sticks through the rear window, so that they were clamped by the glass, and then tied 2 shorter sharp wooden sticks vertically on it. In this way, a well-shaped defense bracket was made. Worried that they were not sharp enough, Xiao Jiao flattened them a little bit. After all, Zombies today are very fragile, and can be easily stabbed in the head. After finishing everything, Xiao Jiao sat in the driver's seat and drove slowly inside. In order not to attract too many zombies' attention at the same time, he did not turn on the lights directly, but looked at the wall of the tunnel next to him and moved slowly. Until the light under the car dimmed, and the zombies roared in front, Xiao Jiao turned on the lights and rushed forward. With a few bangs, the speed of the car was forced to slow down. Seeing this, Xiao Jiao quickly turned on the double flash, and Lao Cheng behind received the signal and quickly honked the horn. Relying on the sudden sound, the zombie army that was about to block the first car also turned around and walked towards the second car. When Lao Cheng's car was surrounded by people, Chen Shi handed the child to Jiang Lingling very carefully. Looking at the baby's still sleeping face, she finally breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, when entering the tunnel before, Lao Cheng suggested to cover the child's ears with clothes to prevent being awakened by zombies. Then Chen Shi looked at Lao Cheng, and the two looked at each other, holding the sharpened wooden sticks, and began to stab out from the window. With a swish, Chen Shi held the wooden stick and pierced through the forehead of a zombie, but because she was not able to exert force, she was unable to pull it out for a while. As a last resort, she changed her body position and grabbed the stick with both hands and tried to pull it. At this moment, Lao Cheng quickly grabbed her head and pulled her to the driver's seat. The next second, the dirty and smelly zombie blood sprayed out and sprayed on Chen Shi's shoulder on the spot. Of course, Lao Cheng's arm was also stained a lot, but he didn't mind, but shouted excitedly, "Are you crazy? If you pull out the stick suddenly from such a close distance, blood will spray all over your face." After the voice fell, Chen Shi, who was a little flustered, said fearfully, "I used to kill zombies with a dagger, and I never sprayed so much blood when I pulled it out. How could this happen?" Hearing this, Lao Cheng couldn't blame her for anything, but retracted his right hand and said in a deep voice, "Look, this is how to use the stick." After saying that, he held the stick in both hands and stabbed it towards the gap of the left window, instantly inserting a zombie head, then pushed forward again, raised his hand upward, and then easily pulled out the stick without blood spurting out. Seeing this, Chen Shi nodded and said seriously, "I understand." Just when the two of them were a little unable to kill the zombies, Dazhuang also quickly pressed the horn twice in the same way. According to this strategy, the three cars led away some of the zombies in the tunnel. Fortunately, the road inside was also quite wide, otherwise they would basically be blocked alive. About half an hour later, the tunnel gradually returned to silence. Every car was dyed black by the zombies' blood, smelly and disgusting. But everyone had long been accustomed to this environment and did not react much. The ground was full of corpses, and even the road was blocked. After pressing the car window, Xiao Jiao stretched out his hand to pull away the corpse blocking the door, and then walked down first. Then he looked around and confirmed that there were no other zombies, and then began to clean up the corpses on both sides of the road and piled them aside. Lao Cheng and Dazhuang also came down to help, while Haozi stayed in the car and stared at Jiang Yuchen. After about 5 minutes, the tunnel was cleared, and the three returned to the car and drove straight in. Not long after, light came from the front, and Xiao Jiao finally turned off the lights and breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, I didn't encounter it next time. After exiting the tunnel, the three cars stopped again, throwing the sticks aside, and Xiao Jiao went to the forest to cut a pile of leaves and cleaned up some of the blood on the car. After that, they continued on their way home, heading to the temporary camp. It was almost afternoon, and Chen Yu was running around the flat ground around the car. Suddenly, he heard the roar of a car in the distance. His face changed slightly, and he rushed directly into the woods. A few seconds later, when he saw the person sitting in the driver's seat clearly, he got out directly and asked curiously, "Why did you drive the car here?" Hearing this, Xiao Jiao opened the car door and got out, smiling, "Pack your luggage and leave immediately, so that everyone doesn't have to move around, just drive closer." As soon as he finished speaking, Chen Yu saw the strange man in the passenger seat, smiling and greeting him. Seeing this, he nodded slightly, and then followed Xiao Jiao to the carriage. Along the way, Xiao Jiao also explained to him the various things he encountered this time. After hearing the end, Chen Yu was also very excited and said, "Is it true? I actually met such a person when I went out, but have you checked whether he has the ability to make explosives?" Hearing this, Xiao Jiao lifted the curtain hanging in the carriage and walked in, whispering, "There is no raw material at present. Just let him make it on the spot later. It's not a big problem." After he finished speaking, he greeted the people sitting inside, and everyone started to pack up and prepare to leave. 3 more cars were found, plus the 2 cars parked by Xiao Jiao. Each car could seat 4 people, a total of 20 people, which was just enough to fit in, and luggage and supplies could also be put in. Choose one. Xiao Jiao clapped his hands, and came to Qinyu and shouted. Just SUV, I like driving this kind of car. Qinyu smiled, opened the car door, and got in. Soon Lin Yi sat in the passenger seat, Xiao Ning and Yang Zi also came to the back seat. One of the 2 girls held a bucket of chicks, and the other held a baby. Seeing this, Qinyu was surprised. They have only known each other for less than half an hour. How could they bear to let Yang Zi hold the baby? Hearing this, Xiao Jiao stood outside the car window and explained. The woman had zombie blood on her body, which was not very clean, and her hands were also covered in blood. It would be bad if it got on the baby. Chapter 461. Besides, the older child cannot be held for a long time due to physical weakness, and the journey ahead is long, so she cannot hold him. After all, he is just a child, and it is enough for him to take care of himself. Then Qinshi heard that Yang Zi was De Zhuang's biological sister, so he chose to give the child to her, because he now trusts De Zhuang and is willing to trust us. Speaking of this, Xiao Jiao introduced the other 2 names. Hearing this, Qinyu nodded and said, Okay, I know. I drive slowly on the way. Just as the 2 finished talking, Xiaoyin also came over with a piece of cloth in her hand, stuffed it into Xiao Jiao's arms, and said with a smile, Here, the map drawn by Xiaoshu should be able to find the destination. Xiao Jiao took the cloth and looked at it, then turned around and touched her hair, saying with a somewhat complaining tone, He is an enemy. Although he has not attacked Xiaoyu community, he is also considered an enemy. Don't give people names. Even if we don't kill him afterwards, we will go our separate ways. Hearing this, Xiaoyin straightened his collar and said with a smile, It's okay. This is what you taught me, brother Xiao. More friends are always like more enemies. It's cold outside. I wait for you in the car first. Come quickly. After that, she jumped away. Seeing this scene, Qinyu smiled and said, Xiaoyin seems to be in a good mood all the time, which is rare in this doomsday. Xiao Jiao stared at Xiaoyin's back, with a touch of tenderness in his eyes, and whispered, Yes, I'm afraid she can't stand this doomsday environment. When the team was attacked by the zombies before and many people died, Xiaoyin cried, and even lost her voice. She looked lifeless for several days, but later, she gradually recovered and was still cheerful. This way I can rest assured. At least she won't be like Xiaohu, who is holding it in until psychological problems occur. It would be great if Li Yao was half as optimistic as she is. Qinyu pondered for a while, then spoke. Then Lin Yi sighed and said, I don't know how they are doing. Brother Xiao, didn't you get any clues when you went out this time? No. Xiao Jiao now knew that Li Yao, whom he knew before, was currently missing. He was a little depressed and said truthfully, I taught her a lot of skills before. At least self-protection should not be a problem. There is still a long time in the future. Let's pay more attention. We will meet again sooner or later. After saying this, Qinyu also held Lin Yi's hand and comforted her. Don't worry, everyone is much stronger now. It won't be so easy to get into trouble. After that, the group started the car and drove towards the area on the map. Soon, the woods returned to silence again. Just as Qinyu and his group were preparing to steal Su Dali's lair, 2 figures suddenly appeared in the woods 400 kilometers away from them. Their clothes were all torn and their faces were blackened by mud. They crawled onto the road one after the other. Sister Xiaoyao, you are injured, go slower. Wu Rui licked her cracked lips and shouted weakly. Hearing this, Li Yao's miserable figure was slightly startled and whispered, I have to go find them. There are too many people on the other side, and Sister Qinyu and Sister Xiaoling can't handle it. As soon as she finished speaking, she grabbed the weeds on the side of the road, stepped on the stones below and prepared to climb up, but because the snow melted and wet the soil, Li Yao fell down in an instant, and then her head hit a stone heavily, and she fainted directly. This scene frightened Wu Rui. She rushed towards Li Yao and shouted nervously, Sister Xiaoyao, are you okay? But there was no response. Seeing this, Wu Rui carefully turned over Li Yao's body and looked at her bloodless face. Her heart was throbbing. Worried that the zombies would follow, Wu Rui gritted her teeth and stood up, pulled a bunch of weeds from the side, covered Li Yao with them, and then walked to the woods, preparing to cut some branches to make a stretcher to drag her away. A few minutes later, Wu Rui hung a vine on her shoulder, and behind her was Li Yao, who was still injured. She slowly dragged her forward. There was no map, no coordinates, and Wu Rui had just arrived at the community. She didn't even know where the direction was. She could only pull Li Yao alone, hoping to find an abandoned house and hide in it to treat the latter's wounds. As she walked, Wu Rui wiped her tears. Even though her knees were sore and painful, she still didn't stop. Just a few days ago, in the early morning, the two of them had just escaped from the community and were ready to go to Qinyu and others to meet up, but there were too many people around, and soon the enemy discovered their tracks. Although Li Yao had a gun and was good at shooting, the enemy had strong firepower and a large number of people, so they were not opponents of the same level. They were still being chased until dawn, and they had already run out of bullets. In order to run faster, Li Yao even hid her gun and ran wildly in the woods with Wu Rui. But the group of people saw that they were two women, and even deliberately did not shoot at them, and kept talking nonsense. Seeing this, Li Yao also understood at this time that the enemy seemed to want to capture them alive. After seeing the dirty things that the Longshan group did to the kidnapped female survivors, Li Yao knew one thing very well. In this doomsday, she must not be caught by the other party. But her physical strength was slowly depleting. No matter how fast she could run, she was just a girl after all. In addition, Wu Rui had not exercised much, and her body had already reached its limit. Finally, after being chased for more than 5 hours, the two came to a cliff. Behind her was a turbulent river, and in front of her was a group of wolves with gleaming eyes. Li Yao turned around and jumped down without thinking, and seeing this, Wu Rui followed closely. The other side had more than a dozen adult men holding machetes and shotguns. With Li Yao's current skills, there was no hope of winning. Rather than fighting to the death and getting injured and captured, it was better to jump off the cliff. Maybe she could survive. At a height of more than 10 meters, Li Yao adjusted her body the moment she jumped down to minimize her contact with the water surface, so as not to get hurt. However, Wu Rui did not jump into the water from such a high position. She didn't pay attention and actually fell down in a big letter shape. Fortunately, she saw Li Yao's previous posture and tried to change her posture. In this way, Wu Rui only had a slight concussion and was not seriously injured. However, what Li Yao didn't expect was that the men above also jumped down. Later, when she got ashore, she also fought with people in close combat, but due to the difference in physical strength, Li Yao was soon injured. Fortunately, these people wanted to capture her alive, and the knives they used were clean and would not cause mutations. Chapter 462. Thanks to the large number of jungles nearby and the occasional zombies, Li Yao and Wu Rui hid all the way and gradually got rid of the enemies behind them. Although they were no longer being chased by those people, as a side effect of escaping death, the two of them successfully got lost. If it weren't for the injury on her leg, Li Yao really wanted to climb to the top of the tree to identify the direction, but a knife wound on her right calf made it impossible for her to complete such a climbing action. Fortunately, Wu Rui, who had studied nursing, was with her, which greatly delayed Li Yao's injury. Otherwise, she would have died without stopping the bleeding if she was alone in the wild. Later, they walked aimlessly. The two girls survived together. At night, they would look for abandoned cars on the roadside, pry open the trunk with a dagger and hide in it to sleep. Sometimes when they came across a cave, they had to worry about zombies inside. The two did not dare to go in. If they did not find an abandoned car at night, they could only climb some trees. Although there was a chance that the wound would be broken, in order to survive, they had to stay away from the ground, because zombies could not jump, and they could only reach up to grab. As long as they used the collected clothes and cloth strips to tie themselves to the tree trunk, they would not fall down when sleeping, but it was still too hard, so after this period of time, everyone was skinny. The main reason was that food was too difficult to obtain in the wild. They were just on the verge of not starving to death. When they encountered zombies, they just left directly, and they had no extra energy to go forward and kill them. After dragging the unconscious Li Yao for more than 20 minutes, Wu Rui looked up and finally saw a stone house in front of him, standing alone at the fork in the road. Seeing this, she smiled and became a little excited, but the next second, Wu Rui's eyes went black and she fell to the weeds on the roadside. After an unknown amount of time, there was a thunder in the sky, which instantly woke Wu Rui up. She trembled, then opened her eyes and sat up. After a few seconds of stunned, she quickly turned her head to look to the side. Huh? Fortunately nothing happened. Wu Rui let out a long breath, supported herself on the ground and climbed up. The next moment, when she caught a glimpse of scattered figures in the distance, she couldn't help but stagnate. Without taking a break, Wu Rui dragged the stretcher with both hands and desperately dragged Li Yao towards the stone house. Due to the bumpy ride, Li Yao was even awakened by the noise. She licked her lips and felt extremely thirsty. She wanted to speak, but she didn't know what to say. When she looked forward and saw the zombies coming over, she wanted to grab the knife to pull out her dagger, but she didn't have the strength to pull it out. At this moment, Li Yao opened her eyes with a dull look and felt her waist, which was a little painful because of being pushed by the ground, and felt a little tired for the first time. Her limbs were sore, her whole body was aching, her head was aching from time to time, and she didn't want to open her eyelids anymore. She wanted to sleep, to find a patch of grass, to lie down and have a good rest. This was how Li Yao felt at the moment. Looking at the raindrops and dark clouds falling from the sky, Li Yao seemed to see a familiar face appearing. It looked like a classmate, and a bit like a roommate. Then, she saw the enthusiastic aunt who often set up a stall at the school gate, and the counselor who often asked about her well-being. Li Yao even saw Fan Shuyong's face, but the latter's expression was full of mockery, as if he was celebrating her impending death. It was about 100 or 200 meters away from the stone house, but this was completely beyond Wu Rui's physical limit. She could have abandoned the fainted Li Yao and ran in to hide alone, but she chose not to do so. In the last few dozen meters, Wu Rui even fell several times, and her knees and palms were rubbed with blood by the stones on the ground. Then she continued to climb up while crying, still moving forward. Feeling her difficulty, Li Yao said weakly, "You will definitely survive if you leave me. As long as you don't tell others later, no one in the world will know what happened today." Hearing this, Wu Rui, who was facing the stone house, suddenly stopped. She lowered her head and wiped her tears with the back of her hand, and said seriously, "Without you before, I can't go so far. Even if we die, we must die together." After the voice fell, Wu Rui held the vine tightly with her hands that were rubbed blood by the stones, and then burst out the last bit of strength and rushed forward quickly. A few seconds passed, and the zombies behind him were getting closer and closer. Wu Rui came to the door of the stone house, and took a quick look inside. There was no furniture or facilities, and the space of a few square meters could be seen in an instant. Then Wu Rui went back to help Li Yao up, and quickly pushed open the iron door with her and rushed in. Because it was too urgent, Wu Rui didn't care to put Li Yao down properly. As soon as he let go of his hand, he rushed directly to the door, grabbed the iron door tightly with both hands, and then immediately pulled the bolt. Fortunately, it's closed. Wu Rui took a few steps back, bent down, held her knees with both hands, and said with heavy breathing. Then she turned her head to look at the pile of garbage at her feet, took a closer look, and immediately smiled and said, "Sister Xiaoyao, look, there is dry cow dung here, we can make a fire." Li Yao leaned against the wall of the stone house, chuckled and responded, "Very good, it seems that there is always a way out. Thank you very much this time, Wu Rui." Hearing this, Wu Rui squatted on the ground to pick up the cow dung cakes, and said seriously, "It is because you desperately protected me when I was escaping before that I can protect you now. The order is very important, and I should say thank you." She moved quickly, and collected the dry cow dung in a short while. She didn't care about her dirty hands, and hurried inside. It's winter now, and neither of us has thick clothes. In addition, we have been caught in the rain. If we don't start a fire quickly, we will suffer from hypothermia in half an hour at most, and then have a fever or even die. We must not delay. As soon as she finished speaking, Wu Rui was about to reach out for the lighter hidden in her chest. She looked at her hands, turned her head, and said to Li Yao, "Why don't you help me get it, Sister Xiaoyao? I wrapped the lighter in a plastic bag and hid it on the left." Seeing this, Li Yao wiped her wet hands and reached into Wu Rui's clothes. As soon as her cold hands touched her skin, Wu Rui trembled and said with a blushing face, "Luckily I'm escaping with you. If I were with a man, I wouldn't even be able to take out a lighter now. What you said, if it was Dazhuang or a Lei, how could we be so embarrassed now?" Chapter 463. After saying that, Li Yao handed her the still warm plastic bag and whispered, "Fortunately, you've developed a habit of wrapping this thing up and hiding it before we leave, otherwise it would be really bad without fire. Because I've lived in the wild for a long time, I know how torturous the cold winter is." Wu Rui smiled, then turned around and prepared to light a fire. In order not to dirty the lighter, she just wrapped her hand with a plastic bag, then quickly pressed it down, and then put it aside, ready to wash it with rainwater and then put it away again. Seeing Wu Rui busy, Li Yao rested for a few minutes and felt a little bit of strength restored. Then she stood up by grabbing the protruding stone on the wall and walked towards the door. "I'd go kill those zombies to avoid attracting more zombies later. They are blocking the door, so it doesn't take much effort. Be careful." Wu Rui turned around and warned while blowing the fire. Standing at the door area, Li Yao looked at the extremely disgusting zombies in front of her, relaxed her breath slightly, and then held the dagger and stabbed them in the head. After about a minute, Li Yao squatted down and wiped the dagger on the corpse. Then, as soon as she stood up, she suddenly felt a little dizzy again. She quickly supported herself on the wall to avoid falling. It seems that my body is getting weaker and weaker, Li Yao said to herself. After so many days, she gradually couldn't bear it anymore. It was too uncomfortable. Seeing this, Wu Rui walked over to help her. The two returned to sit by the fire and then said, "Lower your head, I will help you check the injury on your head." After she finished speaking, Wu Rui pulled her hair apart, looked at the blood and said softly, "Fortunately, it's just a superficial wound, and it looks quite shallow, so it's not a big problem. I remember Sister Xiaolin told me that if the wound is shallow, you can use charcoal to stop the bleeding." After that, she turned her head to look at the roof, and then said, "Got it, I go get it." Fortunately, this is a stone house, and it's easy to climb onto the roof. Wu Rui took down a piece of wood as thick as an arm, and then jumped down. Then he used a dagger to pull the cow dung apart, put the wood on top and ignited it, and finally put it aside, clapped his hands and said, "Okay, next we just have to wait for it to burn into charcoal, and we can also make a filter to collect rainwater and boil it to drink. But it's a pity that there are no tools to pack it." A few days ago, they had a metal bowl that they picked up, but because they were chased too closely, they didn't know where it fell when they were escaping. In the following days, the two of them found water in an abandoned car and drank a little bit every day to survive until now. And unlike previous experiences, even if the water bottle showed that it was expired, the two did not waste it and still chose to drink it. Later, they even drank rainwater directly. Of course, the consequence of this was that they both had diarrhea, but they were also lucky to find a pack of tissues in the abandoned car. Just when Wu Rui was worrying about what to use to collect water, she suddenly saw a container in the corner, which was about the size of a basketball and looked very much like a bowl. Seeing this, she walked over, squatted there and looked at it for a long time, a little entangled in whether to use it or not. After a while, she turned back and shouted, "Sister Xiaoyao, this should have been a cow sheet before. This thing seems to be used by cows to drink water. It looks quite clean. How about we use it? And next, I suggest you take a few days off and don't leave. Anyway, there is a house with a door here, which is just right for recuperation." Hearing this, Li Yao thought for a while and replied, "As long as it is confirmed that there is no zombie virus, it can be used." Qinyu said before that contaminated items must be boiled in boiling water for an hour and left for more than 30 hours before use. Don't be lucky. Hearing this, Wu Rui carried the stone bowl to the fire, carefully checked it, confirmed that there was no blood, and then held it in his hands with difficulty and walked out of the house. Carefully stepping over the corpses at the door, Wu Rui came under the eaves, put the bowl there, washed it with rainwater first, and then let it slowly collect water by itself. In order to avoid being contaminated, she stayed by the side, rubbing her shoulders while waiting. Wu Rui tried to drag the body away, but she was completely powerless, so she had no choice but to give up. Then the two of them had to clean up together. After waiting for more than 10 minutes, the stone bowl was finally filled with water, and then Wu Rui continued to carry it back to the stone house. Next, we have to use the old method. With a bowl this thick, it probably won't open even if it's burned until dark. Wu Rui clapped his hands and said something, and continued to climb up the roof to get some wood. "Be careful not to collapse the roof, or we will be buried alive." Li Yao looked at her with some concern and warned her. "Don't worry, Sister Yao, I only took out the loose wood. I didn't dare to take out the ones that were stuck tightly, and I didn't have the strength to take them out." After saying that, Wu Rui came back with 3 thicker woods and continued to put them on the fire next to him. After all, he would use charcoal to stop Li Yao's bleeding later, and it would be unnecessary if he burned them with cow dung. Then Wu Rui picked up another fist-sized stone from the wall and said with a smile, "When we were surviving in the wild, we—" Speaking of this, Wu Rui suddenly fell silent and thought of a familiar face. "What's wrong?" Seeing this, Li Yao asked curiously, "Go on, why don't you say it?" Hearing this, Wu Rui wiped the dust off the stone and said, "When I couldn't boil water before, I used this method. I burned the stone and threw it into the water. After 1 minute, I could drink it. There was no problem, but it can't be drunk for a long time. It can only be used for emergency." As soon as she finished speaking, she threw the stone into the fire, and then the two of them sat on the ground and waited patiently. Soon the rain in the sky became lighter and lighter, and the noise around gradually disappeared, leaving only the sound of burning wood in the stone house. When the stone turned red, Wu Rui ran out to the woods, broke off 2 branches and ran back with them. Since she stayed outside with Li Yao for these days, she gradually became less afraid of zombies in the wild. There is a saying, if I can't beat the zombies, then I can always run away from them, right? And in her opinion, these zombies are far less scary than some bad guys. At least every time they want to attack people, they will make a sound in advance. Throwing a stone into the bowl with a branch, there was a violent reaction in an instant, and the water began to boil. Then the water gradually became turbid. Seeing this, Liao frowned slightly. Can this be drunk? Wu Rui explained, don't think it looks a bit dirty, it's actually quite clean, just like wood ash. As long as you don't drink it for a long time, it's fine. Really, believe me. Chapter 464. After saying this, Wu Rui used a branch to pick up the stone, picked up the stone bowl, blew off the foam on it, took a sip, and then handed it to Liao and said, hey, you try it too. Hearing this, Liao hesitated for a moment, and also felt very thirsty. She pursed her dry lips, and then leaned towards the bowl. After a few seconds, she wiped the water stains from the corners of her mouth, her brows relaxed, and she said in surprise, water that tastes like stone, and it also tastes like grass. Hee, maybe it's because cows were often fed here before. Wu Rui replied with a chuckle, and then continued to drink 2 more sips. After that, she put the remaining water aside. Seeing that the rain had almost stopped, she also prepared to go out to find some food. At this moment, her physical strength had been exhausted, and even walking for a long time was difficult, but there was no way to stop and rest. At the very least, today's energy had not been obtained. If she didn't find a way to fill her stomach now, it would be even more difficult to survive when she was even hungrier tomorrow. Before going out, Wu Rui also picked out the burned charcoal, took a mouthful of water from the bowl with her mouth, and then sprayed it on the charcoal to cool it down. After cooling, she ran to the woods again, picked up a neat tree trunk, which was almost as thick as a baby's arm, and ran back with it. Then she stood at a house and looked around, then picked up a piece of waste brick from outside, put the previous plastic bag on it, and finally slowly knocked the charcoal. After breaking it, she crushed it with a stick. After a few minutes, the black charcoal had been turned into fine particles. Wu Rui then took a little in her hand and gently applied it to Liao, admonishing, fortunately, the wound is shallow, and this method will make the skin black, but it doesn't matter on the head. Fortunately, Sister Xiaolin taught me a lot of useful things, otherwise, in this environment, if your wound is infected, you will be hopeless. Hearing this, Liao's expression suddenly darkened, but because she lowered her head, Wu Rui did not notice the mark. After more than a minute, Wu Rui blew on his fingers and said with satisfaction, this should be enough, let me see the wound on your leg. Seeing this, Liao was a little reluctant, saying that she was fine, but the other party kept emphasizing that injuries in the doomsday are no small matter, and it is very likely to lead to serious consequences such as amputation or even death in the end, so you must always pay attention. Hearing this, Liao had no choice but to do as she was told. She stood up with her hands on the wall and gently took off her pants. Seeing this, Wu Rui immediately felt something was wrong and frowned, saying, before, you could see it from the trouser legs, but now it has developed to the point where you have to take it off. It seems that the previous fall also injured your legs. No wonder you fainted directly. As soon as she finished speaking, she saw the severely swollen wound on Liao's calf and immediately clenched her palms. Seeing this, Liao sighed and said, I don't let you see it because the wound is about to get infected. Looking at the swelling, even if Sister Xiaolin suddenly appears at this moment, without antibiotics and anti-inflammatory drugs, even if she comes to treat me, I can't survive. It seems that the hallucinations that appeared before do mean that I am not far from death. But Wu Rui didn't say anything. Instead, he squatted beside the fire, repeating, there is a way, there must be a way, let me think about it. Seeing her talking to herself, Liao just slowly put on his pants, then shook his head slightly, knowing that he could not get over this disaster. In the apocalypse, even a wound infection would be very dangerous. Apart from anything else, there are zombies everywhere in the wild. If blood or something like that stays where they walk, Liao will accidentally walk through the bushes afterwards, and the probability of the wound being exposed will increase sharply. Liao sat down with her hands against the wall, and whispered softly, although I am used to seeing life and death now, it is indeed a little scary when it is about to come. After that, she began to cough, and her face became paler and paler. Unlike the occasional cough in her healthy body before, Liao's condition this time was obviously much more serious. This was also because she had not eaten well, and slept well in the jungle a few days ago, and often had to hide from zombies in the middle of the night. In addition, she had fought with the enemy several times, and her physical strength was much more consumed than Wu Rui, so her immunity was reduced more severely. The last fall aggravated the injury completely, and it was completely out of control. When the coughing stopped, Li Yao looked at the blood foam in her palm and smiled bitterly. You want me to go on for you, but I can only go this far. Li Yao looked at the dark clouds in the sky outside the door, and seemed to see Zhu Yuanyuan's face in a trance. She recalled what she said before she died, and whispered softly. After saying that, Li Yao tightened her tattered clothes, then leaned against the wall, next to the fire, and slowly closed her eyes. She was too tired now. Moreover, in her opinion, Wu Rui had rich experience in outdoor survival. If she died, without this wounded man to hold her back, the other party could survive on their own. Just when Li Yao had fallen asleep again, Wu Rui, who had not known how long, finally thought of a solution. She clapped her hands in surprise, and said excitedly, I thought of it. As soon as she finished speaking, she turned her head to look to the side, but the next second, the smile on her face stopped instantly. Although she was very afraid of the worst outcome, Wu Rui still carefully stretched out her finger and stretched it under the nose of Li Yao, who was currently bloodless. Feeling a slight breath, Wu Rui finally put down the big stone in her heart. Then she looked at the dagger at her feet, and made up her mind after thinking for a while. Then she stood up, took off her only coat, and carefully put it on the sleeping Li Yao. Even by the fire, the thin t-shirt still made Wu Rui shiver with cold. She turned her head to look at the wet environment outside the house, gritted her teeth, put the lighter in her pocket, picked up the dagger and walked towards the woods. She was going to look for that glimmer of opportunity, the opportunity to keep Li Yao alive. As mentioned before, Li Yao could protect Wu Rui from being caught by the bad guys, so now, she had to do her best to keep him alive. If she remembered correctly, Wu Rui remembered that many years ago in her hometown, she heard those elderly people in their 90s say one thing, that is, honey can sterilize and reduce swelling, although it may also aggravate the injury. Because this kind of thing does not have professional and authoritative persuasive power in the eyes of Wu Rui, who is studying nursing, and it is basically a method that cannot be tried. But in the current situation, Wu Rui can't think of any way to treat Li Yao's wound that is about to be infected. Chapter 465. In this case, she had no choice but to take a gamble, so she took a dagger and a lighter and went to the woods alone. In order to prevent Li Yao from getting worse, she even left her coat to him. After walking in the woods for about 10 minutes, Wu Rui still used the old method, using the grass to pass through the leaves and then drape them over her body, so that the body temperature could be lost as slowly as possible. As she walked, she also looked around carefully. After bypassing several zombies, Wu Rui finally found the target area, a hillside. Because it is winter now, bees basically don't come out. When I was a child, the elders said that if you want to find wild honey in the mountains, just follow the route of the bees. But in the current environment, Wu Rui can only rely on the naked eye to see if there is such a hole, which is extremely inefficient. As for the tree, she didn't look at it. Not to mention the height, just in terms of physical strength, even if Wu Rui climbed up, she would be finished if she fell down without paying attention when using smoke. When she came to the hillside area, Wu Rui looked at the hole that was smaller than a fist. Now she could only pray that there was a beehive inside, and she hoped it was not a hornet's nest. After looking around and confirming that there were no signs of zombies, Wu Rui used a dagger to cut off a branch and quickly used it to dig a little bigger into the hole. At the same time, she tightened her legs and ran away immediately if there was any movement. As her movements became bigger and bigger, some small things gradually flew out. Looking at their size, Wu Rui was in a very good mood because she had recognized that they were bees. Because there were no protective measures, Wu Rui did not dare to continue digging and prepared to get some smoke first. After all, even if it was a bee, if a person was stung too many times, there might be serious consequences. After walking in the woods, she soon found a corpse, but due to the high degree of decay, the clothes were basically stuck together, so she didn't dare to use it for smoking. Because it had just rained, it was not realistic to just use wood to light it, and other items had to be used for help. After searching for a long time, Wu Rui finally picked up a few snack packaging bags. It was unknown who came to the woods to camp before the end of the world and left some garbage. Then Wu Rui held a stick wrapped in a plastic bag in her left hand, and a bundle of green leaves in her right hand, and mixed them together. Soon thick smoke billowed. Wu Rui quickly placed them against the hole and blew air into them. After more than 10 seconds, bees began to fly out. Wu Rui was stung several times, and waved the torch desperately. Then she quickly dug open the hole with her hands, took the thin branches prepared in advance, reached in with her left hand, and quickly poked on top with her right hand. During the process, Wu Rui was stung by the bees and burst into tears. But these things are now great treasures. They can be used to save lives or eat. It is no exaggeration to say that the fate of the two now depends entirely on honey. Finally, after several attempts, Wurui's t-shirt was already full of honey, about as much as 2 palms could hold, although it looked very dirty. Then Wurui stepped back a few steps and bowed to the cave. "I'm sorry, little bees. I had to dig out your nest today to survive. When my life becomes stable in the future, I will definitely learn to raise bees." As soon as she finished speaking, Wurui ran back with the honey in her hands, wishing she had another pair of legs. But when she ran a few hundred meters, she saw a dozen zombies appearing in the woods. Her face turned pale instantly, and her legs couldn't help shaking. "How can I get through so many zombies?" Wurui's voice was already a little tearful. With her current situation, she needed to hold honey in her left hand and a dagger in her right hand. If she wanted to rush through the encirclement of more than a dozen zombies alone, it would be tantamount to suicide. Finally, she bit her lip. She had no choice but to choose a detour. Fortunately, she had left a mark before, and she could find the way back if she paid more attention. Just when she finally saw the stone house after a lot of effort, the next second, Wurui quickly hid in the haystack next to her, and then she carefully raised her head and looked at the 9 people who suddenly appeared over there, clenching her fists tightly. There were 7 men and 2 women, with 4 horses and a car. They carried bows and arrows, held spears, and even brought a dog with them, watching the surroundings with a fierce look. Unlike the people who chased them before, these people looked serious, all wearing the same black windbreaker, and even wrapped their left hands with iron sheets, which showed that they had experienced many battles. Suddenly, several people gathered together as if to discuss something, and then 2 of the women walked towards the stone house. Wurui couldn't hear what they said because they were too far away. Then, Wurui saw the fainted Liao, who was carried into the car by the 2 of them. Then the group closed the door of the stone house, and another woman took out a dagger and carved something on the wall, and then left with the others. Looking at the direction they left, Wurui sat on the ground helplessly, her eyes full of self-blame. The difference in the number of the other party made her have no courage to rush out to stop those people. And because she was chased too hard by the bad guys before, Wurui subconsciously thought that this group of strangers must be bad too. If she was also caught, who would inform Brother Chen and the others in the future? At least there are more people outside, which means there is a chance to save Liao. After waiting for almost an hour, Wurui was so cold that she couldn't stand it anymore. She stood up with difficulty and limped over there. Her legs were numb from squatting for too long. During this process, she also ate some honey, which made her barely hold on. When she came to the stone house, she looked at a 5-pointed star symbol on the wall and frowned. Then, just as Wurui was about to push the door open to enter, her foot stepped on something. Looking closely, it was a black plastic bag. Then she squatted down and opened it with her hands. Looking at the items inside, her eyes suddenly widened. There was pure water, bread, and even a candle inside. Then, Wurui saw the coat she left behind before, neatly folded on the ground. Thinking of this, Wurui knew that the other party was definitely not a bad person. He could judge that there were other people just because of a coat, and even left food and water in the doomsday. He must be a big force. But when she put down the honey and chased in the direction, she couldn't see any shadow at all. Finally, she had to return to the stone house and hide in it alone. In the following days, Wurui lived in the stone house with the food and honey, and never met anyone again until a group of cars appeared. Chapter 466. After driving for almost 2 days, Qin Yu and his group walked for several hundred kilometers, and were ready to set up camp. Because there were more people, they were not moving very fast. If they came across a house or something, they would search for useful supplies. Even a hatchet would be good. In the evening, everyone tied up the clothes they had picked up, used sticks to stick into the ground to build a simple tent, and then went to look for firewood. If it rains, you can put some leaves on it to keep out the rain. In this forest, besides zombies, the most abundant thing is pine leaves. Qin Yu took Lin Yi with him, and the 2 walked for a distance, carefully and cautiously picking up the dry wood. Lin Yi held a small bundle in her hand, and was squatting on the ground to pick up another pile. Suddenly, she turned her head to look at a stone house on the left, and vaguely felt that something was wrong. She squinted her eyes slightly, confirmed that she saw a pile of black blood, and then turned back and whispered, "Qin Yu, come here." What's wrong?" Hearing the shout, Qin Yu put the wood on the ground and walked towards her. "What's wrong? Are there zombies?" While speaking, he pulled out the dagger and held it in his hand. "No." Lin Yi shook her head and pointed at the stone house and said, "Look, there are traces of blood at the door. Is there anyone inside? Hearing this, Jinyu looked at it for a moment and said softly, in this weather, the house is ventilated on all sides. Even if there are people, they should have started a fire. But there is no smoke coming from it. There are probably zombies inside. Let's not get close. After saying that, he turned around and wanted to leave. But Lindy reached out and held him back, hesitating and saying, if the other party is injured or sick and can't come out to collect firewood, it's normal that he can't make a fire, and I think it's possible that he is from our community. Hearing this, Jinyu turned around, patted Lindy's hand holding his clothes, and smiled. It took us 2 days to drive here. Even if our people escaped from the community, they would hang around nearby and try to join us. Why would they come here? Halfway through his words, Jinyu suddenly thought of something and said seriously again, but what you said makes sense. The enemy also said before that after injuring 2 of us, they might really run further and further in order to find a place to recover. After that, Jinyu pulled Lin Yi and walked straight over there. On the way, Lin Yi held firewood in his left hand, and his right hand was held by him. He tilted his head and looked at him and asked, you wanted to go and see it, but why did you wait for me to speak first? Don't lie to me. I know what you are thinking. After the words fell, Jinyu smiled and explained, if it wasn't one of ours, but an injured stranger, I would most likely turn around and leave. But if you were next to me, I'm worried that you wouldn't be willing to leave someone to die. Then he added, many times, kindness often brings disaster to the people around you. In the past, I could actually detect that Lu Qing and Ding Tao had changed in their hearts, but I didn't interfere. You also saw what happened later. Due to my negligence, Long Long was killed, and you were almost killed, and finally Wang Yu was sacrificed. Hearing these things, Lin Yi suddenly stopped, took his hand, and said seriously, you have done enough. You are an ordinary person, I am also an ordinary person, and we are all ordinary people. In the end times, there are dangers everywhere, and people's hearts are unpredictable. If you can do everything well and perfectly, then you are too terrible. Huh? Why do you say that? Jinyu was a little confused and whispered. Lin Yi walked closer, leaned close to his ear, and whispered, because you are neither a reborn person, you can't predict the future, nor a Superman, and you don't have superpowers. It's good enough to grow to the present. After she finished speaking, she playfully blew air into Jinyu's ear, then ran forward with a smile. Seeing this, Jinyu smiled dotingly and warned, go slowly and be careful. Hearing this, Lin Yi just raised her right hand and waved it backwards, then ran to the door of the stone house and stopped. The next second, when she saw the person lying on the ground inside, the smile on her face instantly disappeared, and she was slightly stunned. She quickly threw the firewood in her hand aside, then reached in and pulled the bolt, and immediately ran inside. Seeing this, Jinyu knew something was wrong, so he threw away the firewood and ran as fast as he could. A few seconds later, he appeared in the stone house. Wu Rei! Why is she here alone? Jinyu frowned and walked forward and squatted down. Lin Yi was checking her body. He stopped and said in a deep voice, something is wrong. She has no external injuries or bruises. I also saw it when you were training before. Wu Rui's skills are basically not threatening. How did she escape the encirclement alone? How is she? Jinyu looked at her dry and flaky skin and lips, and her hands were red from the cold, so he asked. She has a high fever, is dehydrated, and is extremely malnourished. She will die in 24 hours at most. What's wrong? Lao Cheng and Xiao Kong, who had seen them abandon the firewood, also ran over here and stood at the door curiously. Seeing the two of them, Lin Yi stood up and waved, you two came at the right time. This is Wu Rui. Hurry and carry her back to the tent. First, use a small amount of water to wet her lips, and then feed her 100 milliliters each time. Remember not to let her drink too much to avoid adding burden to her kidneys. Hearing this, Lao Cheng realized that the person lying on the ground was a member of the community, and he and Xiao Kong rushed in, lifting the shoulders and calves respectively, and carried the unconscious Wu Rui away. Seeing the people leave, Lin Yi frowned and said, fortunately, we came in time. It is difficult to recover from a cold in winter, and coupled with a high fever, although I said that she would die in 24 hours, in fact, in about 10 hours, she might burn her brain and affect the brain nerves. Hearing this, Jinyu reached out and touched the pile of burnt ashes, looked at the stone bowl again, and whispered, it seems that she has lived here for a while. The fire should have been extinguished last night, and there is still some residual heat. There is only a little water left in the bowl. It is estimated that it was the fever last night. Lin Yi looked around and didn't see anything useful, so she picked up the dagger and lighter on the ground and said, let's go back. I have to deal with her. After all, she is one of us, and it would be too cruel to just leave her alone. Okay, I bring the firewood back later, you go quickly. Chinyu nodded and said. Chapter 467. After Lenny left, he stood up and looked at the roof. He found that many pieces of wood had been taken down. Although the advantage was that they could be used to make fire, the disadvantage was also obvious, that is, the temperature inside the stone house was lower. However, he soon figured out why Wu-Rui did this. After all, the door was made of iron bars, and could not block the wind. It was probably because of these pieces of wood that Wu-Rui had basically not gone out these days. Judging from the blood of the zombies at the door, she should have killed several zombies. Although I don't know how the body was disposed of, there are surprisingly no signs of zombies around. As he looked around, Chinyu touched his chin and analyzed it carefully. According to the footprints he found in the woods before, he knew there were people around. The strange thing is that it looks like there is only one person, which is impossible. Human footprints will walk in a regular pattern, but zombies are different. They either limp or drag one foot. Moreover, since most zombies have unequal shoulders, one side is much lower, so their footprints are easy to recognize when they walk. After looking in the house for a few minutes, and finding no useful clues, Chinyu was ready to leave. Just as he was about to close the iron door, he suddenly looked up and saw a mark, and his brows frowned slightly. 5-pointed star? Chinyu reached out and touched it, but found something wrong. The left corner was engraved deeper than the other 4 corners, and it was obviously one section longer at the end. Thinking of this, Chinyu turned around and looked to the left, thinking seriously. That was another direction, completely different from the road that Chinyu and others were going to, because the place where he was standing was just a fork in the road. And Chinyu, Xiao Jiao and others were going to the road on the right. As for the left side, according to memory, basically no one had been there. If you rush into an unknown area, you may encounter something. Recently, Chinyu was planning to put the matter of making zombie bone powder on the agenda while he was on the road. After all, the threat of zombie worms has always been great. If there were another bunch of infected leeches like last time, it would be hard for everyone to accept no matter who was sacrificed. Thinking of this, Chinyu stopped the idea of exploring there. After hesitating for a while, he took out the stone bowl inside, and planned to use it to grind bone powder. When he returned to the tent area with a pile of firewood and bowls, Wu-Rui still did not wake up. Lenny took a towel made of clean clothes, dipped it in warm water, and wiped her arms and neck carefully. Finally, he put some cold water in a plastic bag and put it on his forehead. The snow had basically melted, but the temperature had not risen yet. Chinyu did not ask any more questions. Although he wanted to know the whereabouts of the others, there was no point in being anxious. Soon, everyone who had collected firewood came back. More than a dozen people went out together, and soon piled up a small mountain of wood, which was enough to burn for a whole night. Then Xiaoning and Yangzi also surrounded Wu-Rui, and helped Lenny wipe her body. When the private parts such as chest and thighs were involved in the process, they were pulled up with cloth. Just as Chinyu was about to find some zombie bones, his eyes suddenly lit up, and he walked towards the thin man tied to the tire. Your name is Xiaoshu, right? I have something to ask you. After that, Chinyu stepped forward to untie the rope, grabbed his neck with one hand, and walked towards the stone house. Seeing this scene, Xiaoyin thought Chinyu was going to kill him, and wanted to shout loudly, but Xiao Jiao stood in front of her and whispered, "What are you doing?" Seeing this, Xiaoyin moved her head to the side, pointed behind Xiao Jiao, and said, "Chinyu, he doesn't want to." Hearing this, Xiao Jiao shook his head slightly. Xiao Yu didn't even have a dagger, how could he kill him? Okay, be good, he must have something to ask. I go over and take a look. Chinyu walked Xiao Shou for more than 10 meters, then pointed to the road on the left and asked coldly, "Are there any survivors living there?" Hearing the question, Xiao Shou touched his cheek, then raised his head and took a look. The next second, he hesitated and said, "Why are you asking this?" Chinyu snorted coldly and continued, "I ask you questions, do you understand?" Xiao Shou hesitated for a moment, he looked back at the girl behind him, gritted his teeth, and said, "A few 100 kilometers away, there is a group of people using cold weapons. The number of people is unknown, but it is said that everyone has strong physical fitness. Before, Su Dali also wanted to take people to eat them, but he attacked twice in a row, lost more than 20 men each time, and didn't even see the gate of the camp opposite, and finally had to give up. You have guns and explosives, but you can't even beat a group of people using cold weapons. Who believes it?" Xiao Jiao walked over and raised a questioning voice. After he finished speaking, Xiao Shou looked back at him and continued, The other party has set up many traps 5 kilometers away. Most of them are not fatal, but they will make people wait for death. What do you mean? Jinyu frowned and asked. There are many pits dug nearby, covered with very thin wooden boards, and finally sprinkled with soil and weeds. There are very sharp sticks underneath, and barbs are made of iron sheets on top. Although there is no zombie virus, it is basically difficult to remove it. And every 2 days, those people will recheck the trap to make sure no one can sneak in. Shiosho recalled the things he had encountered before, and began to answer truthfully. Such a back-and-forth arrangement, not to mention the waste of energy. Could it be that the gasoline fell from the sky? They have horses. Huh? Hearing this, Chinyu's voice instantly rose a few degrees. Really? Will it be good for me to lie to you? Xiaoshu laughed at himself, and then continued, and there are more than one horse. I guess there are about 10 horses. Not to mention you. Even Sudali is India's. This thing is much more important than 10 cars in the doomsday. Without gasoline, a car is just a pile of scrap metal. As long as there is grass, the horse can keep going. At least there is no need to worry for a few years. Okay, go back and tie yourself up with a rope, otherwise I will tie you up with wire later. Chinyu waved his hand, signaling him to leave first. When Xiaoshu slowly walked towards the tent, Chinyu whispered to Xiaojiu, Brother Xiao, what do you think about this? We don't know whether the other party is good or bad, and we have never met them. At present, we still have to deal with Su Dali. According to what you said, there is also an organization called the Salvation Sect. Now we have discovered some other forces. I really don't know what to say. Hearing this, Xiaojiu put his hands behind his back, looked at the road on the left, and said in a deep voice, The man said before that Su Dali and his men couldn't get in. It can be seen that the other party must have set up a long trap area, and there is no guarantee that there are still traps on the tree. Although we need horses very much, everything still needs to be discussed seriously. Chapter 468. Chinyu nodded and said seriously, Yes, this is the first time I heard about the whereabouts of horses in such a long time. If we have this thing, we can find a cart or something and tie it with a rope, which will make it convenient to pull supplies in the future. Hearing this, Xiaojiu laughed and said, From what you said, can't we use cows? Cows won't work. Chinyu shook his head and continued, Cows are not as fast as horses, and they are easily caught by zombies. They may not survive in the wild. Of course, the most important thing is that we can't even meet cows at the moment. Chinyu shrugged helplessly, and then walked towards the tent. When he arrived at the parking lot, Chinyu checked whether Xiaoshu's hands were tied, and then said with satisfaction, Be honest, it will be good for everyone, so as not to make you uncomfortable. After he finished speaking, he went to see Wu Rui again, and was surprised to find that he had woken up. Brother Chun, you are here. Wu Rui supported the ground and wanted to sit up. Seeing this, Chinyu waved his hand, and said softly, Lie down and have a good rest. After that, he turned his head, and whispered to Lin Yi, How is the situation? Is there anything serious? Hearing this, Lin Yi replied in a low voice, Feed her some salt water, the body should be better. Okay. Chinyu nodded, Then I want to ask her something, it should be okay? Just don't take too long. Lin Yi said truthfully, and then left with Xiaoning, ready to feed the chicks. Recently, as time goes by, the 2 chicks are bigger than before, with more feathers, and for some reason, these 2 little things like to be very close to Lin Yi. Usually when Lin Yi is roasting a fire, they will run to her feet. Of course, in order to avoid accidents, they are rarely let out at night. After all, it is dark at night. If someone accidentally steps on them to death, it will be a big loss. After the others left, Chinyu sat over and swept the dirt on the ground with his feet, took an old piece of clothing from the side and put it on the ground, then sat cross-legged. To be honest, you were so dirty before, I almost didn't recognize you. Later, Yi and Xiaoning cleaned you up, and you really look a lot thinner. You must have suffered a lot recently, right? When Wu Rui heard this, her nose felt sore, and she began to sob, whispering, Brother Chen, it's okay for me to live a miserable life, but you have to go find Sister Xiaoyao. Hearing this, Chinyu frowned slightly and said, She really left with you, but why are you alone? Where is Li Yao? After the voice fell, Wu Rui seriously talked about the things that happened before. A few people gradually gathered around. More than 10 minutes later, Wu Rui finished the last sentence, and then touched his fingers and whispered, I'm sorry, I'm too weak. There are 9 people on the other side, and there is a dog. I really don't dare to rush up to stop them. Although they look good, no one can tell in the doomsday. Maybe they are just smiling tigers, or maybe they took Sister Yao back to be a slave. No matter what, these consequences are caused by me. I have no complaints if you want to beat or scold me. After saying that, Wu Rui closed her eyes and sat up. But there was no movement around. After a few seconds, she opened her eyes and looked around, and found that everyone was busy with their own things, either making dinner or stabilizing the tent. Seeing this, Yangzi walked over and squatted beside her, holding Wu Rui's shoulders, and said seriously, did you have a fever and burned your brain? What nonsense are you talking about? Lenny also sat by the fire and shouted, don't make yourself unhappy. There are many accidents in the doomsday. No one can predict what will happen in the next second. And you are right to hide outside. Otherwise, we don't know the whereabouts of you two. If you are all captured, you won't know whether you are dead or alive. After the two of them finished, Jinyu nodded and said, I've said before that we are different from other people, so you don't have to blame yourself. Judging from the fact that those people can lead dogs, they may not be good people, but they may not be bad people either. Huh? How do you know that? After listening to everyone's comfort, Wu Rui felt much more relaxed than before. She raised her head and asked in confusion. Because in the current environment, meat is very attractive to people, and I don't know if you have eaten it before, dog meat has another name, called fragrant meat. Jinyu smiled and explained softly. Most people can't resist this temptation. After all, when they are hungry, they don't care what kind of meat it is. But those people chose to feed dogs to warn zombies. At least it shows that they have enough food resources. Xiao Yu is right. Xiao Jiu walked over and looked at the girl in tattered clothes and a miserable look in front of him and said, those people must have enough food to feed dogs. If the people are starving, how can they have other food for the dogs? After all, to put it bluntly, dogs are also considered food in the apocalypse. Lao Chung came over with a set of old clothes in his hand and said with a smile, the roasted dog meat was indeed very fragrant, but Jinyu said he would not eat it no matter what a pity. Hearing this, Jinyu said seriously, it's still the same old saying, I don't care if others eat dog meat, and I won't interfere, but I will never touch it myself. If one day in the future I am about to starve to death, I will choose to eat it, but not now. After saying this, Lin Yi, who was originally playing with the chicken, suddenly looked up at the serious man, his eyes slightly curved, a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth, and he whispered to his feet, this is the last bit, it will be gone after eating. At night, it was already dark, and there were 2 fires under the tent, so the temperature was not low. Since they were staying overnight in the wild, now, like before, each person had to keep watch for an hour, and rotate according to the frequency of camping, mainly for safety. Although there were cans of warning lights hung 10 meters outside the tent, they could only prevent zombies and the like. In order to avoid being attacked, it was necessary to keep watch. At about 1 a.m., Jinyu carefully sat up from the ground, put on his shoes, picked up the clothes covering his body, and walked to the middle area. Then he gently put the clothes on Lin Yi, put his hands in for her, and walked to the parking space again. Xiao Shou was tied up here alone. Although he was wearing thin clothes, in order to prevent him from freezing to death, Xiao Jiu also built a fire for him when it got dark. As time went by, he could not add firewood, and it was about to go out. Jin Yu's action at this time was to add some wood for him. Chapter 469. Thank you. Xiao Shou suddenly spoke up as he watched the fire being relit. Jin Yu stopped and said in a deep voice with his back to him, your hands are not stained with the blood of the community, and I have no reason to take your life. When you live under someone else's roof, you have to do some things, but you also have to know whether you can bear the consequences. After he finished speaking, he walked towards the night watchman. That was all he had to say. People with different ideologies cannot work together. Qin Yu was too lazy to persuade such a person. Anyway, he would not take him in afterwards. Hearing the footsteps, Xiao Kong looked back nervously with his rifle in his arms, and said in surprise, Hey, brother Yu, why are you here? The next one should be Huang Lulin. Hearing this, Qin Yu shook his head slightly, walked up to him and whispered in his ear, I have something to go out for, you keep an eye on this for a while, and tell the next person on night watch that if the man next to the car makes any movement, kill him directly. Xiao Kong was stunned for a moment, but immediately nodded and replied, I understand, brother Yu, you can go without worry. Yeah. Qin Yu patted his shoulder, then walked to his car, reached under the seat and fumbled, and took out a pistol magazine. Then he took out a few bullets, took out the pistol from his waist, and put a few more bullets into it. This time, Qin Yu thought it would be better to bring more ammunition in case of emergency. After putting the gun and dagger back in his pocket, Qin Yu walked directly towards the woods. When he walked a little distance, he saw a black figure in front of him. Hearing the noise, the figure turned around and whispered, Let's go, Xiao Yu. Let's go to the front and take a look. The person who spoke was none other than Xiao Jiao, who had been waiting here a few minutes ago. The two had decided to go to the nearby mountains to find the location of the military factory. Xiao Jiao took a look at the map that Xiao Shou had drawn before, and the more he thought about it, the more strange it felt. Finally, he found something wrong. That is, he seemed to have some memory of this area, and always felt that he had been here, but he could not confirm it. Until last night, when Xiao Jiao was preparing to build a fire for the little Shou who was tied to the tire because he felt sorry for him, the latter suddenly said that there was a mysterious area in the nearby mountains. Before the end of the world, troops often patrolled there. Cars could not enter normally. No one knew what it was. If they were short of supplies, they could go and search. When Xiao Jiao heard this, although he was a little confused, he knew what it was in an instant. However, he did not reveal any flaws, and just nodded casually. After discussing it with Qin Yu, the two agreed that it was very likely that the military factory mentioned by Xiao Jiao before was there. Although it was very likely to be emptied, the zombie outbreak was very sudden, and it was estimated that there would be some resources left. But no matter what it is a timely help for them now. Even if there are a few military coats in it, it is worth their trip. So after careful consideration, they decided to go there in the middle of the night to take a look. What if they really find what they want? In this way, Qin Yu and Xiao Jiao started running towards the mountains in the southwest at 1 o'clock in the morning. After running for about an hour, the two finally saw some buildings at the foot of the mountain, which were far away and could not be seen clearly. But Xiao Jiao smiled and said, "It's here. When I was in the army, I heard the veterans chatting. They said that a military factory somewhere needed to be moved recently. Now it is allowed to build factories in the suburbs. The mountains are too remote. Heavy rains can easily cause mudslides and are unsafe. The superiors decided to take people to dig out another road. In the end, the road was built, but for some reason, the original address was kept and not moved." After saying that, he pointed to several peaks and said, according to the veterans who went to build the road, there were 3 mountains behind the military factory, which looked like 3 fingers. Now it looks very similar. At this time, Qin Yu put his hands on the tree and said with a slightly hurried breath, "It seems that we must go in and take a look." Hearing this, Xiao Jiao hesitated and said, "This place should have been abandoned before the end of the world. After all, I have been a soldier for many years. I guess there will be very few useful supplies. Are you sure you want to go?" Hearing this, Qin Yu wiped the sweat from his head and smiled. "I ran for an hour to get here. You asked me to turn back directly. Isn't this a joke? Even if there is nothing, I have to go in and pick up a piece of iron sheet." As soon as he finished speaking, he began to walk towards the foot of the mountain. Seeing this, Xiao Jiao said no more and was about to follow him when he suddenly heard a noise behind him. He turned around and saw a zombie wandering towards him. But he was too lazy to care about it and left it in the woods. After about 10 minutes, the two finally arrived at the door of the old military factory. Looking at the vines hanging on the wall and some buildings and houses inside, Qin Yu also realized that they had really found this place. They didn't bring any lighting when they went out, but it didn't bother them. They were about to find something to make torches when a few zombies stood out at the edge of the woods. Seeing this, the two smiled at each other, drew their daggers and walked over. More than a minute later, they were holding torches and walking towards the closed iron gate. Looking at the big iron chain on the door and the other 2 locks above and below, Xiao Jiao said, "It's locked very firmly. There's no way to climb in. We have to go from the wall." Qin Yu nodded and followed him. There were many glass fragments stuck on the edge of the wall, and it was impossible to climb directly, so Qin Yu simply cut down a tree trunk as thick as his arm and used it to knock it. Then he took off his clothes from the zombie's body and put them on top. Xiao Jiao wiped the torch on the ground, approached the wall, crossed his hands, and motioned Qin Yu to step on it and climb up. Qin Yu did not refuse seeing this. After all, he was lighter and more suitable to go up and see what was going on. When Qin Yu climbed up the wall and sat on it, he looked at the scene inside the military factory. He suddenly frowned slightly, reached out to take the torch and shone it, and said in surprise, "Fuck, it's cleaner than my face." As soon as he finished speaking, he reached out and pulled Xiao Jiao up. Then the two of them jumped down and walked around the yard. Not to mention finding a box of weapons, they didn't even see a big stone. Then, they walked around and confirmed that there was nothing, and then walked towards the factory buildings. Unlike the gate outside, there were not many locks inside, and they could be kicked open with 1 foot. After scanning the empty scene inside, Xiao Jiao smiled bitterly and said, "Hey, what did I say? This is probably an old military factory that had been moved away before the end of the world. If it is that kind, let alone finding missiles, I would consider you amazing if you can find an empty shell. It seems that I have come here in vain. Chinyu sighed, returned to the yard and was about to leave. Suddenly, his eyes caught the location of the mountain behind him, pointed over and asked, "Brother Xiao, look, what is that thing?" Chapter 470. Hearing the shout, Xiao Jiu walked outside and asked in confusion, "What's wrong?" Then he looked at the place Chinyu pointed to. It was a little dark at first, and he couldn't see clearly. But when Xiao Jiu squinted his eyes, he was shocked and said in a deep voice, "It seems to be a crashed helicopter." After the voice fell, the two looked at each other and decided to check it out. As soon as he said it, Chinyu ran directly to the wall at the foot of the mountain and turned back and shouted, "The landslide collapsed the wall here before, it seems we don't need to take a detour." When he got to the mountain outside, Chinyu put out the torch again. The factory needed lighting inside, but it was not necessary outside because of the moon. Of course, the most important thing was that the light of the fire would spread very far in the early morning. If it was seen by some survivors, it might cause unnecessary trouble. When going out, Chinyu still thought it was better to have less trouble than more. Touching the moss on the stone in front of him, Xiao Jiu frowned and said, "It's a bit slippery. It's probably not convenient to climb up." Hearing this, Chinyu also looked at the surrounding stone surface, looked behind him, turned his head and shouted, "Let's take a detour from this side, safety first." After a lot of trouble, it was already about 2:30 in the morning. They finally climbed up after much effort. As Xiao Jiu said before, there was a helicopter broken into two pieces. Although Chinyu couldn't recognize the model, Xiao Jiu recognized it immediately. He whispered, "If I'm not mistaken, this should be a helicopter that was often used for rescue before the end of the world." "No, I saw that there would be a red plus sign on the surface of the rescue helicopter. Why doesn't this one have it?" Chinyu looked for a few times and confirmed that he had not found anything. Then, when he looked down, he immediately continued, "It is probably in the back half of the fuselage. It's a pity that it fell into the cliff, otherwise there would probably be a lot of supplies." Hearing this, Xiao Jiu also rubbed his palms and smiled. This type of helicopter is equipped with a lot of professional medical equipment, as well as first aid kits and various first aid medicines. Moreover, there are few zombies around here, and it has not been contaminated. If we take it back, it will definitely be enough for a long time. But the most urgent thing is to find a way to get there. At this time, the two of them were standing on a rock about 2 meters away from the half fuselage, and they couldn't even reach it with their hands. As mentioned before, there are 3 mountains that look like fingers behind this abandoned military factory, and this helicopter is stuck between 2 peaks, and it was broken in half due to the collision. At this time, the cockpit and the front half are stuck by the mountain, and it looks shaky, as if it is about to fall. From Chinyu's current perspective, it would be better if the fuselage fell to the right. After all, there is a slope below, which can buffer a distance. But if they didn't pay attention to the center of gravity when taking the supplies, causing the fuselage to tilt to the left, then they were doomed. Because the area on the left was a bottomless cliff, and it was late at night, it looked extremely creepy. The most important thing was that if they fell from such a height, even if there were a few supplies left, they would basically be broken. So what they had to do now was to find a way to make that half of the helicopter fall to the right. Standing on the cliff, they couldn't come up with any countermeasures. After all, it was 2 meters away, and it was difficult to jump over there, and there was no place to land there. Originally, according to Xiao Jiu's plan, he was going to go back to the tent with Chinyu first, and call everyone over after the matter was done, and everyone would work together to find a solution. But Chinyu didn't think so. He thought for a moment and refused. The reason he gave was that the road was too long and the car couldn't enter. If he ran for an hour, it would consume a lot of physical strength. Moreover, there was obviously not much food here. If he couldn't get replenishment, if he encountered other forces again, he would be in a state of headwind in an instant. After hearing this, Xiao Jiu thought about it, and felt that it made sense. Then the two of them continued to return to the old military factory at the foot of the mountain, intending to see if they could find a rope or something. Because the wall behind collapsed, in order to avoid being attacked by zombies, the two chose to act at the same time. One went into the house to search, and the other was on guard around to avoid being attacked in the dark. After visiting the 4 major factories in a row, basically no useful supplies were found, but Chinyu and Xiao Jiu were not discouraged. After all, searching for things in the end times will not always yield results, and this place is moved away, so anything useful will definitely not be left to mold. In the end, there was no choice. Chinyu turned his attention to the wires on the wall again. The two acted separately, and quickly collected dozens of meters of wires, but most of them were broken. After they tied it up again, it took them about 20 minutes to make a decent set of ropes. After such a long period of continuous activities, Qin Yu and Xiao Jiao had consumed most of their physical strength. After sitting on the ground for a few minutes, they were ready to proceed to the next step. But now that they have the rope, the key is how to get the fuselage down, and it must fall to the right area. The temperature was a bit cold, so Qin Yu simply took down a piece of wooden door, put some garbage underneath, and then lit a fire. While roasting the fire, he said, "I noticed before that the cockpit part was stuck tightly. It seems that it is easy to fall, but it must have been here for a long time. According to its own weight, it is not an exaggeration to say that it is built into the two peaks." Xiao Jiao took out the kettle and took a sip, then handed it to Qin Yu. He squatted by the fire and whispered, "I guess it was when the apocalypse just broke out. Someone was bitten, and at that time everyone didn't know they would become zombies, so they were brought back by a rescue helicopter. As a result, they must have mutated in the sky, and finally the helicopter was destroyed and everyone died." "Yes." Qin Yu moistened his throat and said in a concentrated voice, "After all, this kind of helicopter is not equipped with guns, and when it is suddenly attacked by humans, most people can't kill it, so they are soft-hearted for a while, and finally the whole helicopter is buried with it." The two of them rested for a while, and came up with a solution. That was to use zombies to pull it, just like Qin Yu did before to drag cement. After all, this method must succeed once, and one person needs to go to the cliff to put the wire on the fuselage. If you go up and down again, it will be a waste of effort. But if there is only one person pulling it below, if it fails once, then the person below must keep pulling the wire tight. But now they are in the woods, it is still early morning, and no one can say whether zombies will appear. So after discussing, Xiao Jiao climbed up the mountain again. After all, he had been trained in the army, so climbing cliffs was not that difficult. Chapter 471. After all, Qin Yu was much weaker than Xiao Jiao, so for safety reasons, he was allowed to trap the zombies below. In addition, Qin Yu had done this before, so he had experience. Soon, Xiao Jiao climbed up with a large circle of wires hanging on his shoulders. When he stood on the stone next to the fuselage, he took out a lighter, lit it, and waved it down. Without a walkie-talkie, he didn't dare to shout loudly in the mountains, so he had to use this method. Qin Yu had seen Feng Yi use this thing before, and it seemed that she and Alei each had one, but she didn't want to give it to outsiders, so he naturally didn't ask. After seeing the signal, Qin Yu also waved the torch below. Seeing this, Xiao Jiao drew out his dagger and cut a thin branch from the side, ready to use it to hang the wire on the fuselage. After looking around, he set his target on the wheeled landing gear. Holding the tree behind him with his left hand, and the branch with his right hand, Xiao Jiao stretched the wire forward lightly. Although it was easily hung up, the buckle still needed to be tightened to prevent it from accidentally slipping when dragging it. It is very likely that the contrast force will cause this thing to fall directly to the left. If it was food, Qin Yu and Xiao Jiao might not have gone to such lengths to get it. After all, it had been so long, and unless it was some military canned food, it would have expired long ago. But first aid kits were different. Whether it was Qin Yu or Xiao Jiao and his team, they had no gauze or needles and thread, and even only a little iodine was left, although they had brought anti-inflammatory drugs and antibiotics when they escaped. However, because Qin Yu was injured at the time, he had basically used a lot of them. If these medicines were not replenished, if someone else was injured later, they would just have to wait for death. After confirming that it was firmly hung, Xiao Jiao took out the lighter again and waved it a few times. To avoid accidents, he still stayed in the mountain area. If there was a little lack of strength at the end, Xiao Jiao would use a stick to push it. Even if the wire broke, he had to try his best to prevent the fuselage from falling into the cliff on the left. After seeing the fire, Qin Yu quickly got busy. He picked up the wire dropped from above and walked between the two trees with it. Using the Y-shaped tree trunk that was cut, Qin Yu pushed the wire upward a little, and then used a stick to support the column. As they moved around for a while, zombies gradually appeared around them, but there were still very few of them, only about 4. This was obviously not enough. If it weren't for the fact that he had too few bullets and couldn't afford to waste them, Qin Yu really wanted to shoot at the sky. Following the old method, he started to take a stick and kept hitting the trees around to make noise. As a few minutes passed, the number of zombies gradually increased, and they came towards him from all directions. Seeing this scene, Qin Yu's face changed slightly, and he cursed in a low voice, "A bunch of beasts, can't you come together?" After he finished speaking, he began to use meat as bait and ran directly towards the zombies, flapping his hands as he ran. In order to get the zombies into the noose, Jinyu was forced to lead them together, which took a little time. Xiao Jiao was shivering with cold on top, only listening to the movement from below, but the helicopter was not pulled. Finally, when he was about to lose his patience, the half of the helicopter in front of him suddenly made a creaking sound, and the wires were pulled straight in an instant. Jinyu, who was below, frowned as he watched the wires blocking the zombies in the middle. Damn, I overlooked the fact that you will be pulled apart. Time was urgent, so Jinyu quickly picked up a few pieces of wood from the ground, took a few steps forward, and stuffed them hard into the front of the zombies' stomachs. Fortunately, he was wearing thick clothes, and the zombies' hands could not scratch their skin at all. After adding a few pieces of wood, the zombies were not pulled apart in the middle. As they retreated further and further, gravel began to fall from above. When the zombies could hardly move, there was another loud rumble, and a huge monster fell directly downwards. Seeing the zombies in front of him suddenly stumble forward, Jinyu quickly ran to the side, fearing that he would run a little slower. The consequences of the helicopter falling were very serious, and even caused many stones to roll down, and directly crush the zombies into meat paste. Thanks to the many trees blocking the way, the helicopter only rolled a few times when it fell and got stuck. Jinyu, who was hiding in the corner, finally breathed a sigh of relief when he saw the scene. He was worried that this thing might roll into the zombie pile, otherwise it would be contaminated and cause great losses. After that, the forest soon returned to silence. Jinyu and Xiao Jiao did not waste time and quickly searched. After all, the noise was very loud, and no one knew whether others would hear it. It only took the two of them about 5 minutes to move all the things out. Unfortunately, medical equipment such as oxygen cylinders and defibrillators probably fell to the left cliff along with the rear half of the fuselage. Jinyu and Xiao Jiao took off their coats and quickly packed a bunch of unknown supplies. Each of them held a bag and left as if they had greased their feet. They now agreed that they must not stay here for long. No matter what it was, they would go back first. Only when they brought it back to the camp would it belong to them. Neither Jinyu nor Xiao Jiao would do such a stupid thing as taking supplies to search for other supplies outside. About 3 minutes after the two ran away, there was a sudden noise in the woods, followed by several men with bows and arrows. They were covered with goat skins and hats made of leaves on their heads, staring at the dented helicopter. After a few seconds, two people suddenly whispered something, and one of them turned around and ran away. Then the rest of the people went forward to kill the zombies, whose bodies were smashed but whose heads were not damaged, and then waited in the same place. A few minutes later, more people came into the woods, and then several men came forward, holding hammers, and started to smash, and soon the half of the fuselage was split into two halves again. In the end, they did not stay here, but lifted the pile of iron sheets and walked directly into the woods. Judging from the direction, this group of people seemed to be survivors hiding in the mountains, as if they didn't care about the world, and they didn't choose to chase Jinyu and Xiao Jiao. This is exactly what smart people do. Hiding in the mountains, although it is inconvenient to go in and out, if you can solve the problem of food and fresh water, you can hide in it and survive for a long time. At least you don't have to deal with too many people. As they stay in the apocalypse for longer and longer, basically everyone has the same view, that is, compared with zombies, some people are the most terrifying. Chapter 472. As the sky brightened, the people resting under the tent woke up one after another. Lenny sat up and looked at the coat she was wearing. She was slightly stunned. Then she reached into her pocket and touched a broken twig. Then she knew where Jinyu had gone. This was the method she and Jinyu had discussed before. If he had something to do and needed to go out, he would leave a twig for Lenny as a signal. Breaking it once meant that he was going to find supplies, and breaking it twice meant that he was going to deal with other enemies. Although Lenny didn't want Jinyu to take risks all the time and often advised him not to fight too hard, the reasons given by the latter made Lenny unable to refute. If I don't go, then others have to go. As long as we haven't established a huge base, or the end of the world has not ended, these things will eventually have to be done by someone, and compared to them, I will be better. After Jinyu explained to Lenny seriously, she stopped dissuading him, and just told him to be careful. When everyone woke up, they also found that Jinyu and Xiao Jiao had not seen each other. They were used to it, and didn't ask much. Just as everyone packed up the tent, the two of them rushed out of the woods in an instant. The two people who suddenly appeared scared Wu Rui, but when she saw who they were, she immediately said in surprise, "Brother Chen, why did you take off your clothes?" Hearing the shout, Lin Yi quickly ran to the car, took out two old coats, and gave one to each of them, but the difference was that Jinyu didn't have to wear it himself. Lenny wiped the sweat off his body and said, "Put on the coat first, go to the fire and let the sweat evaporate a little, so as not to get cold inside and catch a cold." Chinyu slightly controlled his breathing rhythm and said with a smile, "I understand." Then he turned his head and shouted, "Brother Dazhuang, please carry this pile of supplies to the car and see if there is anything needed." Hearing this, Lenny looked down and asked, "What is in it?" "I don't know." Chinyu shook his head and said, "It was too dark over there, and we didn't have time to take a closer look. We were busy running away. It should be some first aid supplies." Hearing this, Lenny squatted down and rummaged with his hands, then stood up and said to Dazhuang, "Let's go, I check it out." Then Haozi also came over, picked up Xiao Jio's bag and walked to the car. After they dispersed, Chinyu and Xiao Jio went to the fire to warm up the sweat on their bodies. As soon as they sat down, Chinyu waved and shouted, "Yangzi, do you have any dried meat or canned food? Give us some. We are so hungry after a night of hard work." "Yes." After more than 10 seconds, Yangzi ran over with 4 cans of meat in his arms, ready to heat them up by the fire. Seeing this, Chinyu took out 2 cans and handed them back to her. "You don't need so much. 1 can each for us will be enough." "Okay." Yangzi also obediently put away the 2 cans and put them back in the car. Soon the two sat by the fire, chatting and eating. As they stayed in the apocalypse for a long time, they all learned a new skill, that is, they can eat canned food without chopsticks or spoons. Bend the can lid and make a simple soup spoon. The advantage is convenience, and the disadvantage is that it is easy to cut the lips, but once you get used to it, it rarely happens. Just when they were full and their t-shirts were dried, Lenny came over. Seeing the smile on her face, Chinyu instantly understood that he must have gained a lot this time. Sure enough, after listening to the supplies reported by Lenny, Chinyu also smiled with a little relief. Now there are several first aid kits, as well as gauze, etc., but they have been stored for so long, can they still be used? Hearing this, Lenny walked to sit next to him and said softly, "Of course, when things settle down later, I can boil them all in boiling water to disinfect them. It's a small problem." "That's good." Chinyu nodded. After a short rest, everyone prepared to continue on their journey. After all, Su Dali's lair still needed to walk a distance. Since they didn't rest in the second half of the night, it was someone else who drove. Xiao Jio's car was replaced by Xiaoyin. She didn't dare to drive at first, but Haozi kept saying that he would watch beside her, and told her not to be afraid. This is also because of the end-of-the-world environment. If you can't drive, it will greatly affect many things. Xiao Jio also lay comfortably in the back seat, closed his eyes, and said, "Now you don't need to take the test, and there is a saying that people who can drive may not pass the test. Now the road is wide, and there are few cars, which is just right for you to practice driving." In order to let him have a good rest, Uncle Wa went to squeeze into the Dazhuang car. Hearing what the 2 people next to him said, Xiaoyin had no choice but to sit in the driver's seat nervously, praying that they would not drive into the ditch. Soon the group set off again. Chinyu did not lie flat on the back seat to rest, but Lenny drove, and he sat in the co-pilot. 2 days passed in a flash, and the group was getting closer and closer to the destination, and that Xiao Shou was getting worse and worse, and recently he coughed a lot. Although everyone knew that he was an enemy before, they didn't care about him, but it was not good to keep coughing like this. At the very least, several groups of zombies were attracted. Finally, more than 50 kilometers away from Su Dali's Villa Park, Xiao Shou was no longer able to hold on, and even had diarrhea. Because it was getting dark, everyone couldn't travel at night, and chose to spend the night near an abandoned sentry tower. Xiao Jio also asked Chinyu how to deal with that person. After pondering for a while, Chinyu gave the answer that they had not yet entered the target area, and they could not let this man die directly. Finally, Chinyu took Lin Yi to check next to him. But without instruments, Lin Yi could not see much useful information, so he could only patiently ask from Xiao Shou's mouth. Finally, he treated the wound on his body that had already festered, and soaked some water with charcoal ash and fed him to drink, which barely improved the diarrhea. In this way, his life was saved, and at least it should not get worse at the moment. After dealing with this problem, Chen Yu, Xiao Jio and De Zhuang, each holding a dagger, began to search the sentry tower to confirm that all the zombies were killed. With a bang, De Zhuang kicked the closed wooden door open, and walked in with a torch, followed by Chen Yu. With the sound of corpses falling to the ground, De Zhuang came out and waved, and everyone entered one by one with their luggage. The area inside was quite large, a pentagonal tower with 2 floors and windows, so the light was not that dark. Chapter 473. After putting away their luggage, Everyone worked together to carry the corpses out and pile them around the sentry tower. Although they smelled bad, their smell could also drive away zombies and corpse worms. 2 days ago, when traveling, Chinyu also successfully made zombie bone powder. He used the stone bowl to pound almost 2 mineral water bottles. Since there was no sun recently, Chinyu had to choose to smoke or roast it with fire. As a result, this thing was finally made into the same color as charcoal, and it looked black. When everyone was preparing to rest in the sentry tower, he took a bottle and prepared to find some corpse worms for experiments. It was already clear before that whether it was zombies or corpse worms, even animal zombies, they would not attack their own kind, which was why the cities were not defeated by corpse rats when the outbreak first occurred. After all, the zombies had already entered various cities, and the smell was spread widely, and the animal zombies could not distinguish it. In addition, many people outside the city were fleeing for their lives, so at that time, the people in the city were safer. Of course, Chinyu only figured out these reasons half a year after the outbreak of the apocalypse. In this way, it was a coincidence. The area around the abandoned sentry tower was very desolate, and the woods were far away. This area should be considered a plain. Chinyu walked for most of the day, and did not find a single infected corpse worm. Finally, he had no choice but to walk towards those dark and humid places. Moving a stone, and looking at the centipede running around below, Chinyu was delighted and quickly used 2 branches to clamp it. Then he looked at it, and said to himself, "The little thing is hiding very deep, and it is not infected yet." Although the insect was caught, its color was deep red, unlike the zombie centipede he had seen before, which was completely black. Holding the centipede with a branch, Chinyu approached the pile of corpses, then picked up a piece of wood from the ground and poked the corpse's belly several times. When the gap became larger, he inserted the centipede into the corpse's belly, stirred it quickly a few times, and then threw it on the open space next to it. When the centipede first came into contact with the virus, it instantly had a huge reaction, and its entire body rolled over and over on the ground. After a few seconds, it suddenly stiffened and finally did not move. Seeing this, Chinyu did not relax his vigilance. Instead, he took out the bottle of zombie bone powder, opened the lid, and sprinkled it around the centipede in a circle. When he finished all this, the centipede started moving again. After a while, the color of its body began to change, and even its speed gradually increased. However, when it came into contact with the powder, it turned around and ran in other directions. But there was a circle around it, so where could it run to? In this way, the zombie centipede began to circle around like crazy, as if it would never stop. Seeing this, Chinyu was too lazy to torture it. He picked up a basketball-sized stone from the side, and smashed it directly at the centipede to prevent it from harming others later. Worried that the power was not enough, Chinyu jumped on the stone a few more times, and left after confirming that it was dead again. After returning to the sentry tower, he told everyone about the result. Everyone was also very surprised to hear that they finally didn't have to worry about this kind of corpse worm. After all, zombies are very big and can be seen from a long distance, but the worms are too small, and they can often get in through a small gap. Because this is a contradiction in itself. Corpse worms and animal zombies will not enter the zombies' territory, but humans cannot survive for a long time in areas with zombies. Although the smell of bone powder is still very bad, it is much smaller. Sprinkling it on the ground can just prevent corpse worms from entering. But this thing has little effect on zombies. You have to get very close and sprinkle it on their faces. But it's already that distance, so it's better to kill them with a dagger to save trouble. When it got dark at night, Chinyu brought Xiao Jiao and De Shuang, as well as Uncle Hua, Hao Zi and Lao Cheng, together to hold a meeting to discuss how to deal with the people in Su Dali's camp. Of course, there was nothing to say about those men who did not attack their community. They would not be killed if they surrendered, but there was a slight disagreement among the people about some of the captive slaves. According to Lao Cheng, they were currently short of people, and could be recruited. At that time, they could be divided into several teams, and sent out to search for supplies, and take the lead. But Chinyu did not think so. In his opinion, those people had lived too hard, and their mentality might have gradually changed. If they were jealous of food or the environment in the future, it might cause some serious consequences, because most of them were used to life and death, and it was not an exaggeration to say that they had become numb. Finally, everyone raised their hands to vote. Seeing this, Lao Cheng did not force the dispute. The 6 people unanimously decided that no matter where the survivors who were locked up went, they would not be taken in. After a simple meal, everyone spread their sheets or clothes on the ground and prepared to rest. This was also because they had found a lot of bedding in the houses on the roadside. At about 11 o'clock in the evening, the deafening thunder woke everyone up, even the baby in Qinxi's arms, who was crying loudly at this time, but compared with the noise outside, the child's crying seemed insignificant. Raindrops fell on the watchtower, and crackling sounds came from all directions. Jinyu and Xiaojiu took plastic sheets and placed them horizontally at the door to prevent the wind from blowing the rain in. Boom! A lightning bolt struck the nearby woods, and the tree fell down in an instant, hitting the watchtower directly, but fortunately it was far away, so no serious consequences were caused. Seeing this scene, Jinyu turned his head and shouted to the people who were blocking the fire, "For people, follow me to move the car, don't let the tree crush them." After he finished speaking, Jinyu stuffed the plastic sheet to Xiaojiu, and then rushed out in the storm. In less than a second after stepping into the outside area, Jinyu's clothes were already soaked. You can imagine how heavy the rain was. He put his hand on his forehead, bent down, and walked quickly towards the parking space. There was a plain near the sentry tower, and there were no roads, and there were a lot of gravel and broken glass. In order to avoid damaging the tires, the crowd did not drive the 5 cars into the area, but parked directly at the intersection. But they ignored the weather factor, and encountered a rainstorm that they hadn't seen in a long time, so the plan was disrupted, because the car was parked only 10 meters away from the edge of the woods. Lightning kept striking, and if there were more lightning, the fallen tree would definitely damage one of the cars, and by then, the loss would be too great. Chapter 474. The raindrops as big as beans hit Jinyu's face mercilessly. The strong wind mixed with the rain was like a knife slashing at him. It was so irritating that he couldn't open his eyes at all. The ground was getting wetter and wetter. Jinyu fell down with a bang. He didn't care to wipe the mud off and rushed to the parking space. Just as the last car had just driven out of the area, a lightning bolt suddenly struck again, breaking the tree trunk in half and falling quickly towards the parking space. With a bang, the trunk of the car collapsed on the spot. Seeing this, Halsey stepped on the accelerator and forced the car out. Then he got out of the car to check it. Seeing that it could still be driven, he ran back to the sentry tower, took a piece of plastic sheet, and pressed it on the roof with stones. The other 4 people had gone back to hide from the rain. When Halsey came back, they had stuck the plastic sheet in the crack of the door to block the rain from blowing in. Dajwan wiped the rain off his body and said guiltily, "I shouldn't have kicked the door earlier. Who knew it was so fragile that it actually cracked directly?" At this time, Jinyu was squatting by the fire, his head close to the fire to warm his hair. Hearing this, he casually said, "It's not your fault. Such a heavy rain caught everyone off guard. It's just right that those woods can be used to make a fire." Just as he finished speaking, he suddenly thought of something, and then turned his head to look at Xiaojiu, who now stopped wiping the rain off his hands, and seemed to be hesitant to speak. Seeing this, Jinyu narrowed his eyes slightly, and said in a deep voice, "It seems that God is really helping us." Others didn't understand what was going on between them. Huang Lulin even hugged his shoulders, sat on the ground and shivered, asking, "What's wrong, brother Yu? It's raining so hard. I'm freezing to death. How can you say that?" After saying that, Jinshi hugged the child, then turned his head and sneezed. Seeing this, Lao Cheng took off his coat and put it on her, saying softly, "Don't catch a cold." But Jinshi did not accept his kindness, but moved a step to the right with the child in his arms, lowered his head and said, "I'm not cold, you don't have to give me clothes." In fact, she also knew what Lao Cheng meant, but now, Jinshi's heart was dead. In the past, she had to endure humiliation in order to survive, but now she has come into contact with such a group of people who would rather die than surrender and survive with difficulty. Jinshi no longer trusts any man now. She only hopes to raise her sister's child well, and she is willing to be bitten to death by zombies in the future. Feeling her attitude, Lao Cheng was suddenly stunned, raised his hands and stood there, then smiled bitterly in his heart, walked forward to pick up his clothes, and then took 2 steps to the left. At this time, Qin Yu, Xiaojiu and De Zhuang were discussing the plan. No one paid attention to the situation here, except Lin Yi. She touched her wet ponytail behind her head, then blinked, and walked towards the old city. "Well, since no one wants your kindness anyway, why don't you give me the clothes?" Hearing this, Qinshi looked up at Lin Yi, who also smiled back at her. Seeing this, Qinshi lowered her head again, her eyes kept looking at the baby in her arms, gently rocking. Lao Cheng was a little depressed at the moment, and he handed the coat to Lin Yi, and then he walked to the fire. Then Lin Yi took the coat and looked at it. He didn't see any holes, so he walked to Qinshi again. Seeing someone coming, Qinshi shook his head slightly. "I'm really not cold." Hearing this, Lin Yi rolled her eyes. "You are not cold, and the child is not cold either, right?" Because she is very beautiful, rolling her eyes looks a little cute, and Chin-Shi didn't feel any discomfort. When she heard this, she realized that there was a lot of rain near the baby's swaddling clothes. At present, everyone was gathered around the fire, blocking the light, so Chin-Shi had not noticed it. In addition, she had been holding the baby for a whole day, and her arms began to feel numb. She had not changed her position for a long time. The careful Lin also noticed this scene, so she was ready to go over and help. After changing the wet swaddling clothes and wrapping it again with a coat, the child woke up, but strangely, he didn't cry at all, staring with big eyes, and was amused by Lin and giggled. How many months? At this time, Lin asked with a smile while making a face. Hearing this, Chin-Shi carefully recalled the memory in his mind and said softly, 3 months and a few days, I don't know the exact number, I haven't calculated it. At this time, Jiang Yuchen, who couldn't join in the conversation, also came over. He smiled and added, 95 days. Hey, it will be 100 days soon. Lin scratched the child's little face with her hand and said with a smile, Little cutie, do you want Auntie to hold you? As soon as Jiang Yuchen said this, he immediately signaled to Chin-Shi to hand over the child. But just as he looked at her, Chin-Shi had already handed the baby to Lin. This was because, with the contact in recent days, the two of them gradually discovered that this group of forces was different from the ones they had encountered before. It was as if they were a dozen familiar friends who lived together and never exploited their subordinates. But they also knew very well that these people were all under the command of the man named Qin Yu, and the other few people were more likely to listen to the words of the bald man. In addition, Qin Yu often gets close to Lin, so Chin-Shi and Jiang Yuchen both know that if they can please Lin, they will at least not die from illness or injury in the future. And Lin basically didn't care about them before, so there was no chance for them to have contact. Although other people were very friendly to the baby, it was only some people. While holding the child, Lin gently patted his coat and whispered, Adults can't stand being sick in the end times, let alone such a young child, so you have to pay more attention to everything. After she finished speaking, she sniffed and frowned. Do you two smell a strange smell? It's not that Lin couldn't smell it, but in the current environment, there are too many smelly things. Although Lin and the girls are very clean, they have been fleeing in the wild recently, and the conditions do not allow it. In addition, they need to run around, so they can't take a shower. There is more or less some smell on the body, but it's not bad. Then Lin suddenly thought of something, and leaned her head into her arms. The next second, she raised her head and let out a sigh. Well, the baby has pooped. Chapter 475. Then Lin handed the child back to Chin-Shi and explained, Come here, I haven't changed the child's diaper yet. Do you have any replacements? How about trying with clean gauze? I disinfected a batch yesterday. Hearing this, Chin-Shi shook her head. She put the child on the bed sheet on the ground and said as she untied it, Thank you for your kindness, but we brought diapers, and there are still a lot enough. Brother Chen, go get some. Hearing this, Lin was stunned and frowned. How come you even have this in this doomsday? But she soon realized, that's right, this thing is not food, and generally no one takes it away. No wonder you carried a big bag when I first met you. Just as Jiang Yuchen was about to run to the car, Qin Yu, who was always paying attention to their conversation, paused for a moment, and then nodded slightly to Xiao Kong. Seeing this, Xiao Kong stood up and grabbed Jiang Yuchen, shouting, You tell me the location, I go to the car to get it. With his hand being held, he glanced at Qin Yu and Xiao Jiao, but found that the two did not care about this, so he had to nod and said, Then please, there is a red plastic bag in the left area of the trunk of the gray car. Yeah. Xiao Kong ran out quickly, and soon his figure was submerged in the rain. A minute later, he ran back, and then took out a diaper from his clothes with his right hand and stuffed it into Jiang Yuchen's arms. Just after Chin-Shi changed the diaper for the child, Qin Yu also stood up and clapped his hands, saying, Next, while it's raining, we have to travel overnight and try to catch the enemy off guard. Because of such heavy rain, the enemy basically won't choose to stand guard. It happens that there is an opportunity for us to sneak in. If the enemy shoots first, then just fight back. If not, try not to waste time and quickly occupy the enemy's arsenal and dormitory area. Remember, in the apocalypse, some people must be killed, but some don't. Hearing this, Huan Lulin raised his right hand. Seeing this, Qin Yu nodded and said, What's wrong? Why do we have to occupy the dormitory? Isn't it enough to take down the weapons depot? How can it be that easy? Dazhuan glared at him, and said seriously, Xiao Yu means that the other party will definitely sleep at night, and there are the most people in the dormitory. It's raining now, and the defense is the lowest. As long as we control the manpower first, everything will be easy to capture. Hearing this, Huang Lulin nodded in sudden realization. Should we kill those sleeping people? After he finished speaking, he even made a gesture of wiping his neck with his hand. Seeing this, Jinyu pondered for a while and said, if the enemy uses a knife to you, fight back. On the contrary, if they are in a deep sleep, try to block their mouths and tie their hands and feet before making a decision. We should prioritize the safety of our own people and try not to sacrifice anyone. After that, everyone began to pack up their luggage. Although the rain was still falling at this time, the thunder had become much smaller. At least it would not scare people suddenly like before. After everyone got back in the car, they started the car immediately and headed for the final target area. Because it was early in the morning and it was raining, Jinyu did not let everyone drive in the dark, but drove forward with the headlights on to avoid accidents. The rear area of the last car was a little damaged, and rain would drip in from time to time. Seeing this, they tied it up with plastic sheeting and ropes, and it could barely be driven. Then, they would find a way to repair it after it stabilized. A flooded car in the apocalypse was also a small problem. After about an hour, the 5 cars quietly stopped behind a hillside. Except for the girls, who did not get out of the car, all the men lay on the hill, quietly looking at the large number of buildings a few hundred meters ahead. It was almost 2 o'clock in the morning, and the rain had lightened up a lot. Although everyone was soaked like a drowned rat, they were used to it. Housie lay on the ground, looking at the several-meter-wide river below, swallowed his saliva, and said, these bastards really know how to choose a place. There is such a river outside the camp. I'm afraid there will be endless fish to eat. Hearing this, Xiao Jiao handed the telescope to Jinyu. A smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, and whispered, there is another treasure place about 100 meters away at 11 o'clock. Jinyu took the telescope and looked at it. He was stunned and blurted out, damn, there is a lake, and it is inside the wall. Then he looked through the telescope and said excitedly, not only that, there are also many iron barrels for storing water, solar water heaters, and damn, I saw 2 cows. As he discovered various supplies, Jinyu couldn't help but curse, and his expression was a little excited. The longer you stay in the end times, the more you can understand how precious these things that were once everywhere are. Xiao Jiao pursed his lips in anticipation and said, to be honest, Xiaoyu, I am really attracted to this place. Compared with the previous basement, this place is heaven. Jinyu also nodded with satisfaction and said, although we will not attack other camps, the place where these people live is simply too good. Even if Sudali did not come, I like this place very much. The wall is about 5 meters high, and the height is just right. It is made of cement and bricks. Wow, it's a big deal. Uncle Hua, who had been silent all the way, picked up the sniper rifle and looked for a while, and then he said something surprising. These people rely on sucking the blood of other camps to develop into this state. They stepped on countless corpses to build it. I don't think we need to blame ourselves. In addition, they attacked our friends first, so it is reasonable for them to eat this place. Uncle Hua, you like this place too, right? Housie turned his head and asked him in a low voice. Hearing this, Uncle Hua did not hide it and directly admitted, I also saw that they raised a lot of poultry and even had 2 greenhouses. After the voice fell, he turned his head to the left and said, to be honest, Xiaoyu, this place is at least 3 times larger than the community you have been in before, and the surrounding terrain is low. The location of the camp is at a high point. There are not many trees around, and the site is very good. It is a completely easy to defend and difficult to attack area. Listening to the words of the people around him, Jinyu did not impulsively lead people to attack directly, but signaled everyone to retreat down the hillside, gathered together and asked, how confident are you that you can eat Su Dali's group behind? After he finished speaking, Hongwu shook his head and said with a smile, if I hadn't seen this camp before, I would have only 10% confidence in dealing with those 200 people, but now, I want to fight hard one last time. Chapter 476. After that, Jinyu looked at everyone again and found that everyone looked expectant. Then he smiled and nodded. In that case, follow the plan and act. Fuck them, Lao Cheng, follow me. De Zhuang waved his hand and whispered, and then the 2 of them went around in other directions. Then came Uncle Hua, Hao Zi, Hong Wu, Xiao Kong, etc., each in a group of 2. As for Huang Lulin, because his left arm was broken, Jinyu arranged him to be with him to avoid any accidents. As for Jiang Yuchen, Xiao Jiao was in charge, while Xiao Hu continued to guard the parking spot to prevent other enemies from coming over. Soon everyone dispersed, and the hillside returned to silence again. A few minutes later, Chen Yu and Huang Lulin had already crossed the river. The reason they did not cross the bridge was because there was a checkpoint there. Although it was raining, there were still 2 people standing in the sentry area. Moreover, the opponent was very smart, one on the right, the other on the left, and one of them was hiding in the pavilion, so he could not be attacked from the outside. If you shoot arrows, the glass will also make a noise when it breaks. In the early morning of the apocalypse, this is equivalent to giving the enemy a warning. So according to the previous agreement, the men will get closer first, and then a girl will act as a survivor in distress to attract the attention of the 2 people on the bridge. After they are captured, they will drive the car in to take away the weapons. This method was heard by Chen Yu and a lay from the group of people who targeted the community. Later, they changed their minds and thought that this method was indeed feasible. Soon Chen Yu led Huang Lulin to the area below the bridge, and then the 2 of them climbed up the slope gently, and then lay down 10 meters away from the guard post, waiting for the opportunity. At this time, Xiaoning sat in the car with a nervous face, and looked at her watch from time to time. When she saw that the pointer had gone for 5 minutes, she pushed open the door, took off her cleaner coat, and revealed her somewhat thin, but still exquisite body. At this time, Lin Yi was sitting in the co-pilot seat, turned her head, and looked to the right rear, and happened to see the scar on Xiaoning's back, which was still so shocking. But Xiaoning did not notice these eyes, just took a dirty coat and put it on, and threw some gravel into her shoes, and then prepared to walk towards the bridge. Lin Yi reached out from the car window, grabbed Xiaoning's arm, and after hesitating for a while, she warned, "Be careful. If an accident happens, jump under the bridge. Don't hold on." Hearing this, Xiaoning was slightly stunned at first. She didn't understand why Sister Xiaolin suddenly cared about her, but she didn't say much, but nodded seriously. Because there was something stuck in the shoe, there was no need to pretend to walk deliberately. It looked like she was lame, and in order to make it more realistic, Chen Yu also asked Xiaoning to tie a red cloth strip on her right knee. In addition, she was covered with gauze and limped. In the dark night, almost everyone would think that she was a weak woman with a leg injury. When Xiaoning lowered her head and stepped onto the bridge with the help of a branch, the 2 men instantly found her. Then a headlight shone over her, and someone shouted, "Stop, I will shoot if you move again." But Xiaoning ignored it, and held the stick with her right hand, raised her left hand in front of her face, made a blocking gesture, and continued to move forward. Seeing this, the man on the left couldn't help it, raised his gun, and wanted to pull the trigger. Seeing this, Huang Lulin was a little anxious and wanted to rush out directly, but fortunately he was held down by Chen Yu, and then a somewhat disappointed tone came, "Are you crazy? Don't rush, follow my instructions." Hearing this, Huang Lulin lay on the ground and lowered his head and said, "The man is ready to shoot, something will happen. He has that kind of homemade hunting rifle in his hand, and the range is not enough." Chen Yu patiently explained. Sure enough, the man in the left sentry box raised his gun and aimed at him, shouting again, "If you move again, I will really shoot." After he finished speaking, he couldn't help but be ignored by the other party. Just as he was about to pull the trigger, he found that the person walking on the bridge fell to the side and didn't move. This confused the 2 men, and they didn't know what was going on. After a few seconds, a voice sounded. "Liuzi, go over and take a look. Look at the hammer, why don't you go?" Hearing the voice, the man on the right shouted unwillingly, "You've grown wings, haven't you?" The man on the left immediately frowned, and his voice was a little gloomy. "Hurry up, I think it's a woman. If it's true, I'll let you have sex first, how about that?" Liuzi hesitated for a while, and then remembered that the last time he slept with a woman in his arms was 2 months ago. He couldn't help but feel itchy, and finally listened to the instigation of the people next to him, chose to put the gun behind his back, and walked over with a flashlight. When he approached, he saw the person lying on the ground, swallowed unconsciously, then picked up his coat, looked at the white and smooth arms, and suddenly widened his eyes. The next second, Liuzi reached out his hand to Xiaoning's waist, grabbed a handful, and then put it to his nose, sniffed it with satisfaction, and then turned back and shouted excitedly, "It's a girl, and a pretty one. Come here quickly, let's carry her in." After being touched by the man, Xiaoning closed her eyes, and clenched her teeth, holding a blade tightly in her right hand. Brother Chen had said before that as long as the other party touched her private parts, he could choose to kill him directly. At that time, there was no need to worry about being exposed, because Chen Yu's idea was that they needed to sneak in quietly, but it was not absolute. If the other party didn't have eyes on his hands, he would be chopped off directly. Soon, the 2 guards carried Xiaoning, who pretended to be unconscious, back to the sentry box, and then threw her on the bed. Looking at her graceful body, the two began to fight. You said I would taste it first, and you are going back on your word? I saw it first. Why should you play with it first? Shut up. With a snap, Liuzi was slapped in the face, and at the same time, he kicked the man out of the sentry box in an instant. Then there was silence outside. Liuzi thought he had fainted, so he shook his head and ran to the bed excitedly. Just as he knelt on the bed and stretched his hands toward Xiaoning's chest, his hands were suddenly grabbed by someone, and he couldn't move forward at all. Then Liuzi saw the unconscious girl on the bed open her eyes and stare at him with a grim face. The next second, there was a click, and 2 fingers on Liuzi's left hand were broken directly, and his nose was punched at the same time. Chapter 477. The pain came, and Liuzi suddenly wanted to shout out. A one-armed man suddenly emerged from under the bed and tightly pinched his throat to prevent him from making any sound. The next moment, the door curtain was pushed open, and Qinyu came in with another person, who was knocked unconscious, and threw him to the ground. Then Xiaoning stepped forward and kicked Liuzi hard, saying with disgust, "If my eldest brother hadn't said so, I would have chopped off your claws, roasted them, and fed them to you." Then Qinyu walked to her side and whispered, "Did he touch you?" As soon as he finished speaking, Qinyu drew out his dagger. Seeing this, Xiaoning shook her head and said, "He touched my waist. It's a small problem, but I still feel uncomfortable, but fortunately De Zhuang is not here. Wait until the matter is resolved, then deal with these people." Qinyu said softly, then stepped forward and directly took off Liuzi's coat. Xiaoning took the clothes and put them on, and then cut off a little of the old coat with a blade, and stuffed a large piece into the mouth of the person who fainted on the ground. After doing all this, Qinyu walked to the sober person and said in a deep voice, "Call Liuzi, right? Next, I will ask you questions, and you will answer them. You don't need to say a single word. If you make a little louder noise, I will cut off your thing." After he finished speaking, Liuzi felt a chill between his legs and nodded his head like a chicken pecking at rice. "Let go." Wang Lulin took a step back and went back to tie up the man on the ground, of course, using the man's own shoelaces. Who are you?" Liuzi looked at the 3 strangers in front of him in panic, and said with a little reluctance, "I advise you to let my brother go. There are hundreds of people in the wall within a few dozen meters behind. They kill people without blinking an eye. It will be too late to beg for mercy by then." Qinyu just stood 2 meters away from him, looking at the dagger in his hand, and said coldly, "Tell me the location of your weapons depot, food warehouse, and other areas." Hearing this, Liuzi knew that the other party was definitely well prepared. He gritted his teeth and was about to lie and report a false address, but suddenly saw the man on the opposite side swung out a dagger and flew directly towards his right hand. The next second, his little finger was cut off and blood flowed out. He was about to scream, but his throat was pinched by the man again, and then a voice without any emotion sounded. "Do you think I'm teasing you? Su Dali has done so many bad things. You don't think I'm here to chat with you, do you? This knife is the result of your previous words. I said before, I ask you to answer, don't talk nonsense about other things." After that, Liuzi was much more honest. Although his hand was pierced, and he was sweating profusely, in order to survive, he told everything like a bamboo tube pouring beans. A few minutes later, Qinyu quickly knocked him out, cut off Liuzi's own clothes and bandaged his finger wound, and said, "This man must be kept. Let him report to Su Dali later." Then the 3 of them left the guardhouse, opened the checkpoint, and other cars drove in. Next, while everyone in the villa park was still asleep, their home had undergone earth-shaking changes. Before, when Lu Wenjing often tortured people in it, those men did not dare to live in it, and many of them would rather set up tents outside. But since they left, there were only a few dozen people left in the huge villa area, so they all moved in again. After all, in their opinion, no one had ever dared to attack Su Dali's camp. Arriving at the cowshed, Qinyu reached out and touched the cow's head and whispered, "I can't take you away now. Be good. I come back to take good care of you 2 later." As soon as he finished speaking, he picked up a large bag of gunpowder and ran to the parking area. There was chaos when moving supplies before, but the noise was too small. These people were used to enjoying comfort and had never thought about someone attacking them. It didn't take much effort to tie up the remaining 30 or so men's hands and feet and lock them all in a villa. This was also because Su Dali was eager to take revenge before, and he took all the elite forces out directly. There were only 2 boxes of bullets left at home, totaling about 300 rounds, and there were a lot of empty shells. Since no one on Qinyu's side knew how to make bullets, But someone on the other side knew how to make bullets. He simply poured gasoline on those empty shells and burned them all to prevent the enemy from replenishing them later. As for the remaining more than 20 survivors who were kept in captivity, Chinyu asked them to take some thick clothes and pants from the rest area, and then sent them away. Around 7 in the morning, the camp was in complete chaos, with black smoke everywhere. Chinyu did not stay here with everyone, but drove Su Dali's 5 cars, which were full of supplies, weapons, and ammunition, and left quickly. When preparing to retreat, Chinyu also went to the sentry box area, poured water on the 2 people to wake them up, pretended to threaten them not to talk nonsense, and then drove the car to the right in front of them. All this was planned by Chinyu and Xiaojiu. It was not difficult to capture the villa area here. After all, there were only so many people, and it didn't take much effort. But the group of people led by Su Dali were much more threatening. Their weapons were more powerful, and they had sufficient ammunition. When the enemy came back, it would be impossible for Chinyu to defend with his limited manpower. In addition, the geographical advantage here was very good, and the living environment was much better. Chinyu was reluctant to destroy it. If the place was razed to the ground because of the battle, it would be meaningless even if he won. So after thinking it over, the 2 of them decided to lead those people into the mountains, and use the environment to win. Although there are not many mountains nearby, there is an area that is very suitable for ambushes. There are 2 long mountain ranges on the left and right, and there is a road in the middle, and there is only one entrance and exit, and the inside is deep in the mountains. In order to let Su Dali follow, Chinyu led everyone to directly empty the food warehouse in the villa area. Of course, it is a bit unrealistic to want to take away all the food with their few cars, so only the food on the surface is gone. Secretly, Chinyu covered them with plastic sheets, and then hid them all in the lake with Dazhuang Xiaojiu and others. In this way, when Su Dali returned to the villa area and found that the food was gone, no matter how he hesitated, he would definitely chase after them, because it might be okay for him to be hungry, but the 200 people under him had to eat, and no one could stand fighting with others on an empty stomach. When Chinyu and others drove into the valley, they began to set up traps with others immediately. Chapter 478. While Chinyu was busy trying to catch Su Dali and the others, the latter finally found something wrong. Bang! In the former community, Su Dali was lying on a chair. After listening to his subordinates report quietly, he stood up and kicked them. His subordinates were immediately kicked and fell to the ground, trembling. We have been looking for them for so many days, but there is no trace of them. What do you want to do? Su Dali roared with a sullen face, and then picked up a shovel and wanted to go up and chop the heads of these subordinates. However, when he looked at his right arm, thinking of the lack of manpower recently, he still didn't slap the shovel in his hand. With a clang, Su Dali threw away the shovel and snorted coldly. Get out, notify everyone, and set off to go home. Hearing this, several men hurriedly ran out of the tent, fearing that the eldest brother would regret it again. Then Su Dali walked to the stove and sat down. He glanced at the corner, but found that there was only one person. Then he frowned a little unhappy and said, "Where is the day, people? Why don't I see him here often recently? Didn't I tell you that you 2 need to be here during the day?" Xiaojiang, who was dressed in black, stood straight. When he heard this, his heart suddenly tightened, and he quickly replied, "My brother has a cold recently." Dr. Jean prescribed some medicine, and he rested. Su Dali stared at Xiaojiang for more than 10 seconds until his scalp was numb. Then he looked away and said in a deep voice, "As soon as you 2 stick your butts out, I know what shit you are going to do. Why do you do this in front of me? Tell the truth quickly, I'm annoyed right now." Xiaojiang hesitated for a while, still shook his head. "Brother, I'm telling the truth. I can't help it if you don't believe me." Bang! Su Dali kicked the bed in front of him and said gloomily, "Did he go to the girl again? I've said it countless times, safety is the first priority when you go out. Even I don't take a woman out. Why is he so impatient every day?" Just halfway through his words, Su Dali suddenly thought of something. His face changed instantly. He immediately roared, "Hurry up and take me to find your brother, otherwise it will be a big deal." At this moment, Xiaojiang also knew that Su Dali was really angry. He hesitated for a few seconds, then turned around and ran outside. A few minutes later, when they came to the basement, they happened to see Dave squatting on the grass outside with a cigarette in his hand, smoking. Seeing his disheveled appearance, Su Dali's eyes were extremely sinister. Without thinking, he rushed up to Dave and punched and kicked him. "Hey, brother, why are you hitting me? You bastard, you dared to touch my cousin's daughter. You are really tired of living. Tell me, where is she?" While cursing, he still felt a little unsatisfied. Su Dolly picked up a brick from the ground and asked Day on the head. The noise was so loud that many men gathered around, and even Dr. Jean was a little alarmed, but he was too far away and thought that Su Dolly was crazy again. He just took a look and closed the door, preparing to continue packing. Xiaobao, stop reading upstairs, come down quickly to help pack, we are going home. Dr. Jean squatted in the living room and shouted upstairs without raising his head. He didn't care when he didn't get a response. After all, in the end times, many people's personalities have changed. After asking about the whereabouts, Su Dolly waved his hand and asked two people to go forward to control Day, and then quickly ran into the basement. Seeing this, Xiao Jiang also followed. When he passed by his brother, he complained with some resentment in his eyes. Even if you can't help it, can't you wait until you get home? Do you have to do it here? After saying this, he ran away. Then Su Dolly pushed open the door, and as soon as he stepped into the basement, his heart sank instantly. There was an extremely strong smell of blood in the air, and Jean Xiaobao was lying in a pool of blood with her lower body naked. Su Dolly walked forward with a dark face, looked at the wounds on her body, and clenched his fists instantly. The body was gradually getting cold, with a large defect on the forehead. It seemed that the cause of death was suicide by hitting the wall. Then Su Dolly suddenly found something, turned the body over, and found that the hands were tied behind the back with wire, and it was almost embedded in the wrists. His mouth was stuffed with clothes, and there was not a single piece of complete clothing on his body, and there were even a lot of filth on it. As soon as he squatted down, Su Dolly smelled the smell of urine. When did it happen? Su Dolly's voice was very flat, and there was no trace of joy, anger, sorrow, or happiness. 3 days ago. Xiao Jiang now understood that the matter was completely out of control, and he saw that Jean Xiaobao, whom he saw every day, died at the hands of his brother, so he simply gave up. Xiao Jiang was originally annoyed with his elder brother's addiction to women. He tried to persuade him many times, but he never listened and even wanted to drag him down. Xiao Jiang had quarreled with his brother for this, but because this was the end of the world, there was no law and no order, and even death was a common thing, so he couldn't persuade him. Usually he could only turn a blind eye and try not to see it and not to be annoyed. At first, he just liked to let women serve him like slaves, but as he stayed in the end of the world for longer and longer, his mentality gradually changed, and later, ordinary women could no longer make him feel excited. He even began to deliberately target survivors who were married couples. Once they were captured, he began to torture them inhumanely, and the woman's husband had to listen in the whole process. Until now, Day has set his sights on the only woman in the team, Dr. Jin's daughter. This trip took too long, and they were basically on the road. Because they were here for revenge, Su Dolly did not allow anyone to bring a woman. The one he brought out before also stayed in the base camp, while he went back to replenish supplies. Su Dolly squatted quietly on the ground, listening to Xiao Jiang's detailed narration behind him, and then sneered. So, your brother thinks this is exciting, right? After he finished speaking, he stretched out his left hand and passed it over the eyelids of the corpse, but he didn't succeed once. Seeing this, Su Dolly repeated the action again and whispered, "Rest in peace, I will have someone buried with you." When Xiao Jiang heard this, his body trembled, and he lowered his head and asked, "Must die? What do you think?" Chapter 479. I have repeatedly emphasized to you that it is useless to conquer others by force. In the current environment, such things are happening everywhere, but we have to distinguish the severity of the situation, right? Will your brother not be able to survive without a woman? Su Dolly looked at Xiao Jiang expressionlessly and said coldly, "I see that you have not touched any woman since the end of the world, so how can you live well?" After saying that, he turned and walked out. When he passed the iron gate, he asked again, "Where is Lu Wenjing? Didn't I tell you to lock him up in the basement? Go inside this community, there's a shed locked there." Xiao Jiang looked at the body on the ground and replied, "Well, go back and find a sheet, wrap the body, and leave from the back door. Remember not to leave from my cousin's husband's door." After saying this, Su Dolly went out. Xiao Jiang hesitated for a moment, then took off his coat and covered Jean Xiaobao's body with it. There were only 3 people in the woods outside the community, Su Dolly, the kneeling Day, and another subordinate, who were digging a pit with a shovel in their hands. Seeing this, Day kept begging for mercy, trying to save some face, but Su Dolly didn't listen at all, just squatting there smoking. Half an hour later, the subordinate climbed out of the pit, clapped his hands and shouted, "Brother, it's done." "Yeah." Su Dolly waved his hand. "Go back. Don't tell anyone about what happened today. Go get 2 cans of drinks by yourself." "Okay, thank you, brother." The subordinate was overjoyed and walked towards the community with a smile. This is exactly how Sudali does things. Although he occasionally takes the lives of some people, the other party is the one he saved. Moreover, he also clearly rewards and punishes his subordinates. He is not like some forces, where the boss eats meat while the subordinates watch eagerly. After his subordinates left the woods, Sudali put out the cigarette with his fingers, put it in his pocket, and walked towards the location of the pit. 1 meter wide and 2 meters long, it's quite deep. It should be suitable for burying people. Sudali squatted on the ground, looking at Day with his hands and feet tied, and smiled. Do you regret that you should have struggled at that time? You are as skilled as I am, especially since I have a broken hand. I may not be able to beat you in a one-on-one fight, but you are too arrogant. I always think that I will consider your role this time and let you live, right? Day lowered his head and looked at the ground, saying seriously, you saved my life. I have no complaints if you want to take it back, but if you keep me, I can help you do more things in the future. How great is it to have the best of both worlds? I know I was wrong. From now on, I will hide and never appear in front of Dr. Jean again. That's what happened, but it's not the same thing. Sudali shook his head and said in a deep voice, although I like women, I also have a bottom line. Although I am bad, at least I won't attack my own people. Jean Xiaobao is good looking, but how long has he been in the community? He only came in a few days earlier than you. When you two brothers were seriously injured, it was my cousin's husband who saved you. How can you turn your face against me? After speaking, Sudali stood up and said with a dark face, okay, there is no point in talking anymore. If people like you stay in the world, they may cause trouble one day. But, if you can bring back the heads of those people in the community before, it is not impossible to spare your life. Hearing this, Dave raised his head, hope appeared in his eyes, and he quickly agreed, I will do it even if I die. Seeing him like this, Sudali suddenly felt disgusted and said again, since you want to live so much, have you ever thought about how painful it was for Xiaobao to die? You had a cold and needed to rest, and people brought you medicine, but you tied her up after that? 3 days. I dare not think about what she went through in these 3 days. Dr. Jean went out every day to find herbs. He believed in me, so Xiaobao stayed upstairs and didn't come down. He never doubted it because he felt that with me there would be no accidents. But I have to recover from my injuries and rest, and it's been raining recently, so you poked a hole in the sky? After he finished speaking, Dave gritted his teeth and said with some regret, I was really wrong, brother. I caught a cold and had a fever, and I was already confused. Who would have thought that it was Jean Xiaobao who came to deliver medicine, and she was wearing pajamas, and got soaked by the rain in the middle of the night. The clothes were so transparent, I couldn't help it, so... Bang! Sudali picked up a shovel and smashed it hard on Dave's head, and then shouted, Chow, you are saying that the victim is also guilty, right? I tell you why, because she trusted you, you were someone close to me, she treated you like a big brother, so when she heard you were sick, she didn't even bother to put on thick clothes and sent you medicine, but you did such a beastly thing. After he finished speaking, Sudali couldn't help it anymore, and he smashed Dave with a shovel again, hitting him dizzy, and then dragged him into the pit. With a plop, Dave was thrown into the pit, and then Sudali took the shovel in his left hand, and pushed the soil on both sides down, burying him alive regardless of his pleas for mercy. Then he pushed a few stones from the side, pressed on top, and walked towards the community with a shovel. When he walked a distance, he saw a figure squatting on the ground in the woods ahead. He hesitated for a moment, but still walked over. Brother-in-law, I'm sorry. I buried the body. You should also bury Xiaobao as soon as possible. After saying this, Sudali walked away from him. Dr. Jean squatted on the ground, gently holding Xiaobao's stiff hand. Tears finally burst out, and began to talk to himself. I'm sorry. I'm really sorry. I thought we could live safely in this doomsday with Sudali. Even if there are wolves around, it won't affect us. But everything changes too fast. Xiao Su was injured and needed to recuperate. I finally came here and hoped to collect more herbs, but now I'm left alone in the community. Xiaobao, you always thought I was talkative. You lived on the second floor and didn't talk to me. I thought you were rebellious again, so I didn't ask much. But now I think you might have been locked up in the dark and damp basement, waiting for me to save you. After squatting there and talking for about 10 minutes, Jean Linfu buried his daughter's body, looked back at the direction of the community, and completely gave up on the group of people. He decided not to associate with them anymore, and walked into the jungle without looking back. Chapter 480. Inside the valley, everyone used leaves to build a habitat, And Chen Yu followed the method of Zhang Yin digging a smokeless stove a long time ago, and dug one out, which was barely a more concealed way to make a fire and cook. After all, the material harvest this time was more than the previous ones combined, and even a small bag of green vegetables was looted. If Chen Yu had not planned to go back to live in the camp later, he would have destroyed the greenhouse, and never left it to the enemy. Originally, when he was in the department store before, Chen Yu thought that the materials would be enough to eat for a long time, but he didn't expect that the large number of zombies gathered inside destroyed everything, and many of them could not be used again, let alone eat. Even if the zombies didn't enter the shops, the air was full of stench, which would accelerate corruption. In the evening, Xiao Jiu, De Zhuang and others came down from the top of the mountain. Seeing this, Chen Yu was boiling water and asked, "How is it? Are the stones stuck?" Xiao Jiu nodded, wiped the sweat from his head and said, "Although 2 people are carrying nearly 100 kilograms of stones, it is really too tiring. If there weren't so much food this time, I would never have been able to do this job. Haha, it's estimated that Su Dali and others will take a few days to return here. We are not in a hurry. We can do it slowly. Come, wash your hands and prepare for dinner." Chen Yu greeted with a smile. Hearing this, Lao Cheng came over in a t-shirt and a coat on his shoulders, and was surprised. "How come you are so rich all of a sudden? You even wash your hands before eating. Is there enough water to drink?" As soon as he finished speaking, Yangzi came towards them with a basin and said with a smile, "Don't worry, we got 2 large buckets of water this time, all from the water tanks of those people. It is definitely boiled drinking water." When Brother Chen rushed in, there was still someone inside guarding the boiling water. "The most important thing is that we have to wash our hands before eating meat patties tonight. There are viruses on the knife, and the woods nearby are not very clean, so we won't use chopsticks on the spot." As for the enemy's bowls and chopsticks, Brother Chen was worried about infectious diseases, so he didn't let everyone bring them out. Our own are still being boiled in boiling water. After saying that, Lin Yi and Xiao Ning walked out of the tent holding a pot of kneaded dough and prepared to start making food near the stove. Just as they were about to put the dough in the pot, Lin Yi suddenly thought of something and turned around and shouted, "By the way, Chen Yu, do we have to add oil first?" Hearing this, Chen Yu raised his head and smiled. "Of course, how can you make pancakes without oil? Your hands are too delicate. Go and take a rest." "I do it." "No." Lin Yi shook her head and refused. "Go get the oil. I also need to learn how to cook. It's not easy to have a chance to learn cooking in this doomsday. I can't waste it. Then you can stir-fry the meat." Seeing this, Chen Yu smiled, stuffed a few pieces of wood into the pit, and then walked towards the parking space. As for the little skinny guy, his treatment has been improved a little. Compared with being locked at the wheel before, he can now tie his hands and move freely. With a sizzling sound, the smell of fried dough spread everywhere, and everyone swallowed unconsciously. Chen Yu squatted in front of the pot, using a spatula to turn the food, licking his lips and said, "If there were green onions, the fragrance would probably be even better." Yangzi carefully controlled the heat. When she heard this, she stared at the pot and said, "Even if it's food at this level, I think it's extremely delicious." A minute later, Chen Yu scooped up a palm-sized cake. Xiao Ning, who was waiting on the side, quickly caught it with a bowl, then swallowed her saliva, turned around and said, "Sister Xiao Lin, how about you try it first?" Hearing this, Lin Yi waved her hand and said, "Let's do it together later, don't worry, I still have to fry the meat." After that, she squatted down to the other pot of the smokeless stove and fried the diced meat. Looking at this scene, De Zhuang sighed and said, "It's really annoying to compare with others. We eat the same thing every day, but the people in the villa area are so particular about nutritional matching that they even come up with a table. I was so angry that I beat up the cook on the spot." Hearing this, Haozi said cheerfully, "He is just a handyman. Why are you beating him?" Lao Cheng scratched his head and replied, "Maybe it was because when Dazhuang rushed into the kitchen, the 2 men were squatting in front of the fire pit to grill meat. They deserved to be beaten for being there in the middle of the night. And they also said that they could join us and help everyone cook in the future. It seems that they were chefs in a 5-star hotel before." Then, Lao Cheng suddenly laughed and said, "Don't say, those 2 are quite interesting, but it's a pity that Dazhuang didn't listen at all. He said seriously that if there was a piece of meat, he would first choose to stew it into broth so that everyone could drink a little, instead of roasting it and eating it. After that, he tied up the 2 men again." After the words fell, De Zhuang turned his head and glanced at the busy Chen Yu, Lin Yi and the others, and said with a smile, "But we don't seem to be stewing soup now. Indeed, if we can eat better food, who wants to eat the same thing every day? But you are right not to bring it. Xiao Jiao nodded and said, after all, more people means more mouths to feed. If you bring useless people, it will only hinder us. Here they were happily cooking and chatting, while Jiang Yuchen, Qin Shi, and the other two had to squat beside a small fire, too embarrassed to go over. After all, they basically didn't help much when the attack was launched in the middle of the night. Although Jiang Yuchen participated in the action, his only role was to inform Xiao Jiao, and he didn't need to speak at all. After all, with Xiao Jiao's skills, ordinary 7 or 8 men can't get close to him. After looting a lot of food, Qin Shi and the other two knew that they were not qualified to ask for it. Now that they can survive with them, it is already very good, so after thinking about it, they dare not go over to eat. Maybe she noticed that they were a little uncomfortable. Lin Yi glanced back inconspicuously, and then said, by the way, Xiao Ning, go get some salt, it's in the car. Xiao Ning, holding the bowl with both hands, nodded and said, okay. After that, she wanted to put the bowl on the ground, and Lin Yi said softly, the ground is dirty, don't put it on the road where zombies have walked. Xiao Ning was slightly stunned, then she looked at Lin Yi's expression, and suddenly realized and walked a few steps to the right. Here, since you are not holding the baby now, help me take the bowl first. Then, without waiting for Qin Shi to refuse, Xiao Ning directly handed over the bowl in her hand. Chapter 481. Feeling the warmth in his hands, and the aroma of the fried diced meat, Qin Shi's eyes actually turned red. While cooking, Lin Yi whispered, I've brought you so far, why are you still so reserved? Don't you really understand the attitude of us? Hearing this, Qin Shi lowered his head and murmured, I can't do anything. Who doesn't start crawling when they are born? Hearing Lin Yi's words, Qin Shi didn't know what to say again. Jiang Yuchen was holding a sleeping baby, and he didn't dare to interrupt. Although he was a man, in this apocalypse, he mostly followed Qin Shi's advice. Because he had been alive until now, it was also thanks to Qin Shi's extraordinary hearing and alertness. It's okay once or twice, but it's not the third time. Lin Yi covered the pot, squatted and turned around and whispered, I don't have time to persuade you often. If you feel embarrassed, then you can do more work in normal times, even if it's to help build a stove or pick up some firewood when you are preparing to cook. In the apocalypse, how can you survive with such a thin skin? After saying this, Lin Yi stood up and walked to the side. Seeing this, Qin Shi hurriedly said, I get it for you. After saying this, Qin Shi walked towards the seasoning area and came over with 2 bottles. Lin Yi looked at the production date of the soy sauce bottle in her hand and muttered, fortunately, this thing has a long shelf life, otherwise it would be boring to stay in this doomsday. Hearing this, Qin Shi said excitedly, I can make soy sauce, I can do this. Ah, is it true? Lin Yi added some to the pot and asked in surprise. Qin Shi, who was standing beside her at this moment, nervously added, when I was a kid in my hometown during the summer vacation in the countryside, my grandma often made soy sauce by herself. I learned it after watching it a few times. Hearing this, Lin Yi smiled and said, well, you just said that you don't know anything, but now you find a place to use your skills. So, people should not often deny themselves. After all, everyone works hard and supports each other, and only then will they live a good life. But it's hard to find soybeans in the apocalypse. Qin Shi said this with some disappointment. Seeing this, Lin Yi looked at the man on the left who was baking pancakes seriously. A hint of smile appeared in his eyes, and he said softly, don't worry, these will be available sooner or later. I never thought that I could live for a year in the apocalypse before. When it got dark, a fire was lit in the 4 corners of the tent made of leaves, and everyone sat cross-legged in front of the table made of suitcases, eating dinner happily. Of course, in order not to affect the meal, everyone tacitly did not take off their shoes. A lot of red wine was found on this trip. Lao Cheng, Hao Zi, Hong Wu and others gathered together to drink and play finger-guessing games, as if they had returned to the pre-apocalyptic era. It seemed that zombies had not appeared, and the doomsday had not come. Everyone was still the same as usual, calling a few friends, finding a roadside stall after work, ordering a few side dishes, and forgetting the troubles in life. Although there were many people, and it was more difficult to set up the tent than before, everyone never complained, because when there were teammates around, no one was afraid that they would be targeted by the bad guys, at least their safety was guaranteed. The girls who didn't drink gathered in another area. Xiaoyin was infected by the sound of finger-guessing games next to her, and started to taste the wine. As a result, she didn't know her limits, and after drinking a small bowl, she lay in Lin Yi's arms, and started talking nonsense. As they got to know each other, Lin Yi began to like this lively girl. After listening to Xiao Jiao's story about her life, she couldn't help but feel sorry for her. She was touched and missed her family's safety more and more. Finally, she and Xiaoning drank together. But fortunately, Xiaoning and Yang Zi didn't touch them much, so the two girls took care of the two drunk ones and stopped them from drinking. A few meters outside the tent, Xiao Jiao sat alone by the fire, gently cutting the iron sheet of the cans, and there were many piles at his feet. At this time, Qin Yu walked over with a small, half bottle of red wine in his hand, sat down and said with a smile, "I will call you Brother Xiao from now on. Is there any objection?" Hearing the voice, Xiao Jiao turned his head and smiled. "I am older than you, of course I can. By the way, you have been much more cautious recently, and the sound of your footsteps has become smaller and smaller." Hearing this, Qin Yu put the bottle on the ground and whispered, "The sound of their finger-guessing game is too loud. It's normal that you can't hear it. I'm worried that it will attract zombies and enemies." Xiao Jiao put down the can, crossed his hands and said, "Although I took people to the mountain to arrange stones during the day, you didn't stop. I saw a lot of traps buried at the foot of the mountain. It should be you and Uncle Hua who did it, right?" Qin Yu smiled and whispered, "It seems that I can't hide it from your eyes. Uncle Hua is really good. I can always learn a lot of new things from him. This time he taught me a lot of useful skills, which will be enough for catching wild rabbits in the future." Hearing this, Xiao Jiao picked up the bottle and continued, "Anyway, we have set up a trap, and those people won't come back so soon, and there are many sharpwood stuck in the ground, so zombies can't get in. It's a waste not to drink this wine. To be honest, it's really boring to live in this doomsday. It's okay without the internet. You get used to it after a while, but if there is no electricity, it will be dark everywhere in the middle of the night, which is creepy to look at." After saying that, he picked up the wine and took a sip, then frowned and said, "Strange, why does it taste wrong?" Hee. Qin Yu reached out to take the bottle, took a sip himself and said, "Because I added some water, it's impossible for all the men to get drunk. If zombies really sneak in, someone has to clean them up." "That's true." Xiao Jiao nodded. Then the two chatted with each other. Most of the time Qin Yu was talking, Xiao Jiao concentrated on cutting the iron sheets to make arrows, and explained from time to time. Time passed quickly. From the outside of the deep mountains, it was pitch dark inside. It was totally unexpected that someone would hide inside to drink and eat meat. When the moon was hanging in the sky, the tent behind him gradually returned to silence. Although the temperature gradually rose, it was still a little cold at night. Qin Yu and Xiao Jiao got up and took some sheets and blankets from the car to cover everyone to prevent them from catching a cold. Then when he came to Lin Yi, he looked at her red cheeks in the light of the fire, and Qin Yu also said softly with some amusement, You obviously can't drink, but you still like to drink." Suddenly, Xiaoning next to him sat up, rubbed her eyes, and said, "Sister Xiaolin missed her family again, so she drank. Brother Chen, don't blame her." Hearing this, Qin Yu stopped his hand slightly, and then covered her with a quilt, and said seriously, "When this matter is over, I will accompany you to find your family." Chapter 482. Nothing happened overnight. The sky gradually brightened. Everyone spent a night in the mountains. After waking up, they began to clean up the mess. As for the remaining wine, Qin Yu asked people to store it, and slowly take it out to drink it when it was stable. Anyway, don't think about touching it in the short term. Next, just like yesterday, continue to arrange stones above the valley, and use vines to fix them. Fearing accidents, Xiao Jiao did not let everyone use zombie clothes to stabilize them, so as to avoid a chain reaction if they break. The girls spent the whole day cleaning up the supplies in the temporary camp. They ate the ones that were about to expire first, and kept the ones that could be stored for a long time first, trying not to mix them together. At this time, Qin Shi was sitting by the fire with her baby in her arms, holding a small bowl in her left hand, and a spoon in her right hand, gently feeding the child. The food was fried flour with a little water added, and it looked quite watery because she was worried that it would not be easy to digest. This was because Qin Shi herself was getting thinner and thinner, and she could basically not feed the child with breast milk. That's why I came up with this idea, but Lenny also suggested that she shouldn't feed too much complementary food at one time, because the child is still too young, and it would probably be fine after more than 4 months. 2 days passed, everything was ready, and they just had to wait for the fish to bite. Qin Yu and Xiao Jiao stood on the top of the mountain, looking at the passage in front of them, and whispered, "Fishing with a straight hook, do you think they will come in? What if they use a rocket launcher to blow it up?" Hearing this, Xiao Jiao smiled and shook his head slightly, saying, "If they really have enough ammunition, you didn't have the chance to throw it out last time, just use that thing to blow up the whole house. So I guess the other side only has a lot of bullets and explosives, but we have to prepare some of this stuff in case of emergency." After saying that, he turned and walked towards the foot of the mountain. Then Chinyu followed, and the two came to a cave somewhere, where a large bag of supplies was piled up, plus a can of white crystal-like things. Chinyu walked over and took a look, and said with some heartache, "So much sugar, my friend said before that this thing can be mixed with some substances to make explosives. I thought it was just talk, but I didn't expect it to come in handy today. The group that attacked you probably made it this way, so I teach you now." Xiaojiu put a pot on the stove and said casually, "We really stole the right house this time. We have all the ingredients ready. Watch out, you must remember my steps." Just as he was about to light the fire, Chinyu shouted, "Why don't you ask Dazhuang and Haozi to come and learn together? Why teach me in private?" Hearing this, Xiaojiu lit a match and threw it into the stove and said, "This method of making is very dangerous. It will explode if you are not careful. There are so many people, and I am worried that others will not learn carefully. And with so many people, if someone mixes up the steps and secretly makes a big explosion, won't that kill innocent people? So, are you going to teach me alone?" Chinyu looked at the bag of fertilizer and asked. "Yes." Xiaojiu nodded, boiled the water in the pot first, and then said, "This method is too dangerous and not suitable for everyone to learn, but if revenge is needed, you can't rely solely on cold weapons, so if there are fewer people, I can teach more carefully." As soon as he finished speaking, he poured the bag of fertilizer into the pot, and then whispered, "Watch out, the next step is very critical." Half a day passed, and the cave was busy. There were already more than a dozen glass bottles piled up at Chinyu's feet, all filled with potassium nitrate extracted from fertilizers. Because the process was too dangerous, he was more determined not to try this method easily in the future. Moreover, Chinyu also felt that it didn't take too many people to learn this. To put it bluntly, if someone with Lao Cheng's carefree personality tried to do this, 80% of them would explode on the spot. When the last half bottle was filled, Xiaojiu clapped his hands and said, "Okay, it's done. Remember, wrap the bottle with black plastic cloth and place it in a cool area, and don't let it get exposed to the sun. Do you understand?" Chinyu nodded, picked up a bottle and looked at it. He looked at the snow-white crystal particles inside and asked curiously, "This thing looks small, but it can explode when adding sugar. It's amazing." Hearing this, Xiaojiu put out the fire with soil and explained, "Potassium nitrate will produce oxygen when heated, and sugar is an organic matter. When it comes into contact with pure oxygen, it will burn violently or even explode. If this thing is ignited with a certain proportion of sugar, the power will definitely be quite terrifying, but that's the difficulty." "Huh? What's wrong?" Hearing this terrible thing, Chinyu quickly put down the bottle and asked with a frown. Seeing this scene, Xiaojiu smiled and said, "Don't worry, they are not put together now, don't worry." Then he added, "How to ignite is a problem. You can't just put them together and throw them into the fire, right?" Hearing this, Chinyu scratched his head and suddenly thought of something. "Didn't you just say that sugar will burn violently when it meets this thing? Isn't it a ready-made igniter? Can't you just ignite it?" After saying this, Xiaojiu picked up a bag and gently put the glass bottles in it, then explained seriously, "It doesn't mean that if you mix these two things together, they will explode. It's not that simple. They need to be in a certain proportion. Too much or too little is not okay. Who knows that you will burn it this time and explode next time?" Xiaojiu walked out of the cave and turned back to shout, "Come out, the smell inside is not good. Remember to put out the fire and bring the pot." Chinyu hummed, and after packing up, he followed out. After he came out, Xiaojiu, who was squatting on the ground, picked up the bag of potassium nitrate and continued, "I didn't tell you this because I didn't want you to try it later. Anyway, we will be a family in the future, and will not be separated again. I just need to learn it, so that you don't have any accidents when practicing by yourself. If something happens to you, what will happen to all these people? So, I also hope that you can understand my good intentions. It's not that I am hiding it, and don't want to teach you." After hearing this, Chinyu nodded seriously and said softly, "Brother Xiao, I understand, and to be honest, for this kind of explosive thing, I still try not to touch it. Anyway, this thing is enough." After the voice fell, he took out the pistol from his waist and waited twice. Seeing this, Xiaojiu smiled, "But I can teach you to make another material." Chapter 483. Hearing this, Chinyu's eyes lit up. "Tell me quickly." "Haha, no hurry, I tell you as we walk." Xiaojiu turned and walked towards the middle of the mountain, and then continued, "What I want to teach you is how to make black gunpowder." After the voice fell, Chinyu was slightly stunned. "How come you can even do this?" It seems that special forces really emphasize all-round development. To be honest, I have long regretted not joining the army. Not all of them, Some of them are what I am interested in learning. Xiao Jiao shook his head slightly. It's a good opportunity to talk to you about the construction principle of bullets now. I won't talk about the complicated parts. I will first talk about two aspects, namely the primer and the gunpowder in the shell. Many years ago, we used black gunpowder, but nowadays it has basically been replaced with smokeless gunpowder. There is no need to explain this in detail. Let's just talk about the former. Okay, I promise to remember it. Chen Yu nodded, not giving up the opportunity to learn. In his opinion, reading thousands of books and traveling thousands of miles are not contradictory in themselves. Some things that are not learned from books are more precious now. Xiao Jiao grabbed a small tree and climbed up the slope, then turned back and pulled Chen Yu up, and continued, "Do you know why the bullet was fired?" Hearing this, Chen Yu took out the pistol, looked at the back of the gun, and answered in confusion, "It seems that there is a pointer that hits it, and then the bullet is fired." Hearing this, Xiao Jiao walked beside him, smiled and explained, "When the pointer hits the base of the shell, the gunpowder in the area below will be ignited, which will then trigger the gunpowder inside the shell. Then, due to the sudden surge in pressure, the bullet is affected and will fly straight forward. That's why the barrels are designed to be straight, right?" Chen Yu understood a little and said immediately, "That's right, because at this time the bullet can only go forward. If the barrel is bent, it will explode directly." "Oh, I understand now." Chen Yu remembered it in his heart and nodded. "If it weren't for the end of the world, I wouldn't be able to get in touch with a lot of this knowledge, not to mention running around the mountains with a pistol now." After he finished speaking, he continued to hide the pistol to avoid losing it. But soon Chen Yu thought of something he had seen before, and now was the right time to ask. So he said, "By the way, Brother Xiao, I saw in the movies before that some killers would use bullets made of ice when performing missions. In this way, after killing the target, the bullet will melt, and others will not be able to find clues afterwards. Is it true or false?" After listening to him, Xiao Jiao stood there, turned back and smiled. "You said it was a movie, so the result should be obvious, right? I think it's fake, but I can't tell the specific reason. I've already told you the answer. Think about it, and you understand." Xiao Jiao laughed and walked under the tent. Then Chen Yu stood there, seriously recalling what Xiao Jiao had said before, and suddenly his eyes lit up, and he suddenly realized it. Then he chased after him, and shouted excitedly, "The bullet is fired because the gunpowder is ignited, so at this time, the temperature inside the barrel should be very high, but ice itself will melt when it encounters high temperature, not to mention the size of a bullet, it will probably melt inside the gun before it flies out of the barrel, right?" "That's right." Another voice sounded. Chen Yu turned his head, and saw that it was Uncle Hua. "Give the things to Haozi, you come with me." After saying this, Uncle Hua turned and walked in another direction. Seeing this, Chen Yu handed the pot to Haozi and looked at Xiao Jiao with some doubts. "By the way, Brother Xiao, didn't you say you would teach me how to make black powder? Why did Uncle Hua ask me to go with him?" Hearing this, Xiao Jiao put the bag of glass bottles under the tent, turned back and smiled. "How can we do it without raw materials? It's useless to have a method." Hearing this, Chen Yu reacted instantly and hurriedly followed Uncle Hua away. Before leaving, Lin Yi came up and hugged him, telling him to be careful. At this time, Jiang Yuchen also heard the word raw materials they said. Although he didn't understand what it was, he quickly thought of what he could do, and couldn't help but look forward to it. Chen Yu followed Uncle Hua, and the two chatted from time to time on the way. After walking for about half an hour, they finally left the mountain. "Why don't you go out from the entrance, and go into the mountain?" Chen Yu looked at the road he had just walked out of behind him, smacked his lips and asked. "Because that's what we are looking for." After the voice fell, Chen Yu followed Uncle Hua's eyes, and looked at an old house by the river. He was stunned, because from the sight, the house had collapsed beyond belief. And unlike the cement red brick house before the end of the world, this one by the river was obviously an old house many years ago, the kind that couldn't be older. Although he was a little confused, Chen Yu did not ask more questions, because he knew that Uncle Hua would definitely take the initiative to explain the reason to him. After all, nowadays, the relationship between everyone is no longer the same as before, and they have become more and more familiar with each other. Sure enough, when getting closer and closer to the collapsed house, Uncle Hua's voice came out. "Black powder is composed of potassium nitrate, charcoal, and sulfur, 3 raw materials. We have collected the last 2, and the rest." Before Uncle Hua finished speaking, Chen Yu widened his eyes and said, "I followed Brother Xiao to make this thing this morning, and we have it all." Hearing this, Uncle Hua turned his head to look at him. His dark face showed no expression. He asked in a deep voice, "Let me ask you, Where does your potassium nitrate come from? Hearing this, although Qinyu was a little confused, he still said truthfully, it is extracted from fertilizers. You must know better than me. After the voice fell, Uncle Wa asked again, what if there is no fertilizer? Ah, what do you mean? Looking at his confused expression, Uncle Wa was originally very unhappy, but thinking that Qinyu was just an ordinary young man, unlike them, who are licking blood on the edge of a knife, it seems normal that he doesn't know much about these aspects. Moreover, Qinyu has grown up very fast now, so Uncle Wa's attitude has softened a lot, and he said seriously, Xiao Xiao teaches you how to extract what you want from the existing materials. And what I want to teach you is to find the same substances from the natural environment and make the same gunpowder. These methods can save your life in many cases, especially in the end of the world. I understand. Qinyu nodded solemnly. I will never let you down. Although I still rely on you for protection now, I will definitely stand in front of you in the future. Uncle Wa stared at Qinyu for a few seconds, then nodded with satisfaction. Xiao Xiao and I both believe in your character, so we have tried our best to cultivate you. After all, if you want to enjoy the shade under the tree in the future, you have to dig a hole and plant a tree now. Chapter 484. After he finished speaking, Uncle Wa took a stick in his hand, pulled away the weeds beside him, and then walked forward. Almost a few minutes later, the two came to the house near the river. Qinyu looked around and whispered, to put it nicely, it's a collapsed house. To put it bluntly, it's a pile of ruins. Then he turned his head to look at Uncle Wa and continued to ask, what are we looking for? Uncle Wa walked around, then looked at a pile of stone slabs in front of him, nodded and said, this is it, come and help. After saying that, Qinyu walked over and joined Uncle Wa, and the two of them lifted the stone slab and opened it. There was nothing underneath, only some dry garbage. Seeing this, Qinyu was slightly stunned, and after coming to his senses, he said, isn't this a cesspool, and it has been abandoned for a long time. What good things can be found here? Then, before Uncle Wa could answer, Qinyu caught a glimpse of a brownish color, like ore, attached to the earthen walls. Just as he was about to speak, Uncle Wa had already jumped into the cesspool, took out a piece of iron from his pocket, and began to scrape it seriously. Seeing this, Qinyu hesitated for a moment, then jumped in as well. The main reason was that it was already dry here, and it didn't look that disgusting. A few minutes later, the two collected a small pile, which looked like the size of 2 palms. Then he climbed out and covered the stone slab again. Uncle Wa clapped his hands and said, this thing is saltpeter, which is usually found around sewage pools, pig pens, and manure pits, but it cannot be used yet and needs to be purified in the next step. Then Uncle Wa squatted down, pinched a small part with his fingernails, tasted it, and quickly spit it out, took out the water bottle, rinsed his mouth, and said, pretty good saltpeter. Seeing this, Qinyu was a little confused, but in order to better distinguish this thing, he also followed Uncle Wa's movements. After rinsing his mouth with water, Qinyu was surprised and said, it turns out to be salty, and a little spicy. Hearing this, Uncle Wa looked at him with some amusement and chuckled, otherwise, what do you think it tastes like? Hearing this, Qinyu scratched his head, I thought it was very smelly, after all, it grows in this place. Uncle Wa packed the pile of saltpeter in a bag, and then walked towards the camp, explaining as he walked, you already know where to find saltpeter, as for charcoal, I don't need to say more, right? Qinyu nodded, of course, but I'm curious about where to find sulfur. I heard before the end of the world that it can be used to repel snakes. Because sulfur smells bad after burning, snakes are very sensitive to it, but generally speaking, it's hard to find. We only found half a bucket. It was when we were on our way to the south. We passed a mountain and Xiaoyin found a hot spring. After all, in most cases, sulfur is more convenient to obtain near volcanoes. Is that so? Qinyu suddenly realized, and then remembered it in his heart. Originally, he thought the process would take some time, but he didn't expect to finish it so quickly. The two of them had already returned to the camp halfway up the mountain to prepare for the next step. When they came back, Xiao Jiao had already ground the sulfur and charcoal into fine powder, and put them on the paper in a certain proportion. The extraction method of saltpeter is different from that of fertilizer, and the process is not that dangerous. Just smash the larger stones, soak them in water, and wait for a while to filter them dry. Because it needs to be dried in the sun in the end, this part is not finished yet. After teaching the steps to Qinyu, he can find a chance to dry it later. By the evening, Xiao Jiao had mixed the 3 raw materials according to the proportions, and wrapped them with small paper strips. This device for igniting fire was completed. Because it was for making explosives, Xiao Jiao made the fuse very long, about 20 centimeters, and to prevent it from exploding too quickly, he also added some plastic strips in the front half. Although it is small, it can give the caster some time to throw it out. In addition, it is made of plastic, so there is no need to worry about it being blown out by the wind. Chinyu learned a lot of new tricks throughout the day. Until everyone rested, he was still alone by the fire, continuing to make the fuse according to the proportion. Nothing happened overnight. When everyone in the valley was ready, a large group of men came outside. Of course, this group of people was Su Dali, who hurried back with his men. There was no need to rest or search for supplies on the road, so they were basically rushing the whole way, almost twice as fast as Chinyu and his team. A team of cars drove onto the bridge. Su Dali signaled his men to pull over, then he opened the door and walked towards the sentry box with a gloomy face. The heavy footsteps stimulated the two men to not dare to breathe, and they only dared to stand by the door with their heads down. After Su Dali approached, he raised his right hand and asked lightly, "Who wrote the words on the bridge?" "He, they." Liuzi pulled his pants and answered nervously. "Who are they?" "More than a dozen men, all young men." "What do they look like?" After a few minutes, Su Dali finally understood that this was the group of people from the community. They had actually gone around in circles with them, and then came to his lair. Turning around and looking at the villa park, the men who stayed at home were all standing there in a neat row, and each of them had a face full of guilt. Then Su Dali walked to the bridge, and seeing this, everyone quickly dispersed. Looking at the big words written on the ground, Su Dali's eyes were almost bleeding with anger. "You will pay for the attack that day with your life." Then he took a deep breath and asked in a deep voice, "Where did the people go?" "Over there." Liuzi pointed in a direction. Then Su Dali walked into the sentry box, took out their hunting rifles, checked the ammunition and barrels, and said with gritted teeth, "People are in front of the door, and you two were captured without firing a shot?" As soon as he finished speaking, Su Dali waved his hand, and two confidants came out of the crowd, holding daggers in their hands, with expressionless faces. Seeing this, Liuzi and another person ran away. Seeing this, Su Dali snorted coldly, picked up the gun with his left hand, and pulled the trigger directly. However, because he switched hands to shoot, the accuracy was a little off, but he also hit Liuzi's calf, and then the other party screamed and fell to the ground. Then Su Dali walked over, picked up a stone from the ground with a dark face, and smashed it on the head of the person on the ground again and again until his body stiffened. Then he stood up, wiped the blood off his face, and whispered, "Who is missing in our team?" Chapter 485. Hearing this, the men present asked each other about it. After checking the number of people, they quickly sorted out the missing people, excluding those who died in the community and were not brought back. Listening to the 5 names, Su Dali said expressionlessly, "Send a few people to control their families, and the rest will come with me. We must get this place back." After the voice fell, a confidant hesitated for a moment and asked softly, "Brothers have been traveling for such a long time, and they are all a little tired. How about resting for a night?" Su Dali turned his head and glanced at him. His confidant immediately lowered his head and said, "I just hope that everyone can get enough rest so that they can better deal with the enemy." "Can you sleep now?" Su Dali snorted coldly. Hearing this, his confidant immediately organized his men. Although everyone was a little reluctant, they were unwilling to wait when they thought that the base camp had been robbed, and began to follow Su Dali into the mountains. When they arrived at the entrance of the valley, Su Dali pondered for a while under the moonlight, and then waved. Then Xiao Jiang came over, and after listening to the instructions, he quietly retreated. "Big Brother has spoken. The terrain ahead is not good, and it is easy to be ambushed. Everyone should rest here for one night. Be careful not to make a fire. Those who violate this will have their legs broken and fed to the zombies." Soon there was a movement in the woods. These people were used to survival. Even if there was no tent, they could find a place to rest. Every 3 people formed a group, then leaned against each other and closed their eyes to rest. Su Dali sat on a stone, squinting his eyes slightly and looking up at the valley. No one knew what he was thinking. On a tree at the top of the valley, Dazhuang quickly moved the telescope away and said in surprise, "What the hell is that guy down there? How can he see me?" Chinyu shook his head, put down the sniper rifle and said, "Of course he can't see you. He probably just looked at the top of the mountain subconsciously, and he doesn't have a telescope. It's strange that he can see you from such a distance." "Okay, Dazhuang, you go down first. The other party shouldn't go into the mountain in the middle of the night. I can just keep an eye on it here." Hearing this, Dazhuang nodded and said, "If there is an accident, don't be stubborn, just shoot and run, and wait for our support to come." Chinyu waved his hand to indicate that he understood. Then De Zhuang slid down, holding the tree trunk, and soon the surrounding forest began to return to silence. A few minutes later, there were some noises from below, and Qinyu looked down and saw that it was a zombie wandering over here. He didn't intend to deal with it at first, but as time passed, there was actually another one. Worried that more and more zombies would gather, Qinyu hesitated for a moment, and took out the plastic bottle containing zombie bone powder from his body, then opened the bottle cap, and then opened the film in the bottle mouth area, and then sprinkled a little below. Since the powder was successfully made from zombie bones, everyone has been carrying a bottle of it in case of emergency. As the survival time gets longer and longer, basically everyone no longer needs to use zombie entrails to smear on their bodies as before. A better way than this is to have zombie skins. Although the last two pieces were lost because of the rush to escape, it is not a big problem. Taking advantage of the few days of rest in the mountains, Lenny also peeled a skin with a knife. But because many zombies in this mountain are in a mummified state, it is really hard to find those whose bodies are not broken. After that, he turned the zombie skin over, cleaned the rotten meat inside, and then dried it with a torch at close range. Then he used needle and thread to sew other clothes, and a perfect zombie skin was made again. Seeing that the people at the foot of the mountain did not make any movement, Qinyu was too lazy to continue staring at them. Anyway, there were traps in the forest, so he was not afraid that they would sneak in. Touching the sniper rifle in his hand, Qinyu also remembered his own rifle. After putting it in the secret passage, it seemed to be taken away by a lay, and there was no trace of the gun afterwards. After putting the gun on his back, Qinyu hugged the tree trunk with both hands and began to gather his strength. On a deserted mountain road, several horses suddenly appeared, and there was a car at the back. There were 4 people in the car. The driver was a man with an eye patch on his right eye and a cigarette in his mouth. His left hand was on the car window, and his right hand was holding the steering wheel. His expression was very serious. The passenger seat was a beautiful woman in her 30s. She looked like she was sick and her face was slightly tired. She held a compass in her left hand and a map in her right hand. After looking at it for a few times, she raised her head and said in a complaining tone, "It's all Brother Chen's fault. Why did you make us run so far? We didn't find anything, and we still have a burden." Hearing this, the man driving the car took out the cigarette from his mouth with his left hand and said, "Don't complain, He Qian. Brother Chen has made it very clear that if we want to develop in the long run, it is not enough to have men alone. At least we need to be more balanced. And we are not here just to find women, we also need to find supplies. But apart from anything else, being able to snatch these 4 horses is enough." Hearing this, the woman named He Qian in the co-pilot seat curled her lips and said casually, "But there is no need to run so far, right? We have traveled 1,000 kilometers back and forth. We stole horses from someone's camp and tied up the people. Isn't that a bit bad? What if they chase us?" After the words fell, a voice came from the back seat. "It should be fine. Didn't Brother Lin Hao leave a mark on you? It seems to be from that camp. Maybe this woman's teammates will take people to look for her. By then, we will have run thousands of miles away, hee. Of course, your brother's head is not for nothing." After saying that, Lin Hao, who was driving, put the cigarette in his mouth again. Strangely, he didn't light it at all. Seeing this, He Qian couldn't help it anymore. She rolled her eyes and said, "Lin Hao, this cigarette is almost patinated, right? But you never smoke it, what's the point?" Hearing this, Lin Hao turned his head and glared at her. Although he only had one eye left, his expression was not fierce. He held the cigarette in his hand, held the steering wheel with both hands and said, "I wash and dry the cigarettes in water every few days. How can they be patinated? It's nonsense. You don't smoke, so why do you keep it?" The man driving the car was silent for a while after hearing this, then he recalled someone's face and whispered, "This is the last pack of cigarettes my sister bought for me. I swore to her that I would quit smoking after I finished it, but as soon as I stepped off the plane to go abroad, zombies started to break out. After 3 months of hard work, I finally returned home, but my family was gone. This cigarette is my last thought." Chapter 486. Inside the valley. Time passed quickly, and the sky gradually brightened. Qinyu slept for a while in the first half of the night, and came down from the tree in the second half of the night. It was really cold up there, and it was unbearable without a fire. I don't know how those people down there could hold on. When he returned to the tent, the others didn't rest either, but just sat by the fire, preparing to smear something on the arrows. Seeing this, Qinyu walked over, took a look at the extremely smelly zombie blood in the bucket, frowned and said, "I have a suggestion. We can replace it with something else that is more likely to kill us." When hearing this, Xiao Kong, who was hitting the iron sheet on the arrow with a dagger, suddenly said hesitantly, "There are about 200 people below, are we really going to kill them all?" After this, everyone stopped what they were doing, and they were a little unsure. Lao Cheng gritted his teeth and said, "Xiao Yu, I don't care what you think, anyway, I think we really don't need to kill so many people. As you said before, most people follow the leader's orders, and most of the time, they are forced to do so." Then De Zhuang also sighed and said, "In the end times, mercy is useless, and it often kills many people around you. But endless killing seems meaningless to me. To be honest, I don't know what to do." After the two of them finished speaking, Qin Yu shook his head slightly and said, "You guys act as if we are sure to win. Although we have the advantage of time and place, we are much worse in terms of numbers. We don't have superpowers. How can each of us fight 10 people alone? Besides, when did I say that we would wipe out all those people?" After saying that, Qin Yu put his arm around Lin Yi's shoulders and whispered, "We are only here for revenge. We must take the heads of those leaders and sue Dolly. As for the others, if they surrender, we only need to ask them whether they have killed other survivors. I don't have the energy to care if they don't have the blood of innocent people on their hands." Lin Yi turned her head to look at him and whispered, "But how can we ask this? Don't they know how to lie?" Hearing this, Qin Yu smiled and explained, "In the face of death, few people can withstand the test, not to mention that I will let them be questioned separately, in groups of 10, and let them look at each other, and then each of them will confess the details of others. In this case, those who have not killed anyone will desperately identify others, and as for those who have killed, they are likely to frame others. When the results come out, whoever is identified the least and most times will correspond to the person we want to screen out. In order to ensure the authenticity of the results, we need to blindfold everyone and gently cut their hands, letting the blood drip slowly into the basin. Those who tell the truth will be bandaged. Anyway, we have a ready-made top surgeon, so why not use it?" Hearing this, Lin Yi rolled her eyes at him in a feigned anger, but did not say much. Then she nodded and said, "In this way, no one knows whether the other party will falsely accuse them first, so in order to prove themselves, they often choose the safest way, which is to tell the truth, right?" "Yeah, almost." Then Qin Yu smiled. "Why are you talking about this now? We haven't even started yet. Let's wait until the dust settles down. Anyway, I'm not a person who kills indiscriminately. We can deal with it slowly when the time comes. Our top priority is to win first." As soon as he finished speaking, Qin Yu took out a few rusty chains from the corner of the tent, threw them on the ground and said with a smile, "Scrape this stuff off and apply it on the arrowhead." Ever since he heard that the mortality rate of tetanus infection in the end times is 100%, Qin Yu began to think of ways to secretly rust the iron tools, and now it finally came in handy. Just when everyone had finally finished their work and rested for more than a minute, there was a loud rumbling sound at the foot of the mountain. Then Qin Yu raised his mouth and sneered, "Get ready, receive guests." Just when the first explosion sounded, there was a louder movement in the valley. Xiao Jiao and Haozi stood on the top of the mountain, holding an axe and slashing the vines fiercely. Dozens of densely packed large stones, like wild horses running away, rolled mercilessly towards the enemies at the foot of the mountain. Although there were many trees to block them, it was completely inadequate, and soon people began to be injured in the jumble. Various gunshots also rang out at this time, crackling like firecrackers, and a large number of zombies around were awakened, rushing towards the forest like a tide. Uncle Wei used plastic bottles and cotton and other tools to make a silencer to cover the muzzle of the sniper, and then occupied a high point and fired cold shots from time to time. Since the opponent had no sniper to counter, Uncle Wei did not need to worry about the enemy's bullets flying from the dark this time, so he began to deliberately aim at the enemy's head to shoot. Qin Yu held a telescope and looked at an enemy in his sight. His head exploded like a watermelon, and those people were scared to flee in all directions. He turned to the northwest hilltop and raised a thumbs up, then picked up the explosives packed in cans on the ground and hung them on his body, and rushed down the mountain with a bow and arrow in hand. When he was around the enemy, he also tried his best to use explosives to drive the group of people into Uncle Wei's shooting range. In the previous operations, Uncle Wei did not shoot in the head because the presence of the enemy sniper was a threat, and secondly, because in actual combat, the enemy would not stand so easily for him to shoot in the head. On the battlefield, it is necessary to quickly calculate the wind speed and the impact of the bullet falling. Shooting in the head is often easy to miss, which is very risky. Only when performing assassination missions, snipers will stabilize the guns and strive to kill with one shot. However, since the bullets of sniper rifles are generally powerful, even if they hit the heart, they can still be fatal, so when shooting at moving targets, it is often best to aim at the chest first. That is why snipers never run and shoot with their guns, which is a pure waste of bullets. Originally, Uncle Wa didn't want to mention these things, but this time when he was chatting privately with Qin Yu, he mentioned that when he attacked Jizi and Longshan's group last time, Uncle Wa seemed to have hardly shot them in the head. After explaining the reason, Qin Yu finally understood that the battlefield was indeed different from what he imagined. When you finally take aim for 2 seconds, the enemy sniper may have already pulled the trigger. After all, in reality, when the body is injured or even shot through, if it is not treated in time, the process will be extremely painful, and you will feel death slowly approaching, but you can't move your body. At this time, the sniper can just change the angle and look for a better opportunity to shoot. Chapter 487. From morning to noon, and from noon to dusk, the gunfire from both sides never stopped. Many trees were even ignited by explosions, which caused a forest fire. In addition to catching the opponent off guard at the beginning, Su Dali quickly led his men to form a counterattack trend and gradually gained a foothold. The difference in numbers can be made up by weapons, but it takes a certain degree of strength. If you rely solely on the stolen hunting rifles, you will not be able to fight at all. The most important thing is that although the enemy has made a lot of bullets, most of them are for rifles and pistols, and special bullets that can only be used for hunting rifles. Uncle Wa's sniper rifle itself has a small amount of ammunition, and it becomes a firewood stick after shooting a few people. Fortunately, Uncle Wa is also proficient in firearms. Even if the sniper scope is dismantled, it can be reinstalled and recalibrated afterwards, so he simply took a rifle and ran to close range to shoot the enemy. After fighting for a whole day, dozens of Su Dali's men were killed, and Qin Yu's side also had people injured. If Xiao Jiao hadn't pulled Xiao Kong's ankle in time and made him fall quickly, I'm afraid one person would have been killed. Although the progress was extremely slow, the result was generally good. Because the zombies came too fast, the two groups had no choice but to stop fighting for a while, and each side cleaned up the zombies around them. At night, Su Dali led his men back to the foot of the mountain. Unlike before, they obviously made a big fire and barbecued meat this time, and they were not afraid of the people on the mountain at all. Under the tent in the valley, Huang Lulin was lying on the ground. Lin Yi used tweezers to remove the fragments from his legs after the explosion. While treating the wound, he turned back and said, "Qin Yu, what should we do now? We didn't win once, and we injured 2 people." Hearing this, Qin Yu came over, looked at Huang Lulin and Zhuan lying down, and his face became a little solemn. After thinking for a while, he said, "There are too many trees, and the other side has far more guns and bows than us. We can't get in at once. Now that Zhuang's arm is injured. Let me think about it carefully." After the voice fell, he walked out of the tent, quietly looking at the area at the foot of the mountain, and kept thinking. Just when he and Xiao Jiao were planning to see if they could sneak over in the middle of the night and secretly set a fire, they suddenly heard gunshots from below. And this sound was obviously not made by a hunting rifle. The next second, Qin Yu looked at Xiao Jiao, who was also a little confused at this time, and didn't know what was going on. He wondered, could it be that the other side has new support? After that, Qin Yu quickly picked up his dagger and bow and arrow, and ran desperately towards the foot of the mountain. As for the pistol, it had run out of bullets long ago, so he was too lazy to bring it. Then Uncle Wa and Haozi followed Xiao Jiao, and the 3 of them followed behind Qin Yu. When the 4 of them approached, they were all stunned by the scene in front of them. All the men under Su Dali, who were originally extremely arrogant, now all knelt on the ground in an orderly manner, holding their heads in their hands. As for Su Dali, he had a knife stuck in his shoulder at this moment, and was beaten back by a young man in gray. With a bang, the young man's legs burst out with power, and a side kick hit Su Dali's chest. The latter instantly retreated uncontrollably. At the same time, a woman in a vest walked out from behind the tree, holding a fire axe, and swung it down suddenly. The result came too suddenly, and Qin Yu couldn't figure it out. How could Su Dali and others, who were so difficult to defeat, be pulled up in an instant like weeds? The next second, the young man in gray turned his head and looked in the direction where Qin Yu and the other 4 were hiding. His frosty face suddenly smiled. Seeing this, Haozi was slightly stunned. He looked at the forest in front of him, then looked at the young man next to him, and said in shock, "Fuck, Qin Yu, you have a backup plan, right? You even hid it from us?" But Qin Yu did not answer, but just looked at the young man quietly, then stood up with a relieved smile and shouted, "If I'm not mistaken, you have been following behind secretly, right?" After saying that, Qin Yu walked out. The other person was none other than the long-missing A Lei, But the woman holding the fire axe was not Feng Yi. Although she was not one of his own, Qin Yu still knew her. She was the survivor who was rescued by chance when Qin Yu and Xiao Jiao attacked the abandoned hotel in Longshan a long time ago. Then he walked up to the woman, who nodded at this moment, then stretched out her hand and smiled. Let's get to know each other again. My name is Wu Yao, we have met before. My name is Qin Yu. Hearing this, Qin Yu also shook hands with the woman in front of him, and was very surprised. Is this still the Sister Yao who was locked up before? Why did she suddenly become so cruel? After saying this, he looked down and glanced at Su Dali, who was lying on the ground with his eyes open. He couldn't understand why he suddenly won. Hearing this, Hu Yao carried the sharpened fire axe on his shoulder and chuckled. If you are not ruthless and steady, how can you gain a foothold in the end times? Is it by kindness and mercy? Okay, now that we're done, I won't say more. We've been out for so many days, it's time to go back. Do you want these people and guns? If not, I take them back and use them as laborers. You've helped a lot, you can take whatever you want. After he finished speaking, Qin Yu frowned slightly and asked, what does laborer mean? It means literally, they work hard, and I keep their lives. Anyway, the world is big and there will always be people to serve. At this moment, things suddenly took a turn. Qin Yu didn't approve of her wanting to enslave others, and was about to dissuade her, but suddenly a hand was placed on his shoulder. Looking back, it was a Lei whom he hadn't seen for a long time. He shook his head slightly, and signaled Qin Yu not to speak. Seeing this, Hu Yao smiled and clapped his hands. Many people began to appear in the forest, tied ropes to the ankles of the people kneeling on the ground, and then escorted them away. Half an hour later, the forest returned to silence again. Except for some corpses left on the ground, it was impossible to tell that there had been a battle here before. Xiao Jiao and the other two also walked out of the forest. Haozi said in a serious tone, seriously, Qin Yu, you must give me an explanation for this matter. We are helping you with our lives, but you are keeping a backhand behind your back. It's meaningless to do this. Brothers are connected with you, and you are playing tricks on us? This is so chilling, so unkind. Before he finished speaking, Xiao Jiao pulled a mouse and shook his head, saying, I think Xiao Yu should not know about this. When he saw the man before, his pupils also looked very shocked, and it didn't seem like he was pretending at all. Then Qin Yu sighed helplessly, turned his head to look at Lei, and said, shouldn't you explain this matter properly? We had been preparing for a big battle with great effort, and even the explosives were arranged. How come a group of mysterious people suddenly appeared and won so easily after the battle? But Qin Yu quickly added, no, I have seen the leader of the group before. Although they separated in a hurry at that time, the group was obviously old, weak, sick and disabled. How did they develop to the current scale in just a few months? Chapter 488. Listening to his series of questions, Lei smiled bitterly. Let's go, I explain it to you slowly when we get up there. After he finished speaking, Qin Yu looked around and asked in confusion, where's Feng Yi? Are you two always inseparable? Why didn't I see her today? Hearing this, Lei pointed his head towards the mountain. She's up there. Because this plan is too complicated to implement, I don't allow her to come back to contact you, so as to avoid being discovered by the enemy. For this reason, she ignored me for several days. Hearing this, Qin Yu nodded. That's good, I thought she was missing too. Don't worry, I'm here. Then Qin Yu introduced them to each other one by one, and then prepared to walk up the mountain. At this moment, a man suddenly came out of the woods again and shouted loudly. Sister Yao asked me to tell you that there are too many people captured, and our car can't fit them all, so we just tied them up on the side of the road and gave them to you. After that, the man turned and left. Then Qin Yu looked at the bodies on the ground in the woods and said in a deep voice, there are probably dozens of people dead here, and there are probably more than 100 left. Why did she bring so many people back? Lei shook his head. It's not as simple as you think. Anyway, let's talk about it later. I suggest you send someone to keep an eye on them, and don't let them escape. Then Haozi and Uncle Wa will have to work hard. Xiao Jiao pondered for a while, and said softly, okay. Haozi immediately agreed and walked down the mountain with Uncle Wa. Just when the remaining three were about to return to the tent area, Qin Yu remembered something, reached out and grabbed Lei's arm, and asked in a deep voice, which road did you take when you brought Hu Yao and his group here? Hearing this, Lei turned around and stared at him, then smiled slightly. Of course they came here by a detour. They don't know the camp of this group of people. You can rest assured while I do my job. After he finished speaking, Qin Yu muttered, I was almost hacked to death. It's strange that I can rest assured. I understand. At this time, Xiao Jiao suddenly snapped his fingers, then looked at the gray-clothed young man next to Qin Yu, and said seriously, "So it was you who secretly guided me to save the Dazhuang brothers." Smart. Lei nodded and admitted directly, "If all of us were in the open, the enemy would definitely not fall into the trap so easily. It is precisely because they beat you so hard that you had no chance to fight back before that you have been able to relax your vigilance again and again." When Xiao Jiao was running wildly in the woods earlier, he saw more than a dozen zombies walking towards a certain direction, and they basically did not deviate from the route. Fearing that the zombies were chasing Qin Yu and the others, Xiao Jiao also quietly followed them. After walking a distance, he heard more noises coming. When he got closer, he saw that it was Dazhuang and the others. Arriving at the tent area, Lin Yi and Feng Yi were holding hands. The two girls sat together and asked each other about their well-being. They looked happy. After all, in this apocalypse, it was God's arrangement for people who had been separated to meet again. When Feng Yi heard Lin Yi say that Li Yao and the others had been separated, she couldn't help but worry. A trace of pain appeared between her eyebrows. Then she turned her head and glared at Lei. This was also the first time the two had a quarrel since they had known each other for so long, because this plan was too dangerous. According to Feng Yi's temper, she was completely unwilling to gamble with her friend's life. But for the sake of the final victory, she did not dare to sneak over without permission. After all, with Feng Yi's skills, if she walked alone in a jungle full of zombies, it would be tantamount to seeking death. When Qin Yu and others came to the tent, they sat together around the fire. Then Lei looked at the sky outside, which had already darkened, and began to tell the story slowly. Qin Yu listened at ease at first, frowned slightly in the middle, and finally breathed a sigh of relief. He completely understood that there was a high possibility of something bad happening on his trip, and also understood Lei's good intentions. It turned out that since he escaped from the secret passage that day, Lei had noticed something was wrong. Because of his vigilance and his nose from many missions, he immediately understood that the group of people only wanted to kill people, not supplies. Moreover, the other party would not be stupid enough to come up and chop with a knife. They would shoot first when they saw someone. Although the hunting rifle has a short range, its power at close range is also extremely terrifying. Even Lei did not dare to be careless, not to mention that he had Feng Yi with him. In the end, he had no choice but to let Feng Yi hide in a tree hole with his luggage, and then he used 2 daggers alone to clear out all the more than 20 people chasing them. But this was like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. The enemy's main force did not join up after all, because they were all chasing people, and so they dispersed. If the enemy gathered, then even if Arya used the dagger to perfection, he would not be able to fight in close combat. Just as Arya led those enemies around in circles in the woods, he happened to see Huang Lulin kneeling on the ground and vomiting, and there was also a strange man warning him to follow. At that time, Arya had not yet reacted to who that person was. He thought it was someone who attacked the community. He was hesitating whether to go forward to save Huang Lulin, but he heard another shout. That was Huang Lulin calling that man brother. Although he didn't know the details, Lei felt that someone who could cut off his hand to save Dr. Lin would not be so spineless as to call him an enemy. In addition, Feng Yi had mentioned before that Qin Yu once joked that he had a very powerful friend, and if they met up, he would not be afraid of Lei. At that time, Lei just laughed after hearing it, and didn't take it to heart. But now seeing that man, it seemed that he was guiding Lei in the dark, and this person should be it. So after thinking quickly, Lei thought of another way, that is, to let this man save Qin Yu and others, and he had to find help as soon as possible. If you want to win back, you need a lot of people, but in this doomsday, it is ridiculously difficult to find so many people to help. However, this did not stump Arya. He took Feng Yi and first captured 2 enemies who attacked the community. He stripped one of them of his clothes, then put them on himself and followed the other person to steal a car. In the end, like Qin Yu and others, Arya also asked for the address of the group's base camp. But the difference is that Arya used the method of forced confession and got more information. After driving for a distance, Arya confirmed that the people behind could not hear the gunshots, so he took out more than 10 hunting rifles he had collected and asked Feng Yi to shoot out of the car window every 500 meters. The main purpose was to use the gunshots to attract the attention of other survivors and let the other party focus on the 2 of them. Chapter 489. The second is to lure away the zombies and prevent them from surrounding the community, so that Qin Yu and others can have a chance to slip out of the enemy's encirclement. This move is a big one. If the enemy attracted is also very strong, then Lei has no confidence in negotiating a cooperation with the other party. Of course, the most important problem is that he is not sure whether the other party is good or bad. So in order not to shoot himself in the foot, Lei thought of a more stable way, that is, after luring out the enemy, secretly kidnap the leader of the other party. Through this method, at least he can protect Feng Yi's safety. After all, as a former professional killer, Lei is best at sneaking into the lairs of various gangs and escaping unscathed. Feng Yi did not agree with this method at first. If Qin Yu's friend did not have time to get there, which indirectly led to the death of him and Lin Yi, it would be useless even if they found the person. The risk was too great. But Lei just assured Feng Yi that this would definitely work, because he had seen the man's skills, and they were not inferior to him at all. You know, Lei arrived 10 minutes earlier than Xiao Jiao, when he knew the direction of De Zhuang and others. After that, the two of them drove farther and farther, and after almost 3 days, they finally attracted a group of more than 10 people. Some of the other party were physically disabled, both men and women, but they did not think of using force to rob, but actually proposed to exchange supplies for weapons. In today's environment, Feng Yi couldn't understand why someone would exchange food for guns. She could understand even if it was exchanged for dozens of books. After all, in the doomsday, knowledge can really save lives, but what else can guns do except kill people? Using it to fight zombies or hunt is equivalent to self-destruction. However, Lei quickly explained to her in a low voice that the other party's purpose was probably to increase their strength, so they urgently needed weapons. Then he raised his hand and got out of the car. When the other party was holding a bow and arrow, he went to the trunk and threw the box of hunting rifles on the ground, just to exchange for a chance to negotiate with their leader, which was a win-win opportunity. When he got here, Qin Yu nodded and said, "Those people are Hui Yao's people, right? But the strange thing is, I never told you about them. How did you make the deal?" After the words fell, Feng Yi next to him spoke. "The other party mentioned you first." Hearing this, Qin Yu turned his head to look at Feng Yi, only to see that her original heroic spirit had disappeared. Her hair had become much dirtier, and she even had dark circles under her eyes, which was caused by her recent long-distance travel. Thinking of this, Qin Yu said in a somewhat solemn voice, "This time, you really worked hard. Originally, we thought that relying on the boulders and explosives on the mountain could weaken the other party's combat power, but the final result was completely different." Then Xiao Jiao also interrupted and said, "Xiao Yu is right, we were indeed careless this time. We are in modern times. The wars I fought before were also modern wars, with drone positioning and missiles going straight to the enemy. At worst, when fighting behind enemy lines, we were equipped with night vision goggles and various automatic rifles, etc., and rarely used stones to attack the enemy." "Yes." Qin Yu sighed helplessly. "In the end, many stones blocked the group behind us, but formed a circular fortress for the enemy, which prevented us from attacking in the first place." After he finished speaking, R whispered, "If it's in an open area, this method will work. There are too many trees in the jungle, and the speed of the stones rolling down will be slowed down, and finally they will block each other." Then he continued, "When we went to the camp of those people, we were actually shocked. We thought we were sheep walking into the mouth of a tiger." "Huh? What do you mean?" Lin Yi asked after a pause. "Because they imprisoned many survivors, built walls and houses for them, and even had people who worked as iron workers." R said softly. "I was a little hesitant about whether to cooperate, but the strange thing is that the group of people had no injuries, as if they were working voluntarily. Although they had ropes tied around their legs and everyone was very tired, no one wanted to escape." Hearing this, Qin Yu thought for a moment and said, "I guess their method is to make people work in exchange for something, and finally exchange it for supplies and food." "Yeah." R nodded. "The group of people basically have no hot weapons. All of them are bows and arrows, spears and the like, but they are coated with poison, so the threat is quite big. When I said that there was a group of people with a large number of weapons and ammunition, and they might even make bullets, the woman agreed on the spot. As a condition for the deal, she will send people to help us fight back, and all the weapons and ammunition collected will belong to her." After he finished speaking, Xiao Jiao suddenly asked, "When you said those people had weapons and ammunition, did you mention that they were a group of evil people who killed people without blinking an eye?" After saying this, Qin Yu's expression became serious. Lei finally found something wrong and frowned. "Now that you said that, it seems that I didn't say that at the time. I only mentioned that the other party had weapons." "That's bad." Qin Yu rubbed his hair in annoyance, feeling very depressed. At this time, Xiao Ning and Yang Zi were still a little confused, not understanding why these men suddenly showed such expressions. Wu Rui even asked directly, "What does this mean?" Hearing this, De Zhuang sat up with his hands on the ground. He greeted Lei, then looked at the bandage on his right arm and said in a deep voice, that group of people don't care what kind of person Su Dali is. They just want weapons. When they heard that there was ammunition, they immediately agreed to help. In other words, if we had weapons, the other party would also find a way to come and grab them. No way. Lin Yi was slightly startled and blurted out, I heard from you that the woman is a friend of Qin Yu, so she shouldn't point the knife at us, right? Hearing this, Qin Yu looked at her with a wry smile, spread his hands and said, if a one-time encounter can be considered a friend, then this is too cheap. After that, he began to slowly tell what happened in the abandoned hotel. When it was said that in the abandoned alley, the long-haired woman rushed out of the dark at the right time and stabbed a man to death with a piece of iron in her hand, everyone felt something was wrong. Qin Yu now slowly said, at this moment, I thought it was a bit abnormal. A woman who had been locked up for an unknown period of time, when she suddenly escaped, dared to kill people directly, and her eyes were still so vicious, and she didn't even have any psychological discomfort afterwards. This is simply too abnormal. Chapter 490. So what should we do next? Lao Cheng took a few pieces of wood from the right, and threw them into the fire, asking. Hearing this, Qin Yu pondered for a while, and then looked at Xiao Jiao, who remained silent at this time, as if watching his choice. It was not that Xiao Jiao was unwilling to take charge, but by chance, it was indeed only Qin Yu who had contact with those survivors, so he was more familiar with them. Then Qin Yu tapped the ground lightly with his fingers, and said seriously, since the other party did not express any malice at the first time, and all the spoils were given to them this time, they will not come to disturb us for at least a long time. The most important thing is that Alay did not reveal our intention to occupy these people's camp. As long as we hide carefully and develop slowly, we will not be afraid even if we really have to fight in the future. After the voice fell, Alay nodded and said, from the beginning when I said I was coming in this direction, the woman asked if she knew a young man, with a scar on his right arm, about 25 years old, who looked quite delicate. Then Feng Yi smiled bitterly and said, when the woman said that, I thought of Qin Yu. After all, the scar on your hand is quite long and I remember it vividly. Yeah, Qin Yu said softly. At that time, a veterinarian in the group bandaged me. I guess she heard it at that time. Lin Yi gently touched Qin Yu's right arm area and said with some heartache, if the force of the person who attacked you was a little stronger, your hand would have been cut off in an instant. Hearing this, Qin Yu patted Lin Yi's little hand and comforted her. Don't worry, I'm not stupid. Since the other party swung a knife, I must retreat in time. I won't be stupid enough to use my arm to block the enemy's sharp blade. Afterwards, everyone had a brief conversation, and they were all surprised by this crisis. Originally, they thought Su Dali was the biggest threat, but they didn't expect that Alay had set a trap in secret, and caught him in the trap, and caught him in an instant. Although according to the current situation, Hui Yao is likely to take another path in the future, a path of exploiting other survivors. But in the end times, everyone suffers differently. After listening to Xiao Jiao's story about Chen Shi, Jiang Yuchen and others, as well as the so-called Salvation sect, he gradually began to figure out a truth. That is, in the apocalypse, the survivors have lived for so long, and their experiences are often very different. If you have not experienced the suffering of others, there is no reason to persuade others to be kind. So Qin Yu and Xiao Jiao discussed it, and everyone unanimously decided that as long as Hui Yao did not point the knife at them in the future, there was no need to interfere with what others did. Just as everyone was packing up and preparing to retreat, Qin Yu suddenly patted his knee, stood up and said, one of Su Dali's people can make bullets, we have always forgotten this. After he finished speaking, he turned around and called Xiao Jiao, and the two of them quickly ran down the mountain, leaving the others to continue packing their luggage. When they arrived at the foot of the mountain and looked at the dozens of men squatting on the flat ground, they all felt something was wrong, because they didn't know what the man looked like. In other words, if Hui Yao took the man away by chance, and if he was deceived by the man's sweet words and gained trust, it would probably cause a conflict again. After all, Hui Yao didn't know the details of these people. Then Qin Yu came to those people, scanned them, and felt that it was a little difficult to distinguish, so he simply grabbed a middle-aged man's hair and carried him out. With a thud, Qin Yu threw the man to the ground and asked coldly, I heard that there is someone in your group who can make bullets. Who is it? Hearing this, the middle-aged man turned his head and spit at him fiercely. He was about to say that he didn't know, but the next second he saw Qin Yu's face and was stunned in an instant. Not only the man was stunned, but even Qin Yu was slightly stunned, frowned and said, Is it you? Hearing this, Xiao Jiao came over and asked, What's the situation? Is this an acquaintance? If so, then there is no need to tie it up. Howzy, come and untie it. Hearing this, the middle-aged man shouted excitedly, Oh my God, it turns out to be you, brother. I just saw you look familiar, but I didn't recognize you. Aren't we family members? It's like a flood that has washed away the Dragon King temple. Jinyu showed a trace of sneer, stretched out his hand to grab Halsey, and said expressionlessly, "Who is your family member? When the apocalypse just broke out, weren't you planning to steal my takeaway? I really didn't expect that you were still alive after a year." The middle-aged man's face turned red after being exposed, and he lowered his head and said embarrassedly, "That happened so long ago, why are you still talking about it, brother? Besides, I haven't succeeded in stealing yet. And it must be said that things have changed. We encountered the zombie apocalypse at the same time, but our final fates were very different." The middle-aged man secretly looked at Jinyu in front of him, and said with some sadness. Seeing his expression, Jinyu curled his lips and said, "Okay, no need to be so desperate. As you said, that happened a year ago, and I didn't actually suffer any losses. I won't embarrass you because of that matter today. Just answer my questions truthfully. Little brother, you tell me." The middle-aged man was surprised and patted his chest. This scene made the group of men squatting next to him envious. They shouted that they could also provide information, and they were arguing loudly in an instant. Seeing this, Halsey turned around, drew out his dagger, and walked over with an expressionless face. Those people immediately returned to silence. Then Jinyu asked who the person who could make bullets was. Since he didn't know the other person's name and appearance, or even his gender, this question was too vague. At first, Jinyu suspected that the middle-aged man deliberately didn't say it. When he was about to threaten him, he didn't expect that others behind him also shouted, "Su Dali never let us touch these things before. We do know that someone can make bullets, but we have never seen it in person." As soon as he finished speaking, a man next to him slapped him hard and yelled, "Are you stupid? Didn't our eldest brother swear brotherhood before? I think it's the fourth brother. After all, he wears a pair of gold-rimmed glasses every day, but he kills people and burns things." Hearing this, Jinyu looked at the people squatting in front of him. Because it was night, and in the woods, although there was a moon, it was still a little dark, so it was inevitable that he couldn't see clearly who was wearing glasses. Chapter 491. Seeing this, he collected some clothes from the corpses on the ground, cut a branch as thick as an arm from the tree next to him, made a simple torch, and walked around with it. No one saw any man wearing glasses. Although the result was obvious, he still didn't give up. He asked everyone to disperse, took the torch close to the faces of those people, and carefully checked them. At the same time, Xiao Jiu frowned and asked while Jinyu was checking, "Haven't you seen that man's face?" Hearing this, the middle-aged man nodded, shook his head and said, "I have seen it, but no one can remember it after a long time. After all, in this environment, who has the energy to remember what a man looks like? And most people don't wash their faces. They run around outside every day, their faces are dirty, and they want to squat after eating a meal. Anyway, I'm too lazy to remember their appearance. He's not a pretty girl, why do you remember him?" Another voice came from the crowd at this time. Afterwards, Jinyu looked around and found an unusual man, because his mouth was stuffed with cloth and his hands and feet were locked with iron chains. And his face was very dark, as if he was smeared with something. Then Jinyu reached out with his left hand and picked a ball of mud off the man's face, sneering, "You're hiding well." After the voice fell, the man was dragged out of the crowd by Jinyu and thrown in front of everyone. At this time, those people immediately pointed out, "It's him, the former fourth brother." Before he finished speaking, someone else shouted, "For Mao, he is now a street rat, a prisoner. No wonder I couldn't recognize him. He was wearing a lot of rags and his face was so black, it would be strange if I could recognize him." "How did you recognize me?" Seeing that he had been discovered, the very weak Lu Wenjing was not interested in pretending anymore. He knew that with his ability, no matter what force he was in, he would definitely survive, so he didn't worry about his life at all. Moreover, in order to prevent him from tampering with the bullets, the other party would never dare to feed him junk food. To put it bluntly, although his personal freedom might be controlled like now, and he would be watched all day long, at least he would be able to survive. Even though Su Dali beat him to death and locked him up before, he was not abused by anyone, and even had meat for every meal. Hearing this, Jinyu squatted down and looked at the man in front of him, curiously asking, "So many people didn't disguise themselves, but you got yourself dirty. What's the difference between this and playing an open card?" After saying that, Jinyu looked at his watch and said, "It's getting late, let's go, everyone, let's find a new place." A few minutes later, everyone set out on the way back. Some girls drove on the main road, while the men took their guns and escorted the tied-up captives on the mountain path. In order to prevent them from having any ideas, Xiao Jiao also asked every two people to tie their left feet to the right feet of the person next to them and walk side by side. Because the journey back to the villa area is still a bit far, it takes more than 2 hours to drive, not to mention walking. Fortunately, Qin Yu had foresight and chose a faraway ambush location. In addition, Rei also kept a trick and took Hui Yao to the mountain, so the other party had no idea that there was such a popular camp. And as Uncle Hua said before, the area here is very good. Although it is inside the mountain, there are basically no trees around, and the site is very good. And further outside, there are 2 large mountains for cover. Unless you climb over them, you can't see the location of the camp inside. As the number of people increased, they walked and stopped along the way. Zombies would appear around them from time to time, and some people would occasionally whistle and try to tease the girl holding a gun next to them. Since they had not yet interrogated these people to find out whether they had the blood of innocent people on their hands, Qin Yu and Xiao Jiao did not allow them to attack them. But as they walked further and further, some people seemed to become fearless, thinking that these people were the saints in the end times, and would give them a way to live. Finally, when passing a very narrow mountain road, a wretched man was blind. Even though his hands were tied, he was still not honest. Taking advantage of the difficulty of walking on this road, he stretched his hands to the side, and took the opportunity to touch Xiuyin's butt. Then the man pretended to apologize, and said that he didn't mean it. But no one believed this. Xiaoyin had already felt his obscene eyes, so she was completely angry. Xiaoyin took a few steps back with a cold face, quickly loaded the pistol, and then aimed at the man's head, and pulled the trigger without any hesitation. Bang! The close-range gunshot scared everyone. The captives squatted on the ground with their heads in their hands, trembling as they looked at the girl holding the gun. The wretched man who had molested Xiaoyin before had his eyes wide open, a bullet hole appeared on his forehead, and he fell to the ground with his eyes open. The people around him did not dare to take the bullet, and they all scattered to the side. The gunshot alarmed Qin Yu and Xiao Jiao in front, and they immediately ran to the back of the team. Seeing them approaching, Xiaoyin pouted and said aggrievedly, "Brother Xiao, Brother Qin, the road around here is too narrow, I can't stay far away, those people kept saying dirty words and molesting me, and finally even touched my butt, I couldn't stand it, so I shot." Hearing this, Xiao Jiao walked over and hugged Xiaoyin, taking the gun from her hand. Seeing this, Qin Yu instantly frowned, pulled out his dagger and whispered, "Which ones?" Hearing this, Xiaoyin quickly pointed out the names, and the aggrieved expression on her face just now disappeared instantly. Seeing the 3 men being named, the others quickly retreated to both sides, and soon a clearing was squeezed out around them. Then Qin Yu stepped forward and cut the ropes on the legs of the 3 people with a knife, and also cut the clothes on their hands, and then stepped back a few steps. Then Qin Yu stretched out his left hand to Xiaoyin and whispered, "Give me your knife." The obedient Xiaoyin quickly handed it to him, and at the same time, she felt that it was not enough, so she pulled out the dagger from Xiao Jiao and handed it over together. "Yes." Qin Yu nodded, mixed his dagger with the 2 knives, and threw them to the area in front of the 3 people, picked them up, 1 for each person. In this situation, not only the 3 people were a little confused, but even the people on Qin Yu's side didn't understand what he was going to do, and some of them didn't understand. But Uncle Hua understood what he was going to do. After all, he had been abroad for a long time. Sure enough, when the 3 men held the daggers in their hands, Qin Yu stretched out his right hand and stood in front of Uncle Hua. Then, in an instant, Qin Yu, who was holding the knife, burst out with strength in his legs and rushed forward with an expressionless face. The 3 people panicked and wanted to throw away the knives and surrender, but it was too late. In less than 10 seconds, there were 3 more bodies on the ground. After dealing with these, Qin Yu squatted on the ground, wiping the blood on the knives with the clothes of those people, and whispered, "For people held lethal weapons, and tried to attack innocent people. After I stopped them, they died in the conflict." The others continued on their way. Chapter 492. After the words fell, Lao Cheng and Hongwu clapped their hands in front, and the rest of the people hurriedly followed, not daring to stay here for a moment. Looking at their somewhat frightened expressions, Qin Yu shook his head slightly, not caring too much. These people are typical of taking advantage of others. They have been captured alive, but they still can't see the reality clearly. Because Qin Yu has always emphasized that even if the enemy is captured, as long as there is no unresolved hatred, it is not allowed to abuse them, let alone take their lives. Enemies can be killed, but some don't. For this reason, the attitude of the people around Qin Yu is not very good, but not bad. This gave the group of people the illusion that they had met good people. But they didn't think about it carefully. How many of those who can survive to this day can be ordinary people, After everyone left, the surroundings gradually became much emptier. Qin Yu destroyed the heads of the 4 corpses, dragged them, and threw them into the mountains next to him, then walked towards Xiaoyan and said softly, "Rules are dead, people are alive. Anyway, it's the end of the world, there's no need to wrong yourself, let's go." After that, the 3 of them continued to follow the team. If nothing unexpected happened, they should be able to return to the villa area before noon. At about 1 p.m., everyone saw the familiar river and the intact wall again, and they became a little excited. Ali and others led the group of prisoners in. Dazhuang took advantage of the small number of people, and came to Qin Yu to ask a question that he didn't understand. "By the way, Xiao Yu, I was actually thinking on the way that Hui Yao had captured some people, but if she was more careful, wouldn't she be able to find out the address here through torture?" Hearing this, Qin Yu looked at the clear river water under his feet and replied with a smile, "We are not really enemies now. I said before that as long as we are given time to develop, we will have the confidence when the time comes to fight." Then Xiao Jiao came over with the unused potassium nitrate and said, "Don't worry, Brother Dazhuang, I noticed before that although the woman didn't let the group of people go, her attitude towards us is not bad. On the contrary, her life was saved by Xiao Yu. It is reasonable that she will not call us in a short time. Even if she knows the address, what's the harm?" Then Qin Yu turned and walked towards the bridge, saying casually, "Besides, from Lei's description, Hui Yao's own camp is also developing very well. After all, she has so many survivors working. It is basically unlikely that she would bring people to attack just by hearing a few messages. At least she has to pretend." After that, several people began to walk towards the villa park. The gate was better and more solid than Qin Yu's previous community. There were 4 large iron bars, even as thick as an adult's arm, and they were tied with the old-fashioned anti-theft windows and wires. There were 2 doors put together. It took 2 men to push them open. Moreover, on the side of the river close to the periphery, with the villa area as the boundary, there are basically a lot of wood inserted, and there are also a lot of broken glass stuck on it. It's just a pity that the gap is a little bit big, and a normal person can get through it by turning sideways. But this is also normal. After all, it was not used to prevent people from coming, but to prevent zombies from polluting the river water. The only way to enter the villa area normally is the stone bridge, but there are also checkpoints and special people standing guard. Entering from the gate, Qin Yu and others saw the people in the villa area before, still squatting honestly. Seeing this, Lao Cheng came over, rubbed his shoulders and said, "These bastards, seeing that the people coming in were not theirs, actually wanted to resist with weapons. Fortunately, their guns were confiscated last time, otherwise they might have been ambushed. The few who jumped happily were also dealt with by Brother Ali, and now they are squatting there obediently." "Yeah." Qin Yu nodded, thought for a moment, and then ordered, "According to the previous plan, each group of 10 people will be questioned separately. Let's quickly find out the details of these people, keep those who are clean, and expel those with blood on their hands." Hearing this, Lao Cheng was slightly startled. "Stay? What for? I don't think it's necessary to have more mouths and more people to eat." Hearing this, Xiao Jiao shook his head slightly and said, "That's right, if we want to develop faster, we must expand our manpower. Although we don't enslave other survivors, we still need labor." After the voice fell, Lao Cheng thought about it, and then replied, "Okay, I understand, then I will arrange it." After he left, Qin Yu whispered to Xiao Jiao again, "Although this mess is done, there are still many things that have not been resolved. I have to go back to the former community. I would like to trouble Brother Xiao to help keep an eye on this." "Go back?" Xiao Jiao didn't quite understand, and said in surprise, "Everything here is ready. The walls of your community have been destroyed, and there are basically no good houses. What are you going back for? The rice seeds and radish seeds are still there. In today's environment, these things are quite precious." Xiao Jiao immediately understood and nodded, "Then go ahead. These 2 things can be planted in a cycle, and are indeed suitable for survival in the doomsday. Leave this to me, and wait for your good news. Well, I need to borrow someone from you, is that okay?" Qin Yu blinked and continued, "Borrow it, I call Uncle Hua over." He wanted to turn around and leave, but was stopped. "Wait, not Uncle Hua, not Hausi, I take Xiaohu out." Xiao Jiao didn't react for a moment after hearing this, and then he remembered that he had told Qin Yu that Xiaohu was not normal recently, and quickly whispered, "Do you want to help him too?" Hearing this, Qin Yu answered seriously, "Before, we were teammates fighting against the enemy together. Now he has gone astray, and I definitely can't just stand by and watch." After the explanation, Qin Yu went to pack his luggage. The main thing is to bring more food and water. The food was not good enough before, but now it is different here. He will not deliberately let himself suffer. The things hidden in the lake have been pulled ashore long ago. Before leaving, Lenny also stuffed 2 glass bottles of milk in Chen Yu's car. Although they were only the size of cans, they were already very precious. When Chen Yu drove away with Xiaohu, the others also got busy. Feng Yi even walked around the cement wall until her feet were sore. At this moment, Feng Yi stood by the wall, her eyes slightly red, looking at the camp that was much larger, but her heart was very sad. She once thought about building her community like this, but she never achieved this goal. Chapter 493. Chen Yu drove the car all the way, while Xiaohu sat in the passenger seat in silence, somewhat puzzled as to why he was brought out. As the days passed, Xiaohu also thought that the young men next to him had grown up very fast, from limping into the city to leading a team to survive, which was a qualitative leap. On the other hand, he himself remained standing still, and even because he was seriously injured at the beginning, he had to choose amputation in order to survive, which made him unable to even shoot arrows later. Although Dajwan gave him a modified crossbow when they parted, every time he shot the arrow with one hand, the speed was much slower. There was even one time when a teammate died in front of him, because the installation was too slow. Even if it only took 2 seconds, Xiaohu was completely in time. In the end, although he killed the zombie, he could only sit there alone holding the cold body of his teammate. He couldn't understand why God had to target him alone. The apocalypse broke out, and his family died tragically in front of him. Although he was saved by Uncle Hua and met a lot of good people, that group of people forced him to learn how to use a gun. At that time, Xiaohu was a teenager, and he was easily obsessed with trivial matters. He was unwilling to think from others' perspectives, and he kept everything to himself without telling anyone. As time went by, it became more and more strange. Although Xiaoyin often teased him, there was still a few years difference between their ages. In addition, it was normal for him to have some feelings for Xiaoyin secretly, but she just treated him as a younger brother. In addition, the person Xiaoyin liked was Xiao Dege, whom Xiaohu really admired. As a result, he liked to hide himself even more. But the current environment is different. Everyone is trying to survive. No one has time to act as a psychological teacher to persuade him. It is difficult to even survive, so who has time to care about these things? It is precisely because of these reasons that Chen Yu took this opportunity to take Xiaohu on a long journey. Uncle Hua also gave him an ultimatum in private: if he doesn't turn back, then just give up on him. After all, keeping a future demon around is extremely irresponsible to anyone around. At that time, Chen Yu also asked Uncle Hua if this was a bit too much, but the latter's answer made it difficult for him to refute. Uncle Hua said in a deep voice, "The couple had no power to fight back that day, and even to reassure us, they chose to tie their hands. But even in this situation, Xiaohu still chose to quietly follow them and brutally kill them." Finally, Uncle Hua even said that if it weren't for the fact that he was one of his own, then after seeing the couple's death, Uncle Hua would have been ready to send Xiaohu to death. After listening to the description, Chen Yu also felt a little uncomfortable, because the cause of death was not a single blow, but a crossbow arrow shot through the tendons of the 2 people, leaving them to be eaten alive by zombies. From the perspective of the doomsday environment, this way of death is the most torturous. The screams at that time were deafening. Uncle Hua also regretted it. After all, he thought Xiaohu sneaked out late at night to hunt for food. When he heard that it was a person, it was too late to rescue. Finally, when Uncle Hua grabbed Xiaohu and came to the corpse that was only left with bones, Xiaohu kept quibbling until Uncle Hua said that he had been following him, and the other party fell silent. All this made Xiao Jiu very upset. Although Xiaoyin knew that Xiaohu had done something wrong, she didn't know the details, so she didn't take it seriously. But even so, Xiao Jiu, Uncle Hua, and Xiaoyin never thought of giving up on this boy and tried to bring him back to the right path. The car drove very smoothly. Chen Yu was too lazy to talk to Xiaohu on the road, just concentrating on driving his own car. After driving for more than 2 hours, Chen Yu glanced at the fuel gauge, took out the wrinkled map from his pocket, and looked at it, and then when he arrived at the next intersection, he drove straight to the left. Seeing this, Xiaohu hesitated and reminded, "You are driving the wrong way, we should go to the right." Hearing this, Chen Yu put the map in his pocket, held the steering wheel with both hands, and said in a deep voice, "What's wrong with the road? It depends on how we drivers choose." Hearing this, Xiaohu also understood that Chen Yu was pointing at him, so he simply turned his head and looked out the window without saying anything. After driving on the bad road for about half an hour, Chen Yu drove slowly to an abandoned town. Then Chen Yu stopped by the roadside and opened the car door, then went to the trunk, took out an iron bucket, and 2 oil extraction tools, and said lightly, "Are you waiting for me to open the door for you?" As soon as he finished speaking, Xiaohu followed him down. The sudden cold wind made him a little unhappy and said, "Can't we drive straight to the destination? Why stop halfway?" Before he finished speaking, Xiaohu saw the oil barrel in his hand and understood immediately. There was no other way. Xiaohu opened the back seat and was about to find a thick coat to put on, but he heard a voice coming, "Don't look for it. Where can I get the clothes? If you want to keep warm, go find it yourself, instead of waiting for ready-made ones." After closing the car door and locking the car, Jinyu walked towards the town entrance with the barrel, completely ignoring the people behind him. At this time, Xiaohu stood by the car and shouted loudly, "I didn't bring my crossbow. What if I encounter danger when searching for supplies?" Jinyu walked straight forward without stopping. He replied coldly, "You only broke one hand. Are you waiting for others to feed you?" Hearing this, Xiaohu had no choice but to follow him quickly. After this contact, he didn't understand why Jinyu was like a different person and suddenly became so indifferent to him. Obviously, everyone was still good friends who talked and laughed before. How could they become so unfamiliar in an instant? But there was no other way. If he wanted to survive in the wild now, he couldn't fight alone. Even though he was a little unhappy, he could only follow Jinyu. As he walked, Xiaohu looked at the town. It didn't look big. It was located at the foot of the viaduct. It seemed that there were only old-style houses lined up on the roadside, and there was no gas station at all. The road on the ground was basically crushed by trucks, and there were potholes everywhere. From time to time, a few zombies would appear on both sides of the road. But Jinyu only killed 2 of them with stones, and the rest went around behind them and kicked them suddenly. Seeing the 2 zombies coming, Xiaohu, who only had one hand left, was completely panicked. He shouted loudly, "Hey, if I die, Brother Xiao will not let you go." But Jinyu was completely deaf and focused on pulling the door handle of the abandoned car on the roadside. Seeing this, Xiaohu gritted his teeth, picked up a brick on the ground with his right hand, and gradually stepped back. Now he understood that this trip was not just to move things back, because when he wanted to bring weapons at the beginning, Xiaoyan said that they were all in the car and prepared in advance, so he could just get in the car. But now it seems that not only him, but also Jinyu did not bring any weapons. Chapter 494. Seeing the 2 zombies approaching, Xiaohu glanced behind him. Although there was still a long area for him to retreat, it was meaningless. And he was sure that Jinyu would never help him. In other words, even if he really died here today, it was his own fault. After clenching his teeth and hesitating for a few seconds, Xiaohu made up his mind not to retreat. He looked at another brick next to his right foot and suddenly had an idea. Seeing the zombie approaching within 3 meters, he seized the opportunity and suddenly threw the brick in his hand at the zombie behind him. With a bang, it hit the head instantly. However, due to the lack of strength, this attack was not enough to kill the zombie, but it did slow it down. At this moment, Xiaohu realized that when he was separated from the crossbow and the dagger, his force value was basically 0, and he couldn't even kill a few zombies. If he met other survivors, they would also be lambs to be captured and slaughtered. Without taking a breath, Xiaohu quickly picked up another brick, stared at the nearest zombie nervously, and rushed up holding his breath. With 1-2 hits, he finally crushed the zombie's head. However, since he attacked the zombie with one hand, it was difficult to control the body. The last hit actually broke through the upper part of the head, and his right hand got stuck inside. There were many pits on the ground. After Xiaohu stepped on the stone, he didn't pay attention and fell straight to the side. In addition, his right hand was stuck in the head of the dead zombie at this time. The impact of his body falling down pulled the corpse a little towards him, and then it pressed directly on him, making him completely unable to move. Seeing another zombie approaching, Xiaohu's hand was pressed by the corpse, and his elbow was blocked by the ground, so he couldn't pull it out at all. The corpse couldn't be pushed away at this time, and he was so anxious that sweat ran down his forehead. The zombie on the left also knelt down when it was only 1 meter away from him, moved forward a little, and then grabbed his calf and opened his mouth to bite it. Xiaohu just took a last look at the indifferent Jinyu, closed his eyes, and waited for death quietly. At this moment, he only hated himself for being so useless. Jinyu had also killed 2 zombies with one hand before, so why was he so embarrassed when it was his turn? When Jinyu went up, he had no emotion at all. He took the stone and hit the 2 zombies, and they fell to the ground. On the other hand, he had killed them with 2 hits, but he insisted on hitting them again. It was this last hit that got his hand stuck in the zombie's head, which indirectly led to his death. Just as Xiuhu closed his eyes and waited for death, a strange thing happened. He did not feel any pain in his legs. Instead, it seemed as if something was pressing on them. Then Xiuhu, who was lying on the ground, opened his eyes and turned his head to look at his left calf, only to find that the zombie was motionless and lying there without any movement. Then footsteps were heard, and Chinyu squatted down expressionlessly, lifted the corpse that was pressing on him with one hand, and threw it aside casually, as if it was effortless. Do you know how useless you are now? Without weapons, what are you? Do you think that couple is afraid of you? If Uncle Hua and Brother Xiao hadn't been by your side, with your small body, I would have considered you a good dodge if you could survive for 3 days. After saying these words, Chinyu stood up, picked up the stone that had just killed the zombie, wiped it on the clothes of the corpse, and then left with it. He didn't bring any weapons this time, so he just used this thing to kill the zombies. Fortunately, he often practiced throwing knives before, and his accuracy has improved a lot. Xiaohu sat up blankly, looking at the 2 corpses in front of him. He felt guilty for the first time. Thinking carefully about what Chinyu said, he finally understood the good intentions of Xiao Jiao and Uncle Hua. Since he was rescued, he really has not encountered any crisis. Even when there are corpses coming, it is always Haozi and Uncle Hua who rush forward the fastest. Even Xiao Yin, who looks weaker, has basically never retreated. No matter what kind of bad guys he encounters, Xiao Jiao is the only one who stands in front of him. Now think about it carefully. Even if Xiuhu was healthy before, when his teammates rushed forward, he would choose to look out from the side and watch other directions for everyone. But now Xiuhu understands that he could have rushed forward and worked together with everyone to deal with the zombies, but he chose to hide behind again and again because of fear. Then gradually began to think that they should protect him, because he was very pitiful and his family all died tragically. Time has passed too long, and he has forgotten that in this world, except for his parents, anyone's kindness to him is not taken for granted. Although he had been in a life and death situation, Xiuhu finally realized how much of a jerk he had been, and he also remembered one thing. That was when they were around the abandoned hotel before. If Dazhuang hadn't secretly shot an arrow to save him, the enemy's hammer would have hit his shoulder directly. Judging from the force at that moment, he would have died on the spot. Seeing Chinyu walking further and further away, Xiuhu wiped the blood off his hands, then picked up a brick and quickly followed him. The place where the 2 of them were seemed to be just the entrance of a town, because there were always buildings on the roadside, but strangely, there were no shops, and it looked like a residence. After walking more than 200 meters, Chinyu began to walk to the left bridge. About 30 meters away, there was a big river below, which was now dry, and occasionally a few rotten zombies could be seen crawling below. It was afternoon at this time, and Chinyu looked at his watch. There was still more than an hour before dark, so he wanted to go inside to see if he could find any useful supplies. Because the road here is too bad, and there are some abandoned cars rotting in the middle of the road, the car can't drive in. Of course, the most important thing is that there should have been chaos here before, and there are many broken glass shards on the road. If you accidentally puncture the tire, in the current environment, you will basically wait for death on the spot. And there are other reasons for coming out this time. Chinyu also wants to try to start those cars and learn to use the friction of the line to ignite, so he has his eyes on those older models. When he was about to finish walking on the stone bridge, Chinyu looked at the large container on the riverbed below and was a little moved. Although he didn't know what was inside, it seemed that it had never been opened. After hesitating for a moment, he walked down the stone steps next to him and tried to check it out. If he found supplies inside, he would make a profit. Chapter 495. While walking, he also looked at the mud beside him, and did not find any human footprints. Chinyu just came to the riverbed, and Xiaohu followed him down. He looked at Chinyu's back, hesitated and said, "I'm sorry." Hearing this, Chinyu still ignored him, put the oil barrel aside and squatted on the ground carefully checking the surroundings to see if anyone would use wooden boards or something to pad on it and walk over. It's not that he has to be so cautious, but Chinyu is very worried about a situation, that is, if the container was open before, and someone led zombies into it, it would be over. Because a few months ago, when preparing to attack the group of people in Longshan, Chinyu had thought of this method, but the reason why it was not implemented in the end was because the truck could not drive to the nearby area to load the zombies. Seeing that Chinyu ignored him, Xiuhu was a little disappointed. He wanted to go over and check it first, and stepped on the riverbed without thinking. The next second, his face changed drastically as soon as he stepped on it, and the whole person couldn't help falling in. Fortunately, Chinyu was quick-eyed and quick-handed. He quickly reached out and grabbed his collar and quickly pulled him out. Then Chinyu shouted anxiously, "Your brain and butt are reversed, right? This is mud, can't you see? It's very deep. People who step on it will be sucked in. If you fall in, you can only wait for death." After shouting, Chinyu picked up his clothes with one hand, threw him to the ground with some disgust, and snorted, "For someone like you who has no sense at all, I really don't know what's the point of Brother Xiao and the others bringing you with you. You are not as capable as my friend's teenage daughter." After the voice fell, Chinyu continued to walk forward to see if there was any place to go. Just as he turned around, he heard sobbing from behind. Hearing this, Chinyu stopped and said in a deep voice, "As a man, you shed blood and sweat but not tears. You are so angry when I say a few words to you. Hurry back to the car, and don't delay my work here." After that, Chinyu took out the car keys and threw them in front of Xiuhu. Then, Xiuhu lowered his head and murmured, "It's not because of you, but I miss my sister. She used to scold me like this. Every time the food was burnt, she would say this to me. She's been dead for a long time, but I don't know why. I really want to hear her scold me again." Hearing this, Chinyu turned around and looked at him for a few times, and said expressionlessly, "Who hasn't lost family members or friends in this doomsday? I haven't seen my parents since I can remember, but they are still alive today? You can't just point your knife at another group of innocent people just because your family was killed by other evil people, right? If so, what's the difference between you and the murderer who killed your family? Aren't they all demons? How can they rest in peace in the afterlife?" After several questions, Xiaohu couldn't answer them at all. He just kept talking to himself, saying that he knew he was wrong. Seeing this, Chinyu didn't bother to care about him, and continued to walk to other places. Then Xiaohu looked at the mud on his feet, wiped it with the weeds next to him, then picked up the car keys and followed him. Hearing the footsteps behind him, Chinyu was relieved. As long as he didn't really hide in the car, it meant that he was still worth pulling back. After all, it is the end of the world now. The two of them knew very well that they did not bring weapons. If Chinyu was left alone to search for supplies, although it might not necessarily lead to an accident, it would be easy to encounter danger. If Xiaohu really left him alone outside, and returned to the car alone, then Chinyu would definitely take the oil extraction tools and iron buckets, and quietly leave from other directions. In this wilderness, there is not much oil in the car. Without weapons and lighters, relying on the food in the car, you can only survive for 3 days at most. But fortunately, Xiaohu made the right choice, and did not abandon Chinyu, even if he was scolded. This is exactly why he changed his attitude before. When Xiaohu approached, Chinyu looked at the riverbed and explained softly, "From the traces on the bridge above, there should be a car accident here." The river was estimated to be very deep at the beginning. The driver was probably driving to transport goods, but encountered a zombie outbreak. He drove the car into the river to avoid others. Hearing this, Xiaohu understood that the other party no longer regarded him as a drag, and at least was willing to share information. Then he asked curiously, "How do you know it happened during the apocalypse, not before or after?" Hearing this, Chinyu turned his head to look at him, then pointed to his head and said, "You have to learn to analyze everything with your head, and see with your eyes." Then Chinyu pointed to the gap on the side of the bridge and said, "If you fall into the river from this height, you will definitely be discovered. In addition, there are many people living here. If it was before the apocalypse, someone would definitely find a way to rescue you. Because we are all well-educated people, before the doomsday, most people would never stand by and watch someone die. But if you look closely, there are no signs of ropes in the driving area of the vehicles except for the abandoned cars that are blocked. In addition, there is so much rust on this container, which is enough to prove that people at that time were trying to escape." "I understand." Xiaohu nodded and said. After Chinyu looked around, he picked up a stone and threw it at the container. There was a bang, but no sound came from inside. After knocking several times and confirming that there was no sound, Chinyu continued, "There should be no zombies inside. Let's go first. We will check again when we are about to leave. By the way, we will go to the abandoned town to remove a few doors." "Use the door pad on the mud to get through?" Xiaohu asked. "Yes." After that, Chinyu continued to walk towards the stone steps with the iron bucket, ready to enter the town. Since Xiaohu did not leave, Chinyu no longer turned his face to him, and basically answered every question. After passing the bridge, the road here is much better, basically all cement roads, although some cracks, but at least there are no potholes. After walking along this road for about 10 minutes, the two came to the entrance of the town. There are also mahjong halls and noodle shops around. Of course, it has been abandoned for a long time, and occasionally there are zombies standing in the transparent glass door, growling at the outside. Then Chinyu took Xiaohu to the noodle shop and said, "We don't have weapons, so the first priority is to find this thing first. At least we need to have self-defense, and of course, we need to find fire." Okay. Xiaohu is now completely like a good child, listening to Chinyu and everything, and no longer silent. When he came to the door, he was about to enter, but Chinyu stretched out his hand in front of him, and then took the iron bucket and gently knocked on the glass to make noise. Chapter 496. What are you doing? Aren't zombies right in front of you? Looking at Chinyu's actions, Xiaohu didn't understand and asked. Before he could answer, there was another noise from inside, and then the door curtain was lifted, and two zombies covered in dirty walls appeared and slowly walked out. Then Chinyu held the stone he had just picked up and said calmly, "Don't trust what you see too much. After all, zombies are more sensitive to sound." Then he opened the glass door, kicked the nearest zombie, and quickly killed it with the stone. Without waiting for Chinyu to say anything, Xiaohu followed him, smashing the zombie's head with a brick, and also kicked the zombie behind him back a little. But because the floor was covered with tiles, and there was a lot of blood, Xiaohu didn't notice it, and his feet slipped, and he fell backwards. Chinyu quickly supported him and whispered, "Be careful, if you hit your head, I will have to waste time searching other houses." Xiaohu stabilized his body, looked at the cement floor behind him with a slightly pale face, and asked with some fear, "Thank you, but what do you mean by that?" Hearing this, Chinyu killed the last zombie, clapped his hands and said, "I find you a coffin and bury you right here." Xiaohu was stunned, and then used the garbage on the ground to wipe the dirty blood. After dealing with the zombies, Chinyu did not go directly into the kitchen to search, but looked around, found a plastic bag and put it on his hands, then squatted down and reached out to touch the corpses. More than a minute later, Chinyu held a wallet in his hand, and as soon as he opened it, a photo fell out. It seems to have been taken just before death. This thought flashed through Chinyu's mind, and then he looked at the half-rotten clothes of the corpse and recognized that the two were the people in the photo. A man and a woman, smiling warmly, each holding a bowl of noodles in their hands, wearing couple t-shirts. The only difference is that they don't have those two aprons. Xiaohu also walked over to take a look, and said with a bit of disappointment, "This seems to be a young couple who are just about to open a business. It's a pity that the appearance of zombies broke this piece." Chinyu didn't say anything, just stuffed the photo into the pocket of the corpse's clothes, then checked his wallet, and took out a key and a bank card. Then he used the key to open the drawer in the corner, which contained a pile of change, but Chinyu didn't take them out and quickly closed it again. "What are you looking for? Do you want me to help you?" Xiaohu stood aside, a little at a loss. "It's okay, just watch outside, and call me when the zombies come." Chinyu shook his head and said casually, "This is how it works when you go out to search for supplies. When you find a key, you want to find the lock to see if you can find something useful inside. After all, in this environment, even a box of toothpicks will do." Then he walked into the kitchen. The light was a little dim. There was a big pot on the stove. The soup inside had turned black, and the stench was overwhelming. Chinyu covered his nose with his arm, while searching the area inside. He quickly took out two knives, one for cutting vegetables, and the other for chopping bones. Both were a little rusty. Handing the kitchen knife to Xiaohu, Chinyu walked out of the noodle shop with the bone-chopping knife, put the stone on the ground again, and took it down from the water dispenser in the store, and went outside with the bucket. Watching him sprinkle some water and start sharpening the knife, Xiaohu followed suit, but because he only had one hand, it was not very convenient, and the speed was much slower. Finally, he simply used his left elbow to hold the back of the knife, and quickly removed the rust. A few minutes later, Chinyu's knife had been sharpened, and he took Xiaohu's knife and helped clean it. Watching his movements, Xiaohu understood that Chinyu was now trying to teach him how to survive step by step from scratch. After finishing all this, the rust on the ground could not be wasted. Using the bank card, Chinyu bottled the rusty water. Then the two continued to walk into the town. Soon it was dark. After searching several houses, no food was found. Even if there was any, it would have rotted long ago. This was also expected. After all, so much time had passed. There was no way to replenish the food with a new date, so it would definitely expire and rot. When night fell, it would be more dangerous if they were still walking outside, so Chinyu did not show off, but took Xiaohu to a community. The main reason for coming here is that there is an open-air parking lot with many cars parked there. If they stay here overnight, they can collect gasoline the next day. There is a supermarket downstairs in the community. It is dark inside, and the ground is in a mess. It can be seen that it has been looted many times. But even so, Chinyu still took Xiaohu in, because it was dark, and they had not found the lighter yet. It's not like I haven't come across a tobacco shop before, but places like this have long been on people's minds. After a year of searching, there's not even a shadow of them. However, Chinyu never said anything discouraging, but walked into those houses again and again. Even if he walked out empty-handed, his mood was not depressed at all. Standing a little inside the supermarket door, he still used the old method to make noises to attract zombies to come out. However, because they knocked too frequently, the zombies in other directions gradually noticed them and slowly approached them. Seeing this, Chinyu thought for a moment, then said, "Don't go in yet, the zombies are about to come over, we have to lead them away first." Hearing this, Xiaohu turned his head and looked around. There were about 20 to 30 zombies. Seeing this, he asked nervously, "Hurry up and tell me a solution. I always feel that they are getting faster and faster." As soon as he finished speaking, Chinyu left the supermarket, then looked at the alley on the opposite street, and signaled with his eyes, "Go to the opposite side." Soon the zombies gathered from all directions, and chased them directly. Fortunately, they couldn't run, so they could only follow behind, but the disadvantage was that they wouldn't stop. The alley was very narrow, only about 3 meters wide, and could not accommodate many zombies. There was a wall in front, which was obviously a dead end. As he ran deeper and deeper, Xiaohu became more nervous. He kept looking back, and didn't even notice the pile of debris in front of him. He fell to the ground with a plop. Chinyu quickly pulled him up, and said coldly, "Fear is useless. It will only make you face death little by little." When he came to the wall, Chinyu looked at it. It was about 2 meters high, which was not difficult. Then he put the iron bucket on the ground, his knees against the wall, crossed his hands and looked up, and shouted seriously, "Hurry up, you go first, I can climb over this height by myself." Chapter 497. Seeing this, Xiaohu also realized that it was not the time to shirk responsibility. He took a last look at the zombies behind him, and stepped directly on Chinyu's hand. The two of them now had a kitchen knife and a bone-chopping knife, and there was no way they could deal with so many zombies. Then Chinyu raised both his hands upwards, and Xiaohu quickly grabbed the edge of the wall with his right hand, and then subconsciously tried to grab it with his other hand, but suddenly remembered that he was just a useless person now, and could not do such a move at all. But he did not lose heart, and exerted force with his right hand upwards, then used his arm to get stuck, and then quickly turned over. Chinyu quickly threw the bucket to him, and stepped back a few steps. He was only half a meter away from the zombie's outstretched hand, but he could not grab his collar at all. He quickly ran over there. When he was close to the wall, Chinyu kicked the wall with his right foot, jumped up, grabbed the edge of the wall with one hand, kicked his left foot to the side, and turned over in one go. Seeing his smooth movements, Xiaohu also gave a thumbs up sincerely. Because the other party did not use both hands at all, and also used one hand all the time, Xiaohu understood that Chinyu wanted to tell him that even if he only had one hand left, he still had many chances to survive in the apocalypse, provided that he did not give up. "Stop talking nonsense and hurry up." Chinyu picked up the iron bucket and shouted in a low voice, while quickly running to other streets. Being chased by zombies again, Chinyu basically seemed to be at ease and not panicking at all. At this moment, he once again thought of the underground parking lot before. In the past, he was at a loss when he was caught by 3 zombies, and he didn't have the confidence to go up and kill them even with a dagger. Unlike now, he was chased by the zombies, and didn't even blink. 2 minutes later, the two had taken a detour to the supermarket, and the zombies were still blocking the alley, blocking each other and unable to get out. After all, they are creatures without intelligence, and are completely unaware of these things. Entering the supermarket, because of the loud noise before, the zombies inside were also lured out, so there was no need to bother to check again. Quickly searched through the shelves, but found nothing. Although a lighter was found in the lounge, there was no food. Just as they were about to leave, Chinyu suddenly kicked an iron box under his feet. Seeing this, he bent down to pick it up, took a look at it in the moonlight, and suddenly a bitter look appeared on his face. "What's wrong? Have you found something to eat?" Xiaohu came over with empty hands and asked curiously. Hearing this, Chinyu threw the canned food over. Xiaohu took it and looked at it. He was stunned for a moment, and then read it out. "Canned food for dogs." Then a voice came. "Take it with you. Although we brought food with us, it will be eaten up eventually, so we can't waste it when we have the chance to replenish it." "Okay." Xiaohu nodded helplessly, put the canned food in his pocket, and was about to leave. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. He squatted down and turned over a pile of garbage, then picked it up and took a look, and then said disappointedly, "Oh, why is it dog food again?" Hearing this, Chinyu smiled and said, "It's probably because of this thing that it was left behind. But don't tell me, if someone finds it now, they will be taken away. Okay, let's go and find a place to spend the night." When they entered the community gate, two figures suddenly appeared under the fifth-floor window of the building in front of them. They were ragged, with thin and yellow faces, and two large bags at their feet. The two men looked at each other, and the man on the left whispered, "After walking for so long, I met a living person again as soon as I came here. It seems that God really helps me." Hearing this, the figure on the right hesitated, and then a rather pleasant voice sounded. "It looks like two men. Why don't we not provoke them? We have encountered many twists and turns along the way, and we have obtained so much food. It should be enough to survive for a while." As soon as the voice fell, the woman looked at the two bags on the side, and then swallowed her saliva. Just when she was about to reach out to open the zipper, the man in front of her suddenly reached out his hand, grabbed her throat and said coldly, "You stinky woman, have you forgotten how you survived to this day? You don't even listen to me?" Then the man used force with his fingers, and the woman tried desperately to pull the big hands apart, but due to the difference in strength, she was no match at all, and her face gradually turned red, and her eyes became more and more blurred. Just when the woman was about to collapse, the man snorted coldly and let her go, saying in a deep voice, "The food will eventually run out, and there are still a lot of supplies outside. As long as there are fewer and fewer living people, we will be able to find more and more food. Don't you understand this principle?" While listening to him, the woman rubbed her throat while lying on the ground, whispering, "I understand." Then the man watched the two people downstairs walk into the building next door, looked at the watch on his wrist, and looked at the woman lying on the ground. With the brightness of the moonlight, he began to feel a little restless again. He quickly took out the bed sheet from his bag and threw it in front of the woman, and then the man began to untie his belt. Seeing this, the woman on the ground had a trembling flash in her eyes, and reluctantly took the bed sheet and spread it, then took off her clothes and lay on it with a numb face. Although the temperature had risen a little, it was still a little low. In order to prevent a cold, the woman had to hold her shoulders with both hands and let the other person toss. Time passed by, and Chinyu and the other man did not find any traces of other people. After entering the building, in order to leave a way out for easy retreat, they only chose the room on the second floor. Just when Xiaohu was curious about how he opened the door, he saw Chinyu took out the bank card he had used before, fiddled with the door for a while, and the door opened. As soon as he stepped in, dust instantly hit him. Although there were furniture, it looked like no one had lived there for a long time. Even the air smelled of decay. Then Chinyu came to the bedroom and quickly pulled off the bed sheet. Then he went back to the living room and turned it over and spread it on the floor. Xiaohu had already drawn the curtains and was ready to find something to start a fire. Although it was dirty everywhere, Chinyu was already used to it. He used a spatula and cut sheets to make a simple torch and began to look for ignition. Originally, he wanted to look for a study room, but after a few minutes, Chinyu only moved out a few wooden chairs. Later, I thought it was normal. After all, it was just a small town. According to the thinking of the older generation, even if there were extra rooms, they would choose to decorate them as bedrooms to facilitate the accommodation of relatives during the holidays. Although he found food, Chinyu did not choose to eat dog food. Instead, he took out a wrapped plastic bag from his inner pocket. Inside was a dozen pieces of fresh meat slices, which were found in the villa area before. When he took the oil barrel, he took a bag and put it on his body. He removed the electric fan, then placed the outer cover on the side of the chair, and burned a fire underneath, ready to roast it. Just as the two were busy with dinner, there was a sudden knock on the door behind them. Chapter 498. When Xiaohu heard the noise, he was startled instantly. At the same time, he quickly grasped the kitchen knife and looked towards the door with a nervous face. Chinyu raised a finger with his left hand and gently placed it on his mouth, signaling him not to move. Just when the two of them couldn't figure out the situation, the knocking stopped. The surroundings returned to silence again, and Xiaohu could even feel his heart pounding. Not only him, but even Chinyu felt something was wrong. When he entered this town, he specially observed many places, and there were no footprints of survivors at all. You have to know that it rained a few days ago, and it has been cloudy since then. The sun has hardly come out, so the various traces can't disappear so quickly. Whether it is the streets of the town or the front of the shops, no one has come in for at least 3 months. Chinyu is very sure of this. But now they heard a knock on the door, which is simply too abnormal. Feeling something is wrong, Chinyu asked Xiaohu to stare at the barbecue on the cover, then put a knife on the fire to roast it red, then carefully cut off 2 sheets and tied them to the shoes. This method allows him to avoid making footsteps without taking off his shoes. Just as he tied up his right shoe, Chinyu suddenly smelled a smell. It was the smell of barbecue. Then Chinyu smiled bitterly, and a thought flashed through his mind. I almost forgot that this thing will spread out. Sure enough, when he untied his shoes and put them on the bed sheet again, a voice came from the door, sounding like a woman. Hello? Hello? Although he heard someone talking, Chinyu still did not answer her and remained silent. A few seconds later, the person outside the door spoke again. I am the neighbor who lives upstairs. I saw you look kind just now, so you should be good people. Can I exchange something with you? The woman stood at the door, hugged her shoulders, and asked in a low voice. But there was still no response from inside, but she could clearly smell the aroma of meat, and she could hear the intermittent sound of burning wood when she put her ear against the door. All this proved that there was indeed someone inside. She looked at the light in the corridor. The woman standing alone outside was a little scared, but she didn't dare to go back to the next building. If she went back without getting any information, she would only be greeted by fists. My wood is burned out. Can you let me in first? The person outside still didn't give up, and asked in a pleading voice. Hearing this, Xiaohu was a little unsure. He walked to Chinyu and whispered, It sounds like a poor woman. There are two of us, so there shouldn't be any threat. How about letting her in? Hearing this, Chinyu just glanced at him coldly and said softly, With your vigilance, if Brother Xiao hadn't brought you, the body would probably be full of maggots by now. You stay here and don't burn the meat. Don't open the door without my order. After saying this, Chinyu stuffed the 2 pieces of cloth back into his pocket and walked towards the bathroom. Then he gently pushed open the small window, wrapped the bone-chopping knife with cloth and put it in his waist, and then carefully climbed out of the window. Then Chinyu grabbed the drainpipe by the wall and slid down lightly. Someone knocked on the door just after he started the fire, so Chinyu judged that he must have been seen when he entered the community, and in case the other party had teammates, he did not jump out of the front window, but chose to leave through the bathroom window in the shadow. As soon as he landed, Chinyu quickly tied the cloth to his shoes, and at the same time, holding the knife in his left hand, he slowly walked towards the stairs. Because the building blocked the moon, the light on the first floor was not good, and the man hiding in another building did not notice Chinyu's figure at all. The woman sat on the stairs, rubbing her shoulders gently with both hands, sniffing her nose from time to time, and began to feel a little trembling. Thinking of what she had done recently, the faces of those dying people appeared in her mind, and each one deeply hurt her heart. With her right hand, she touched her dry, cracked lips and hair that looked like dead grass, and her thoughts gradually drifted further and further away. The woman's name was Han Liyuan. She was 41 years old this year. Before the end of the world, she was a strong woman who devoted herself to her career. She ran more than a dozen 4-star chain hotels and had a very good family background. Although she was over 40, she was well maintained and looked like she was 30 years old. Before the end of the world, it was not an exaggeration to describe her as beautiful and charming. No woman does not love beauty, not to mention that Han Liyuan was quite rich. Before the end of the world, her life was basically going back and forth between hotels, beauty salons and gyms. As for the sea view villa of several hundred square meters, it was just a place to rest every night. Han Liyuan even thought that the luxurious residence she had worked so hard to decorate seemed to be a bargain for the nanny in the end. She got married just for the sake of marriage, so that she could better develop her career, and she and her husband had signed an agreement, that is, they would pretend to be together during festivals and holidays, and live their own lives in private without interfering with each other. Although this was the case, Han Liyuan never flirted with other men, and even when she was entertaining people, she was very sensible. She always left the drinking party before getting drunk, and never had a deeper contact with any man. But she is also a normal woman, and it is inevitable that she has needs. Whenever she can't sleep in the dead of night, Han Liyuan will choose to take a cold shower, and then hold a long bullet that has lost its luster in her hand, soak in the bathtub, and look at it quietly, and she will be in a daze for more than half an hour. Just like what happened to many people, the end of the world changed everyone's life. And the evil people who were originally wandering on the edge of the law began to be more unscrupulous when the order collapsed, and their lives became more comfortable. For a strong woman, with a keen sense of smell like Han Liyuan, as soon as the signs of the end of the world appeared abroad, she knew that she could not survive for a long time on her own, so she used millions of funds and hired a large number of security guards to protect her. In addition, she bought a large supermarket a few days in advance and reinforced the doors of various entrances and exits. She lived extremely comfortably for almost half a year. All this was because of the man she met abroad. When they were about to separate, the other party seriously reminded her that the world is not peaceful and disasters often happen in an instant. It was precisely because of this sentence that Han Liyuan arranged a way out on the spot after watching the zombie video. It was not that she did not believe in the power of the government and the army, but a year ago, when she entered a high-class banquet, a bearded man asked her if she was interested in the field of immortality. The other party also said at the time that it would not cost a lot of money, and she only needed to invest 100 million. Chapter 499. It is no exaggeration to say that Han Liyuan did not believe in such things at that time. The word eternal life is extremely tempting to anyone. Moreover, those people have wealth that ordinary people cannot earn in more than 10 lifetimes. They will step into the coffin before they spend all their money. It is hard to accept. However, Han Liyuan's knowledge and cultivation have determined that she is not a woman who will be easily deceived. Of course, the most important thing is that she almost fell into the gates of hell and could not get out. Thanks to a man who risked his life to bring her out of the pile of dead bodies. But unfortunately, he was unwilling to go back to China with her, and the two sides have no contact since then. And this separation lasted for a full 10 years. Later, when the zombies broke out, Han Liyuan hid in the basement of the supermarket, drinking coffee and watching the news. She also understood that the group of people really achieved immortality, but the meaning was completely different. If zombies can keep eating, they may really be able to keep moving, but they have lost their basic judgment and are completely zombies. At first, relying on a lot of food, Han Liyuan and the security guards around her lived a very comfortable life, but as the first month of the zombies appeared, things gradually got out of control. Some survivors looted the fireworks store, piled a lot of fireworks at the door, and sprinkled a lot of white sugar on them. In this case, the door was blown up. Then a large number of survivors rushed in to grab supplies, and the security guards had no guns, and they couldn't subdue the group of hungry people with iron bars. In addition, Han Liyuan couldn't bear to see the survivors holding children, and she was a little soft-hearted for a while, and didn't want the security guards to use knives, so many of them were robbed. Although there was still some food left in the basement, it was only enough to support 5 months, and no solution to the doomsday was received from the outside world. As time passed, the 20 security guards could no longer stand it, and gradually stopped obeying Han Liyuan's orders, and sneaked out to search for supplies. In their opinion, all this was because this woman was too soft-hearted. Because of a little kindness, she let the group of people rob food, which was simply killing people. In this doomsday, food is life. What's the difference between robbing their own food and asking them to die? Many people didn't even mind killing people. Finally, when the food was about to run out, things got completely out of control. The cause was that a security guard slipped out in the middle of the night and captured 2 female survivors. At that time, the apocalypse had already happened for half a year, and even Xinyu and others had blood on their hands, not to mention the group of men hiding in the basement of the supermarket every day. They hadn't touched a woman for a long time, and they couldn't help it. What's more, there was no one to restrain them now. In addition, 2 young girls with good looks were captured at this time. The group of people had a sense of resentment in their hearts, and they all pounced on them like crazy. Han Liyuan couldn't stand this scene, so she quietly slipped to the door and opened it, and a large number of zombies rushed in. Just when the 2 girls were about to be killed, the zombies suddenly appeared, and they were almost scared to death. Taking advantage of the chaos, Han Liyuan took the 2 girls away quietly, but there were too many zombies gathered outside. After going around for a long time, they still didn't leave the city. And all this happened thousands of kilometers away, and there was no rescue from anyone. In the end, the 2 girls couldn't stand the days of zombies. After 3 days of hunger, the 2 sisters chose to hug each other and jumped off the rooftop to commit suicide. Han Liyuan, who was left alone, was caught by the security chief again. That zombie tide also swallowed up all the security personnel, and only one escaped. When the man finally caught the culprit Han Liyuan, what awaited her was a brutal beating. In order to survive, the dying Han Liyuan offered to serve the other party. Instead of forcing him, it was better to serve him well. After 2 days of enduring humiliation, Han Liyuan finally found the opportunity, and bit off the trachea of the security chief when he closed his eyes, and escaped from that hell. After this incident, Han Liyuan also understood that with her figure and appearance, she would definitely be targeted by many men with bad intentions in the end times. Instead of passively waiting to be bullied, it is better to take the initiative and seek strong men to protect you. Many girls still have the concept of the pre-apocalyptic world, and they want to die after being touched by some men, but Han Liyuan doesn't think so. She wants to retaliate fiercely. And after staying in this environment for more than 5 months, it is impossible not to be affected. So after making a decision, she began to secretly target those survivors with well-developed muscles and strong fighting power. She will not contact gangs, because Han Liyuan can only accept that she is with a man at most, and at most she will live with him. Anyway, it is all for survival. If there were too many people, Han Liyuan was worried that she would not be able to control the situation, and would be locked up by that group of people, and then she would be finished. The man next to her now was the one Han Liyuan had identified at the beginning. At the beginning, he was polite to her, and would think of her when he had food and drink. At that time, Han Liyuan was also willing to sleep with him sincerely. The two of them traveled together, and were not targeted by other forces. However, after encountering an attack, the man's temperament changed. At that time, the two were chased by a group of zombies. When they passed a waterfall, the man chose to jump off the cliff to avoid being bitten to death, but his backpack was caught by a branch. At the critical moment, Han Liyuan reached out to pull him, but as a woman, she couldn't lift the man with one hand. As luck would have it, the backpack began to break. Afterwards, Han Liyuan took back the bag of food. She was a little afraid of heights, and didn't dare to jump off the cliff. She planned to swim to the other side, and chose to jump into the river. By accident, she found that zombies couldn't swim and survived by luck. At that time, Han Liyuan was also used to living with the man, and didn't want to give up on him. The other party was very good at finding food, and she only needed to accompany him every few days to live safely. As they were in contact for a long time, Han Liyuan once told herself that it didn't matter, just treat it as a normal relationship, no big deal, after all, they were all adults. But then things changed. When she went to the bottom of the cliff to find the man, what greeted her was not a hug, but a slap in the face with a livid face, and suddenly slapped her into the river. The man grabbed her neck, pushed Han Liyuan's head into the water, and shouted fiercely, "Chow, you deliberately broke your bag to kill me, right? You think I'm not a normal man, right? Okay, I show you today." That time, Han Liyuan was lying by the river, being punched and kicked by the other party, and then her legs were tied with ropes. When she rested at night, she would be deprived of food for 2 days, and kneeled for 12 hours if she resisted. Han Liyuan couldn't understand why the other party didn't listen to her at all when she really wanted to save the man. Even his personality changed instantly, and became more and more scary. Chapter 500. Later, she thought about escaping, but there was no way, because the food was guarded by the other party all day, and she was only given enough to survive. The result was that after about 2 months of suffering, Han Liyuan lost more than 30 pounds, and because of eating a single type of food for a long time, she was seriously malnourished. As a result, her skin condition is very bad now, but because she exercised frequently before the end of the world, she did not become skinny, but still looked curvy. In addition, winter has arrived, the temperature has dropped sharply, food is hard to find, and it is easy to meet other survivors, so the man thought of an extreme way. That is to take advantage of the sympathy of some people in the end of the world, and then find a way to snatch food after gaining their trust. Although many people will not easily trust strangers, what if the other party is a pitiful beauty? No matter how vigilant, ordinary men will inevitably relax when they see a woman wandering alone in the wild. In order to successfully implement the plan, Han Liyuan was not allowed to carry any weapons, and even thick clothes were not allowed to be worn, so that her limbs would be frozen red, making her look even more pitiful. From the beginning, their target was a family of 4. They hid in a self-built house in the countryside, and lived for a long time relying on chickens and ducks in the yard, as well as potatoes and sweet potatoes hidden in the cellar. According to the normal progress, it would take at least half a year for the zombies to pass through this place. But the turning point often comes quickly. The man set his eyes on this family, and sent Han Liyuan to be the bait. But the result was completely unexpected. The man of that family did not fancy Han Liyuan's beauty. The whole family was warm-hearted, and looked like honest farmers. Even in the end of the world, they could not bear to see others suffer, and they openly gave her a lot of food. In this situation, Han Liyuan's conscience was condemned for the first time. When she sat on the warm kong and watched a timid child handing her a roasted sweet potato, her heart was touched again. She knew very well that if she drugged the family and waited for the man to come, and the two stole the supplies, the 4 people in the family would starve to death. Thinking of this, Han Liyuan ignored the consequences of this matter and told the family the whole plan in private, but the result was not forgiveness, but the couple's stick. In the chaos, Han Liyuan was hit on the head and knocked unconscious, and her hands were tied to the window with wire. Then another family of 4 took a lot of supplies and left in the middle of the night. In order to avoid any accidents, the plan was basically to wait 2 days before the man would sneak in, because during this period, if the survivors really targeted Han Liyuan, she would have to endure it silently. It can be said that now, she has completely become a tool for the man to make a living. When 2 days passed, the man entered the village and found that Han Liyuan was half-starved to death. He was instantly furious. If he hadn't seen that she was dying, he would definitely have been beaten a few more times. When the man came to the cellar, there was only messy garbage on the ground. The sweet potatoes that the family couldn't take away were actually poured with manure, and all were destroyed without leaving any for the two of them. This scene also irritated Han Liyuan's teammates, who roared hysterically for more than a minute before releasing her. Fortunately, the man did not notice anything wrong, and just thought that his first plan was not done well, and people noticed something wrong. Since then, Han Liyuan basically wore clothes and pants with holes, which made her look very pitiful. In order to prevent accidents, the man would allow her to roast for 4 hours at night, and she barely survived. Later, the man not only let Han Liyuan use her beauty to seduce other survivors, but also added an extra layer of insurance, that is, drugging the other party. Major pharmacies were basically looted, but many uncommon medicines were not taken away. The man collected all of them, mixed them together, and crushed them into powder. No matter what the effect was, he fed them to people without thinking. Because many people took drugs without illness, it is easy to have adverse reactions, which can be fatal. And Han Liyuan sat alone in the corner many times, with her hands clasped and her head buried in her knees. She didn't dare to see those people foaming at the mouth before they died. During this period of time, they robbed 7 waves of survivors, 2 of which were bad. They forcibly occupied Han Liyuan, but she also secretly drugged their food. Relying on the supplies of these people, they packed a lot of food. After each success, they would change places, travel a long distance, and then choose an uninhabited village or town to live a few days in peace. And now the two of them happened to meet Qin Yu and his men. Although the other party seemed to have no supplies and food, the men were still unwilling to let them go. In his opinion, more of these living people should die. After all, the world is so big, and only when there are fewer and fewer humans can he live more safely. Han Liyuan also tried to find other targets to cooperate with along the way, hoping to save herself. But after so many experiences, none of the men she met were not lustful. Gradually, Han Liyuan also gave up completely, like a body, subconsciously obeying the man's orders every day. Just when Han Liyuan fell asleep on the stairs, she suddenly heard a man's voice. "What do you want to change?" The sudden voice startled Han Liyuan. She immediately reached into her arms and felt something. She was relieved to find that the thing was still there. Then she hesitated and stood up, then walked towards the light on the side. As the moon shone, Qin Yu could see the woman's face clearly. She looked very thin. Although her face was dirty, there were no bruises. Many parts of her arms were red. In addition, she was wearing very few clothes, so it was immediately obvious that she had a good figure. But Qin Yu only glanced at her for a moment, less than a second, and then continued to look at her eyes. Unfortunately, because he was in the shadows, Han Liyuan did not notice this inconspicuous move. Seeing the man hiding in the dark, Han Liyuan gritted her teeth, bent down, and picked up a plastic bottle from her feet, which contained a transparent liquid. She whispered, "I want to use this bottle of drink to exchange for some food with you, okay?" Hearing this, Qin Yu looked at the object in her hand for a few times. Because he couldn't see the details clearly, he said in a deep voice, "Put the bottle on the ground, you step back a few steps and stick to the door on the left."